Darkness. Profound, unfathomable, devoid of any glimmer of light. Within this endless void, there arises a suffocating sense of anguish, accompanied by an overwhelming weight that relentlessly surges forth, leaving one powerless to resist. What a wretched, despairing, and helpless feeling it is. At that moment, a flicker of light suddenly emerged from the distant, pitch-black abyss. An ethereal glow, gradually expanding from a hazy shimmer to a clearer radiance, began to envelop the world in vibrant hues. When the colors solidified, a pair of eyes fluttered open. The sight of crumbling walls greeted him, yet the intense sensation of suffocation and pain continued to pervade his mind. With great effort, he lifted his head, casting a sidelong glance upwards, whereupon a taut noose came into view. In that instant, he beheld a young man clad in blue and white school attire, suspended by the rope, his visage transformed to a ghastly shade of purple. Ah! The young man's eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately. Though he could not fathom the circumstances, he simply did not wish to perish by hanging. Creak the rope swayed violently as the young man thrashed about. Alas, all seemed futile. The noose dug deeper into the flesh of his neck, the intense asphyxiation causing him to roll his eyes back in despair. Yet just as he was on the brink of succumbing, crack! The aged steel framework of the ceiling came crashing down. Boom! The young man fell heavily, landing amidst the debris scattered on the ground. The cacophony resounded sharply in the stillness of the night. Cough! Coffee lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Tap! Tap! Swiftly, hurried footsteps approached from outside, and the door was flung open. Two figures rushed in, their eyes lighting up upon seeing the young man on the ground. "We found Su Ming, he's here." Struggling, the young man raised his head to the doorway. But before he could comprehend the situation, an increasing number of people surged in. They encircled him, their voices filled with urgency. "Quick, take him to the infirmary." A moment later, in the sterile confines of the infirmary, Su Ming lay on the cot, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, a look of utter bewilderment etched upon his face. Inside the infirmary, numerous students clad in blue and white uniforms chattered incessantly. What on earth happened to Su Ming? He hasn't uttered a word for ages. Could he have suffered a mental breakdown? Well, if my love letter were to be publicly exposed, I might react the same way. That poor fellow. Silence. Enough with the chatter. A gaunt, hollow-cheeked, middle-aged man in a gray teacher's uniform, his skin a sickly yellow, suppressed his irritation as he reprimanded the garrulous students. "Yes, Mr. Tang." The students exchanged glances, promptly falling silent. At that moment, the infirmary door was forcefully pushed open. A stout man, approximately 1.5 meters tall, sporting a beer belly and dressed in a black tailcoat, his slick-back hair meticulously groomed, along with a woman of considerable height adorned with a jeweled necklace and a flowing red dress, rushed in with palpable urgency. Upon spotting Su Ming lying on the bed, they hurried to his side, concern etched on their faces. "My son, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Who is responsible for this? Tell your father, and I shall ensure they face justice." Su Ming gazed at the middle-aged couple, his expression blank, offering no response. As they perceived his lack of reaction, their anxiety deepened, and they implored with increasing desperation. "My son, what has happened? Speak to us. Please don't frighten us. Calm down, both of you." Mr. Tang and a notably older school physician stepped forward to soothe their frayed nerves. "Doctor, what is wrong with my son?" Su Ming's parents inquired, their worry palpable. Not long ago, Su Ming attempted to hang himself in the storage room. Though he was rescued, the lack of oxygen may have caused damage to his brain tissue, resulting in his current state of confusion. He simply needs to rest quietly. Perhaps he will recover. The school physician sighed as he spoke. "Yes, that's correct. For now, try not to panic. Su Ming requires peace and quiet." Mr. Tang concurred, then turned to the other students who had helped in the search. "Everyone, please return to your dorms and rest early. We have classes tomorrow." Though the students were somewhat reluctant, they eventually complied and departed. Upon hearing the doctor and Mr. Tang's words, Su Ming's parents felt their tightened hearts begin to ease slightly as they turned their attention back to their son. "Son, please look at me. I am your mother," Su Ming's mother said, her eyes glistening with tears. He merely glanced at the middle-aged woman, remaining silent. At that moment, his head throbbed painfully, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Can you truly not remember, mother?" Su Ming's lips moved, uttering the words in a whisper. Suddenly, fragmented memories surged within his mind. In his recollection, he stood on the playground, surrounded by numerous figures clad in blue and white uniforms, all laughing at him. Then, in another fleeting moment, he was leaning against the classroom window, gazing at a graceful silhouette on the playground. As the fragments of memory continued to flood in, Su Ming felt as though his head might split apart, the excruciating pain eliciting a groan of suffering from deep within. "Son, what is happening to you?" His parents observed the scene with mounting trepidation. My head hurts so much." Su Ming clutched his head, writhing in agony on the bed as countless shards of memory cascaded through his mind. The school physician hurriedly approached with a sedative in hand, shouting, "Hold him down!" Mr. Tang and others reached out in a panic to restrain Su Ming. Just as he was on the verge of recalling everything, the needle punctured his arm. Instantly, a wave of profound fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber. One day later, serene sunlight streamed through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the spacious bed. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, struggling to sit up. He pressed his forehead, groggy as he stumbled out of bed, making his way to the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, he absently turned on the faucet. Splash! Su Ming extended his hands to catch the flowing water, splashing it onto his face. The icy water jolted his muddled mind awake, and he lifted his gaze to the mirror. A round, plump face stared back at him. Su Ming felt a shiver run through him, startled by the sight. However, he quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath before looking into the mirror once more. He scrutinized his reflection, utterly transfixed. This was his first encounter with his own visage. 5 minutes later, Su Ming let out a resigned sigh, coming to terms with this new identity. "I can hardly believe this body is so heavy. Surely it weighs over 180 pounds? Su Ming lowered his gaze, surveying his new form from all angles, and murmured softly to himself. Chapter 2. Embracing the present. It seems that things are not as dire as they could be. This plump visage is rather decent and not unpleasant to behold. Yet, the weight does mar everything. Should he manage to shed those excess pounds, he might present a more appealing figure. It is quite unfortunate that this face possesses fairly well-defined features. Had they been misshapen or distorted, there would have been little hope left. In truth, Su Ming remains blissfully unaware that it is precisely due to his hefty frame, tipping the scales at over 180 pounds, that he has been spared from a far grimmer fate. Had he not been so weighty, the ceiling of the utility room would have easily succumbed to his weight, and he would have long since met his end. After a considerable time, Su Ming emerged from the bathroom and settled onto the edge of his bed. With a gentle exhale, he acknowledged that while his head still throbbed slightly, it was a vast improvement compared to before. During his prolonged slumber, he had absorbed a significant amount of memories. Although some remained unprocessed, they were no longer of great concern. Reflecting on this, Su Ming lifted his gaze to survey the room's decor. The entire space was tastefully furnished, adorned with an array of exquisite models and figurines. Rising from the edge of the bed, he approached a shelf lined with striking figures of commanding female officers, resplendent in their uniforms. In addition to these, there were also impressive Mecha and starship models. Among them, the most eye-catching was a striking black destroyer model, which, despite being a mere replica, exuded an air of lifelike grandeur, its surface gleaming with a jet-black sheen, the cannons and launch ports clearly visible, a truly magnificent sight. This destroyer was none other than the Grey Angel, the most formidable vessel of the former Federation. Rubbing his forehead, Su Ming returned to the edge of the bed, a look of resignation upon his face. This body had harbored a childhood dream of enlisting to pilot a mecha and encountering an elegant and beautiful captain. Alas, while dreams are splendid, reality is often harsh. Despite his diligent studies from a young age, his innate abilities were woefully lacking, and his academic performance could only be deemed mediocre at best. Creak at that moment, the door swung open, revealing a maid clad in a black uniform, her face dusted with freckles. Upon spotting Su Ming seated on the edge of the bed, she exclaimed with excitement, "Young master, you're awake." Hearing the maid's words, Su Ming turned his head towards the doorway and instantly recognized her as Chen Hui, their family's servant. He nodded slowly in acknowledgement. Upon receiving his response, Chen Hui dashed downstairs in a flurry in the spacious and well-lit dining room. Zhao Ning had meticulously prepared a lavish feast, featuring succulent roasted chicken, rich braised pork, and hearty hocks. "Madam, madam," Chen Hui called out eagerly. "What is it?" Zhao Ning turned to face the hurriedly descending Chen Hui. "The young master has awakened," Chen Hui reported. "He has? Splendid. I just prepared his favorite dishes. Please take them to him," Zhao Ning instructed with great joy. "Understood," Chen Hui replied promptly. At that moment, Su Ming descended the spiral staircase and addressed his delighted mother. "No need. I've come down. Why, precious son? You better? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Zhao Ning approached him with immense joy. "Much improved," Su Ming replied with a slight nod. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ning immediately ushered Su Ming to the dining table. Expressing her concern, "My dear son, you haven't eaten properly in a day. You must be famished. These are all your favorites. Do eat plenty." Hearing Zhao Ning's words warmed Su Ming's heart. He could genuinely feel her affection for her son. He couldn't help but scrutinize his new mother. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, adorned in a fitted red dress, her complexion fair, her features delicate, with a small beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. Her demeanor exuding an air of elegance. "What is it?" Zhao Ning, noticing Su Ming's lingering gaze, inquired curiously. "Nothing." Su Ming shook his head, then shifted his focus to the dining table. Gazing at the lavish spread before him, he felt somewhat uneasy. It was all meat, and this body was already quite hefty. He certainly couldn't indulge further. Seeing Su Ming sitting there, motionless and unresponsive to the sumptuous feast, Zhao Ning, puzzled, asked, "Son, do these dishes not appeal to you?" I'm not particularly hungry. Do you have any vegetables?" "I prefer something lighter," Su Ming attempted to explain, hoping to lend credence to his request. Both Zhao Ning and Chen Hui were taken aback by Su Ming's words. Momentarily at a loss for how to respond, "Is there a problem?" Su Ming, sensing their unease, queried, feeling a bit anxious. "No problem at all. Whatever you wish for, dear son, I shall fulfill it. I'll arrange for a delivery from my long S." Zhao Ning assured him immediately. "A delivery? That seems unnecessary. Just pick up some ordinary vegetables from the market. That will suffice," Su Ming replied, bewildered. "Son, have you forgotten? Vegetables are quite tricky to procure. They must be ordered in advance." Zhao Ning explained, concern etched on her face. Chen Hui quickly interjected to comfort Zhao Ning, saying, "Madam, the young master has never been fond of vegetables, so it's understandable that he lacks familiarity with them." Su Ming, upon hearing their words, suddenly realized that he indeed had little experience with vegetables. This was partly due to his own aversion, but also because they seemed to be a luxury in this world, not unlike a rare delicacy. Vegetables here appeared to be prohibitively expensive, akin to luxury goods, whereas meat was comparatively affordable, as it was produced through artificial farming, with feed derived from the fat of monsters that had been refined and processed. Seeing Su Ming silent for a while, Zhao Ning worried that he might be displeased, so she gently reassured him, "My dear son, just manage with what you have today. I promise to prepare vegetables for you tomorrow." "All right then, I'll have a little," Su Ming conceded as he picked up a piece of meat to taste. To his surprise, it was indeed delicious, succulent and tender, and not at all difficult to chew. He continued to take more, grabbing second and third pieces. Zhao Ning, sitting nearby, watched indulgently as Su Ming dined. However, as he brought the 8th piece of meat to his lips, he suddenly halted, staring at the morsel in disbelief as his mind chided him. "What is happening? How have I eaten so much? I can't continue." Su Ming admonished himself, determined to stop, but his body craved more, his hand instinctively moving to bring the meat to his mouth once again. He struggled to control his hand, pulling away the morsel that was on the verge of being consumed. Yet, his body's instinct pushed him to continue eating. Thus, he found himself in a back-and-forth struggle, hovering the meat at his mouth repeatedly. Ultimately, he steeled himself and placed the meat back down, rising abruptly. "Son, are you finished? Is there something wrong with the food? Would you like some dessert?" Zhao Ning inquired with concern. Chapter 3. The Third Planet. "No, I'm not hungry. I wish to return and rest," Su Ming replied, suppressing his cravings, turning away from the table and heading toward the staircase. Soon, he was back in his room. Collapsing onto his bed, gazing up at the ceiling as his thoughts raced, he still had not grasped why he had found himself in this world. Moreover, after digesting Su Ming's memories, he even felt a peculiar sense of illusion, as though he had not traversed dimensions but rather was inherently Su Ming. The past felt vivid and indistinct, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. Sighing, he resigned himself to his situation. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. With that, he sat up, re-evaluating his body and murmuring, "What now? This physique is far too heavy. At 175 centimeters tall, I weigh a staggering 185 pounds. And my body fat percentage must be around 30. If I desire a more typical form, I must reduce my weight to 135 pounds, meaning I need to shed 50 pounds to achieve this safely. The minimum time required is at least 120 days, which translates to..." As Su Ming flopped back onto the bed, he continued to ponder, drifting into slumber. The following morning, in the opulent living room, Zhao Ning instructed Chen Hui, "Please keep an eye on the kitchen. The ingredients should be arriving shortly." "Yes, madam," Chen Hui responded respectfully. At that moment, Su Ming, clad in loose athletic wear, strolled by and greeted Zhao Ning. "Mother, son, you're up? Where are you off to?" Zhao Ning inquired, momentarily taken aback, as Su Ming had never awakened this early before. "Going for a run," Su Ming responded succinctly, then jogged away. Exiting through the front door, he traversed the small garden and soon found himself on the concrete pathway. Glancing back at his home, he noted that their residence was a standalone villa, quite remarkable even within the affluent district. A faint smile crept upon his face as he turned to jog forward. He was situated in the Old Galactic Federation's third planet, within the 13th district. The third planet serves as the main star of the Old Federation, home to 3 towering cities and 16 underground administrative zones. The 3 cities stand as colossal edifices on the surface, while the 16 districts lie beneath, established due to the planet's extreme climate conditions. As a level 5 habitable star, for reference. Habitable stars are rated from 1 to 7. With Earth being a level 6, the climate is exceedingly harsh. Surface temperatures can soar to 55 C and sometimes even higher, while during colder periods, they can plummet to -23 C, occasionally reaching -60 C. The surface has become uninhabitable for extended periods, prompting the establishment of most administrative zones underground. As Su Ming dashed out of the affluent district, a few chatting socialites caught sight of him and began to gossip. Isn't that the little chubby one from the Su family? It is said that he recently hanged himself, and this incident has stirred quite a commotion. How embarrassing, really. One wonders how someone as astute as Zhao Ning could have such a foolish son. Who can say? Su Ming disregarded the peculiar gazes surrounding him and continued to run steadily forward. He passed towering steel edifices and bustling squares, deeply contemplating the nature of this world. Although civilization here appears somewhat distorted, it is relatively advanced. Aside from the main star, the Old Federation boasts a multitude of directly governed planets and mining colonies. Furthermore, beyond the Old Federation, 2 major civilizational powers exist: the Empire of Darkstar, located in the first new galaxy, and the theocratic state of Apocalypse, situated in the second new galaxy. Both of these forces surpass the Old Federation in strength, placing the latter in a precarious situation. Yet, they are not the greatest threats. The true dangers lie in the 2 alien races present in the cosmos. One is a mechanical race composed of silicon-based life forms, while the other consists of the undead known as the Chalami. According to memories and information gathered, the Old Federation has struggled for centuries against these 2 races, a testament to their arduous existence. It would not be surprising if they were to be extinguished one day. Fortunately, the Old Federation is not the only one facing peril. The Darkstar Empire and the Apocalypse Theocracy find themselves in similar predicaments. Thus, despite their differences, the 3 parties have forged a temporary peace under the pressure of external threats. Breathless, Su Ming reached the elevated bridge, leaning against the railing as he gasped for AIRD. As he lifted his gaze to the horizon, he beheld a skyline of towering buildings, surrounded by an array of uneven structures. The wide roads meandered through the city like ribbons, while aerial walkways connected various districts, and anti-gravity vehicles darted about like shooting stars. A radiant smile graced Su Ming's face, and excitement sparkled in his eyes. He tilted his head skyward, taking in the clear blue above, where the dazzling sun shone brightly. Yet, Su Ming was acutely aware that the entirety of District 13 was merely an enormous underground city. The sky he saw was a mere illusion, and the brilliant sun was artificial. District 13 is divided into upper and lower tiers. He resided in the upper tier, which housed relatively affluent inhabitants, thus presenting a facade of beauty. However, the reality was starkly different. The lower tier was where true hardship lay. The old Federation has a total population of 32 billion, with 5.2 billion residing on the main star. The third planet, District 13 alone, has a population of 210 million, with only 10 million in the upper tier, while the rest are scattered throughout the lower tier and beyond. The lower tier is densely populated. With aging facilities and severely limited resources, where all struggle desperately for survival, it is worth noting that the old Federation's primary governance is comprised of a parliament, 3 city lords, and 16 district leaders. Although the parliament oversees major decisions for the old Federation, it does not directly govern the 3 cities or 16 districts, which operate with significant autonomy. Thus, the prosperity of each district largely depends on the governance of its respective leader. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Su Ming returned home. Zhao Ning rushed to greet him, concern etched on her face. "My son, are you tired?" "I'm all right," Su Ming replied, panting. He felt utterly exhausted. This body was truly frail. He had initially planned to run for 2 hours, but could only manage 1. However, there was no other choice. He would have to gradually increase his exercise. After such a long workout, you must be famished. "Breakfast is ready, and I made your favorite vegetables." Zhao Ning guided Su Ming to the dining table. Soon, he sat down to find a small plate of green vegetables before him, just a handful. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, sampled one, and found the taste mediocre. Furthermore, having overexerted himself, his appetite had waned, and he stopped after eating only a few. Chapter 4. City Examination. Noticing Su Ming had halted his eating, looking rather dispirited, Zhao Ning asked with concern, "My dear son, are you still upset about that incident? Trust your mother. There's no need to worry. Your father is handling it and will definitely find the one who bullied you and bring him to justice. If you don't want to go to school, we can arrange for you to transfer." Su Ming's expression shifted uncomfortably upon hearing Zhao Ning's words. For some reason, he felt as if he were playing the role of a tragic antagonist. Thus, he replied to Zhao Ning, "It's nothing, mother. There's no need to change schools. Besides, the city examination is approaching. Transferring now could lead to complications. My dear son, it doesn't matter how you perform in the city examination." Zhao Ning insisted, still somewhat uneasy about Su Ming's mental state, fearing that returning to school might burden him too heavily. After all, she knew her son to be an introverted individual with a fragile and sensitive disposition. "Haven't you always wanted to return to Starry City? Rest assured, I will strive to achieve that." Su Ming spoke earnestly. The city examination is a crucial advancement test within the old Federation, akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate. It is also a vital pathway for those from the lower districts and other planets to gain entry into the 3 main cities. Su Ming's family had originally relocated from Starry City, where they held a certain degree of prestige as a wealthy family. His father, Su Yuan, is the 9th son of the current head of the Su family, Su Qing, but was assigned to live in District 13 due to his mediocre talents. The industry assigned to Su Yuan was shares in the garbage processing plant of District 13. The context of the Interstellar era, being assigned to such an industry starkly highlighted Su Yuan's lack of talent and status. Nonetheless, this industry is indeed quite profitable, allowing them to live reasonably well. Yet, who would choose to live underground for a lifetime if given the option? It is not that the Su family could not return to Starry City. It is just that they could not do so in a dignified manner. After all, being assigned to District 13 was essentially a form of exile. Without a legitimate reason to return, they would inevitably face scorn and ridicule. However, if Su Ming were to achieve outstanding results in the city examination, he would have a valid reason to pursue further studies in Starry City. In that case, Su Yuan and Zhao Ning could return with their heads held high. And the elders would have no objections, even feeling gratified, as it would signify the emergence of another talent within the family. Zhao Ning felt deeply moved by Su Ming's words, yet she understood her son's limitations better than anyone. As she pondered how to gently dissuade Su Ming from his lofty aspirations, lest he face disappointment later, an excited voice interrupted, "Well said. My son indeed lives up to his name." Su Ming turned to see Su Yuan approaching, grinning from ear to ear. Having just returned, he felt immense pride upon hearing his son's ambitious declarations. Zhao Ning shot an annoyed glare at Su Yuan, causing his smile to falter. She then walked over to him, lowering her voice to admonish, "What are you stirring up? You know very well what level our son is at. What will we do if he gets discouraged later?" "Well, son, in truth, the city examination doesn't matter much either way. If it doesn't go well, you can always come back to inherit the family business," Su Yuan awkwardly suggested. Su Ming's lips twitched slightly at Su Yuan's words. At this moment, Zhao Ning quickly shifted the topic, asking Su Yuan, how did things go? Were the culprits apprehended? Su Yuan sighed. Unfortunately, no. We questioned the parties involved, but they were completely unaware of the situation. At the time of the incident, they were engaged in special training with their teacher, and only learned of it afterward. The person who orchestrated this against our precious son is quite adept at information management. They cleverly photographed the content of the letter and uploaded it to the campus network, distributing it to all the students without leaving much trace. As you know, individuals proficient in information technology are few and far between these days. However, it's all right. The elder has been informed and has dispatched an information specialist who will surely uncover the culprit. Upon hearing this, Su Ming began to recall the events in his memory. He remembered that he had slipped into that girl's classroom during lunch break when no one was around and stealthily placed the letter on her desk. Logically, no one should have known about this. How had he been set up? Surely they wouldn't check the surveillance footage. The closed-circuit surveillance only covers a few key areas, and it didn't capture much. You know that it's not used unless absolutely necessary, Su Yuan explained helplessly to I. In truth, the technology in this world is somewhat skewed, a consequence of an epic war that erupted between the old Federation and the silicon-based mechanical race a century ago. At that time, the old Federation's fleet communications, scanning devices, and information command platforms were all infiltrated and surreptitiously altered, resulting in widespread weapon malfunctions and loss of control. Ultimately, this led to devastating losses for the old Federation's fleet, leaving them nearly incapacitated. Following a thorough analysis of the war, it was discovered that the mechanical race could easily capture signal sources, infiltrate information databases, and manipulate various data. Consequently, the old Federation imposed restrictions on the use of information technology, opting instead for localized networks and closed circuits. Currently, communication within the 3 major cities and 16 districts on the third planet relies on closed circuits, with signals reserved for limited civilian use. And surveillance equipment is employed as sparingly as possible. This is because, in the event of conflict with the mechanical race, such technologies could serve as the enemy's eyes. Father, Mother and I intend to return to school tomorrow. Su Ming pondered for a moment before addressing Su Yuan. As for the investigation, he did not harbor much hope. It is important to note that those who orchestrated this against him must be students as well. Being adept in information as a student indicates that the adversary is exceptionally skilled, undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Even if such a person were to be exposed, it would be difficult to hold them accountable for any severe crimes. After all, their actions, at worst, would amount to a breach of privacy, or, at best, a mere prank. Moreover, such a remarkable individual would likely not withstand scrutiny, making it easy to deduce their identity. Given that his father had been unable to uncover anything despite extensive efforts, it subtly implied that he would have to handle this matter on his own. As for his decision not to change schools and his eagerness to return, the reason was quite simple. There was little time left before the city examination, and he could not afford any delays. Son, are you sure you're all right going back to school? Su Yuan asked, momentarily taken aback with concern. Of course, Father, I have come to terms with it. I cannot let this incident interfere with my preparations for the city examination. I will go back to rest now, Su Ming replied calmly, rising and heading towards his room. He needed to rest well and organize his thoughts for the upcoming challenges. Su Yuan and Zhao Ning exchanged worried glances as they watched Su Ming ascend the stairs. The following day, at the entrance of the Mayan Intermediate Academy in District 13, a sleek black hovering vehicle arrived and came to a halt on the expansive, smooth concrete expanse. From inside the vehicle, Su Ming gazed through the window at the imposing gate constructed of azure stone, exhaling softly. Son, we have arrived, Su Yuan said, turning his head, seemingly hesitant to express his concerns. All right, Father, Su Ming replied, opening the door and stepping out. Making his way towards the school, however, just a few steps into his journey, he halted, turning back to see Su Yuan, who was short in stature, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile, cautiously trailing behind him. Father, is there anything else? Su Ming inquired, puzzled by Su Yuan's demeanor. Son, are you absolutely sure you don't need me to accompany you inside? You've always wanted me to escort you before, Su Yuan said cheerfully. Upon hearing his father's words, Su Ming felt a slight twitch of embarrassment. Goodness. This little chubby one is not only a homebody but also a pampered child who still requires someone to escort him. He rubbed his forehead, feeling exasperated, and replied, There's no need. Fathered, I can manage on my own. Are you really sure? Yuan still seemed unconvinced, as if his son were heading off to battle rather than school. Honestly, I can handle it, I assure you, Ming insisted. Very well, but if anything arises, make sure to call me immediately, Yuan cautioned, concern etched on his face. Understood. Ming turned once more towards the school. Yuan did not leave but stood there, watching as Ming entered the campus. Inside the school, Ming navigated his way to the classroom building, relying on his memory. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings. The school spanned a vast area, with teaching buildings arranged harmoniously, and the pathways paved with smooth concrete. In the distance, a large circular playground could be seen. Overall, the institution appeared quite impressive, though it was regrettable that he did not spot a single plant along the way. Only artificial greenery. As he approached the classroom, some students heading in that direction noticed him and exchanged astonished glances, whispering among themselves, "Isn't that Ming, the one who recently attempted suicide?" Indeed, it's him. He's back in school so soon. Honestly, he should take a good look at himself. How could he dare pursue Lin Chuyu? Now he's become a laughingstock. Ming was aware of the hushed conversations and pointed fingers around him. Yet he remained unfazed, his inner thoughts undisturbed. Soon, he arrived at the classroom door, which was slightly ajar. However, before stepping inside, he overheard his classmates' remarks. "Do you think that chubby guy, Ming, really came back to school? Is it possible? He must be transferring. Honestly, he should take a good look at himself. Just look at his character." With a creak, Ming pushed open the door and entered, causing the once lively classroom to fall silent. All eyes turned towards him. Wow, this guy actually came back to school. Let's not say anything more to avoid upsetting him. Many students ceased their teasing and chatter, though a few still wore disdainful expressions. "I told you so. If you can't handle the pressure, you have no one to blame but yourself." Facing the multitude of gazes and whispers from his classmates, Ming did not flinch. He walked naturally to his seat. While a peculiar sensation filled the room, everyone felt that Ming seemed somewhat different from before, though they could not quite pinpoint how to tee that moment. Three slender boys dressed in blue and white uniforms, each sporting a distinctive tuft of yellow, green, or red hair, approached Ming. He looked up at them without a hint of emotion. These three were Chang Ran, Wang Qi, and Qin Lei, nicknamed Yellow Hair, Green Hair, and Red Hair, respectively. They were Ming's roommates, and in his recollection, their relationship was fairly amicable. After all, despite his reclusive nature, the original owner of this body had been quite generous, often sharing various snacks with them. "Bro, you're incredible. You're now a celebrity at our school for daring to pursue Lin Chuyu," Yellow Hair exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, truly impressive." Green Hair and Red Hair chimed in, giving Ming a thumbs up. "There's no need to discuss that anymore," Ming said, wishing to change the topic. Yellow Hair glanced around before leaning in closer to Ming, speaking earnestly. "Bro, I need to tell you something. Your public pursuit of Lin Chuyu has angered the school bully, Zhang Tai, and the top student, Li Fubai. They vowed to deal with you. So be careful." Upon hearing this, Ming sighed softly. This was indeed troublesome. Just then, Tang Yin entered through the back door, observing the gathering around Ming. He spoke sternly, "Everyone, return to your seats." Seeing their teacher arrive, Yellow Hair and the others hurried back to their seats, and the previously buzzing classroom fell silent. Tang Yin approached Ming, expressing concern. "Ming, are you feeling any better?" "Yes, I'm fine now." Ming nodded in response. "That's good to hear. Don't dwell on past events," Tang Yin said reassuringly, patting Ming's shoulder. In truth, Tang Yin genuinely cared about Ming. Although his academic performance was average, he had always been a well-behaved student who never caused trouble. The incident was not particularly surprising. After all, every adolescent has one or two crushes, but Ming's emotional resilience had evidently faltered. Leading to his distress, Ming nodded in acknowledgement of Tang Yin's concern. Tang Yin then moved to the podium and addressed the class with a serious tone. "Recently, there have been some issues within the class, but they are behind us now. I forbid any further discussion on the matter. Everyone must focus on the upcoming city examination. We have only 30 days left. Do you not consider me a nag? The city examination is of utmost importance and could determine your futures. I hope you will all give your best effort and not leave any regrets in your lives. If you are fortunate enough to gain admission to the Royal Military Academy, our school will take pride in you, and your name will be etched on the wall of honor." "Oh, how could we possibly get in?" students murmured despondently. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Su Ming furrowed his brow. He still retained some memory regarding the Royal Military Academy. The Royal Military Academy is the highest military institution in the old Federation, with a long-standing history that predates the establishment of the Federation itself, thus making its admission criteria exceedingly stringent. Tang Yin tapped on the desk, expressing frustration. You must have confidence. This year, the Royal Military Academy's internal division has allocated 10 spots for our District 13, and there are 1,000 spots for the external division. Teacher, there are 3 million candidates in District 13 this year. With such a limited number of spots, it seems rather bleak, a student remarked. Indeed, it seems only the top few in the school have a chance. The classroom was filled with a chorus of sighs. If we can't get into the internal division, we can at least aim for the external division. If all else fails, we can try for a regular college. I understand it's difficult, but I'm not trying to make things hard for you. I'm genuinely concerned, Tang Yin urged. Gaining admission to the internal division means you're on the path to becoming a senior officer, and you will be prioritized for training. Each of you is a valuable asset with immense potential, of course. If we can't get into the internal division, getting into the external one is also commendable. Graduating from there will still lead to decent job placements and bright prospects. If all else fails, you should aim for a higher education institution, as even then, you could secure a position as a private or sergeant in the military, significantly improving your chances of survival. Tang Yin spoke earnestly. Teacher, what happens if none of us get in? Yellow Hair asked helplessly. If none of you gain admission, you will have to participate in the lottery for the red and black cards. Becoming reserve soldiers, colloquially known as cannon fodder. Don't think I'm joking. Once you become cannon fodder, you'll be dispatched to the most perilous locations for service, Tang Yin warned seriously. Hearing this, Su Ming's frown deepened. The conscription system of the old Federation was indeed as described. If one attends a higher institution, they can postpone military service for 4 years. Otherwise, they must participate in a lottery for military conscription, drawing either a red or black slip. Those who draw the black slip are required to serve, while those who draw the red slip are exempt, with each outcome having an equal probability. Those conscripted become reserve soldiers, dispatched to various combat zones for training, where the mortality rate is alarmingly high, rendering them little more than cannon fodder. Thus, this situation is a nightmare for everyone. However, graduates from the Royal Academy are guaranteed immediate commissioning as officers and are prioritized for development, ensuring they are not easily treated as expendable. Of course, being exempt from military service by drawing a red slip does not guarantee freedom from obligation. One must secure a legitimate job, as unemployment would necessitate re-entering the lottery the following year, continuing until a decade has passed. This clearly indicates the old Federation's dire need for military personnel. Oh, is there no way to avoid the lottery? Many students lamented with downcast expressions. It is impossible, unless your physical condition disqualifies you. However, I advise against any ill-conceived ideas. The criteria for exemption are exceedingly strict. Do not entertain thoughts of self-harm to escape, as the scrutiny is rigorous, and if it is determined to be intentional, you will find yourself incarcerated for life. Tang Yin sternly warned. In fact, the reason Yuan and his wife indulged Su Ming's overeating was not merely out of affection. It was also a deliberate strategy to facilitate control once he reached adulthood. Sigh, understood, the students responded glumly. Now that the bad news is out of the way, let me share some good news. After the city examination concludes, you will enjoy a year-long holiday, a day of freedom, where you can frolic to your heart's content. There will be subsidies available, Tang Yin announced with a smile. Oh yeah. Huang Mao and the others erupted into cheers. The so-called Day of Freedom is essentially a period for everyone to relax and enjoy life. Consequently, the results of the city examination will not be disclosed immediately. They will be revealed after the holiday, and the lottery will commence at that time. Tang Yin raised his hand to silence the crowd, then cleared his throat and said, now that we have concluded the discussion on the city examination, let us focus on our studies. Additionally, there are no classes this afternoon and tomorrow morning, so use this time wisely and do not be lazy. Also, remember to prepare. Our class will be heading to room 3 for mech simulation combat training tomorrow afternoon. Understood, the students chorused. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly. In truth, they had already been divided into subjects and classes. The city examination results consist of 2 parts. One is the foundational cultural subject scores, which all must take, as the paper is uniform for everyone. The other part comprises additional points, varying according to chosen subjects. The options include command, mecha, fighter, land warfare, chemistry, physics, biology, among others, with command and mecha being the most popular. Naturally, these elective subjects influence what one studies upon entering a higher institution. For instance, those who select command will continue in that field, most likely emerging as commanding officers, while those focusing on mecha will be assigned to mech legions. Conversely, those who choose physics, chemistry, or biology tend to pursue careers in research or technical fields. Although these are elective subjects, their weight in the city examination is exceedingly high, rivaling the foundational subjects. This moment, Tang Yin picked up the lesson plan and began explaining key concepts. Let us turn to Lesson 16 and review the essential points of linear functions. Su Ming opened his textbook to follow along with Tang Yan's review, noticing the densely packed graphs and numbers on the pages, and his brow furrowed slightly. These concepts were all so new. He had never encountered them before. Fortunately, that lad usually put in some effort. Although his foundation was average, he could at least comprehend the material. With a paper worth 150 points, scoring in the 80s or 90s should not pose a problem. With a month remaining, if he dedicated himself to intensive study, perhaps he still had a chance. With this thought, Su Ming listened attentively to Tang Yan's lecture. Noon. Su Ming, with a book in hand, walked out of the classroom while reading. Did you see that? That chubby nerd is actually reading while walking. Has he turned over a new leaf? Someone remarked with astonishment. Forget it. Who knows, maybe he just wants to impress everyone. Another replied dismissively. With his mediocre grades, good luck with that, I mean. Lin Chuyu's foundational scores hover around 145 out of 150. Indeed. Su Ming continued to peruse his books, quickly imprinting the content in his mind to reinforce his knowledge. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his dormitory, retrieved some clothes from his bed, and went into the bathroom to freshen up and change into a looser outfit. After completing this, he opened his drawer and took out his library card and a synthetic chocolate bar, which would serve as his lunch. Chapter 7. Artificial rainfall. At that moment, the door swung open, and Huang Mao and his friends entered, chatting and laughing. Upon spotting Su Ming, they approached him, casually draping an arm around his shoulder. Hey bro, I heard there's an outdoor fashion show on Blue Valley Street today, filled with stunning girls. How about we take you along to enjoy the view and unwind? Though they resided in a boarding school, the rules were not overly strict, allowing for occasional outings. No, thank you. I'm heading to the library. Su Ming politely declined their offer, aware of the pressing need to catch up on his studies. The library? Huang Mao and his friends looked bewildered at Su Ming. They remembered him as someone who worked hard, but not hard enough to frequent the library. See you later. Su Ming offered no further explanation and hurriedly left the dormitory. A short while later, Su Ming arrived at the library entrance. He gazed up at the barrel-shaped building, lost in thought. The Mayan Intermediate Academy, where he studied, ranked 3rd in District 13, a coveted institution that many aspired to enter. The school not only boasted a high-quality educational standard, but also exceptional facilities, unlike lesser schools, or those from underdeveloped planets in the old Federation, which might have only one training pod for the entire class. Mayan offered numerous mech training chambers available for extended practice. Furthermore, the academy housed a vast library with a comprehensive collection of resources, which was why Su Ming eagerly returned to school. It was the most efficient way to reinforce his learning. Stepping into the library, he was greeted by the spacious and bright hall. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, illuminating the polished marble floor. Along the edges of the barrel-shaped building stood rows of towering bookshelves, each reaching 7 meters high, filled with an array of books. Beside each shelf were miniature automatic hovering devices, allowing students to easily access the upper levels. In the center of the hall, a spiral staircase elegantly wound its way up to the second-floor reading area. Its handrails crafted from bronze, exuding a sense of history. The library was bustling with students engaged in study, yet it maintained a serene atmosphere. However, as Su Ming entered, many turned their attention toward him. Whispers circulated among groups of students. Isn't that Su Ming, the one who almost hanged himself? What brings him to the library? Probably still holding onto his foolish ambitions of running into Lin Chuyu here. What a joke. He should just give up. He clearly lacks self-awareness. Ignoring the curious gazes and hushed murmurs, Su Ming walked to the borrowing area, swiftly scanning the shelves for the books he needed. Occasionally, he would pull a book from the shelf. Moments later, with 5 books in hand, he ascended the stairs to the second-floor reading area. He found a seat by the window and began to peruse the first book he had borrowed. A modern chronicle of the old Federation. The book was at least 20 centimeters thick, with small print, yet it contained a wealth of information. Although historical topics carried less weight in the foundational scores of the city examination, they were still significant. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming began to read earnestly, flipping through the pages at an astonishing speed, spending less than 10 seconds on each one. Observing from a distance, some students regarded Su Ming's rapid page-turning with disdain. Flipping through so quickly, he's just skimming. He's clearly not here to study, but rather to show off. Forget him. Let us focus on our own studies. If we bomb the city examination, it'll be disastrous. True, as time passed, Su Ming remained intensely focused, engrossed in the chronicles of the old Federation. Although the content might seem tedious to some, it was particularly captivating for him. Immersed in his world, he paid no mind to his surroundings. As dusk approached, the sun's rays gradually faded, and the sky darkened. At that moment, a pleasant announcement echoed throughout District 13. Attention, esteemed citizens, it is now the year 4618 of the old era, May 17th, 6 p.m. District 13 will soon commence its annual rain festival, authorized by the district administrator, Director Zhou Jinglan. The artificial rain system will be activated for a duration of 60 minutes. We wish all citizens a joyful celebration. As the announcement concluded, a gentle breeze swept through the area, and soft raindrops began to fall from the dim sky. The ground and the rooftops emit a faint ticking sound. A multitude of citizens and students flock outdoors, embracing the gentle drizzle. Although the 13th district boasts a comprehensive rainwater collection and resource recycling system, the initiation of artificial rainfall inevitably results in a significant loss of water resources. The most apparent reason is that many residents in the lower town seize various containers to collect rainwater, thereby saving a considerable amount of money. Consequently, artificial rainfall is only enacted during the annual rain festival, and its duration is not fixed, but rather determined by the water resource reserves of the 13th district. This underscores the scarcity and preciousness of water resources. At this moment, Su Ming, deeply engrossed in his reading, turned the last page of the chronicle, reluctantly lifting his gaze to glance out the window. Outside, the rain pattered incessantly, washing the immaculate ground. Rows of streetlights flickered to life amidst the rain, and students joyfully dashed into the downpour, some tilting their heads back to let the cool droplets cascade over them, some kneeling to embrace the falling rain, while others danced gracefully in the midst of the rain. Su Ming gazed out at the enchanting scene, momentarily entranced. It felt as if the entire world had paused, enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility. The raindrops, in Su Ming's eyes, seemed to drift down like feathers, languidly floating through the air. A moment of disbelief washed over Su Ming, as the rain outside appeared to freeze. Suspended in time, in the next heartbeat, he felt a slight tremor in his heart, and everything returned to normal. The rain cascading down in torrents once more. Su Ming felt a fleeting disorientation, replaying the earlier peculiarity in his mind. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped onto his desk. Looking up, Su Ming beheld a tall boy with a prominent nose and an air of arrogance, exuding a hint of rebelliousness, adorned with silver earrings. Flanked by a group of menacing-looking followers, the nearby students, studying in the vicinity, hastily rose, anxious to avoid being caught in the fray. Chapter 8. The New Humanity. Su Ming racked his brain, piecing together his hazy memories. Finally recognizing the group before him. The leader, known as the Little Overlord, was Zhang Tai, infamous within the academy for his domineering and brash demeanor, though he possessed the means to back it up. Zhang Tai's family wielded considerable influence in the 13th district, rumored to have distant ties to the district chief. Zhang Tai furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Su Ming, sensing something amiss. Typically, this rotund boy would be quaking in fear at the sight of Zhang Tai and his entourage. But now he sat there, unfazed. Yet, Zhang Tai did not dismiss Su Ming's unusual composure. Instead, he growled menacingly, "You little brat, you're quite bold, aren't you? Do you really think you can pursue Lin Chuyu? Do you believe I won't break your legs?" Su Ming, as if he had not heard, rested his chin on his hand, glancing sideways at Zhang Tai, and replied calmly, "What do you think would happen if I jumped out this window?" At these words, Zhang Tai and his gang were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of shock as they stared at Su Ming, completely unprepared for such a response. Zhang Tai was momentarily at a loss for words, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Just as he was about to retort, One of his followers hastily interjected, "Boss, wait. If he really jumps, we won't be able to explain ourselves." Zhang Tai understood the gravity of his followers' words. Should Su Ming actually lose his mind and leap, they would find themselves in an untenable position, jeopardizing their futures. It would be akin to gambling their prospects against the potential recklessness of this boy, who had previously exhibited suicidal tendencies. Even Zhang Tai, no matter how brash, would not risk his promising future. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, "You've got guts. We'll see about this." Su Ming languidly regarded Zhang Tai, offering no reply. Zhang Tai, infuriated, turned on his heel and departed with his followers. Watching their retreating figures, Su Ming sighed. Feeling a sense of annoyance, he placed the modern chronicle aside and picked up the comprehensive theory of advanced information. Diving into its pages, as he studied, Su Ming pondered the upcoming city examination. The difficulty of this examination was indeed formidable, as it was intrinsically linked to one's future and livelihood, prompting everyone to exert their utmost efforts. The baseline scores had escalated to an outrageous level, and as for the Mecha engineering scores, Su Ming felt a growing uncertainty. In the dead of night, Su Ming closed the final book, glancing around the reading area on the second floor. Few shadows remained. Although the library was open 24 hours, most individuals had retreated for rest. Checking his phone, he noted it was already 2 in the morning. Time to head back. He stood up, clutching his books as he made his way to the staircase. As he descended the spiral staircase, just as he reached the first floor, he encountered a striking girl standing before him. She was 178 centimeters tall, clad in a white lace dress, her long, flowing black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her clear, lively eyes, delicate nose, and rosy lips presenting an exquisite visage. Su Ming's heart instinctively skipped a beat, his pulse racing uncontrollably as he found himself momentarily entranced, whispering to himself, "Is this Lin Chuyu? She truly is breathtaking." In that instant, Su Ming finally comprehended why that boy was enamored with her. However, he soon noticed with astonishment that Lin Chuyu's ears were elongated and pointed, unlike those of an ordinary human. A moment later, it dawned on him. Lin Chuyu was a second-generation new humanity. The so-called second-generation new humanity refers to those whose genes have been enhanced, possessing superior memory, cognition, physical attributes, and even longer lifespans compared to regular humans. In the interstellar era, the lifespan of ordinary individuals has evolved to 200 to 300 years, while second-generation new humanity can live 300 to 400 years. Most importantly, second-generation new humanity exhibit remarkable talents in specific areas due to genetic modifications. Of course, this is merely the second generation. There are purportedly even more formidable third-generation new humanity. As for how these new humans come into existence, Su Ming knew that ordinary humans might naturally give birth to second-generation new humanity, and there could also be artificial interventions, although the specifics eluded him. In truth, most new humans are born through actively intervening with genetic agents, enjoying advantages from birth. However, it does not mean ordinary individuals cannot strengthen themselves later. They can indeed enhance their abilities through training and the injection of genetic agents. Nevertheless, one thing is clear. The effects of postnatal injections of equivalent genetic agents cannot compete with those born as new humans, making them highly coveted. At that moment, Lin Chuyu spotted Su Ming and smiled, nodding in polite acknowledgement. Su Ming snapped back to reality, returned the gesture with a slight nod. The two passed by each other like familiar strangers. After a considerable time, in the dimly lit dormitory corridor, Su Ming, feeling somewhat fatigued, made his way toward his room, his stomach occasionally rumbling in protest. Since noon, he had only consumed a synthetic chocolate bar, and his body was instinctively voicing its discontent. However, Su Ming chose to ignore it. With his ample reserves of fat, going a day or two without food was hardly detrimental. Soon, he arrived at his dormitory door. Grasping the doorknob, just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly halted. Su Ming's keen senses detected an unusual noise emanating from behind the door. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and kicked the door open forcefully. Bang! As the dormitory door swung open, 3 startled voices exclaimed, "Ouch!" Su Ming stepped inside, slightly bewildered, gazing at the trio of boys sprawled on the floor. "Why aren't you 3 sleeping at this hour? Hiding behind the door for what?" The boys, clutching their heads in pain, rose to their feet, addressing Su Ming. "We were just worried about you." Intrigued by their response, Su Ming asked, "Worried about what?" The trio exchanged uneasy glances, their discomfort evident. Su Ming quickly pieced together the scenario. It seemed Zhang Tai had managed to corner him at the library, and it was likely these three had betrayed him. However, he bore no anger. It was an expected outcome. The boys awkwardly inquired, "Bro, are you all right? We heard that Zhang Tai was after you. What's the big deal?" "Isn't that quite normal?" Su Ming replied nonchalantly, as if discussing something utterly mundane, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Normal?" The three boys were left in stunned silence. Chapter 9. The training machine. Su Ming chose not to dwell on their astonishment and proceeded to the bathroom, swiftly freshening up. Minutes later, he lay on his bed, staring at the bottom of the upper bunk, contemplating Zhang Tai's confrontation. To be honest, he was not surprised that Zhang Tai sought him out. Although there are times when individuals have no intersection or enmity, once one decides to pursue a course of action, they must consider the associated interests and entanglements. In Zhang Tai's case, the original owner of this body had been pursuing Lin Chuyu, regardless of the outcome. Su Ming stood as an obstacle in his path. From Zhang Tai's perspective, Su Ming had encroached upon his interests, and regardless of the fairness of it, he would inevitably cause trouble. Thus, when undertaking a venture, one must anticipate the possible repercussions and complications it may bring, assessing whether they can withstand the consequences. Otherwise, such behavior is foolish. The world is undeniably harsh and unforgiving. In a single phrase, it can be summarized as the survival of the fittest. Soon, Su Ming gradually closed his eyes and slipped into a deep slumber. At noon, in the open area outside building number 1, students from Mecha Class 3 began to arrive in succession. A boy with thick brows and bright eyes, brimming with energy, called out to his classmates as they gathered. "Everyone, please line up quickly. Class is about to start." "Mink, although you are the class leader, it is still not time for class, and Teacher Tang has not yet arrived." "Why are you shouting?" retorted a boy with unkempt hair, dark skin, and a disdainful gaze. This boy was none other than Chen Tong, who had previously mocked Su Ming in the classroom. Hearing Chen Tong's words, Mink replied without hesitation, "Chen Tong, if you do not wish to line up, please do not disturb the other students." "Humph, what a sycophant!" Chen Tong scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. At that moment, Su Ming, yawning lazily, sauntered over, feeling somewhat lethargic. He had stayed up late the previous night and had risen at 8:30 a.m. to review in the dormitory. His body was still adjusting to the strain. Suddenly, he sensed that the atmosphere was off and looked over carefully. To his surprise, he found Mink and Chen Tong locked in a fierce standoff, while the surrounding students instinctively stepped back. A peculiar expression crossed Su Ming's face. Was it really this lively? Perhaps the warming weather had heightened everyone's tempers. Fortunately, at that moment, Teacher Tang hurriedly approached. Upon seeing him, the students began to line up. Chen Tong also huffed dismissively and took his place at the end of the line. While Su Ming found a spot to stand, "Mink, is everyone here?" Tang Yin inquired of Mink. "Yes, teacher," Mink replied after a quick count. "All right then, follow me." Tang Yin wasted no time and led the students towards the training building. The training building was situated in the northern corner of the school and was one of the most significant structures in the academy. From a distance, one could see numerous students gathering below the grid-like edifice for training. Tang Yin guided Su Ming and the others into the building, arriving at Training Room 3 on the first floor. The training room spanned an impressive 500 square meters, resembling a large broadcasting studio. With rows of gray simulation training pods neatly arranged within, Su Ming gazed at the training pods with keen interest. They resembled pupae, each marked with an individual number and connected to various cables at the bottom. At that moment, Tang Yin addressed the students. "Everyone, find your corresponding simulation training pod according to your class number." Just as all the students were about to move, Chen Tong suddenly complained, "Ugh, boss. Why is it another simulation pod? It's so boring. What would you find interesting?" Tang Yin raised an eyebrow, looking at the troublesome Chen Tong. Chen Tong shrugged nonchalantly, replying with disdain, "What's the use of practicing on simulation pods all the time? Can't we try out some real equipment instead? Don't be ridiculous. How could simulation pods be worthless? We also use them during city assessments." "What do you need real equipment for?" Tang Yin explained patiently. "Isn't it more motivating to handle the real thing? Perhaps we learn faster, or is it that the school doesn't have any?" Chen Tong said with a smirk. At this, several students chimed in. "Yeah, teacher, Can we please get our hands on the real equipment? Exactly. We've never gotten to try it. Su Ming, hearing this, looked at Tang Yin with anticipation. The prospect of handling real equipment would indeed be a delightful surprise. Seeing the eager faces of his students and feeling the pressure from Chan Tong's remarks, Tang Yin reluctantly relented. Moreover, he was somewhat anxious about the poor performance of this year's class. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, you little rascals, follow me. Oh yeah, Teacher Tang is the best." The group cheered as Tang Yin led them away from the training building towards the rear. Behind the training building stood a massive steel structure resembling a rectangular warehouse, covering tens of thousands of square meters. Security patrols were plentiful, and students were typically not allowed near it, so Su Ming and the others had never ventured there before. As they approached, a burly security captain with a scarred face stepped forward. "Teacher Tang, what brings you here with so many students?" "Captain Qianfeng, I'm bringing these kids to try out the real machines." "Isn't the second training ground vacant today?" Tang Yin pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering a synthetic cigarette to Captain Qianfeng. Receiving the cigarette, Qianfeng gave Tang Yin a thumbs up. "Teacher Tang, you're quite generous. The real training machines are reserved for elite training, yet you brought the entire class here." "Just getting by," Tang Yin replied, his expression slightly stiff. "Well, I won't disturb your class any further." Qianfeng smiled and stepped aside. Tang Yin led Su Ming and the others into the training ground. Minutes later, accompanied by a crisp mechanical sound, the heavy alloy doors swung open. Following Teacher Tang, they entered the spacious training field. Su Ming curiously glanced around. The training ground soared over 30 meters high, with a steel frame structure at the top. The floor was laid with metal tiles, and surrounding the walls were observation platforms and a small resting area. In the center stood 5 somewhat outdated training machines. "Wow, mechas!" Huang Mao and the others shouted excitedly. This was their first encounter with real machines. Su Ming examined the 5 training mechas with great interest. They stood approximately 8 meters tall, their bodies covered in thick gray armor, humanoid in shape with a round head featuring a cross-shaped display. One of the massive mechanical arms wielded a soft rubber training knife. "Have you seen this? Let me introduce you," Tang Yin proudly stated. "This is the first-generation training machine, Iron Head. Each one is worth several million federal coins, making them exceptionally valuable. So, be gentle and take care of them during your training." "Several million federal coins? Teacher, you must be joking. These machines look so old, like second-hand goods. How could they possibly be that expensive?" Chun Tong and others expressed their disbelief. "What do you know? Mechas are inherently expensive, and the manufacturing process is complex with production always lagging behind. This is already quite cheap. Now, enough chit-chat. We have limited time, so let us get everyone a turn." Tang Yin cleared his throat and adopted a serious demeanor. "All right," the group responded enthusiastically. "Mink, Chun Tong, you go first. Don't be nervous. Just operate as you would in the simulation training pods. There isn't much of a difference." Tang Yin directly called up the class leader and others to demonstrate, as they were the top performers. "Okay." Mink and the others replied excitedly. At this moment, several figures emerged from the resting area, leaning against the iron railing of the observation platform to gaze down. "Everyone, look at the observation platform above," Huang Mao exclaimed excitedly to his classmates. Su Ming instinctively looked up and was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Lin Chuyu standing there in her school uniform, smiling down at them. Beside her were 3 boys and 1 girl. Though Su Ming did not recognize all of them, the other students certainly did. At that moment, a girl from the class shouted with excitement, "Li Fubai, it's really him!" Upon hearing that name, Su Ming followed the gaze of the girls and landed on a tall, slender boy with fair skin and a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Standing to the left of Lin Chuyu, he couldn't help but take a few extra glances, especially since, according to Huang Mao, Li Fubai intended to cause him trouble. How interesting. It has never been this lively here before," remarked a leisurely young man leaning against the railing, his build proportionate and his features plain. "Zhou Wei, have you lost your mind? What is so interesting about this? Since when did the real machine training ground become a free-for-all where anyone can come and train?" Zhang Tai replied irritably, especially disgusted by the sight of the overweight boy in the crowd. "Who cares? If I find it interesting, that's enough. If you have a problem with it, why don't you kick them out?" Zhou Wei retorted, showing no leniency towards Zhang Tai. "You?" Zhang Tai was instantly infuriated. "Calm down, don't get angry. A gentle girl wearing black-framed glasses and possessing a delicate beauty interjected, trying to soothe the situation. Sun Yu is right. Let us not argue, Lin Chuyu said calmly. Humph. Zhang Tai suppressed his anger, choosing not to continue the quarrel in front of Lin Chuyu, as he did not want to lose face. At that moment, Tang Yin also noticed Lin Chuyu and the others, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. This class he was leading was indeed quite mediocre, with not a single student selected for special training. Even so, he held high hopes for his students. However, seeing them in such disarray, utterly incapable of comparison with others, he felt a wave of frustration and sternly admonished, "Everyone, quiet down. What a mess this is. It's class time. Focus your energy and attention on the training." Instantly, all the students fell silent, aware that their teacher was somewhat displeased. "Everyone, step aside," Tang Yin instructed, turning to Su Ming and the others. "All right, teacher," they replied in unison, promptly retreating to the periphery. Tang Yin then cautioned the 5 members of the Mecha team. "In front of the Mecha, there are liftable metal tiles that will elevate you to the cockpit. Also, be cautious while operating. Do not be reckless. Understood?" They nodded in response, their eagerness palpable as they approached the training machine. Soon, they stood before the apparatus and stepped onto a marked metal tile. With a crisp sound, the tile ascended, lifting them to the cockpit level. The 5 of them opened the cockpit hatch located beneath the training machine and climbed inside, securing the hatch behind them to in the following moment. The circular display on each of the 5 training mechas illuminated with a large red, one after another, as they roared to life, producing a cacophony of noise. "They're starting up. Let us go." The surrounding students shouted excitedly. At that moment, each training machine began to move, lifting its mechanical left leg, but soon they exhibited instability, tilting at varying degrees. Tang Yan's heart raced at the sight, and he called out urgently, "Steady yourselves, don't flail about." The Mecha team quickly grasped the control sticks, attempting to stabilize their machines. For a brief moment, the 5 training mechas swayed and wobbled like individuals attempting to balance on one leg. "They're going to fall," Huang Mao and others exclaimed anxiously. With a resounding crash, 4 mechas toppled one after another, even Chen Tong unable to maintain his balance. Only Mecha was left, grappling desperately to control his swaying machine. "Haha, this is hilarious. I thought I'd witness their skills, yet they can't even stand." Zhou Wei chuckled, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. In truth, there was a significant difference between real machines and training simulators, especially since the Academy-S simulators were not top-tier, offering only an 80% fidelity. The operational feel and sensory feedback were entirely different. Furthermore, being their first encounter with actual machinery, they were bound to be quite nervous. Hence their frequent falls were hardly surprising. "Zhou Wei, stop laughing," Lin Chuyu softly chided. "Apologies, I didn't mean to laugh. I just couldn't help it," Zhou Wei replied with a grin. At this moment, Mecha's mecha was tilting precariously, leaving Tang Yin feeling a chill of dread. Fortunately, just as the training machine was about to fall, Mecha forcefully pulled the control stick, narrowly stabilizing it. The class leader has steadied himself. Impressive. Some of the girls applauded cheerfully, and Tang Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the fallen mechas struggled to rise, but some collapsed again at the slightest movement. Watching this unfold, Tang Yan's heart ached, though the training machines were robust and designed to withstand impacts. They couldn't endure such abuse indefinitely. With numerous students eager to practice, if damage exceeded the school's repair limits, it would result in significant financial loss for him. Nonetheless, despite the pain in his heart, he had no intention of calling for a halt. Chapter 11. On the machine, because these students were under his guidance, most would eventually find themselves on the battlefield if all went well. By enhancing their skills now, they might secure admission into better schools, improving their future prospects. With this thought in mind, Tang Yin grit his teeth and called out, "Steady yourselves, don't rush to get up. Get accustomed to the controls." Mecha, managing to stabilize his machine, echoed the sentiment to his peers, "Don't be nervous. Avoid making abrupt movements. You'll soon find your rhythm. You don't need to remind me." Chen Tong retorted, gritting his teeth as he struggled to stabilize his mecha. The other 3 students gradually found their footing, managing to stand their machines upright. Slowly, the 5 of them began to settle into the routine, at least keeping their mechas upright. Tang Yin promptly issued further instructions. "Guide your mechas to walk in a straight line. No sprinting yet. Familiarize yourselves completely before attempting any speed. Following Tang Yin's directive, the Mecha team maneuvered their mechas forward, albeit unsteadily. Xu Ming concentrated intently on their practical exercises, striving to remember the teacher's key points. Time flew by, and after an hour and a half, the 5 machines had rotated thrice, yielding dismal results. It was no surprise that they fell as soon as they engaged. At this moment, Tang Yin called out again, Su Ming, Cheng Ran, Wang Qi, Qinlei, Zhao Ran. Upon hearing his name, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing as he inhaled deeply and approached the training machine. On the observation deck, Lin Chuyu's gaze was fixed on Su Ming, quietly observing. Meanwhile, Li Fubai, standing nearby, noticed her focus on Su Ming and felt a flicker of discontent in his eyes, though he said nothing. Zhang Tai, on the other hand, scrutinized Su Ming, eager to assess the boy's capabilities. Soon, Su Ming stood on the marked metal tile, gazing up at the iron-headed training mecha before him. Although it was a training machine devoid of weapon modules, its imposing size and solid metal body exuded a formidable presence. Once in motion, it resembled a ferocious steel beast. Conventional soldiers would appear as mere ants before it, easily crushed. With a creaking sound, the metal tile ascended, elevating Su Ming to the cockpit level. He reached out to open the cockpit and, with some effort, climbed inside. The interior of the cockpit was surprisingly spacious, accommodating even Su Ming's larger frame without feeling cramped. Suppressing his excitement and anticipation, he surveyed the cockpit's interior. The cockpit consisted of 2 main parts, the driver's seat and an entirely metallic control panel. Sitting in the driver's seat, Su Ming recalled the instructions from memory and pressed the safety buckle button on the left armrest. With a click, the fixed safety buckle extended, securing Su Ming firmly in place. He then manually adjusted the driver's seat to ensure an optimal distance from the metal control panel. Having completed these adjustments, Su Ming turned his attention to the control panel, which boasted 32 buttons of various functions and 3 primary control sticks. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and reached for the start button. Just as he was about to make contact, a series of crashing sounds intensified his anxiety. Nevertheless, he pressed the start button. In an instant, the mecha's power system activated, causing the entire machine to vibrate and emit a cacophony of noise as the control panel's screen lit up. Notification. Power system activated, energy output stable. Notification. Self-diagnostic in progress. Su Ming observed the ever-increasing notifications on the screen, his focus sharpening. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Tang Yin watched as Huang Mao and his group fell one after another, feeling increasingly numb. His heart was no longer merely aching but felt drained. Zhou Wei could hardly contain his laughter at the absurdity of their falls. Oh dear. This is absolutely hilarious. But don't you think Tang Yin should be concerned about the machines? When we first tried the real ones, sure, we were a bit clumsy, but it wasn't like this. Will they damage the mechas like this? If they break, we won't have anything left to practice on? Sun Yu expressed her concern. Hearing this, Zhou Wei's smile faltered. While it was amusing to watch, if the mechas were genuinely damaged, it would affect them all. At that moment, Su Ming's training machine also fully activated. Without any issues, it began to lose balance with the slightest movement, flailing wildly. Tang Yin sighed, shaking his head in resignation. However, a sudden cheer erupted. He steadied it. Tang Yin paused, taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized Su Ming had indeed stabilized his machine and was even taking confident strides without falling. Witnessing this, a trace of disbelief crossed Tang Yin's face. When did Su Ming's operating skills improve so dramatically? Thus far, only the class leader Mecha had managed to keep his mecha upright. The rest had fallen without exception during their first encounter with the real machines. This subtle difference was significant. The initial handling of real machines often revealed a person's innate talent and skill. Tang Yin distinctly recalled that Su Ming's mecha operation had always been mediocre. While not at the bottom of the class, he typically just scraped by in simulated tests. Li Fubai, observing Su Ming's stability, couldn't hide his disdain. With such abilities, pursuing Lin Chuyu seemed utterly foolish. Had Su Ming operated the real machine with such finesse, Li Fubai might have felt a hint of threat and taken it seriously. Now, he simply saw Su Ming as a jester. At this moment, Su Ming maneuvered his mecha forward, each step growing steadier and more controlled. When did his skills become this refined? Is this really him operating? I could barely keep my machine upright. Huang Mao and his peers murmured in disbelief. Chen Tong, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of irritation. How could this deadweight manage the real machine so well? It had to be some trick. Humph. Maybe he is wealthy and has had prior experience with real machines. He scoffed. That's a valid point. It's not impossible. Some clubs allow access to real machines. Others chimed in agreement. Yes, that must be it. How could his skills improve so drastically? At this moment, class leader Mecha also rebutted Qintong. Qintong, your remarks epitomize typical prejudice and an inability to witness a classmate's progress. Although Su Ming's grades have not been exemplary, he has demonstrated immense effort. Now that he has improved, as fellow classmates, we should genuinely rejoice and offer encouragement rather than gossip behind his back. Upon hearing Mecha's words, the originally murmuring students fell silent. Chapter 12. The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. Qintong scoffed and refrained from further comment. That moment, the training machine operated by Su Ming began to accelerate gradually, capturing everyone's attention. Inside the cockpit of the Ironhead training machine, Su Ming continuously manipulated the control lever, simultaneously incrementally pushing the power lever to enhance the energy output. Although his nerves were taut and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, he relished the experience immensely. It was simply exhilarating. He glanced at the timer on the control screen and realized that half an hour of training had passed in the blink of an eye, leaving only 5 minutes remaining. Su Ming's gaze flickered, and he exhaled softly, adjusting his state to its optimal level before slightly advancing the power lever. With a growing hum, the noise of the power engine intensified, and the Ironhead training machine quickened its pace, resembling a light jog. "Wow, this is incredible!" exclaimed numerous classmates in awe. Tang Yin was equally thrilled, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gains from bringing them to real machine training. Soon, the rotation training session concluded, and Su Ming maneuvered the training machine back to its original position. With a soft click, the cockpit opened gently, and Su Ming clumsily climbed down. Applause erupted, and Su Ming, momentarily taken aback, looked up to see Tang Yin and several students approaching him. "Fantastic job, Su Ming. Your operation was superb," Tang Yin praised, beaming with delight. "Indeed, Su Ming, your control was impressive, especially the final acceleration. It was simply magnificent," echoed Zhao Ran and others excitedly, feeling a bit bashful from their compliments. Su Ming could only respond with a smile. "Thank you." Taking this opportunity, Tang Yin encouraged the remaining students. "Everyone, train diligently. You too can perform as well as Su Ming." "Understood, teacher," the students replied enthusiastically. That moment, Zhang Tai observed the group of novices who had just learned to walk, reveling in their pride, and a sneer crept onto his face. He condescendingly called out to the excited crowd, "A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. Is this really something to be overly joyous about?" Upon hearing this, Mecha and the others looked up at Zhang Tai with irritation. "What did you say? Is there a problem with what I said? Please understand one thing. Your current operational level is akin to that of an infant who has just learned to walk. Any slight misstep and you will fall, let alone combat. What use is that? Although we are all in the same grade, we have already engaged in real combat, highlighting the chasm between clouds and mud." Zhang Tai's unreserved ridicule was like a bucket of cold water dousing the spirits of the jubilant group. For a moment, Mecha and the others stood frozen in disbelief. Tang Yin's expression turned furious as he glared at Zhang Tai, who had undermined his efforts to inspire the students by bringing them to real machine training. Just as he was about to reprimand Zhang Tai, a voice called from the entrance, "Teacher Tang, could you come here for a moment?" Tang Yin turned to see a wrinkled man with graying hair, dressed in a teacher's uniform, standing at the door. "Isn't that Teacher Chunyi?" "Yes, why is he here?" Huang Mao and the others murmured in confusion. Tang Yin promptly instructed the group, "I'll step out briefly. Continue with your training. Mecha, you will be responsible for organizing the next session." "Understood, teacher," Mecha replied hastily as Tang Yin walked toward the entrance. Outside the training room, Chunyi lowered his voice and said to Tang Yin, "Why did you bring the entire class to the real machine training ground? This isn't in accordance with the rules. I am aware of the impropriety, but I still wanted to give them a chance." Tang Yin responded, shaking his head at "I understand, but the school might have objections, and you could face reprimand, possibly losing your bonus this year. It's fine. If you think it's all right, I won't press further. By the way, what brings you here?" "My students are here." "Your students? Wait, Lin Chuyu and the others aren't under your guidance, are they?" "They are, and I have completed 28 slots. If all goes well this year, I will have enough for 30. and then I will apply for a transfer. Chunyi smiled at Tang Yin, feeling quite confident. Oh, congratulations. Tang Yin expressed, his envy evident. Thank you. How many slots do you have left? Chunyi inquired casually. I still have a long way to go. I have only completed 3 slots. I have no idea when I will reach the required number. Tang Yin replied bitterly. No worries, take your time. Chunyi comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Inside the training room, Mecha noticed that the students appeared somewhat dispirited, lacking the earlier enthusiasm and vigor. Thus, he raised his voice to inspire them. Listen to me, everyone. We are in the prime of our youth. If we work hard, we will surely reap rewards. I believe all of you can shine in the city examination and gain admission to the Royal Military Academy together. The class leader is right. We can do it, indeed, as long as we put in the effort. In an instant, the initially disheartened students regained their confidence. Su Ming couldn't help but admire Mecha, recognizing him as a remarkably competent class leader. Just then, Lin Chuyu and the others descended from the observation deck. They were preparing to leave the training room to find their mentor, Chan Yi, when they overheard Mecha and the others discussing the Royal Military Academy. Zhang Tai felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure, as if his aspirations were being tarnished, and he sneered. It seems you are not just frogs at the bottom of the well, but also still dreaming in broad daylight. Don't go too far. Can we not have our own goals and ideals? Is it only permissible for you to aim for the Royal Military Academy while forbidding us from doing so? Mecha retorted angrily. At that moment, Zhou Wei, hands in his pockets, shook his head with a smile. Although I find Zhang Tai irritating, I must admit that what he says has merit. You seem to have misunderstood how stringent the admissions for the Royal Military Academy are. While they indeed offer 10 slots for our district, do you know how many students were accepted last year? How many? Huang Mao inquired instinctively. Su Ming also looked curiously at Zhou Wei. Not a single one. To be precise, for the entire 13th district, it has been 5 years since anyone was accepted into the Royal Military Academy. Zhou Wei replied with a grin. Chapter 13. Out of luck. Upon hearing this, Mecha and the others were left speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Chan Tong's expression darkened as he, feeling somewhat disgruntled, remarked, Then surely we can aim for the external schools. Indeed, external schools are easier to enter. Boasting 1,000 slots, but you must understand that last year, only 101 students from the entire 13th district were accepted into external schools, with 72 of them being students from First Intermediate Academy. Haiheng. Our school only had 3 students accepted, and among those 101, many were not without connections. Consider how many truly competent individuals there are, Zhou Wei explained. Smiling, Su Ming furrowed his brow, realizing the difficulty was far greater than he had anticipated. To be frank, all 3 students who were accepted from our school last year were special training students, like us. The Royal Military Academy has never been within reach for you. You are only fit to aim for inferior institutions. Zhang Tai scornfully derided. How can this be? There are so many slots allocated for our district. If only this few are admitted, how can the Royal Military Academy fill its seats? Zhao Ran and the others expressed incredulity. Zhou Wei turned to Zhao Ran, responding with a smile, You need not worry about that. They will definitely fill the slot. We are the 13th district, and the 12 districts ahead of us are all stronger. Moreover, students from the 3 cities on the ground enjoy resources beyond our reach, operating on an entirely different level. If they cannot fill the seats, there are also students from external planets, although their conditions are poorer. Among millions, a few geniuses will emerge, and considering their population base, that is quite significant. Humph. So you might as well stop dreaming, you bunch of ignorant fools. Focus on making the cut for other inferior schools. Perhaps you will be assigned to the Mecha Reserve Forces and, after enduring a few years, might even get a chance to pilot a real mecha. Zhang Tai sneered. Enough of this. Let us leave. Lin Chuyu stated calmly to Zhang Tai and his group. Zhang Tai and Zhou Wei, upon hearing Lin Chuyu speak, chose not to say more and left with her. At this moment, Mecha and the others felt deeply disheartened, as if frost had struck them, leaving them entirely deflated. Some girls, upon facing setbacks, simply crouched down, burying their heads in their embraced arms. Su Ming, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of distress. It seemed all was lost, as if cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the core. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, after conversing with Chan Yi, entered the training ground with a somewhat heavy heart, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of quotas. The term quota actually referred to the number of students from the external school who could be admitted to the Royal Military Academy, as long as a certain number of students were successfully trained to pass the exams. One could apply for transfers to different schools in various cities. Naturally, the quality of the schools to which one could transfer was contingent upon the quota numbers. The minimum for a transfer was 10 quotas, while Chan Yi aimed to gather 30, in hopes of advancing to a school within the 3 cities. For this aspiration, he had labored for over 20 years. Sigh. Tang Yin sighed. He too needed 30 quotas. But after so many years, he had only achieved 3, and of course, there were shortcuts. Producing a single student who gained admission to the inner school would grant an unconditional promotion. However, Tang Yin quickly adjusted his despondent mood and made his way to the training area. Yet, upon returning, he was taken aback. The students, who should have been energetically training, were instead sitting on the ground, each one listless, the entire area suffused with a palpable negativity and despondency. It was as though he beheld all the seedlings he had painstakingly nurtured withering away. And he hastily inquired, "What is going on? Why aren't you training? What's the point of training? There's no hope anyway. Just give up. There's no need to struggle," one student replied dejectedly. Hey, what on earth happened?" Tang Yin, now anxious, turned to Ming Ku. Ming Ku raised his head, his expression complicated as he asked Tang Yin, "Teacher, is what they said true? No one from the 13th district has entered the Royal Academy's inner school in 5 years. And isn't it only the special training students who have a chance to get in? Do we have no hope at all?" Su Ming and the others also looked up at Tang Yin. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin's heart sank, and he inwardly berated Zhang Tai and the others. He had invested so much effort, only to see his seedlings on the verge of perishing. This could not continue. Thus, Tang Yin encouraged them. "What they said is indeed true, but you must believe in yourselves. As an ancient saying goes, the universe is not yet determined. You and I are both dark horses." "Really?" Ming Ku and the others looked at Tang Yin with hopeful expressions. "Of course it's true. You must believe in miracles," Tang Yin declared earnestly. "Miracles? It's hopeless. We're done for." Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Ming Ku and the others became even more despondent. A miracle was akin to winning a lottery. After all, instantly, they exuded an aura of negativity. Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. Teacher Tang certainly had a unique way of comforting people. Tang Yin's heart jolted as he realized he had misspoken. And he quickly rallied, "Don't be disheartened. I was merely using an analogy. There is still hope." Unfortunately, it proved ineffective, as everyone remained listless. Tang Yin, observing this scene, gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, proclaiming, "Do not lose heart. After all, it's in our hands. Today's training ends here, and I will treat you all to barbecue." "Really?" The previously disheartened students sprang to their feet, their spirits lifted. "Of course it's true. Let us go." Though it pained him financially, Tang Yin had no choice but to splurge. After all, these were his students, and he had to rely on them for the quotas. "All right," Ming Ku and the others responded joyfully. Half an hour later, at the Nyonyo barbecue restaurant near the Mayan Intermediate Academy, the once quiet establishment was now bustling with activity, as the small space was filled to capacity with 50 students. A somewhat plump middle-aged woman, beaming with a smile, urged the waitstaff, "Hurry, bring out the meat." In these times, business was tough, and it was rare to have so many diners. The air was rich with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. The sound of sizzling grease filling the hall, delicious. It's truly amazing. When someone treats us, the taste is just different. Amidst laughter and chatter, the group enjoyed the barbecue, which, although hastily raised, was still quite satisfying. Su Ming watched the golden brown meat grilling, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Logic told him he shouldn't eat, yet his body's instincts were undeniably honest, leaving him in a state of discomfort as he sat there. Tormented. Chapter 14. The turnaround at this moment, Ming Ku stood up, raising a can of beer, and shouted to all his classmates, "Everyone, listen to me. It's a rare occasion for our teacher to treat us to a meal. Let us raise a toast to him. Hooray!" The students all stood up, raising their glasses. Tang Yin, smiling broadly, stood up as well and downed his drink in one go, then continued, "Please sit down. You are all my students whom I have painstakingly taught for 3 years. Honestly, you are no different from my own children. However, there are no everlasting banquets in this world. Once the city exams are over, we will all part ways, and we may never see each other again in this lifetime. So, don't hold back. Eat freely. Yet, as soon as Tang Yin finished speaking, the previously vibrant atmosphere fell silent. The once exuberant crowd all lowered their heads. Tang Yin observed this scene, and his heart sank. Oh no. This meal has gone to waste. He quickly backtracked. Cheer up. Don't be so downcast. Let us talk about dreams. What are your dreams? Mingku, you go first. Mingku, seeing the teacher asking him, earnestly replied, My dream is to enter the Royal Academy's external school. Graduate and join the military to make my mark on the battlefield. Good. Let us applaud. Tang Yin immediately led the applause. The class leader will definitely succeed. The crowd followed suit, applauding sincerely. Thank you, Mingke responded. Somewhat shyly. At that moment, Tang Yin called on Huang Mao next, asking, Chung Ran, what is your dream? Me? Actually, I don't want to be on the front lines. I just want to graduate, spend a few years in the reserve, and then come back to open my own bar. Huang Mao scratched his head. Shoo. The crowd laughed and teased. What are you shushing for? You all should share your dreams too, Huang Mao retorted defiantly. What's the point of discussing our dreams? Why not ask teacher what his dream is? Chen Tong chuckled, prompting the group to focus their attention on Tang Yin, who was then playfully badgered. Yeah, teacher, what is your dream? Do tell. Su Ming also looked at Tang Yin with keen interest. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Tang Yin smiled and said, My dream is to gather 30 quotas and transfer to the Oak Academy in the Rain City. Ah, teacher, you want to transfer schools? Isn't this place good? Mingku and the others asked, puzzled. This place is quite fine, but I still wish to transfer. I can't disclose the specific reasons, Tang Yin replied with a hint of nostalgia. There must be something behind it. Is there someone you like at that school? The group inquired curiously. Don't say such things. Although Tang Yin did not admit it, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Teacher, you're smiling so sweetly. It must be true. Tell us about her. Who is she? Mingku and the others asked eagerly. All right, I'll satisfy your curiosity. She is my classmate, and she teaches at that academy, which is why I wish to transfer there, Tang Yin confessed without further reservation. Now it makes sense. But teacher, you've been teaching here for so many years. It seems you haven't interacted much with her. It suggests you haven't seen each other in a long time. How can you be sure she isn't married or doesn't have a boyfriend? Chin Tong teased. Tang Yin's smile immediately froze, as if doused with cold water, and his mood plummeted. Now, he felt a bit uncomfortable. The once vibrant atmosphere turned cold, but Tang Yin quickly regained his composure and awkwardly said, I'm not sure about that. After all, it's a dream. Let us not dwell on this. Let us eat more. All right, Mingku and the others chimed in on the other side. Su Ming sat alone in a corner, trying to distance himself from them, suppressing his desire to eat meat. Occasionally, he took sips of plain water, contemplating the situation regarding the Royal Military Academy. Su Ming had known that this school was challenging to enter, but after Zhang Tai and the others' ridicule, he gained a more direct understanding of its difficulty. At this moment, Tang Yin noticed Su Ming sitting alone in the corner, feeling out of place. He sighed softly and approached Su Ming, kindly saying, Su Ming snapped back to reality, surprised to see Tang Yin. Teacher, why aren't you joining everyone? Are you still feeling down about things? Is your heart troubled? Tang Yin asked with concern. Su Ming looked at Tang Yin. Reflecting carefully, he recalled that this teacher Tang had indeed treated him well, yet it seemed there was a misunderstanding. However, some things are often worsened by elaboration, so Su Ming could only reply. No. Tang Yin took a sip of beer. Feeling somewhat emotional as he remarked, Su Ming, life is not always smooth sailing. We will encounter many setbacks and regrets. We must learn to reconcile with ourselves, understand? Tang Yin originally intended to encourage Su Ming to diligently participate in the city examination before pursuing love. However, upon reflecting on the disparity between himself and Lin Chuyu, he decisively changed his stance, fearing that Su Ming's fragile heart would be unable to withstand the disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming shook his head and replied, Teacher, I understand. Yet, I am still young, and my future is brimming with infinite possibilities. I can strive to pursue everything I desire without the need for immediate reconciliation with myself. Rather, it is you who should act swiftly. You seem to be of considerable age, and the time left for you is limited. If you delay too long and fail to secure a transfer, you might truly miss your chance. Upon hearing Shan Xiu's words, Tang Yin felt as though a sharp blade had pierced his heart. The reality of his age, combined with the meager 3 slots he held and the seemingly distant prospect of a transfer, plunged him into a profound despondency. He fell silent, quietly extracting a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, taking deep puffs as if it were the only balm for his inner turmoil. Soon, the cigarette was consumed, and he lit another, seeking solace in the smoke that momentarily numbed his pain. Watching Tang Yin smoke, Su Ming sighed and gently advised, "Teacher, you should smoke less. Most girls despise smokers, and this habit cannot bode well for you." Tang Yin felt as though another dagger had pierced his heart at Su Ming's remark. Consequently, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand, silently reaching for a can of beer. Consuming one after another, his face betraying a mixture of resentment and sorrow. Ahem, teacher, you must listen to me. Girls also dislike heavy drinkers, especially men who resort to alcohol as an escape whenever faced with difficulties. Su Ming reminded, his voice tinged with helplessness. Tang Yin felt another stab of anguish at Su Ming's words. The grievances and frustrations accumulated over the years surged within him, exacerbated by the effects of alcohol. In that moment, his psychological defenses crumbled like a dam breached by floodwaters. Suddenly, he collapsed over the table, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 15. Reconciliation. Su Ming was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. What was happening? Wasn't the teacher supposed to be guiding him? How did the tables turn so that he was the one collapsing? He reached out a hand, gently patting Tang Yan's back in an attempt to comfort him. Teacher, do not be sad. You must learn to reconcile with yourself. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Tang Yan's sobs grew even more sorrowful. At that moment, their classmates, including Ming Ku, who heard the cries, fell silent, turning to look at Tang Yin, exchanging puzzled glances as they approached. Su Ming, what has happened? What is wrong with Teacher Tang? Why is he crying so heart-wrenchingly? Su Ming, feeling helpless, spread his hands in confusion, unsure of how to explain, and could only say to the crowd, "Perhaps it's just a case of midlife sensitivity. It's all right, sometimes crying is needed." Tang Yin was utterly overwhelmed, breaking down into loud wails. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, in the deep of night, within the Yunda waste treatment plant in the lower district of District 13, discarded furniture, broken appliances, tattered plastic products, and sticky household waste were piled high, stretching for miles. The air was thick with a pungent stench, and swarms of flies buzzed above the refuse. At that moment, 2 men clad in gray work uniforms, wearing illuminating helmets and wielding metal shovels, were inspecting the garbage heap. "Zhao Yuan, it's nearly 4 o'clock. Can we take a break? Yuan, you check that side. I'll take a look over there. The hole in the wall was just patched a few days ago. It might have been reopened by those thieves trying to pilfer. Ugh, it really never ends. They even steal garbage. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have to work so hard." Yuan sighed in response. "There's no choice. It's all for survival. I don't want to make things difficult for them either. But if they steal too much, we might lose our jobs, and we have families to support." Zhao Yuan shook his head, his voice tinged with melancholy. Although this place was merely a dump, the upper district residents looked down upon it with disdain. For the citizens of the lower district, it was a vast treasure trove. Not only could they salvage food from broken appliances, but if luck was on their side, they might even find expired medicines. "All right then," Yuan conceded, moving towards a corner of the dump. He soon approached a pile of garbage near the wall, surveying the area to ensure no one was around before turning to leave. Just as he took a few steps, a metallic clang echoed behind him, the sound of a can rolling. "Who's there? Show yourself." Yuan spun around, brandishing his shovel in warning. Yet, the garbage heap remained silent. Offering no response, he remained vigilant, knowing that these thieves were exceptionally cunning. He cautiously approached, calling out, "Come out, I see you." As Yuan advanced, the can rolled again, producing a faint noise. Startled, he glanced down at the can, only to have a grotesque, black-furred rat with swollen eyes emerge, baring its teeth at him. Chirp! Yuan's heart raced, and he swung the shovel down forcefully. Smack! The rat was instantly flattened, and Yuan exhaled in relief. Slowly lifting the shovel, however, to his astonishment, the flattened rat, instead of lying still, scrambled back to its feet, its eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, the deformed rat lunged at Yuan. Yuan stumbled backward, raising his shovel once more to strike. But this time he missed. The deformed rat lunged onto his right foot, and in terror, he looked down, kicking his leg in an attempt to shake it off. Unfortunately, the rat clung to him as if glued. At that moment, the grotesque rat opened its mouth and bit down. Yuan screamed, collapsing to the ground. Almost immediately, a mass of black cells oozed from the rat's mouth, seeping into the wound on his foot. Not far off, Zhao Yuan, hearing Yuan scream, rushed over in alarmed. As he approached, he saw Yuan sprawled on the ground and shouted in concern, "Yuan, what happened to you?" Yuan, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise from the ground. Zhao Yuan felt an unsettling sense of foreboding and halted, anxiously eyeing Yuan. "Yuan, are you okay? Say something." Yuan slowly raised his head. Upon seeing Yuan's face, Zhao Yuan's pupils dilated in horror, and he instinctively recoiled. Yuan's veins had darkened and swollen, black streaks marred his face, his fingers elongated into sharp claws, and his eyes turned a sinister crimson, transforming him into a monstrous figure inching closer to Zhao Yuan. "Don't come any closer!" Zhao Yuan cried out in terror, retreating as Yuan advanced. In a moment of desperation, he swung his shovel, striking Yuan's head. Thud. Yuan froze momentarily. Zhao Yuan, terrified, pulled back the shovel, only to see Yuan's head lolling at an unnatural angle. But then, with a swift motion, Yuan straightened his head, seizing the shovel with a vice-like grip. Zhao Yuan gasped, unable to react in time as Yuan violently wrenched the shovel from his grasp. Swinging it at Zhao Yuan, thud! Zhao Yuan was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, the pain rendering him momentarily incapacitated. He looked up in agony at the advancing Yuan, his face etched with terror, which soon morphed into despair. Behind Yuan, pairs of crimson eyes began to glow ominously. Suddenly, a horde of grotesque rats charged forward. Fueled by an instinctual will to survive, Zhao Yuan scrambled to his feet. However, the swarm of deformed rats surged past Yuan, overwhelming Zhao Yuan in an instant. Before he could regain his balance, he was besieged by the horde of rats. No. Zhao Yuan's final, heart-wrenching scream echoed as the writhing black cells enveloped him, invading his very being. The following morning, at Mayan Intermediate Academy, within a classroom, Su Ming and his classmates were already seated. The incessant ringing of the class bell echoed through the air. The students instinctively glanced towards the open doorway. Yet when the bell ceased, they found the expected arrival of Teacher Tang absent. Teacher Tang is late? Is the sun rising from the west? Such an occurrence was indeed peculiar. The classroom buzzed with chatter. Su Ming was equally taken aback. He recalled that Tang Yin had never been late before. He always appeared in the classroom before the bell rang. "Quiet down, everyone. Let us be patient and wait." Ming Ku stood up, addressing the class. The previously noisy classroom fell silent, and the students settled into wait. Minutes ticked by, and still, Tang Yin did not arrive. Ming Ku, now growing restless, stood up, pulled out his phone, and stepped out of the classroom. As the others observed Ming Ku leaving to make a call, they couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Su Ming, resting his chin on one hand, gently tapped the desk with his fingers, an uneasy premonition creeping into his mind. A few minutes later, Ming Ku returned, addressing the class with a grave expression. "I have already called Teacher Tang. He is unwell and has taken a leave today. So everyone is to study independently." This news fell upon the class like a stone cast into a pond, stirring ripples of surprise and astonishment among the students, who exclaimed, "Is it true that we must study on our own? What has happened to Teacher Tang? Does he not care about us anymore? Could it be that he collapsed under the pressure yesterday?" Su Ming felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Indeed, it seemed that the very things he feared were coming to pass. With only a few days until the city examination, the fact that Teacher Tang had asked them to study independently felt like a double blow. "Everyone, please quiet down and focus on your studies," Ming Ku shouted with irritation. The classroom fell silent once more, and the students sighed collectively, bowing their heads to resume their studies. In the reception room of Villa 17, Tianlan in the upper city, Su Yuan awkwardly greeted a man of considerable age, with a mane of white hair, wrinkled skin speckled with dark spots, a serious demeanor, and clad in a black suit. "Mr. Zhang Yu, please have a seat. Let me pour you a glass of water. I did not expect you to come this time." Mr. Zhang Yu sat comfortably on the plush sofa. May I inquire about my father's stance on this matter?" Su Yuan's hand trembled slightly as he offered the cup filled with warm water to Zhang Yu, his heart racing in his chest. This Mr. Zhang Yu was a figure of great importance to their family, not only a top-tier information expert, but also his former mentor. Regrettably, Su Yuan had not learned much and had now forgotten nearly everything. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The fact that his family had sent him here indicated how seriously the old man regarded this situation, and he was deeply concerned about his father's attitude. This alone illustrated the extent of Su Yuan's trepidation towards his father. At that moment, Zhao Ning, standing beside Su Yuan, lightly stepped on his foot and shot him an annoyed glare, urging him to be less cowardly. However, Su Yuan resembled a frightened deer, utterly unable to control himself, gazing at Zhang Yu with wide eyes. "Thank you." Regarding the matter of young Master Su Ming being humiliated to the point of contemplating suicide by hanging, the old man is already fully aware and is extremely furious. Regardless, Su Ming is also his grandson, and such humiliation will not be tolerated. Thus, he has sent me to investigate this matter, and once the facts are clear, he will take action from above. Zhang Yu replied steadily as he accepted the water cup. He did not say anything about me, did he? Su Yuan asked with a hint of unease. No, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. That is wonderful. Su Yuan exhaled in relief, expressing his joy. Zhao Ning observed Su Yuan's demeanor with a sense of helplessness. Despite having been married into the Su family for so long, he remained so fearful of the old man. In truth, Zhao Ning felt a sense of disappointment towards Su Yuan. When she first married into the Su family, everyone believed she had made a significant advancement, yet to her family's surprise, Su Yuan was not only inept but also excessively timid and terrified of the old man, ultimately leading to his expulsion. He was utterly incapable of providing any connections or assistance to her family, resulting in their disdain for Zhao Ning. Every time she returned, she was met with sarcastic remarks. Nonetheless, Zhao Ning took it all in stride. Despite Su Yuan's shortcomings, he was still quite good to her and their child. Just then, Chen Hui entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in gray work attire, wearing a safety helmet, and with somewhat disheveled hair. "Boss, there's been an incident at the landfill." The middle-aged man reported urgently upon seeing Su Yuan. Su Yuan turned to look at the man with irritation. "Hu Jia, what could possibly warrant this interruption right now? Can't you see I am entertaining a distinguished guest? 2 people have gone missing at the landfill, and we can't find them anywhere," Hu Jia quickly reported. "Missing? Are you not searching for them? What use is it to tell me this? Do you expect me to assist you? Do not bother me. I have important matters at hand." Su Yuan dismissed Hu Jia impatiently. His primary concern today was to discuss how to help his son seek vengeance with Zhang Yu, and everything else was secondary. Yes, Hu Jia, sensing Su Yuan's anger, hurriedly retreated. Once Hu Jia had left, Su Yuan turned to Zhang Yu. "Mr. Zhang Yu, when do you plan to begin your investigation so that I may accompany you to the school?" "There is no need. I will conduct the investigation myself." Zhang Yu replied with a smile. If you do not go to the school, how will you access the internal network for your investigation?" Su Yuan asked, puzzled. "Young Master Su, if the school truly wishes to uncover the instigator, it would not be difficult. However, the lack of results speaks volumes. If there is an overt investigation, it will undoubtedly provoke a backlash from local forces, leading to a disturbance. Thus, I will secretly infiltrate the Academy's network to conduct my investigation discreetly. You need not worry, just leave it to me." Zhang Yu sighed inwardly. After all these years, his former student remained as dim-witted as ever. "Thank you. Then I leave it in your capable hands." Zhao Ning expressed her gratitude promptly. "It is my duty," Zhang Yu replied with calm composure. As evening fell, the sound of a bell echoed throughout the Valiant campus. Inside the classroom, Ming Ku stood up and addressed his classmates. "The self-study session has concluded. You may all leave. Additionally, I intend to visit Teacher Tang's home. Is anyone interested in accompanying me? After a day of self-study, I'm utterly exhausted. I shall not go. I have plans this evening, so I cannot attend." Various students expressed their reluctance. "Class monitor, I will join you," Su Ming declared, standing up to address Ming Ku. Although he found the visit somewhat troublesome, he felt a sense of obligation to go, as Teacher Tang had always treated him well. For both emotional and rational reasons, he needed to encourage Teacher Tang to recover quickly. After all, what would they do about the upcoming city examination? Just as Ming Ku was about to call for Su Ming to join him, a harsh, mocking voice suddenly interrupted. "You're going to comfort the teacher? What nonsense last night. You were the one who drove Teacher Tang to the brink of collapse. Chapter 17. Frustration. Su Ming calmly turned to face the source of the voice, finding Qian Tong lounging with his feet on the desk, a look of derision on his face. However, Su Ming was unperturbed and replied coolly, "Then you should go." "Why should I?" "I have no intention of going." Qian Tong sneered. "If you are not going, then be quiet." "Ming Ku, let us depart." Su Ming dismissed Qian Tong, rising to walk towards Ming Ku. "All right," Ming Ku nodded in agreement. Yet, just as Su Ming and Ming Ku were about to exit, Qian Tong suddenly shouted, "Wait, what is it?" Su Ming turned back to look at Qian Tong, that moment. Qian Tong swaggered over and declared, "I want to go too." "Didn't you say you weren't going? Why the change of heart?" Su Ming scrutinized Qian Tong. "None of your business. I want to." Qian Tong replied with an air of defiance. Ming Ku, concerned that Su Ming and Qian Tong might argue, quickly intervened. "Since you wish to go, then let us all go together. I am sure Teacher Tang will be delighted to see us." Su Ming did not say much further, and the three of them set off together. An hour later, Su Ming and his companions arrived at a residential building near the school. Ming Ku approached and knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. The doors soon swung open to reveal a kind-looking middle-aged woman with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles. "Who are you?" "Auntie, is this Teacher Tang's home?" "We are students of Teacher Tang." "Oh, yes, I am his mother. Please, come in." Teacher Tang's mother warmly invited Su Ming and his companions inside. As Su Ming stepped into the house, he looked around. The furniture appeared somewhat old, with the table and chairs showing signs of age. And the living room was rather small, the entire apartment likely no more than 80 square meters. "Why is Teacher Tang not here?" Ming Ku inquired, puzzled. "He is in that room. You may go see him." Teacher Tang's mother smiled. Upon hearing this, Ming Ku and his companions walked to the door of Teacher Tang's room. They found the door slightly ajar. "Teacher, we have come to see you," Ming Ku called out, but received no response. The three friends exchanged concerned glances before gently pushing the door open and entering. The cramped room was shrouded in darkness, with the curtains tightly drawn and a clock on the bedside table incessantly ticking. Their eyes fell upon Teacher Tang, who was curled up in bed, enveloped in blankets, with his head buried between his legs, resembling a wounded ostrich. Ming Ku approached cautiously and asked, "Teacher Tang, are you all right?" "How could I be all right? My life, my love?" Teacher Tang replied despondently, still with his head down. Seeing Teacher Tang in such a state troubled Su Ming, but he felt a sense of responsibility as well, realizing that this situation was somewhat connected to him. Thus, he carefully attempted to console him. "Teacher Tang, you must regain your spirits. Though dreams may seem distant, the essence of life lies in striving, as long as there is a glimmer of hope. We must not give up. When you achieve success, all your past struggles will merely become a memory of trials." "Are you suggesting that I still have hope?" Teacher Tang slowly lifted his head to look at Su Ming, his eyes reflecting a flicker of hope. "Surely there is, teacher. You are such a kind person, good fortune must come your way." Minka, sensing a glimmer of hope from Tang Yin, quickly urged him. Su Ming also seized the moment to offer words of comfort. "Teacher Tang, you must strive hard now. You are not fighting this battle alone, you have us. As long as you guide us well, your chances will improve, and you can pursue your own dreams." "Indeed, I still have hope. It's just..." Tang Yan's faint flicker of hope was suddenly reignited. At that moment, Minka glanced at Qian Tong, silently urging him to say a few words, instead of standing there like a wooden puppet. Although Qian Tong was somewhat reluctant, he eventually spoke up. "Teacher, although you are of advanced age, there is still hope. Am I already old? It seems I am finished. You are merely comforting me. I have lost all hope." Tang Yan's fragile spark of hope was extinguished, doused as if by a bucket of cold water, and he buried his head once more in his knees. Su Ming and Minka exchanged glances. Realizing that their efforts to comfort him had been utterly thwarted by Qian Tong's words, Qian Tong shrugged, feigning innocence. Su Ming and Minka were at a loss, compelled to continue comforting Teacher Tang. "Teacher, Qian Tong did not mean it that way. You are not old at all. We have such long lives." Over an hour later, beneath the night sky, Su Ming and the others emerged from Teacher Tang's home, their spirits low as they walked down the desolate street. "Qian Tong, you criticized Su Ming for being inarticulate, yet you are no different." Minka was on the verge of losing his mind. They had come to console Teacher Tang, only for the situation to worsen. "What can I do?" He has such a fragile heart. Chen Tong replied dismissively, hands jammed in his pockets. You know very well that Teacher Tang is currently vulnerable. Must you speak without thinking? What are we to do now? If Teacher Tang cannot regain his composure, we have to study tomorrow, and there is no substitute teacher available, Mecha retorted angrily. This is not my problem. I couldn't care less. Chen Tong shot back defiantly. Just then, Su Ming, who had been walking ahead, suddenly halted, causing Chen Tong and Mecha to nearly collide with him. Su Ming, why did you stop so abruptly? Mecha asked, perplexed. Instead of answering, Su Ming furrowed his brows and stared ahead. Mecha and Chen Tong sensed something was amiss and turned to look. Before them emerged a group of 10 ruffians, clad in gaudy attire. Brandishing wooden clubs, the leader, with hair dyed in a riot of colors and a cigarette dangling from his lips, approached the trio. Blocking their path, one of the thugs excitedly exclaimed, Chang Gu, it's that fatso. We finally caught him. No need for you to say. Wang Chang sneered in response. Yu Ming took a deep breath. It was indeed him they were after. He had been careless to leave the school. Yet, there was no point in lamenting. What was meant to happen would happen. He turned to Mecha and Chen Tong, saying, they are after me. It has nothing to do with you. You should leave and away. As class leader, I cannot abandon you, Mecha insisted, readying himself in a boxing stance. Seeing Mecha's determination, Su Ming turned to Chen Tong, who stood frozen. Why aren't you leaving? He inquired curiously. Why should I leave just because you say so? Do I not have any pride? I'm staying put today. Chen Tong replied defiantly, fine. Then we shall face this together. Yu Ming smiled wryly. Despite Chen Tong's sharp tongue and arrogance, he truly had loyalty at crucial moments. Hey, have you three finished talking? Do you really think we are invisible? Wang Chang spat, flicking the ash from his cigarette and pointing his club at Su Ming. Let us go. Su Ming inhaled deeply and charged at Wang Chang. With Mecha and Chen Tong following suit without hesitation, you're asking for death. Wang Chang and his thugs surged forward. One thug swung a club at Chen Tong, who dodged to the right and landed a punch squarely on the thug's nose. However, the next moment, he felt a sharp pain strike his side. The intense agony made Chen Tong grimace, but he managed to turn and kick the thug attacking him. Yet, in the following second, 2 clubs struck him squarely on the back. Chen Tong fell to the ground, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why he felt as if everyone was ganging up on him. He lifted his head to glance at Su Ming and Mecha, only to find them both sprawled on the ground, surrounded and being beaten. Damn it. After a quarter of an hour, Su Ming, Mecha, and Chen Tong, battered and bruised, leaned against the wall of a nearby building. Their faces were swollen and disfigured, showcasing the extent of their misfortune. Su Ming, are you all right? Mecha asked, suppressing the pain in his body. I'm fine. I have plenty of fat. I can take a beating. Su Ming replied with a pained smile. You two are truly useless. You can't even fight. If you had just held on a bit longer, I could have taken down a few myself. Chen Tong fumed. We are good students. We rarely fight, because fighting is wrong, Mecha hesitantly explained. That's nonsense. Chen Tong was close to laughing at Mecha's naivety. Yu Ming wore a helpless expression. It wasn't that he lacked strength, but rather his body was simply incapable. When the fight broke out, he had instinctively dodged when he saw the club coming down, but his body had moved as if in slow motion. His fists were soft and pudgy, landing blows that felt more like massages than strikes, leaving his own hands aching. Although he had begun to control his diet and exercise, change could not occur overnight. Forget it, I was foolish to trust you two in the first place, Chen Tong said weakly. Don't be upset. This time we held you back to be why the way. Why did those guys block you? Did you offend someone? Mecha asked, puzzled. Before Su Ming could respond, Chen Tong interjected, the guy leading them is Wang Chang, a notorious thug in this area. Who else could it be but Zhang Tai? That's outrageous. I must report him, Mecha exclaimed angrily upon hearing that Zhang Tai was involved. Su Ming, however, took it in stride. He forced himself to stand and said, it's useless. We were beaten outside of school. And we have no evidence against him. We can't do anything about it. Let us head to the nearby hospital. I'll cover the medical expenses. All right, Mecha agreed, rising to his feet. Chen Tong gazed at Su Ming, sensing a change in him. The old Su Ming would have likely been terrified at the sight of those blocking his way, incapable of any resistance. Although the outcome remained the same, being beaten, the impression was entirely different. Su Ming turned to Chen Tong and, seeing him still seated, assumed he was too injured to rise, reached out a hand. Chen Tong scoffed but grasped Su Ming's hand and stood up. The three of them, in a pitiful state, trudged forward, in the late hours of the night. Within room 316 of Dormitory Building 1 at Maya College, a tall student with acne scars emerged from the bathroom, carrying a stainless steel basin filled with clothes. "Zhou Kong, it's so late. Are you really going to do laundry now? What will you wear tomorrow if you don't finish?" a bespectacled roommate inquired. "Whatever. Teacher Tang has been under stress, and it seems he won't recover anytime soon. Tomorrow will likely be self-study, so it doesn't matter what I wear," Zhou Kong replied nonchalantly as he exited the dormitory, humming a tune as he made his way down the corridor to the laundry room on the first floor. Just then, a pair of dark red eyes glinted behind him, fixated intently on Zhou Kong. In the next instant, a shadow darted swiftly along the ground toward him. Zhou Kong, still humming, felt an instinctive sense of danger as he jumped, narrowly avoiding a grotesque, deformed rat that scurried beneath him. Startled, Zhou Kong landed and, in a panic, swung the basin down onto the malformed creature. The loud crash reverberated throughout the dormitory. "Damn it, what a lunatic! What time is it?" Voices of annoyance echoed from various rooms. Zhou Kong, disregarding the complaints, anxiously lifted the deformed basin to see if the grotesque rat had perished. To his horror, the flattened creature sprang back to life, darting swiftly towards him. Zhou Kong, gripped by fear, reached out to grab the abominable rat, which bit down on his hand, releasing a torrent of black cells into his bloodstream. A piercing scream echoed through the dormitory. Meanwhile, Su Ming, Mecha, and Chen Tong, having treated their injuries, were slowly ascending the stairs, exhausted from their earlier ordeal at the hospital. As they neared the third floor, a chilling scream pierced the air, prompting them to rush upward. Upon reaching the third-floor corridor, they encountered Zhou Kong standing alone, his head bowed. What happened? At that moment, several other students rushed out of their dorms in a hurry. They observed Zhou Kong standing there in a daze, prompting several students to approach him with inquiries. "Zhou Kong?" At that moment, Zhou Kong abruptly lifted his head, his visage transforming into a grotesque mask, adorned with prominent black stripes, and his eyes morphing into a dark crimson. Hu Ming's pupils constricted sharply as he shouted at his bewildered classmates. "Stay away from Zhou Kong." Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhou Kong swiftly turned and seized one of his classmates, sinking his teeth into the carotid artery of the boy's neck. Accompanied by a spray of blood. The unfortunate student let out a chilling scream. "Run!" The surrounding students, gripped by terror, fled in a panic. Chen Tong, witnessing this horrific scene, charged forward and delivered a kick to Zhou Kong. Kong was knocked to the ground, but in an instant, he sprang back to his feet. Just as Chen Tong raised his fist to strike, Su Ming rushed forward, grasping Chen Tong by the back of his collar and pulling him back. "What are you doing?" Chen Tong bellowed in frustration. Chapter 19. Chalarm, don't go near him. That guy is possessed by Chalarm. Fists won't work against him. If you get bitten and those aberrant cells invade you, it will be the end, Su Ming cautioned Chen Tong. "Both of you, stop arguing. That guy seems to have fixated on us," Min Ku said anxiously to Su Ming and Chen Tong. They immediately turned their attention to the possessed Zhou Kong, who was fixating on them with his dark red eyes. Suddenly, his mouth split open, oozing black blood that dripped ominously. Zhou Kong then lunged towards Su Ming and the others. Just then, a gruff voice boomed from behind. "Step aside." Instinctively, Su Ming and his companions scattered. That moment, a burly dormitory supervisor, wielding a kitchen knife, charged at Zhou Kong. "Don't go, Antly," Su Ming urgently warned. Antly, however, paid no heed to Su Ming's warning and, drawing near, slashed the knife down upon Zhou Kang's head. The blade embedded itself halfway into his skull, a strike that would have surely been fatal to any ordinary individual. Yet, Zhou Kong did not falter. Instead, he gripped Antly by the throat. "Ugh, help, help." Antly's face turned beet. Su Ming and his friends, witnessing this, were about to recklessly rush in to save her. Just then, Zhou Kong opened his mouth against Antly's, and a grotesque mass of black, cellular substance surged from his mouth into hers. Upon seeing this, Su Ming and his companions halted in their tracks. Antly, who had been struggling desperately, suddenly ceased her fight. Her eyes transforming into a dark crimson, her skin darkening and bulging grotesquely. The student who had been bitten also staggered to his feet. The three infected individuals, now resembling Zhou Kong, simultaneously turned their gaze towards Su Ming and his friends, who instinctively began to retreat. The dormitory building echoed with anguished screams as chaos erupted outside, followed by the blaring of alarms throughout the 13th district. Su Ming, I remember that these creatures are afraid of fire. Does anyone have a lighter? Minku asked, his voice laden with anxiety. What good is a lighter? We need to find a flamethrower to be effective. This is not the time for such discussions. We need to run. Su Ming recalled that the school had flamethrowers on standby due to the not infrequent Shalarm incursions, so he pulled Min Ku and Chan Tong to retreat. The possessed Zhou Kong and his companions pursued them furiously. Su Ming glanced back, summoning every ounce of strength, his body unleashing unprecedented potential as he ran for his life. 13th District, Administrative Office Building. In a spacious and tidy office, a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, black suit and red bow tie, with a stern countenance and sharp gaze, sat at his desk reviewing a mountain of documents. Before him stood a dozen administrative officials, awaiting his command in silence. Suddenly, the blaring alarms from outside pierced the air, causing him to pause his writing. With a hurried clatter of footsteps, the ajar door swung open, and a muscular man clad in black combat gear rushed in. Director Xiao, we have a situation. Speak, Yue. He replied. The 13th district is experiencing an incursion of Chalarm larvae. Yue panted. Larvae? According to emergency protocols, we simply need to eliminate them. Is it necessary to rush here in such a frenzy? Director Xiao maintained his composure, fixing his gaze on Yue. Upon hearing this, Yue's face flickered with hesitation, yet he ultimately gritted his teeth and reported. Although it is merely larvae, their numbers are overwhelming. What are you all doing? Why has such a large number of Chalarm invaded, and it is only now being reported? Director Zhao's calm demeanor revealed a hint of anger. The source of the outbreak is the Yongda Waste Treatment Facility in the lower town. The mountains of refuse there have provided cover for the Chillerimi. Yue explained promptly. What nonsense! How could you not notice anything amiss and report it immediately? This is a grave dereliction of duty. The officials in the office erupted in furious condemnation. In truth, due to fear of infiltration by the mechanical race, the entire 13th district had installed minimal surveillance equipment, leaving numerous blind spots. Furthermore, without reliance on intelligent machines, patrols and security had to depend solely on human effort. As a result, oversights were inevitable. Typically, they managed to patch things up, but this time the lapse was far more severe. Enough. This is not the time for blame. Mobilize forces to address this incident first. We can deal with the aftermath later. Director Xiao interrupted coldly. Understood. The officials replied hastily. Myant Intermediate Academy. Su Ming and his companions burst out of the dormitory building, panting and disheveled. We finally made it out. We're safe, Minka gasped. Not necessarily, Su Ming sighed, his head throbbing with worry. Minka paused, raising his head to survey the chaos outside, only to discover that pandemonium reigned. Everywhere, individuals infected by Chalarm were frantically pursuing uninfected students. Help! Don't be afraid. At that moment, a group of security personnel armed with portable flamethrowers rushed in, directing flames at the infected individuals. Ah! The infected shrieked as they were engulfed in flames, their agonized howls piercing the air. However, the number of infected was overwhelming, and the security personnel were far too few to contain the chaos. From above, one could see hordes of infested rats emerging from every drain and shadow on campus. Their crimson eyes locked onto the panicked students and the armed security. They darted forward with lightning speed. Captain Qian Feng, commanding his team, immediately sensed the approaching rats and swiftly turned his flamethrower towards them. Everyone, beware of the infected rat swarm. The security team froze, raising their flamethrowers in unison to fend off the swarming rodents. The searing flames swept through the air, igniting the oncoming rats, which erupted into acrid smoke. Yet, the sheer number of rats was staggering, and these parasitic creatures were exceptionally inconspicuous under the cover of night, moving faster than their human counterparts. Before long, one security guard, caught off guard, found a possessed rat leaping onto him. "Help!" he cried in terror. "Old son, shake it off!" Captain Qian Feng shouted as he turned. Unfortunately, it was too late. The rat bit into Old Son's arm, its mouth oozing black cells that invaded his body through the wound. "Ah!" Old Son screamed in agony. "Damn it! Qian Feng, witnessing this, resolved to take action, raising his flamethrower and directing it at his former comrade. Chapter 20. Helpless. Although these Chalarm were merely juvenile forms, the likelihood of survival for an ordinary person once infested was dismally low. At that moment, several infected students set their sights on Su Ming and his friends. Charging towards them, Su Ming immediately sensed the danger and shouted to Chen Tong and Min Ku, "Run!" Chen Tong and Min Ku hurriedly followed Su Ming to the right. Unfortunately, they had not run far when they spotted two female corpses staggering to their feet nearby. The trio quickly halted. This way, Su Ming turned and scanned the surroundings, leading them towards the school courtyard. Where there was more space to evade, as they ran, Su Ming suddenly noticed that Min Ku had fallen behind and turned to look at him. "What are you doing?" Min Ku was busy tapping on his phone. "I'm calling the security team. Brother, the alarms are blaring throughout the city. Do you think they are unaware? Put it down. They should be on their way," Su Ming urged helplessly. "All right," Min Ku replied as he hastily pocketed his phone. At that moment, 3 armored transport vehicles screeched to a halt at the school entrance. The doors swung open, and a towering man, standing at nearly 6.5 feet tall and clad in a gray metal exoskeleton with a thunderous gun in hand, leaped out, followed by a squad of armed guards. Roar. Just then, a humanoid parasite charged towards them with a ferocious roar. Captain Daniel raised his thunderous gun and fired, the shot obliterating half of the creature's head as it crumpled to the ground. Daniel and his team advanced, casually firing a shot into the heart of the fallen parasite. Under the veil of night, the piercing sound of gunfire rang out amidst the chaos, startling those who had been engulfed in fear. The crowd turned their gaze toward the source of the commotion. The guards have arrived. Some students, driven to the brink of terror, shouted with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, Minka, upon hearing the gunshots, felt a slight easing of the tension in his heart. "Finally, they are here. Let us move towards the direction of the gunfire," Su Ming stated calmly. "All right." Chen Tong and Minka nodded in agreement. At that moment, the guards stormed into the school, raising their weapons and firing mercilessly at the parasitic students and rodents. Bang bang! The targeted humanoid parasites were instantly obliterated, collapsing one after another. Although the Kalami were not particularly susceptible to physical damage, it did not mean that firearms and physical attacks were entirely ineffective against them. When subjected to a certain degree of injury, their life vitality would inevitably diminish. If their vitality fell below 50%, they would enter a state of deathly dormancy, slowly perishing. However, if they received new cellular energy or fused with their kind during this state, their vitality would rise. Once their vitality exceeded 50%, the Kalami would resurrect and regain their mobility. Thus, it was often necessary to deploy specialized teams for cleanup after battles with the Kalami. Captain Qian Feng of the security team, seeing the arriving guards, initially felt a surge of relief, but soon furrowed his brow, noticing the insufficient number of reinforcements. However, he refrained from voicing his complaints, as this might simply be the advance team. He rushed over to inquire with the commanding officer, Captain Daniel. "Sir, you have finally arrived. There are far too many Kalami larvae in the school. Where should we evacuate?" "There is no safe place to evacuate. Not only is the school under attack, but chaos reigns outside as well. Organize your personnel to retreat to open areas," Daniel replied with a grave expression. "We are already evacuating to the playground. But there are still many students trapped in the dormitories. We cannot save them now. I must ensure the safety of the majority of students." With a sigh, Captain Qian Feng reluctantly accepted the grim reality, realizing there was simply no room to maneuver. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Daniel and Qian Feng jolted in shock, turning to see a soldier clad in combat gear being pounced upon and bitten in the neck by a parasite dog. Its body covered in swollen black veins, hardened skin, and blood-red eyes. "Damn it!" Daniel raised his firearm and fired at the parasitic dog, which nimbly dodged and charged straight for him. Qian Feng quickly aimed his flamethrower at it. But the parasite dog, drenched in a black cellular substance, forced its way through the flames and swiftly closed the distance. Fortunately, Daniel managed to fire again, striking the parasite dog, which tumbled to the ground. Qian Feng hastily ignited it with the flamethrower. Soon, the parasite dog was dealt with, but before they could catch their breath, a series of anguished screams erupted around them. Their hearts sank as they surveyed the scene, witnessing a despairing sight. Scores of parasitic rats swarmed around the fallen bodies, their own bodies seeping black mutated cells into the corpses. Instantly, those corpses began to rise, their forms further mutating, with black veins protruding and a faint dark sheen resembling intricate patterns. While their crimson eyes grew even more ferocious, these parasites then unleashed a newfound speed and strength, charging toward the guards, security personnel, and students. In an instant, the casualty count soared, with 3 guards falling at that moment. Su Ming, Chen Tong, and Mecha raced over from a distance, only to be stunned by the fierce battle unfolding before them. Su Ming, why do I feel like the guards aren't safe either? Mecha asked. Bewildered. Need you to say it? I can see that, Su Ming replied with a resigned expression. The guards had indeed arrived in insufficient numbers. Run! They're coming for us! Chen Tong suddenly exclaimed, his face paling. Su Ming and Mecha turned to see several parasitic rats and humans charging toward them. Backtrack! The 3 of them swiftly turned and fled. The parasitic rats and humans relentlessly pursued them. Su Ming ran. He felt himself gasping for breath, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. And his speed began to falter. He desperately tried to quicken his pace, but his body began to fail him. Soon, Su Ming lagged behind Mecha and Chen Tong. Chen Tong glanced back and, seeing Su Ming falling behind, shouted angrily, "Pick up the pace and catch up. I want to, but I truly can't move anymore." You guys go ahead, Su Ming replied, feeling utterly helpless, exhausted, and famished. Shut up. If only you had exercised regularly, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Chen Tong retorted, slowing his pace to help Su Ming forward. However, at that moment, 2 parasitic students suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. The trio halted immediately, looking around to find themselves surrounded by several parasitic students. We're finished. We're surrounded, Mecha said in despair. Chapter 21. Valer. Chen Tong clenched his fists, his bones cracking, filled with frustration. Just then, the 2 parasitic students lunged at them. Su Ming, on high alert, quickly calculated their options, only to realize that all paths led to certain doom. As despair began to set in, a massive figure suddenly descended from above. Thud. The 2 parasitic students were instantly crushed, black blood splattering everywhere. A training mech, Iron Head, landed powerfully in front of Su Ming and his companions. A training mech, Su Ming exclaimed, surprised. This place is dangerous. Quickly make your way to the playground. The voice of Lin Chuyu emanated from the mech as she skillfully maneuvered it past Su Ming and his friends, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated the approaching humanoid parasites. The Kalami larvae were no more than ants in the presence of the mech. After dispatching the parasites surrounding Su Ming, Lin Chuyu charged toward the throng of rampaging parasites in the distance. Meanwhile, Mecha, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, said joyfully, "We're saved. Let's hurry to the playground." Yes, Chen Tong immediately agreed. Just as they were about to head toward the playground, Su Ming grabbed both of them, breathlessly saying, "Don't run to the playground. It's not safe there." How can it not be safe? Isn't it spacious? Plus, the guards and security will gather there, Mecha questioned, puzzled. Su Ming, panting, explained to them, "Please, think. The playground is wide, but how many people from the school are trying to escape there? It will surely be overcrowded. The rat swarm is incredibly agile. The few guards and security personnel won't be able to hold them off. If the rats infiltrate the crowd, there will be chaos. Then where should we go? Where is safe?" Chen Tong, suppressing his frustration, looked at Shun Qiu. To the mech training facility. There should still be training mechs there, Su Ming gasped out. Exactly. So far, we've only seen one training mech. There should be many more, Mecha suddenly realized. I never imagined your thick skull could come up with a good idea. Let's go get the mechs and blast those damn monsters, Chen Tong said, his pent-up anger finding a target. Then let's move, Su Ming said, steadying his breath. The 3 of them dashed toward the training facility, encountering students running in panic along the way. Teachers wielding flamethrowers guarded against the parasites while continuously shouting at the fleeing students. Head to the playground. Watch your step. If you see rats or strange creatures, stay away from them. With their objective clear, Su Ming and his friends ran against the tide of fleeing people. At that moment, a female teacher spotted them and shouted, "Where are you 3 going? You're heading the wrong way. Don't go that way." "Sorry, ma'am. We have something to do," Mecha called back loudly. The female teacher, witnessing the scene, could only sigh, helpless to intervene. The trio continued running toward the northern area of the school. Since the dormitories were located in the northern section and Lin Chuyu had just fought through there, the path remained relatively safe. With no sight of parasites, minutes later, they arrived in the northern area. It seems safe here. I don't see any parasitized individuals. We are quite lucky, Mecha said, feeling relieved. Don't let your guard down. Let's hurry over. The training facility is just ahead, Su Ming replied, breathless. Humph. It's not us who are out of breath. It's you? Chan Tong retorted. I know. Su Ming struggled to maintain his pace, feeling as though he might collapse. Before long, they spotted the enormous training facility, its doors wide open. It was right in front of them. A joyful expression spread across Su Ming's face. Chan Tong and Mecha were equally excited. Once they boarded the mechs, those Kalami would be nothing more than fish in a barrel. However, just as victory seemed within reach, a faint, raspy squeaking sound reverberated through the AI. Su Ming's instincts kicked in, sensing danger as a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to shout, "Watch out!" Chan Tong and Mecha were startled by Su Ming's sudden exclamation, halting immediately. They then saw a rat emerge from the training facility's entrance, its dark red eyes fixed on them. In the very next moment, 7 or 8 mice emerged, their mouths agape, oozing a grotesque, mutated cellular fluid. It was evident that they had scurried out upon hearing commotion, having failed to locate prey within the training grounds. What shall we do now? Mecha asked, his scalp prickling with anxiety. What can we do? We charge over and seize the mechs, or else we risk being bitten to death. Chen Tong was on the verge of insanity. Victory tantalizingly close. Don't act rashly. Our chances of success are less than 1%. These mice are exceedingly agile, Su Ming urgently cautioned Chen Tong. At that moment, Mecha took a few steps back, his nerves frayed. They're coming for us. Just as Su Ming was about to grit his teeth and instruct Mecha and Chen Tong to scatter and retreat, a jet of flames erupted, instantly igniting several of the mice. The remaining grotesque rodents, disturbed from their nest by the hornets, immediately scattered. The trio of Su Ming, Mecha, and Chen Tong stood momentarily stunned before turning to gaze at the newcomer, their expressions filled with astonishment. Teacher Tang. They beheld Tang Yin, clad in pajamas, rushing over with a portable flamethrower, concern etched across his face. Are you all right? You haven't been bitten, have you? We're fine, Teacher Tang. What are you doing here? I heard the alarm and rushed back to the school with the flamethrower. I came to retrieve the mechs, but wait. What are you all doing here? Tang Yin's explanation was abruptly interrupted as he realized the absurdity of the situation. We were planning to get the mechs too. Su Ming and the others replied awkwardly. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback by their response. However, he did not linger on the matter and promptly gestured. Follow me. The trio hurried after Tang Yin towards the training grounds, where Mecha voiced his concern. Teacher, are you all right? At this point, I can't afford to worry about that. If anything happens to you all, I will never forgive myself, Tang Yin replied gravely, fully aware that this incident would claim many lives, including those of his students. Hearing this, Su Ming and the others felt a warmth in their hearts, and Tang Yin, leading the way, appeared all the more formidable. Minutes later, Tang Yin led Su Ming and the others successfully into the training grounds, where 4 training mechs stood silently. Just right, 4 mechs, 1 for each of us. Tang Yin dashed towards the second mech as Su Ming sprinted towards the third, while Mecha and Chen Tong rushed to the remaining 4th and 5th mechs. The 4 swiftly stepped onto the mechanical tiles and entered the cockpits of their respective mechs. Just as Su Ming adjusted his seat and activated the safety harness, he suddenly felt his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket. Pulling it out, he discovered it was his mother calling, and there were numerous missed calls. He quickly answered. Hello? Oh, my dear son, you finally picked up. Are you all right? Your father and I have been frantic with worry. Zhao Ning's voice trembled with a hint of tears. I'm fine. I'm safely inside the iron contraption. Iron contraption? That's the training mech. Su Ming offered a brief explanation. Just as I expected, my son is quite clever. Su Yuan chimed in with uncontained joy. Father, mother, I can't talk now. I need to go fight and save people. What? Don't go into danger. Click. Su Ming abruptly ended the call. At that moment, Tang Yin initiated the mech and inquired. Are you all ready? Mecha and Chen Tong promptly activated their mechs in response. Ready, however, Su Ming's mech had yet to start up, prompting Tang Yin and the others to glance at him curiously. Su Ming, why haven't you activated yet? Sorry, I got delayed. I'm good to go now. Su Ming hastily replied as he powered up his mech. Tang Yin exhaled slightly, his expression serious. Remember my words, until the battle is over. No one is allowed to open the cockpit. AS mech pilots. Your mechs are your most vital extensions. Understood. Su Ming and the others nodded in agreement. Let us move. After issuing his orders, Tang Yin commanded the mech to stride out. Su Ming and the others followed suit. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Yin maneuvered the mech swiftly through the doorway, but after covering some distance, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning left and right, he found no sign of Su Ming and the others. He looked back, only to see them lagging behind. You all are so slow. I can't wait any longer. Time is of the essence. I must go ahead. Tang Yin had no choice but to press on. As the situation was becoming increasingly urgent. All right, the trio replied in unison. Tang Yin's demeanor shifted, exuding a steely resolve that radiated an iron will aura. He then thrust the power control stick forward. Boom! The twin exhaust ports on the back of the Ironhead mech erupted with searing flames, propelling the mech into a low-altitude flight, executed with remarkable skill and flair. Wow, the teacher is incredible. Mecha was left in awe. TCH, what's so surprising? Teacher Tang has served in the front lines of the mech corps for over a decade. He is a seasoned veteran who isn't just anyone who can teach in the mech class. Chun Tong scoffed. Enough of that. We need to hurry. If we don't get there soon, it'll be downright embarrassing if the fight ends before we arrive. Su Ming gradually accelerated the training mech forward, with Mecha and Chan Tong awkwardly following suit. At that moment, the artificial sun, which had dimmed, suddenly blazed back to life. The night transformed into day in an instant as the 13th District conducted artificial interventions for daylight and darkness. Su Ming was taken aback by the sight. The artificial sun was indeed effective, instantly broadening visibility. However, the unfortunate downside was that it could not switch intelligently and had to be manually operated, resulting in a slight delay. Although it was just a brief moment, such delays could be fatal. Had the alarm sounded immediately, many lives could have been spared, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Su Ming took a deep breath, refocusing his thoughts as he concentrated on maneuvering the mech forward. Minutes later, the trio arrived at the outer area of the dormitory building, where chaos reigned supreme. With grotesque mice and parasitic entities wreaking havoc, fearful screams and wails echoed throughout. Despite the presence of Tang Yin piloting a mech and reinforcements arriving, the situation remained dire. Let us go, Su Ming commanded, directing his mech towards Mecha. All right, Mecha and Chan Tong responded in unison. The three swiftly maneuvered their mechs to spread out. Not far away, 5 female students found themselves cornered against the wall of the dormitory by 7 parasitic entities. The creatures gaped at them, dripping black blood. No, don't come any closer. A girl with short blue hair, strikingly pretty and clad in a strawberry bear pajama, screamed in sheer terror. Unfortunately, the parasitic entities were undeterred and grew increasingly frenzied. Just as they were about to charge forward, a shadow loomed over them, causing the entities to instinctively look up. Bang! Su Ming controlled the mech to descend from above, crashing down in an instant. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. 4 of the parasitic entities were crushed, while 3 more were sent flying. In his eagerness to save, Su Ming mismanaged the thrust of the jet propulsion system, causing the mech to tilt dangerously instead of landing on its feet, resulting in a clumsy crash. The momentum caused the mech to slide across the ground toward the female students. The 5 girls, still processing their near escape, were startled as the massive training mech skidded towards them, their faces drained of color. Inside the cockpit, Su Ming desperately pulled the control stick, attempting to stabilize the mech by pressing both hands against the ground. Sizzle! The 5 girls, terrified beyond measure, shut their eyes in anticipation of impending doom. However, after a few seconds, they felt no pain and cautiously opened their eyes, only to see the enormous mech precariously halt just 30 centimeters before them. Boo-hoo, we're saved. The girl with short hair could no longer hold back her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. Inside the cockpit, Su Ming wore a helpless expression. Indeed, this mech was challenging to control, particularly given its age. It lacked agility. What he intended as a firm landing turned into a graceless collapse, nearly taking out his own classmates. Fortunately, it had stopped just in time, so the situation was not dire. At that moment, the 3 parasitic entities that had been knocked aside, seething with rage, scrambled back towards Su Ming. He steadied the mech, then raised his hand to deliver a decisive strike. Slap, the three entities were squashed flat. Chapter 23. Escort. In reality, dealing with these juvenile entities required no elaborate maneuvers from Su Ming. A simple lift of a foot or a hand would suffice. Are you all okay? Su Ming awkwardly inquired of the frightened girls before him. We're fine. Are you a senior? The girl with short hair was taken aback by Su Ming's voice, incredulity evident in her tone. Yes, hurry and run. Su Ming earnestly cautioned them. But where can we possibly run? Everywhere is infested with the Kirami's hosts. The short-haired junior anxiously inquired. Hearing this, Su Ming too found himself in a quandary, promptly asking, how many people are left here? Quite a few. Many of our teachers and security personnel who came to evacuate us have been bitten to death. Now there is nowhere to hide, and we have no idea where to go, the short-haired junior swiftly replied. All right, gather everyone together. I will find a way to escort you to a safe location, Su Ming instructed them. Understood. We will call everyone over right away. They replied, and the five of them scattered to summon others. Meanwhile, Su Ming activated the wireless communicator to contact Ming Ku and Chen Tong. Ming Ku, Chen Tong, you must immediately deploy the Mechs in front of Dormitory Building 17 to assist us. There are still many people who haven't evacuated. We also have quite a number who haven't evacuated. Please hold on. We will bring them over together, Ming Ku and Chen Tong responded promptly. All right, Su Ming replied succinctly before shutting off the communication. Before long, Ming Ku and Chen Tong piloted the Mechs, bringing along a dozen students. Su Ming, we have arrived. You have gathered so many people. Ming Ku's voice faltered mid-sentence upon seeing over 100 surviving students clustered around Su Ming. His composure faltering. Looking at the overwhelming number of people, Su Ming felt a headache coming on and helplessly told Ming Ku and Chen Tong. No choice, let us get down to business. This area is unsafe. We must escort them to a secure location. Where do you think we should take them? With so many people, I feel we can only send them to the playground, as everyone is gathered there. Mecha hesitated before saying, although Su Ming had previously mentioned that the playground might not be very safe. The sheer number of people left them with no other options. Very well, Su Ming had no other choice. The three then called out to the assembled students, we will escort you to the playground. Everyone stay close behind and do not fall behind. Okay. The crowd responded joyfully, reassured that with the Mechs escorting them, they would likely be safe even if they encountered the parasitic hosts. After giving their instructions, Chen Tong and Ming Ku maneuvered the Mechs to flank the crowd, forming a triangular formation to escort the students towards the playground. Along the way, one or two parasitic hosts clad in school uniforms occasionally lunged at them. Su Ming effortlessly dispatched them with a swift strike from the training mech. However, the students trailing behind the mech bore witness to the fallen hosts. Their expressions laden with complexity. They knew these hosts had once been their classmates, some even close friends, leading to an atmosphere of somber silence among the group. As time passed, they traversed the courtyard, advancing towards the playground. Just as the playground came into view, a sudden surge of parasitic rodents emerged from the surrounding buildings, charging towards the crowd. Damn it, it's a horde of rats! Chen Tong exclaimed in a mix of anger and alarm. Crush them! Don't let the rats break through. Su Ming's nerves tensed as he piloted the mech to confront them. Lifting his foot to squash two of the rodents, he then bent down, swatting at the rodents on the ground like whack-a-mole. Understood. Chen Tong and Ming could brace themselves for the impending onslaught. Although these parasitic rodents lacked the combat prowess of humanoid hosts, their small size and agility posed a significant challenge. Su Ming held his breath, his focus razor-sharp, as he continually swatted down the advancing rodents. While his actions appeared somewhat comical, he could distinctly feel himself making rapid progress. Indeed, real combat was the most effective catalyst for growth. Before long, most of the rodents had been dispatched, and Su Ming raised his foot to crush the last straggler. Just then, the short-haired junior and her companions suddenly shouted in terror, "Watch out, senior!" Before Su Ming could react, the mech jolted violently, stumbling forward. Startled, he turned to see a Kirami host, a grotesque amalgamation of 5 broken humanoid forms, towering at 4 meters, its veins bulging, skin hardened, and 2 heads looming over him, launching a surprise attack. The thick armor on the back of the mech bore dents from the impact. Furrowing his brow, Su Ming retaliated with a punch, sending the host crashing to the ground, where it bounced before hitting the ground again. Its form distorted. Yet, incredibly, it managed to shakily rise. Su Ming approached, delivering another punch to knock it down, then lifted his foot to stomp down. Boom. The host was pinned to the ground under the mech's foot, its chest and abdomen crushed. Yet its limbs continued to flail, a testament to its tenacity. Xu Ming raised his foot once more, aiming for its two heads, and with a splatter of black, brain-like substance, the creature finally ceased its struggles. "Are you all right?" Ming Ku inquired with concern. "I'm fine. We need to hurry and escort them to the playground," Xu Ming stated, increasingly uneasy as he glanced at the fallen host. Then turned to survey the surroundings. He noticed a growing number of Kirimi hosts swarming towards the entrance, far more than was normal. This indicated that the situation outside the school was dire, suggesting they were likely in a heavily afflicted zone. Of course, Xu Ming was unaware that the lower district beneath their school was experiencing even graver circumstances. At least they were situated in the upper district, a key protection area. "Understood," Ming Ku and Chan Tong replied solemnly. Meanwhile, the vast playground was filled with a dense mass of students, each one trembling in fear, many with tear-streaked faces. A cadre of teachers, security personnel, and several training mechs formed a protective barrier around the students, their bodies forming a wall against the encroaching hosts. Whenever a host drew near, they immediately unleashed attacks with flamethrowers and firearms to eliminate the threats. However, at that moment, a multitude of parasitic rodents emerged from all directions. Their crimson eyes fixated on the throng of students, they grew restless, baring their teeth. Soon, the horde of rodents charged towards the playground. "Look out, the rats!" Teacher Chan Yi, piloting a training mech, was the first to spot the rodent swarm, shouting in alarm. "Stop the rodents!" Daniel and others braced themselves for battle, raising their firearms to shoot. Bang-a-bang, one by one. The rodents fell, but the sheer number of them proved overwhelming. Before long, a swarm of grotesque rodents broke through the defenses, dashing straight into the crowd. Instead of immediately biting, they scurried deeper amongst the students. "Ah, the rats!" Students screamed in terror, leaping in fright. After a brief interval, the deformed rodents sank their teeth into the legs of unsuspecting students. Accompanied by blood-curdling screams, one student after another transformed into parasitic hosts, their eyes turning red as they lunged at their peers. "Run! He has been infected." "Ah, there are rats over here too." In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the playground, frightened students scattering in all directions, colliding with one another, creating utter pandemonium. Though Daniel and his team fought valiantly against the Kirimi hosts to restore order, their efforts were futile. Everything had descended into chaos. Yet, this was not the worst part. The most alarming development was the increasing number of parasitic hosts swarming in from the school entrance, converging upon them in a frenzied wave. "It's over." Teacher Channy trembled as he surveyed the chaotic scene and the multitude of Kirimi hosts advancing towards them. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky. Chan Yi and his companions were startled, hastily looking up to see a series of iron-headed mechs plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily onto the open ground at the edge of the playground. Boom! These iron-headed mechs were distinctly different from their training mechs. They were all equipped with XS-01 heavy explosive rifles, heavy metal blades, portable flamethrowers on their backs, and emblazoned with a red wolf claw insignia on their chests. Among them, a towering, 10-meter-tall mech, entirely covered in thick gray alloy armor, with a pair of high-speed jet wings embedded in its back and a 30mm close-range cannon mounted on its shoulder, descended before the gathered iron-headed mechs. ITS the Blood Wolf, the second elite heavy armored unit of the 13th District Defense Force. "We are saved," many despairing students cried, tears streaming down their faces. In that moment, the second-generation mech, the Iron Wing, raised its alloy blade towards the approaching hosts, commanding with a deadly tone, "Form a line and intercept them." "Understood." 20 iron-headed mechs immediately complied with the order, lining up and simultaneously raising their firearms to unleash a fierce barrage. The oncoming Kirimi hosts were shredded by the overwhelming firepower, crumbling like paper. "Captain Han, what about the situation at the playground?" "It is a complete mess," Vice Captain Shima inquired, clearly distressed. Captain Han glanced over and quickly made a decision. "Shima, take your team to disembark from the mechs and engage the hosts within the crowd. We must swiftly restore order. The rest of you, hold the perimeter of the playground and eliminate the incessantly surging rodent horde." "Yes, Captain Han." Shima took the lead, opening the cockpit and leaping down. The 20 iron-headed mechs followed suit, quickly disembarking. All of them donned first-generation mechanical exoskeleton armor, the iron shell, rendering them impervious to the Kirimi hosts. Moreover, they had no other choice. The mechs, akin to iron beasts, were incapable of entering the crowd to fight. One miscalculated maneuver in controlling the mech could result in countless casualties from a single misfire. Before long, Shima, accompanied by his subordinates, charged into the crowd, discharging his beam gun to eliminate the parasites while shouting loudly, "Everyone, remain calm and maintain your distance. We are here to rescue you." Meanwhile, Teacher Chani, along with Captain Daniel of the Guard, was equally invigorated, rushing into the throng to assist in the cleanup while continuously calling out to the students to soothe their frayed nerves. At this moment, Su Ming and his companions were maneuvering training machines, escorting numerous students towards the scene. Upon witnessing the chaotic battleground of the playground, they halted in their tracks. Mecha, observing the unfolding chaos, swallowed hard and addressed Su Ming. "Su Ming, it has indeed transpired as you feared. The playground is in peril. Humph. I cannot fathom why they have failed to notice the issues that are so apparent to Su Ming. Are they all devoid of intelligence?" Chun Tong expressed his frustration. "Let us not be so harsh. The teachers are indeed constrained, as their manpower is limited. They aim to save as many as possible, leaving them no choice but to gather everyone for protection," Su Ming calmly elucidated. Chun Tong fell silent upon hearing Su Ming's words. "What should we do now? With such chaos, how can we assist?" Mecha lamented, lacking confidence in his operational abilities. "If we inadvertently encounter an uninfected individual, it would be disastrous." Su Ming too found himself in a quandary, realizing they could not simply disembark from their mechs like the soldiers. Clang, clang. At this moment, Lin Chuyu, Teacher Tang Yin, and others operated their training machines, escorting a new batch of students. Tang Yin, gazing at the disordered playground, furrowed his brow and addressed Su Ming and the others. "It is too chaotic. You should refrain from intervening. We will entrust the students we are escorting to you. Ensure their safety." "Understood," Mecha promptly affirmed. "Lin Chuyu, accompany me to the edge of the playground to assist in the rescue." Tang Yin instructed Lin Chuyu before maneuvering his mech towards the tumultuous crowd. Lin Chuyu cautiously piloted her mech, trailing Tang Yin closely. Meanwhile, Su Ming and his companions remained stationary, observing Tang Yin and Lin Chuyu engage in rescue efforts. The duo swiftly reached the playground's periphery, their nerves taut. As numerous students spotted the approaching rescue mechs, they surged forward like drowning individuals grasping at straws. Tang Yin and Lin Chuyu immediately halted, constantly scanning the crowd for any lurking parasites. Should they detect any, they would extend their mech's arms to capture and crush them. As time elapsed, the situation gradually came under control, with most parasites being eliminated. "Everyone, keep up the good work." Shima, while dispatching a host of chiral parasites, rallied the spirits of the crowd. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, the remaining parasites were vanquished, and order began to be restored. "Phew, it is finally over." Su Ming and his companions sighed in relief while gazing at the now calm playground. However, a sudden deafening roar shattered the tranquility. The right side wall of the playground was breached, and a horde of grotesque rats, alongside the remaining parasites, surged towards the school from outside. Captain Han's expression shifted as he issued an immediate command. "Quickly, follow me to seal the breach." "Yes." A series of ironhead mechs promptly followed Captain Han towards the damaged opening, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the invading chiral. Observing this scene, Shima shouted to his subordinates, "Hurry, return to your mechs." They dashed towards their machines. Chapter 25. Type 2 Elite Level Chiral soon. They returned to their mechs, rushing to Captain Han's side, raising their explosive mechanical rifles to unleash a torrent of firepower. Boom! The secret barrage erupted, each bullet resembling a miniature grenade, sending blood and flesh flying in all directions. Black blood splattered across the area. Yet, despite this, an overwhelming number of chirals continued to flood in. Tang Yin, Lin Chuyu, and the others were incredulous, having never witnessed such a situation. The students, who had initially hoped for rescue, were now painted with expressions of terror. "It's over. We're doomed," Su Ming muttered, rubbing his forehead, feeling a throbbing headache as the situation escalated beyond expectations. With so many juvenile chirals and infected entities, should they breach the defenses? It was likely that few would survive the day to at that moment. Su Ming noticed the ground at the breach subtly rising, causing his heart to race. Unfortunately, before he could warn anyone, the ground erupted violently, and a massive mass of black, writhing cellular matter surged forth like an oil geyser. This black substance twisted midair, sprouting numerous black tendrils that rapidly hardened, piercing into the ground, covering everything indiscriminately. Everyone, be cautious. It is the Type 2 elite-level chiral. Captain Han's expression shifted, and he quickly issued a warning. The Ironheads leaped back to evade the attack or shifted to deploy heavy metal blades for defense. Crack! 5 Ironhead mechs failed to evade in time. Their cockpits pierced in an instant. A chorus of agonized screams erupted. Immediately, the tendrils flung the pierced mechs aside. Run for your lives! Students fled in terror. Boom! The 5 Ironhead mechs crashed heavily to the ground, their robust frames contorting and cracking, internal wiring exposed and sparking, while their weapons clattered to the earth. At this moment, the main body of the Type 2 elite-level chiral began to twist and differentiate, forming a biological shell. Damn it! Captain Han seethed, lowering the cannon on his shoulder to unleash a fierce barrage at the Type 2 elite-level chiral. Bang, bang! Shells struck its form. With explosive force, large chunks of black blood splattered. Akin to hitting a mound of mud as the dust settled, the subordinates gradually raised their weapons, firing at the Type 2 elite-level chiral, which bore the brunt of their wrath. Its life force diminished significantly as its damaged body struggled to recover. After being struck, the chiral's body trembled violently, sending forth shockwaves. In an instant, a multitude of juvenile chirals and infected entities surged towards the Type 2 elite-level chiral as if summoned, merging into its form. Teacher Tang Yin, witnessing this, shouted in alarm, "This is bad. It is merging with the juvenile forms. We must stop them, or it will be even harder to kill." Captain Han understood the gravity of the situation, and they desperately concentrated their fire on the chiral, but their firepower seemed insufficient. Observing the scenario, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the discarded XS-01 heavy explosive rifles, and with determination, he charged forward. Lin Chuyu, witnessing Su Ming's actions, promptly followed suit. Mecha and Chen Tong quickly caught on, hastily joining the charge. The four successfully retrieved the XS-01 heavy explosive rifles and rushed to Shima's side, exclaiming, "We are here to assist." Shima glanced at Su Ming and the others, momentarily taken aback by their distinct appearance. However, realizing they were training machines, he set aside his surprise. Every additional hand was a boon. With a resolute tone, he commanded, "Quickly, concentrate fire." "All right, but why isn't this thing responding?" Mecha fumbled as he raised his rifle towards the chiral, but the machine gun remained inert. Chen Tong was equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Su Ming recalled the details from their simulation training, realizing they must have overlooked something. Shima, witnessing their struggle, felt exasperated as the students seemed oblivious even to the safety mechanisms. Just as he was about to intervene, Lin Chuyu raised her weapon, unleashing a torrent of fire at the chiral while calmly advising. "These are the modified XS-01 heavy explosive rifles. The safety mechanism is concealed at the bottom of the weapon. Reactivate it. Follow the details from Simulation Training Lesson 7. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and the others swiftly deactivated the safety mechanisms and unleashed a fierce barrage at the Type 2 elite-level chiral. Regrettably, even with their assistance, the situation showed no signs of improvement. As a vast swarm of juvenile chirals gathered, the Type 2 elite-level chiral began to swell like a balloon. Simultaneously, its black cellular body writhed and began to differentiate into a humanoid form, solidifying an impenetrable biological shell. Damn it! Captain Han realized the urgency of the situation. He unsheathed his alloy blade and charged towards the forming Type 2 elite-level chiral. The chiral sensed the threat and extended its black tendrils towards Han. Maneuvering his iron wing with agility, Han evaded the assault. When escape became impossible, he swung his alloy blade, severing the tendril in an instant. Han closed the gap, striking the hardened biological shell with his blade. Crack! The shell shattered, embedding half of the alloy blade into its body. However, in the next moment, the Type 2 elite-level chiral produced a tendril that lunged towards Han's mech from the left side. "Captain, watch your left," Shima exclaimed, his heart racing as he reloaded. Han immediately turned to see the glinting tendril hurtling towards him, and his heart sank. Bang, bang. With precise gunfire, the tendril was obliterated. Shima glanced at Su Ming, who had made the accurate shot. Praising him, "Well done." Han also breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the Type 2 elite-level chiral extended a black claw from the right side, aiming to swipe at Captain Han. Han Lachine shuddered once more. Abruptly drawing out the alloy blade to block, bang, the entire mech was sent hurtling like a ball, crashing heavily to the ground and skidding several dozen meters away. Captain! The remaining team members, witnessing Han Lu being swept away, unleashed their fury upon the expanding Type 2 elite Kirami. At that moment, the forces outside the school responsible for the encirclement arrived, quickly locking onto the Type 2 elite Kirami. And then open-fired, a torrential rain of bullets, rockets, and shells bombarded the Type 2 Kirami's form. Boom. Chapter 26, 3-Generation Mech, Azure Wing. The entire body of the Type 2 Kirami was riddled with wounds. Yet as more and more Kirami larvae poured in, the Type 2 Kirami's body rapidly repaired itself, growing increasingly massive, with its external cellular differentiation becoming more vibrant, showing signs of evolving towards Type 3. Su Ming observed the battle before him, shaking his head slightly. The situation was far from optimistic. Just then, the expanding form of the Kirami suddenly compressed violently, its 20-meter-tall body shrinking to 15 meters. And its formless round head split open to reveal an ugly mouth. Zzz, black lightning flickered into existence. Whoosh, a beam of black light swept through. Boom, one mech after another, armored vehicles exploded. Following this, the Type 2 Kirami further morphed into a humanoid shape. It was over. Captain Han, controlling the mech, felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon witnessing this scene. Suddenly, a streak of light shot in from a distance, striking the morphing Kirami body. Crack! A white beam saber pierced through the Type 2 Kirami's form. This unexpected occurrence left everyone stunned. Su Ming held his breath, observing closely a towering mech, standing 17 meters tall and clad in azure metallic armor, with a beam cannon embedded in its shoulder and a pair of agile mechanical wings sprouting from its back. Wielding two 10-meter-long beam sabers and adorned with a black star insignia on its chest, came into view, 3-Generation Mech, Azure Wing. Su Ming instinctively exclaimed, instantly recognizing this model of mech. And it was not just any ordinary 3rd-generation mech. It bore an honor insignia, evidenced by the black star emblazoned on its chest. Within the Old Federation, the Kingdom of Apocalypse, and the Dark Star Empire, there existed a uniform code of honor. When one kills an enemy's important figure or a formidable monster, besides receiving rewards and medals, they may emblazon different marks on their mech. The star insignia signifies a renowned expert from one side, with officers achieving the rank of Major and Special 3-type aliens or above. The moon insignia represents top-tier enemies, with officers reaching the rank of General and 4-type aliens or above. The sun insignia denotes enemy heroes, with officers attaining the commander rank and V-type aliens or above. As for the black insignia, it indicates the kill of an alien, while red signifies personnel from a hostile faction. Incredible! Chen Tong, Ming Ku, and the others were dumbfounded. With a single strike, the impending Type 2 elite Kirami was gravely wounded, its life force rapidly collapsing. At that moment, the severely injured Type 2 elite Kirami extended its differentiated claws towards the Azure Wing mech. In response, the Azure Wing mech swung its other beam saber, cleaving the attacking claw in two, then drew out the penetrating beam saber and swiftly struck the Kirami. Crack! The entire Type 2 Kirami was sliced open from head to tail. Revealing its writhing insides, the Azure Wing mech then swung its beam saber, effortlessly slicing the creature's body into 4 or 5 pieces as if cutting watermelon. Subsequently, the Azure Wing mech retracted its blade and drew out a massive mechanical energy gun, adjusted its muzzle, and fired at the Kirami corpse. Zzz, a dispersive scanning beam enveloped the entire body of the Type 2 Kirami. Its black cellular body dissolved like bubbles, ultimately transforming into a pile of desiccated matter. Entirely devoid of vitality, due to the long-standing battles between the Old Federation and the Kirami, as well as the mechanical race, 2 categories of weapons had been developed with remarkable advancements. One category was optical weapons, and the mechanical energy gun wielded by the Azure Wing mech was a classic example, capable of concentrating energy to penetrate or dispersing beams to dissolve bodies. The other category was electromagnetic weapons, specifically designed to combat the mechanical race. After thoroughly dispatching the Kirami, The Azure Wing mech turned and solemnly commanded Han Lexin and the others, "The remaining cleanup is entrusted to you." "Yes, Lord Zhou." Han Lexin and the others responded with excitement, for this Lord Zhou was the right-hand man of Lord Xiao Lai. Wu Shouhao maneuvered the Azure Wing mech, leaping into the air and soaring away. "Everyone, the crisis has been averted. Let us commence the cleanup," Han Lexin instructed Daniel and the others. "Yes," Daniel and the others promptly replied. "Wu, it's finally over. We are saved." The numerous students and teachers on site breathed a sigh of relief. Having endured a truly harrowing ordeal, after issuing his orders, Han Lexin turned to assess the 4 training mechs and inquired, "You 4 are students, correct?" Yes," Su Ming and the others replied. Han Lexin was quite surprised upon hearing their response. He had not expected them to be students, and such brave ones at that. Theo put it bluntly, students from intermediate academies were often akin to greenhouse flowers. They learned plenty of theories, but had never encountered the harsh realities of battle. Thus, he sincerely praised them. "Thank you for your assistance. You were exceptionally brave and performed splendidly, sir. You flatter us." "We hardly contributed significantly," Su Ming and the others responded, somewhat taken aback. "Oh, not say that. You truly excelled." Han Lexin replied earnestly. For a moment, Su Ming and the others felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Just then, a man clad in a black suit, sporting a pair of thin mustaches, with a bald crown and a protruding belly, approached them with a group of people, visibly furious. Su Ming looked curiously at this man, recalling that if his memory served him correctly, this man was Principal Roken. Roken surveyed the scene of devastated students, pointing a finger at Han Lexin, and angrily demanded, "What were you all doing? How long has the Karami invasion been ongoing, and you only just arrived to assist? Do you have any idea how many students have perished due to your negligence? This is dereliction of duty, and I will certainly report you." In an instant, the surviving students turned their heads to look. Captain Han, facing the accusations from Roken, furrowed his brow. Standing beside Han Lexin, Vice Captain Shima, with a resigned expression, spoke, "Principal, your reproach is truly unfounded. It was the dead of night. We were all resting in the dormitory. Upon hearing the alarm, we rushed out immediately to head to the hangar. It takes time to reach the hangar, and activating the mech requires time as well. The city is so vast. It takes time for us to fly here. Arriving as quickly as we did is commendable." Roken, momentarily at a loss for words due to Shima's defense, did not relent but instead redirected his ire towards Daniel and the others, stating, "That is your fault. As the patrol guards, you failed to arrive promptly for rescue, resulting in heavy student casualties. I will undoubtedly report you." Chapter 27. Passing the buck, Principal. "We truly did our best. The attacks were not limited to just your location. The first intermediate academy was also attacked. We rushed over to assist from nearby, and many of our brothers sacrificed themselves tonight. I do not care. You are all responsible, and I will report all of you," Principal Roken declared stubbornly and truth. It was not that Principal Roken wished to make things difficult for them, but the death toll from this assault was too high. Not only would he face blame from above, but he would also have to bear the wrath of the parents of the deceased students, many of whom were public officials and tycoons. Seeing Roken's stance, Shima replied helplessly, "It seems this blame is unavoidable for us." Upon hearing Shima's words, Roken's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Shima's mech, saying, You. At that moment, Han Lexin sternly reprimanded Shima. "Shima, how can you speak to Principal Roken like that? Apologize. Do not underestimate Principal Roken. He was the head of a key school in the 13th district, and his position was not insignificant. Although he was not from the same system, Roken could still be considered their superior." Han Lexin did not want Shima to be reported and potentially face disciplinary action. "I'm sorry," Shima apologized reluctantly. "Hemph. This matter is far from over." Principal Roken's expression softened slightly, yet he remained obstinate. That moment, Su Ming observed this farce with a sigh, shaking his head in resignation. "Alas, Chen Tong." Meanwhile, scoffed in the communication channel, "How ridiculous. Risking our lives to assist, and instead of gratitude, we are met with accusations. Indeed, it's truly excessive," Mingku echoed. "Mingku, Chen Tong, refrain from speaking further. If someone reports you, you will be in trouble," Tang Yin cautioned, maneuvering his mech closer, not wanting his students to be embroiled in this situation. Su Ming and the others fell silent. Meanwhile, the guards on site commenced the cleanup, and before long, The bodies were neatly arranged on the open field of the playground. As the leader Han waved his hand, numerous ironheads equipped with large flamethrowers commenced their fiery assault, incinerating the remnants on dash site. It was not that they lacked compassion, denying the deceased a complete burial for their families to bid a final farewell. Rather, it was due to the parasitic nature of the Kalami. Even in death, they posed a ticking time bomb that necessitated immediate disposal. Su Ming and his companions observed this scene, their hearts heavy with a profound melancholy. Many students, witnessing their burnt classmates' remains, could not suppress their sobs. After all, they were not machines. Their hearts were flesh and blood, and even with an understanding of the situation, they felt an overwhelming sense of grief and anguish. At that moment, Teacher Tang Yin and others surrounded Principal Luoqin, inquiring, "Principal, what shall we do next? What can we do? We can only await instructions from above. Have everyone remain in place and rest while we offer comfort to those in need." Principal Luoqin replied irritably, "Understood." Tang Yin and the others responded, burdened by the weight of the situation. As time gradually passed, morning soon arrived. Suddenly, Principal Luoqin's phone vibrated and a message popped up. After reading its contents carefully, he picked up a megaphone and addressed everyone. "Everyone, please pay attention." With a rustle, all seated students turned their gazes toward Principal Luoqin. Clearing his throat, he spoke to the crowd. "Dear students, I deeply apologize for the fright you have experienced. This principal shares in your profound sorrow. Just now, I received the latest news. The outbreak of Kalami occurred in the lower district. Our academy was affected due to its proximity. However, the upper district remains largely unscathed. This means your homes are safe. I will arrange for a convoy to take you all home to rest." "Wonderful. We can go home," exclaimed many students in relief. That moment, Han, controlling the Ironwing mech, approached Su Ming and his companions, stating, "You may return the weapons to us now." "All right." Su Ming quickly handed over the firearms to Han's subordinates. Han saluted them and proceeded to stand guard around the area. Subsequently, the four of them controlled the mech to crouch down, cautiously opening the cockpit and descending. Upon landing, Lin Chuyu was surprised to discover that the other three were Su Ming and his friends. She nodded at them with a warm smile. "Hey, Su Ming, did you see that? Lin Chuyu is greeting us," Mingku exclaimed excitedly. "Yes," Su Ming replied, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Several hours later, a luxurious bus arrived at the entrance of the deep blue villa district, and Su Ming, empty-handed, stepped off. Although the Kalami invasion incident had nearly been resolved, the school required lockdown for thorough inspection and cleaning. Every nook and cranny, including drainage systems, needed to be scrutinized, a significant undertaking that resulted in all students being sent home for self-study. To make matters worse, they were not even allowed to take their books. Having to await their return from the school, Su Ming walked home with his head down, unable to fathom that after only a few days of attending school, it had already closed. The upcoming city exam, however, remained unaffected and was scheduled as planned. "What a hassle," Su Ming lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Given his current knowledge base, achieving a good score seemed quite a challenge. Upon reaching his doorstep, Su Ming was taken aback to see 3 armored transport vehicles parked outside, with a dozen guards in combat uniforms and stern-looking inspectors in black-striped suits within the yard. At that moment, Su Yuan dejectedly boarded one of the transport vehicles, while Zhao Ning stood at the door, her eyes reddened. "Move," commanded a man with a prominent nose and a cold gaze. The guards and inspectors promptly boarded the transport. Leaving the scene, watching Su Yuan being taken away, Su Ming's brow furrowed in concern. Calamity truly does not come alone. As the school incident was compounded by troubles at home, he walked into the yard. Approaching Zhao Ning, who was in tears. Seeing Su Ming return, Zhao Ning rushed forward, gripped his hand, and examined him. "Son, you're back. Thank goodness. Are you all right? How did you get so hurt?" "I'm fine. Just a minor fall, merely superficial injuries." "What has happened to father? What's going on?" Su Ming inquired with concern, knowing that both Su Yuan and Zhao Ning genuinely cared for him. Chapter 28. Silence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ning's eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, "Your father has been summoned for questioning." "Why?" Su Ming asked, bewildered. "The Kalami outbreak originated from our family's garbage dump, and it was not reported in a timely manner. In a way. What about mother? This incident is so serious." Su Ming was left speechless, realizing that the disaster had originated from their family's property. "It's all right, dear son. I will call your grandfather shortly," Zhao Ning reassured him. Grandfather? Su Ming instinctively flinched, his mind conjuring an image of a temperamental face. For a moment, his expression grew somewhat unnatural. His grandfather was the current head of the Su family, known for his fierce and domineering temperament. It could be said that no one in the Su family was unafraid of him. The last time Su Ming saw him was 3 years ago at his 200th birthday celebration, when he nearly wet himself in fright, leaving him with a significant psychological scar. Right? As long as I inform grandfather, it should be fine, so there's no need to worry. Yes, Su Ming thought for a moment, and then began to relax. If grandfather was willing to intervene, there should be no major issues to be by the way. Son, is your school on break right now? Zhao Ning asked. Yes, the school has sent us home for self-study. That's wonderful. Stay safe at home, as the outside world is currently unsafe. Zhao Ning was also hesitant to let Su Ming return to school. With her husband already taken away, if anything were to happen to Su Ming, it would be unbearable. But I still need to prepare for the city exam, Su Ming replied with a headache. Forget about the city exam. Just stay home and relax. I'll make you some delicious food to ease your nerves. You must have been terrified yesterday, Zhao Ning said, pulling Su Ming toward the house. 3 days later, in the early morning, after completing 100 push-ups and 200 sit-ups, Su Ming took a hot shower, changed into loose clothing, and descended the spiral staircase in the hall. Qian Hui saw Su Ming coming down and approached him respectfully, saying, Young master, you're up, breakfast is ready for you. Where is my mother? Su Ming looked around the hall, not seeing Zhao Ning. Madam left early this morning. She specifically instructed me to prepare breakfast for you. Saying you've been working too hard and have lost weight, Su Ming glanced at the table filled with meat and a plate of vegetables, feeling somewhat touched. I understand. You may go about your duties. He replied, Of course, young master, Chen Hui said before leaving. Su Ming approached the dining table, turned on the projection television, and picked up his chopsticks to eat while watching At that moment, the television was broadcasting news, featuring a female reporter in a blue professional outfit standing on the street. Dear citizens, regarding the recent Kalami invasion in District 13, the guards acted swiftly and decisively, successfully eradicating all Kalami threats. The area is now safe, and all lockdowns have been officially lifted. Residents may now move freely. As Su Ming watched the report, he fell into deep thought. Over the past few days, he had been reviewing textbooks and study materials from the past 2 years. But the results had been less than satisfactory. His efficiency was alarmingly low. With the city exam approaching, time was of the essence, and it seemed he would have to seek help from teacher Tang Yin. With this thought in mind, Su Ming rose to leave. Moments later, Su Ming found himself walking along a wide road, which was eerily quiet. Aside from patrol soldiers, there were hardly any pedestrians in sight. Most shops along the sides were closed, displaying temporarily out-of-service signs, with only a few remaining open. This indicated that the situation in District 13 remained tense. However, Su Ming was unconcerned as he jogged toward teacher Tang Yin's residence. After over an hour, panting heavily, Su Ming arrived at the entrance of the residential complex where teacher Tang Yin lived. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a familiar voice calling from behind. Su Ming, surprised. Su Ming turned to see Ming Ku and Chen Tong, who were equally astonished. What brings you here? Don't look at me. I'm not with him. We just happened to cross paths. Chen Tong huffed, distancing himself from Ming Ku. Ming Ku, unfazed, explained anxiously, We're here to find teacher Tang. With the city exam approaching, it's not feasible to stay home and study like this. I agree. Let us go find the teacher, Su Ming replied, not saying much more. The three of them walked together, soon arriving at the teacher's door. Ming Ku stepped forward and knocked. Knock, knock. The door opened promptly, and as Su Ming and the others prepared to greet their teacher, they were taken aback by the person who answered. Zhao Ran, the class monitor, expressed her surprise upon seeing them. You all have come as well, do come in. Zhao Ran was evidently taken aback. As Su Ming and the others stepped into the room, they were greeted by the sight of a cramped living room filled with a dozen classmates, including the trio with yellow hair. It was clear that not everyone in the class had given up. Many were still striving for their goals. You all are here too. Please find a place to sit. If there is no space, feel free to sit on the floor, she added. At that moment, Tang Yin emerged with sunken eyes and a dejected expression, holding a cup of water. What's wrong with the teacher? He seems particularly down today, Su Ming whispered to Ming Ke in a hushed tone. Ming Ke responded, burdened with the weight of his words. Yesterday, the school held a memorial service to commemorate those who have passed away. The teachers attended as hosts. Why was I not informed? I received no notification, Su Ming inquired, bewildered. Mingku sighed, how could they notify you? They only called the families of the deceased. Do you know how many students from our class have died? How many? Su Ming asked, his heart sinking at the thought. 11 from our class, and the entire school has suffered countless casualties. The numbers are too grim to disclose. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's heart plummeted. He understood that the situation was dire, but he had not anticipated it being this severe. Make yourselves comfortable, Tang Yin said, placing his cup on the table before sinking into the sofa with a defeated demeanor. Su Ming and the others were at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the room was palpably oppressive. Then Mingku took a deep breath and spoke up, Teacher, with the city examination approaching, the school has suspended classes, leaving us to study at home. However, we are far from prepared. Relying solely on ourselves is insufficient. We are still quite distant from Huangding Academy, and we kindly ask for your assistance. The monitor is right. Please help us, teacher, Zhaoran and the others echoed in unison. Sighing, Tang Yin replied, after the events of the past few days, I've come to terms with things. The prestige of Huangding Academy and the quotas are no longer significant. What truly matters is survival. Therefore, you need not cling to the idea of applying to Huangding Academy. With this, a silence enveloped Zhaoran and the others. Chapter 29. The harsh reality. Even Chen Tong remained silent, leaning against the wall in quiet contemplation. However, Mingke gritted his teeth and said to Tang Yin, Teacher, I do not wish to give up that I believe we can still fight for this. Enough of that. Even if you are filled with confidence, I lack it. Tang Yin replied, No, teacher, I have faith in you. After all, you are an alumnus of Huangding Academy. You can surely guide us to success. Mingku insisted, Well, yes, I graduated from Huangding Academy, but Tang Yin hesitated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He was reluctant to admit that he had been among the bottom ranks of his class. Furthermore, the primary reason he had been accepted was his connection to Sancheng. He had eventually fallen to the 13th district due to a decline in his family's fortunes. Su Ming glanced at Tang Yin in surprise. He had not expected the teacher to be an alumnus of Huangding Academy. Teacher, you can do it, Mingku declared confidently. Indeed. Zhaoran and the others chimed in. Tang Yin sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. He simply got up and walked into the room, returning with a stack of examination papers. He placed them on the table and calmly said, This is the comprehensive exam paper from last year's city examination. I want you all to attempt it. Mingku and the others were taken aback, but quickly rose to take a paper, silently finding corners to work in. Su Ming also took a sheet and settled onto the floor, briefly scanning the paper. Compared to the usual exams, this one was significantly lengthier, spanning a full 20 pages and featuring a variety of question types. He noted that the total score was 300 points. Eager to test his abilities, Su Ming began to write diligently. Tang Yin settled onto the sofa, quietly observing his students as they worked. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Ming was finally on the last page. However, he was struggling immensely, as his knowledge was painfully limited. Many questions left him utterly confused, rendering him unable to even guess an answer. For instance, the penultimate question asked about the challenges faced during the 11th systemic restructuring of the old Federation's history and how it ultimately failed. Along with how he would have avoided such a fate, Su Ming could only recall the date of the event and a rough idea of the initiator, lacking any detailed understanding of the situation. The most frustrating part was that questions of this nature varied each year. Given the old Federation's vast history, numerous significant events occurred, many of which were only briefly mentioned in historical texts. To truly comprehend them, one would need to conduct thorough research. Consequently, the knowledge required from students was exceedingly high. If Su Ming had ample time, it wouldn't be a problem, but he was painfully aware that time was precisely what he lacked. Checking the time on his phone, Tang Yin patiently waited for another half hour before announcing, Time's up, submit your papers. Su Ming and the others halted their pens and handed their papers to Tang Yin. He promptly began grading, and the others gathered around, curious about their scores. He first graded Chen Tong's paper, marking checks and crosses, and quickly announced a score of 129. Chen Tong's face fell as he processed the disappointing result. As Tang Yin continued, scores emerged one after another. Zhaoran with 103, Cheng Ran with 72, and Mingku with an impressive 141. Wow, monitor, you did so well, Zhaoran and the others exclaimed in awe. This isn't satisfactory. Mingke replied, visibly displeased. At this point, Tang Yin picked up Su Ming's paper to grade. Su Ming's heart raced with curiosity over how he had performed. However, as he saw the numerous crosses on his paper, his heart sank. Finally, the score was revealed. Su Ming had scored 92. Not bad, Su Ming. You've made significant progress, Tang Yin praised, raising his gaze to commend him, noting that this was a comprehensive exam for the city. Given Su Ming's previous performance, achieving a score in the 60s or 70s would have been commendable. Yes, keep it up, Mingke and the others encouraged. Su Ming could only muster a wry smile. He knew he still had a long way to go. Nevertheless, improving by 20 points in just a few days was indeed commendable. At that moment, Tang Yin cleared his throat, signaling for silence. The room quieted immediately. With a serious expression, Tang Yin stated, "You've seen your scores. Now I will clarify the situation. Firstly, the reason I do not recommend applying to Huangning Academy is that their internal school comprehensive exam is scored out of 300 points. With an acceptance threshold of 290 points and a minimum of 90 in secondary subjects, external schools are slightly more lenient, but the comprehensive score must still exceed 250, with secondary subjects requiring at least 60 points. Compare your scores with these requirements." Upon hearing this, even Mingke, who had the highest score, fell silent, and the others sank into despair. What? How can anyone achieve such high scores? Cheng Ran complained bitterly. Those from Sancheng can? Tang Yin explained. Their internal school requirements are only 280 points and 80 in secondary subjects, while external schools only require 200 points and 50. Su Ming looked at Tang Yin with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Wondering if the teacher had once been a resident of Sancheng is that fair? They should not be granted such leniency. Their resources are already superior to ours, Cheng Ran lamented. Tang Yin sighed and addressed the group. You know that each region in the old Federation has significant autonomy. They will naturally prioritize their own citizens. There's nothing unfair about that. In short, you must recognize the reality of your situation and set your sights on ordinary advanced academies. Not only are their score thresholds lower, but the secondary subject requirements are also minimal. Do not disdain ordinary advanced academies. Securing admission will grant you an additional 4 years of stability, avoiding the risk of drawing red or black cards. Furthermore, after graduation, you can attempt to apply for public service or key enterprises within the Federation, or pursue other industries. Your future remains bright. Zhaoran and the others nodded, their previously despondent expressions beginning to brighten. At this moment, Chun Tong unexpectedly interjected, "Teacher, you are correct, but I fear that we might not even qualify for ordinary advanced academies. If I recall correctly, the minimum score requirement for those is also 150. Ah, is it really that high? Then we are at a considerable disadvantage." Zhaoran and the others grimaced. "Do not be disheartened. Simply avoid applying to schools in Sancheng," Tang Yin advised. "If you apply to the advanced academies in our 13th district, the requirement is only 120 points. With some effort, most of you should be able to reach that." Tang Yin explained to the group. "Teacher, do residents of Sancheng also need to score 120 points to apply to their ordinary advanced schools?" Cheng Ran hesitated to ask. "Indeed," Tang Yin confirmed with a nod. "Ah, how enviable. Just 120 points to enroll in a surface academy." Wang Qi and the others expressed their envy. "What's there to envy? They would still need 150 points to apply to our 13th District's advanced schools." Tang Yin reassured the group with a cough. Chapter 30. Distinguished guest teacher, what kind of mindset do they have to come down here for their education? Although they are all ordinary advanced academies, the facilities and environment are vastly inferior, Cheng Ran lamented helplessly. Enough of those trivial matters. The primary focus is to find ways to improve your scores. The school has now been closed, so we cannot rely on training pods. And finding resources outside is exceedingly challenging and costly, far beyond what you can afford. Thus, the focus must be placed on the comprehensive examination. From today onward, if you are willing to come during the day, I will offer you free tutoring, with the hope that you will have a bright future. Tang Yin earnestly addressed the crowd. All right, everyone responded with confidence. And Mingke, please call the other students to see if they are willing to join. If they are not interested, then so be it, Tang Yin instructed. Mingke understood. Mingke replied promptly. As evening fell, Su Ming walked home, a hint of melancholy reflected in his eyes. Although Teacher Tang would provide extra lessons, his expertise had its limits. After a month of intense study, perhaps he could gain admission to an ordinary school, but the prospect of entering the Royal Court Academy seemed bleak. To make matters worse, he no longer had access to a training pod for practice. In the past, he could have sought help from his parents, but the current situation at home was far from optimistic. His father had been taken away for several days, and there had been no news. Who could he turn to now? As Su Ming approached his doorstep, he encountered a man with white hair, wrinkled skin speckled with dark spots, a serious demeanor, and dressed in a black suit. Conversing with Chen Hui at the entrance, Su Ming looked at the man, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him before, yet could not recall when. Since the lady is not home, I shall take my leave, Zhang Yu said politely. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly remembered that this man was Mr. Zhang Yu, a former teacher of his father, who held a significant position within the family and had visited their home several times. Most importantly, he was not only an information specialist but also a seasoned scholar and advisor. Su Ming hurriedly stepped forward to greet him warmly. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yu paused slightly, turning to Su Ming, and after sizing him up, he smiled and inquired, "You must be the young master, right? It has been many years. You have grown so much." "Yes, are you looking for my mother?" "Indeed, but she is not home, and I cannot reach her by phone. My mother went out to handle some matters. She may return later. Please, come in and have a seat." Su Ming enthusiastically invited Zhang Yu inside. Zhang Yu had initially intended to leave, but finding it difficult to refuse Su Ming's warm invitation, he followed him in. Upon entering, Su Ming called out to Chen Hui, "Aunt Hui, please bring out my father's cherished white tea and some fruit." All right." Chen Hui hesitated for a moment. These items were family treasures that the master and mistress usually refrained from using. However, since Su Ming had requested it, she went to prepare them. "There is no need for such formality," Zhang Yu said, somewhat taken aback. "Please, Mr. Zhang, make yourself comfortable," Su Ming urged, leading him to the living room and encouraging him to sit. "Mr. Zhang, please take a seat." "Young master, you are being excessively courteous." Zhang Yu quickly stood, recognizing that despite Su Yuan's lack of talent and low status at home, he himself held a high position within the family. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of maintaining the boundaries between master and servant. "It is nothing. You are my father's teacher, a senior of my family. It is only right for me to show you respect," Su Ming said with great politeness. That moment, Chen Hui returned with the brewed tea and fruit. Su Ming immediately picked up a cup and offered it to Mr. Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, please enjoy some tea." "Thank you." Zhang Yu graciously accepted the cup, somewhat flattered. Su Ming then stood up, picked a large, red apple, and eagerly handed it to Zhang Yu, saying, "Mr. Zhang, please have some fruit. It is rare for you to travel such a distance." "This is too much. It is far too extravagant," Zhang Yu replied, fully aware of the fruit's value, as these were cultivated and allocated by the Su family, which had limited production. "Not at all. You are a distinguished guest," Su Ming insisted, pressing the red apple into Zhang Yu's hands. "Thank you." Zhang Yu reluctantly accepted it, though he was somewhat astonished. He remembered the young master as shy and reticent, rarely speaking, yet now he was so warmly welcoming. "By the way, Mr. Zhang, what brings you to seek my mother?" "As it happens, I have come to investigate the matter of your humiliation. We have made some progress." "Oh?" "Rest assured, young master, we will soon be able to identify those responsible for humiliating you." Zhang Yu assured Su Ming that in truth, he was not overly anxious about identifying the culprits. The real concern was Su Ming's side, as he had a good idea of who was behind it. However, with the city examination looming, performing poorly could mean not only missing an opportunity but potentially being sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. "Young Master Su, what troubles you?" Zhang Yu inquired, puzzled, as it was reasonable to expect that Su Ming would be pleased to hear that those who had wronged him would soon be found. "The city examination is imminent, and classes have been suspended due to the Chi Lami larvae attack. I can only study at home, but I am struggling to keep up, and there is no one to guide me," Su Ming explained, his face clouded with worry. Zhang Yu was taken aback by this revelation and gazed thoughtfully at the son of his least accomplished student before saying, "I could tutor you, but my responsibilities are overwhelming, and I cannot remain in District 13 for long." "Oh, what a pity," Su Ming replied, feeling disappointed. However, seeing Su Ming's eagerness to learn, Zhang Yu sighed and continued, "But there is still a compromise. Since you wish to study, I shall certainly make time for you. How about I conduct remote video tutoring in the evenings once I return home?" "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Zhang," Su Ming exclaimed, standing up and bowing to Zhang Yu. This arrangement was simply perfect. He could attend classes with teacher Tang during the day and return home in the evening for online tutoring from Mr. Jiang. Chapter 31. Su Zhentian. Jiang Yu looked at Su Ming's dedication and felt a twinge of nostalgia. Had Su Yuan possessed such determination, he would not have been so disregarded by the elder and sent away. He sincerely told Su Ming, "Young master, there is no need for such politeness. As long as you study diligently and achieve satisfactory results in the city examination, that is enough. I will certainly put forth my utmost effort and not disappoint your guidance." Su Ming solemnly assured Jiang Yu. "Excellent," Jiang Yu replied, feeling quite pleased that in truth, although Su Yuan was not particularly accomplished as Jiang Yu's student, he had many admirable qualities, especially his respect towards his mentor, which endeared him to Jiang Yu. Thus, he found himself similarly fond of Su Ming. Perhaps it was a case of love for the house leading to love for the crow. "Teacher, please enjoy some tea." Su Ming quickly poured another cup for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled as he cooled the tea before drinking it all in one go. Looking at his watch, he rose and said to Su Ming, "Young master, it is getting late, and the lady has not yet returned. I must head back to Starlight City to analyze the data I have gathered. I will inform you as soon as I have results." "Yes, thank you for your hard work, teacher. I will see you off." As Yu Ming personally walked Jiang Yu to the entrance. District 13 Administrative Office Building. In the spacious and tidy office, Yue was presenting a statistical report to Xiao Lai, who was seated at his desk. Standing around them were a dozen administrative officials, all wearing tense expressions, their faces marked by anxiety. The casualty figures from the Chi Lami larvae attack had been compiled. In the lower urban area, a total of 213,420 people had died, while in the upper urban area, the death toll reached 12,113. Furthermore, due to the incident affecting the first, second, and third intermediate academies, nearly a quarter of the fatalities in the upper urban area were students. And the financial losses were incalculable. Xiao Lai's expression darkened as he cast a cold glance at the silent officials present, asking, "In the face of such a significant incident, do any of you have something to say?" Instantly, the administrative officials lowered their heads even further, nearly burying them into the ground, fearful of being singled out by Xiao Lai. "What a bunch of incompetents! How could you allow such a disaster to occur? What have you been doing?" Xiao Lai chastised them angrily. None of the officials dared to explain. They were not foolish. The compiled data made it clear that they had indeed created a monumental mess. As the atmosphere grew tense, Yue hesitated before speaking up. "Lord Xiao, this is truly a catastrophic situation. The council has already been informed about this incident and will undoubtedly seek accountability. The immediate priority is to determine how to respond." Upon hearing Yue's words, Xiao Lai rose from his chair, walking to the window to gaze out into the dark night. Coldly, he stated, "Respond. What more is there to respond to? Clearly, those responsible must take accountability." As soon as these words left his lips, the administrative officials broke out in cold sweat, their bodies trembling slightly. They quickly began to speak up. "Lord Xiao, the primary responsibility in this incident lies with the head of the waste disposal facility. It is his negligence that led to the failure to promptly report the missing persons, resulting in the escalation of the situation to such a grave extent." "Yes, it is indeed him." Xiao Lai turned around, his piercing gaze sweeping across the crowd that was casting accusations, causing their voices to diminish to mere whispers as they each lowered their heads. Xiao Lai was acutely aware of their intentions. They merely wished for Su Yuan to bear the brunt of this calamity. Given the severity of the matter, it was inevitable that someone must be held accountable. At that moment, Yue promptly interjected. "Lord Xiao, I believe there is merit in what everyone is saying. Su Yuan, as the head of the waste facility, undoubtedly bears an irrefutable responsibility, and we should forward this matter to the subordinate tribunal of the council." "Where is Su Yuan?" Xiao Lai inquired, his expression shifting, his voice low. "He has already been detained." Yue hastily replied. "Humph. This incident has resulted in catastrophic loss of life and has created an extremely adverse impact. We shall not show leniency towards the perpetrator. All matters will be handled with the utmost formality," Xiao Lai stated sternly to Yue and the others. "Understood. I shall make the necessary preparations at once." Yue and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Lai sent Yue rushing out, as he needed to ready certain matters to ensure that when the council representatives arrived, they could successfully place the blame on Su Yuan. At that moment, the office phone rang. Ding ding. Xiao Lai glanced at the displayed number, his eyes flickering slightly as he coldly commanded the attending officials. "Everyone, leave." "Yes." The administrative officials, visibly relieved, wiped the sweat from their brows as they exited. Xiao Lai approached his desk and answered the call. Before he could utter a word, a muffled voice emanated from the other end. "Hello, District Chief Xiao. Old Master Su, what brings you here? Damn it, stop with the pleasantries. Have you detained my foolish son? Old Master Su, let us speak candidly. It is not I who has apprehended him, but rather your son has committed an offense. I do not care what he has done. In any case, do me a favor and release him. Old Master Su, under normal circumstances, I would certainly accommodate your request. However, this situation is different. Su Yuan has caused a monumental disaster. As the head of the waste facility, his mismanagement has led to the rampant spread of the Chiarami larvae, resulting in the deaths of countless individuals. The Federation is already aware and is pursuing accountability. Enough with the nonsense. My foolish son is indeed the head of the waste facility, but that is a waste facility. He cannot possibly be there all the time to oversee everything. Ultimately, the fault lies with his subordinates. Even if his subordinates are at fault for failing to report in a timely manner, Su Yuan, as the head of the facility, is still the primary responsible party and thus bears guilt. Damn it, I will not argue with you over this. You merely want a scapegoat, but it cannot be my son. The voice of Su Jintian grew increasingly agitated on the other end. Old Master Su, you misunderstand. We do not have any intention of targeting Su Yuan, but he is indeed inescapably culpable. Cursed be this. Just tell me what needs to be done for you to release my son. I am afraid this matter is truly non-negotiable. Humph. I shall not beat around the bush. If you release my foolish son, I will give you 2 second-generation machines, Su Jintian boldly offered. Old Master. That is unacceptable. This situation is far too serious. 3 machines. That is still not feasible. It is not merely a matter of resources. 5 machines. This is exceedingly difficult for me. The Federation? Xiao Lai appeared deeply troubled. 10 machines, Su Jintian declared resolutely. Chapter 32. Boasting Old Master, I believe there is certainly a misunderstanding regarding Mr.Su Yuan. I will have them release him immediately. A smile crossed Xiao Lai's face as he explained to Su Jintian. Damn it, if you had said that sooner, we would have been done with this. Upon hearing Xiao Lai's agreement, Su Jintian's tone softened considerably. By the way, Old Master, you must ensure that these 10 second-generation machines are not outdated models. I require the latest versions, Xiao Lai cautiously reminded him. Humph, do you take me for that sort of person? They will all be the latest models, Su Jintian replied. Irate, I certainly trust you, Old Master Su. I just worry that your subordinates may not execute it properly. Enough, no more talk. Hurry and release my foolish son. Understood, I will end the call now. I shall visit Starlight City when time permits. We must catch up. Once Xiao Lai concluded the call, his smile gradually faded, replaced by deep contemplation. He then sent a message to Yue, instructing him to come immediately. Not long after, Yue hurriedly entered the office. Lord Xiao, is everything prepared? Rest assured, everything is in order. Yue assured with unwavering confidence. Then release him. Xiao Lai stated matter-of-factly. Release him? Yue was momentarily stunned, staring at Xiao Lai in astonishment. What? Was I not clear enough? Or do my words hold no weight? It is not that, Lord Xiao, but if we release Su Yuan, what will happen with the Federation? What will happen? Whoever is at fault must take responsibility. The Chiarami larvae outbreak originated from the waste facility. But let me ask you this. How did the Chiarami larvae come to appear at the waste facility in the first place? Investigate who is responsible for patrolling and securing the external areas around the waste facility. Xiao Lai spoke sternly to Yue. Are we to implicate our own people? Yue was taken aback, and no matter who is aired, we must treat everyone equally and handle matters with fairness. Do you understand? Xiao Lai rapped his fingers on the desk, his demeanor serious. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. Yue swallowed hard and quickly exited the office. At that moment, outside the office, several of Yue's subordinates gathered around him, noticing his grim expression. Lord Yi, what has happened? Yue inhaled deeply, addressing a lean and capable subordinate. Fei Wan, you are to release Su Yuan immediately. Then, send someone to apprehend all those responsible for security in the H3 area outside the lower city waste facility. You cannot be serious. You want to release Su Yuan and arrest our own people. Fei Wan was taken aback. What choice do I have? Who made their connection so formidable? Hurry and take action. Yue replied impatiently. Yes, yes. Fei Wan and the others dared not utter another word. Late at night, Su Ming was in his room, gritting his teeth as he performed push-ups, his face turning crimson from the exertion. 11, 12. Upon completing the 15th push-up, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His physical condition was truly poor. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. He could now do 15 in one go. Whereas he had initially struggled to complete even 3, Su Ming was confident that with a bit more time, he would surely grow stronger. At that moment, he heard a commotion downstairs, likely indicating that Zhao Ning had returned. So he got up and left his room in the brightly lit living room. Su Yuan entered alongside Zhao Ning, looking thoroughly exhausted. I have told you time and again to pay more attention to your work. Yet you refuse to listen, and now you have caused such a calamity. Zhao Ning scolded Su Yuan. Why, dear? I did not intend for this to happen. It is simply unfortunate, Su Yuan explained with a pained expression. Just then, Su Ming descended the spiral staircase, and upon seeing Su Yuan return, he greeted them. Father, Mother, you are back. Son, are you all right? Su Yuan's face instantly brightened upon seeing Su Ming. I am fine. The real question is, are you all right, father? Ah, truly, my precious son. You have begun to show concern for your father, but do not fret. Who am I? How could anything happen to me? They wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. It was quite easy to come out, Su Yuan boasted animatedly before Su Ming. Zhao Ning let out a slight sigh. She had spent the entire day at the inspection department, waiting and visiting. Old Master had pulled numerous strings, yet nothing worked. They simply would not release him. Upon learning this, Su Yuan was nearly terrified, far from the calm demeanor he portrayed. Nonetheless, Zhao Ning did not expose Su Yuan's facade, as she wished for him to maintain a noble image in front of Su Ming. Hearing Su Yuan declare he was fine, Su Ming felt a weight lift from his heart and replied with a smile. Just like father. Indeed, Su Yuan beamed at the praise from his son, feeling even more elated. However, just then, his phone rang from his pocket. Instinctively, he reached for it, but upon seeing the caller ID, his smile abruptly froze. He swallowed hard and said to Su Ming, son, I need to take this call. Su Yuan answered the phone, addressing the caller with an almost submissive tone. Hello. Damn it, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? What else can you do? How did I end up with such a foolish son? Su Ming's legs trembled slightly as he quietly walked aside, attempting to maintain a facade of nonchalance in front of Su Ming. Unfortunately, even though he did not use speakerphone, the old man's voice could be heard clearly without it. Su Ming and the others could hear everything quite clearly. The entire house was on the verge of being torn apart. Listening to that roar, Su Ming felt rather awkward. Zhao Ning chuckled and said to Su Ming, my dear son, it's nothing to worry about. It's merely a scolding, and your father can handle it. After a moment's thought, Su Ming resolved that, since everything at home seemed fine, he would dedicate himself fully to preparing for the city examination. You see, my precious son, Zhao Ning gently replied. With the city examination approaching and the school closed due to the Kirimi incident, I must go to teacher Tang Yin's house for tutoring every day. Su Ming informed Zhao Ning about the tutoring sessions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ning felt both relieved and somewhat anxious for his safety, prompting her to say, son, it's fine for you to go for tutoring, but won't it be unsafe? Perhaps I should hire a bodyguard for you. No need. Su Ming shook his head in refusal. When I went out today, I noticed the streets were lined with patrolling guards. It should be quite safe. Very well, Zhao Ning conceded, seeing that Su Ming was resolute and chose not to press the matter further. Chapter 33. The reward. The following morning, Su Ming donned his sports attire and jogged towards teacher Tang Yin's residence. Initially, Su Yuan intended to drive him, but Su Ming declined, as he needed to utilize every moment for reviewing for the city exam. And this short journey would compensate for some of his exercise. After more than an hour, Su Ming arrived at Tang Yin's home, panting. Ming Ku and the others were already present. Su Ming, you've arrived. Ming Ku greeted him enthusiastically. Leaning against the wall, Chun Tong grumbled, you're so slow. Next time, come earlier. We're all set to begin. All right. Su Ming responded with a smile. Ever since they had endured a beating together and fought side by side, their bond had naturally deepened. At that moment, teacher Tang Yin emerged from his bedroom, clutching a pile of teaching materials. He glanced at everyone present and declared, now that everyone is here, we shall officially commence our intensive review. Before we start, I have some news to share. Teacher, what is it? Mingku and the others inquired with curiosity. I've received word through the grapevine that this year's city examination may be more challenging than in previous years. Thus, you must be mentally prepared and double your efforts. Tang Yin warned them with a serious demeanor. Why is that? They exclaimed, perplexed. I'm not entirely sure. After all, it's merely a rumor. How much more difficult could it be? How could I possibly know? However, most of you are aiming for ordinary higher academies, so as long as you secure a good number of basic points, it shouldn't be a significant issue. Therefore, muster your spirits and strive for your future. Tang Yin encouraged all his students. Understood. Mingku and the others quickly adjusted their mindset, realizing they had no retreat left. Suddenly, a jarring knock echoed at the door. Tang Yin looked toward the entrance, puzzled. Since everyone was present, could it be a new student arriving? He instructed Zhao Ran, please open the door. All right. Zhao Ran stood up and walked to the door. When she opened it, her expression transformed into one of utter surprise. At that moment, Principal Luo Qin entered with a beaming smile. Principal. Tang Yin was equally bewildered. What brought Principal Luo Qin to his home so unexpectedly? Ignoring Tang Yin, Luo Qin surveyed the living room and, upon spotting Su Ming, Mingku, and Chen Tong, cheerfully exclaimed, Everyone is here. Su Ming lowered his voice and asked Mingku, Why is that shameless principal here? Mingku, intrigued by Su Ming's description, replied with a look of astonishment. I have no idea. Perhaps you should speak up more, Chen Tong remarked with a smirk, clearly enjoying the situation. Principal, please don't just stand at the door. Come in and sit, Tang Yin hurriedly urged. No need, Principal Luo Qin dismissed the suggestion with a wave, then stepped back outside. Shortly after, he warmly invited in 7 reporters, each wielding a camera. Su Ming and the others exchanged bewildered glances at the influx of reporters. Principal Luo Qin pointed at Su Ming and his friends, announcing, These 3 students are the brave individuals praised by Captain Han. They exhibited remarkable courage during the Kirimi invasion, not only piloting training aircraft to evacuate their classmates but also, in the face of danger, picking up weapons to fight alongside us. The reporters' eyes lit up, and they rushed forward to interview Su Ming and his friends. Could you share with us your heroic deeds? Su Ming's lips twitched slightly as he instinctively took a step back. Facing the microphone, Mingku nervously replied, Honestly, we didn't think too much at the time. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Before he could finish, Principal Luo Qin interjected with a grin. What they mean to say is that the situation left no room for hesitation. They remembered my teachings and gallantly rushed in to battle those wicked monsters. It is truly thanks to their efforts that they have achieved such recognition today, which reflects the excellent guidance I provide. The reporters, eager to flatter, chimed in, Indeed, their accomplishments are a testament to your exceptional leadership. Principal, well, I strive to invest my heart and soul into each student's education. Their impressive performance brings me great joy. Thus I have prepared honor certificates and monetary awards for them, Principal Luo Qin declared, producing 3 certificates and 3 hefty envelopes filled with cash, which he eagerly handed to Su Ming and his friends. The trio was taken aback by the unexpected gesture. That moment, a photographer with a monkey-like face, clad in a khaki vest, beamed as he approached with his camera. Principal Luo Qin, shall I take a group photo? Yes, you 3, line up, Principal Luo Qin instructed with a smile, positioning Su Ming, Mingku, and Chen Tong accordingly. Reluctantly, they complied, with Mingku on the left, Su Ming in the center, and Chen Tong on the right, while Principal Luo Qin stood directly in front of them, obscuring Su Ming from view. Great, smile, the photographer called out cheerfully. Principal Luo Qin beamed brightly, as though he were the one receiving an award. Click. All right, Principal, take a look, the photographer said, handing the camera to Luo Qin for review. Luo Qin scrutinized the photo, noting how he appeared quite imposing, while Su Ming was barely visible with only half of his forehead and hair showing. Xiao Gao, splendid shot. Principal Luo Qin praised enthusiastically. Thank you for your kind words, Principal, Xiao Gao replied with glee. Principal, may we interview them about the specific details of their battle? It would be beneficial for our articles, a female reporter politely inquired. No need for that, Luo Qin waved dismissively. I was present at the scene as well. Follow me. It's too cramped here for a detailed discussion. Let us step outside. With that, Principal Luo Qin led the reporters away, completely disregarding Su Ming and his friends. Having already taken the photo, he felt no need for their input, preferring to manage the situation himself to avoid any potential misunderstandings. How hypocritical, Chun Tong scoffed once Luo Qin had departed. This is nothing but a publicity stunt. Mingku shared a similar sentiment. It doesn't matter. At least he did give us certificates and prizes. Let us see how much money we received. As Su Ming tore open the envelope with excitement, revealing a stack of federal currency, his smile faltered as he realized all the bills were in denominations of 10. In total, this amounted to merely 1,000 alliance coins. Chapter 34. Confusion. Ugh, how stingy. If it had been 10,000 federal coins, I wouldn't have said a word. Su Ming couldn't help but grumble. What a miser. He even went out of his way to exchange for $10 bills. Chun Tong remarked disdainfully, his contempt glaringly evident. All right, no more complaining. 1,000 is still a decent sum. Together, you three have received 3,000. Tang Yin consoled them, albeit with a hint of disdain for Luo Qin in his heart. My monthly salary is only 10,000, and I'm not just any teacher. I'm a specially appointed instructor. Don't undervalue the money. Federal coins have significant purchasing power. Teacher, we're not complaining. If you had awarded us this honor, we would have been thrilled even without a single coin. But now, it feels as though all the credit goes to him, which is utterly nauseating. Chen Tong expressed candidly, I understand your feelings, but you are still young. As you grow older, you will come to understand, Tang Yin replied seriously, shifting the topic. Now, let us begin our review. All right. Su Ming and the others set aside their grievances and commenced their earnest preparations for class. At 7 o'clock that evening, Su Ming, Su Yuan, and Zhao Ning gathered around the dining table, sharing a meal as a family. Husband, how is the situation at the landfill progressing? It is nearly resolved, Su Yuan replied dejectedly. The missing employees have been compensated, the fines for District 13 have been paid, and our funds are rapidly dwindling. Don't worry, we'll get through this tough time if it comes to it. I still have some savings, Zhao Ning said, her heart aching for Su Yuan. Although Su Yuan may lack certain abilities, he is undeniably her support. The pillar of their family. No, I cannot possibly use your money. I still have some funds left. It should suffice to restart operations at the landfill. Su Yuan shook his head in response. Listening to their conversation, Su Ming heaved a slight sigh. It was evident that while Su Yuan had emerged unscathed, the penalties had taken a toll. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Su Ming pulled it out and glanced at the screen, where a message from an unknown sender appeared. Tonight's class is scheduled to commence promptly at 8 o'clock. Please log in to the Chuanqing website. Room number. Su Ming's eyes lit up instantly. He hastily took a few bites of his meal before announcing to Su Yuan and Zhao Ning. Father, mother, I am full. I will return to my room now. Son, won't you eat a bit more? Zhao Ning asked with concern, noticing her son's increasingly gaunt figure. No. Please enjoy your meal, Su Ming replied, making his way towards the stairs. Although there was still ample time before class, he wanted to prepare in advance to avoid any last-minute issues that might leave a poor impression. Soon, Su Ming arrived at his room, seated himself at his desk, and turned on his computer. The crystal-clear monitor flickered to life, revealing the operating interface. Upon seeing the wallpaper, he was instantly captivated in the vast expanse of the starry sea, under the brilliant glow of countless stars. A magnificent warship navigated through the nebula. Its sleek and graceful lines were complemented by a metallic exterior that shimmered with a cold brilliance. At the bow stood a stunning woman clad in a finely crafted blue command uniform, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, gazing into the distance. Beside her, a mysterious mech phantom wielding a golden lance could be discerned. Admiring the exquisite wallpaper on his desktop, Su Ming felt an inexplicable thrill. However, his brow suddenly furrowed, and his expression grew serious as he stared at the computer. He understood the source of his excitement. It stemmed from the body he now inhabited. In essence, the integration of this body and its original memories was influencing him in myriad ways. Some effects were subtle enough that he might not even notice them if he wasn't vigilant. Conversely, his prior memories were fading into obscurity. To put it simply, the amalgamation of two distinct personalities was mutually shaping one another, and he was uncertain of what the final outcome would be. This left him feeling a mix of confusion, anticipation, exhilaration, and fear, an overwhelming sense of the unknown. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Su Ming opened his browser. The screen promptly displayed the homepage of the Chuanxing forum, which was rife with the latest frontline news. As he perused the forum, he found himself lost in thought. The original owner of this body was a seasoned military enthusiast. Despite his outward appearance of being overweight and his introverted, socially anxious personality, he harbored a profound yearning to enlist and was utterly captivated by mechs. Consequently, he frequently kept abreast of military affairs and possessed a considerable understanding of the latest developments in the old Federation, as well as notable figures within it. This passion aligned closely with Su Ming's own interests. Although he had never encountered such machines before, he fell deeply in love with them the moment he first laid eyes on a real mech. Checking the time on his desktop, which read 7:10, he noted that there was still ample time before the scheduled class. He skimmed through the Chuanxing forum, a specialized encrypted platform jointly developed by the Council and Military.it, facilitated long-distance video communication and served as the old Federation's largest military news network and exchange platform. Utilized by nearly all personnel, however, even with its encryption, the platform could not be used for transmitting confidential information. It was intended solely for everyday assistance. Su Ming meticulously reviewed the most significant headlines. The latest updates read, in the year 4618 of the Old Era, on May 3rd at 2 p.m., the Second Joint Fleet of the Old Federation, the Remnant Light Corps, returned to the third planet for rest. This rest period has denied public interviews and reports. According to rumors, the main ship of the Second Joint Fleet, the Star Hidden, sustained damage and suffered significant personnel losses for reasons unknown. On May 4th at 1 a.m., the K-413 mining star, directly under the Old Federation, came under attack by the Mechanized clan, resulting in the deaths of 10,000 personnel. Preliminary investigations suggest this was due to improper operations involving high-power signaling devices. On May 9th at 11:50 p.m., a large-scale invasion incident involving the Kalami larvae erupted in District 13 of the third planet, with specific casualty figures yet to be disclosed. On May 10th, the Old Federation Council officially announced a new decree, raising interstellar freight transaction taxes by 1.3. As Su Ming scanned through the brief yet impactful news, his expression grew increasingly solemn. Although the reports were concise, the implications were significant. The incident involving the Kalami larvae in District 13 had nearly cost him his life. He had previously believed that the school was a disaster zone, but it was clear now that the lower districts were the true areas of devastation, likely suffering even graver casualties. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Su Ming clicked the login button, and a black prompt box appeared. He entered his username and password, and the screen displayed a successful login message. Welcome, anonymous user, to the Chuanxing forum. Following this, he inputted the room number and entered an empty virtual space. He waited quietly, and when the clock struck 8, Zhang Yu jumped into the room. A prompt box appeared. The host invites you to engage in a one-on-one video communication. Do you accept? Yes. Su Ming clicked to accept. A video window soon opened, revealing Zhang Yu's image before him. Hello, young master. Su Ming greeted respectfully. Hello, the young master. Before we begin our review, I have something to inform you regarding the humiliation you endured. The results are in, Zhang Yu said calmly. Upon returning to Starlight City, he had promptly analyzed the retrieved data and quickly cracked it. Please go ahead, Su Ming replied, his eyes glimmering with interest. Through a series of analyses and decryption, I can confirm that the individual who humiliated you is Li Fubai from Class 1 of your school's mech program, Zhang Yu informed him. Thank you, teacher. Su Ming was not surprised by this revelation. However, he found himself lacking both time and opportunity to address the matter. After all, an old adage states that one must strike the snake's vital point. Opportunities are rare and must not be squandered. Noticing Su Ming's silence, Zhang Yu offered reassurance. You need not worry, the old master will rectify this for you. However, he has been quite busy lately, so it may take some time. Understood, Su Ming replied, raising his gaze to Zhang Yu with a calm demeanor. Now, shall we commence our review for the city exam? Have you had any major assessments recently? Zhang Yu inquired with great seriousness. I completed last year's city exam paper yesterday. I'll send it to you for your review, Su Ming said as he swiftly uploaded the paper to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu quickly scanned the document and smiled at Su Ming. Not bad. Your foundation is much better than I expected. However, time is limited, and significantly improving your score will be quite challenging. Conventional methods will likely be insufficient. Teacher, do you have any strategies? Su Ming asked, filled with hope. Although the questions for the city exam differ each year, there are still discernible patterns to explore. I have analyzed all the types of questions from previous city exams and plan to conduct targeted knowledge reinforcement, while also selecting some obscure topics that have never been tested to prevent any surprises. However, Zhang Yu hesitated as he reached the end of his explanation. But what? Su Ming pressed eagerly. However, the intensity of this study plan will be quite high, and it will be very demanding. Can you handle it? Zhang Yu asked with concern. No problem, teacher. Please continue with the reinforcement. Su Ming responded confidently. Very well, let us begin. I will send you the first set of materials, Zhang Yu said, seeing Su Ming's determination. Zhang Yu then transmitted the first part of the study materials to Su Ming, who opened them to find a dense array of text. For an ordinary person, this might have been overwhelming before even beginning to study. For the first part, we will focus on mechanical studies. All right, time swiftly slipped away. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Yu finished explaining the last segment of knowledge points and addressed Su Ming. That will be all for today. Young master, you should rest early. Although time is tight, do not rush too much. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. You should also rest early, Su Ming replied respectfully before ending the communication. The tutoring session had been highly beneficial, with Zhang Yu's guidance serving to elevate his understanding significantly. In contrast to teacher Tang Yin's focus on addressing foundational knowledge gaps, Zhang Yu's instruction was like a powerful boost in high spirits. Su Ming turned off his computer and made his way to the bathroom. With a rustling sound, after a brief moment, Su Ming completed his simple morning routine and lay on his bed, gazing at the pitch-black ceiling, gradually succumbing to the embrace of sleep. In the dark abyss of the world, a voice, faint yet palpable, echoed, "Do you truly not remember? Have you forgotten everything? Or is it that you choose not to remember?" At the very center of this obsidian realm, a throne materialized, upon which sat a vague figure, its features obscured. Shadows emerged from the void, encircling the throne, their cacophony of voices rising in confusion. The figure on the throne, filled with fury, retorted, "What wrong have I committed? I am the epitome of fairness and justice. Everything is optimized under my guidance, leading all towards the pinnacle of the world. You are not at fault. We are the ones mistaken. Indeed, you embody fairness and justice, yet that bears the chill of indifference and cruelty. Your so-called optimization suffocates and exhausts us. We are not mere machines devoid of warmth. You shall never comprehend, as all will eventually abandon you. You will falter. You are destined to be a failure. Indeed, a failure. Until death, a failure." The figures accused in unison, their voices filled with ire. "I am not a failure." Su Ming abruptly sat up, his voice a thunderous roar, brimming with rage. Thud, thud, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, followed by the door being flung open as Aunt Hui rushed in. She immediately turned on the main light and then glanced at Su Ming. He sat on the bed, his eyes bloodshot, forehead beaded with cold sweat, gasping for breath. Chen Hui, filled with concern, inquired, "Young master, what has happened?" Su Ming gradually lifted his gaze to meet Aunt Hui's, his tumultuous emotions slowly settling. His voice hoarse as he replied, "It's nothing." At that moment, Zhao Ning and Su Yuan hurriedly rushed in, dashing to Su Ming's bedside, their faces etched with anxiety as they asked, "Son, are you all right?" "I am fine. It was merely a nightmare." Su Ming shook his head wearily. Su Yuan and Zhao Ning exchanged worried glances, their expressions betraying their concern. They instinctively feared that Su Ming had dreamt of the Kairamai invasion of the school. "Sleep easy, dear. Your father and I will watch over you," Zhao Ning said with a tender heart. "No need. I'm all right now. You both should return to rest." Su Ming wearily shook his head in response. "Are you truly fine?" "I assure you, it's nothing." "Very well, son. Should anything arise, simply call for us," Zhao Ning cautioned, her worry palpable. Su Ming, in an effort to reassure them, managed to muster a faint smile. Seeing that Su Ming was indeed fine, Su Yuan and Zhao Ning turned to leave. Soon, the room was left in solitude, with Su Ming lying back down, staring at the main light above, lost in silence. Chapter 36, The Club. 20 days later. Su Ming awoke early, completing several sets of push-ups and sit-ups before rushing to take a shower. He then hurried downstairs. Arriving at the dining table, he devoured his breakfast with fervor. "Slow down, don't choke." Zhao Ning, observing Su Ming's haste, cautioned him. "I've had enough. I'm off to tutor at Teacher Tang's place," Su Ming declared, rising to head outside. "Please be careful, Zhao Ning. witnessing Su Ming's diligent nature, felt a pang of concern. Were it not for the impending city exam, she would have suggested he take a break to avoid exhausting himself. On the broad street, Su Ming jogged steadily towards Teacher Tang's home. Through his recent training, he felt his stamina improving and his weight noticeably dropping. Most importantly, under the pressure of tutoring, his grades were soaring, and his knowledge bank was expanding. Su Ming grew increasingly confident about the upcoming city exam. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Teacher Tang's doorstep, which stood ajar. As he stepped inside, he overheard Ming Ku, filled with worry, conversing with Teacher Tang. "Teacher, is there truly no way to improve in the secondary subjects?" "Alas, Ming Ku, I understand your aspirations, but one must learn to accept reality. Although you are exceptional, your current situation does not suffice to support your pursuit of dreams. Your overall score is insufficient, and your secondary subject scores are lacking as well. Instead of being distracted, you should focus on improving your overall score to apply to better colleges." Teacher Tang placed a comforting hand on Ming Ku's shoulder while advising him. Upon hearing their conversation, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing he had neglected the issue of secondary subjects, a predicament indeed. Ming Ku and Teacher Tang paused their discussion, turning to look at Su Ming as he entered. "Su Ming, here so early today?" Su Ming replied absent-mindedly. "The others haven't arrived yet. Please take a seat." Teacher Tang instructed. Su Ming settled into a corner, retrieving his phone to search for the location of a Mecha training pod in District 13, hoping to find relevant information. However, his search yielded no results. With a sigh, he realized he would have to return home and ask his parents. They might have a solution. Later that afternoon, at 4:10, a taxi pulled up at the front of the house, and Su Ming stepped out. Upon entering his home, he immediately spotted Zhao Ning and Su Yuan, hand in hand, preparing to head out. "Father, Mother." Su Ming greeted politely. Seeing Su Ming return, Zhao Ning released her hold on Su Yuan's arm and approached him, affectionately asking, "You're back, son? Was today arduous? Are you hungry?" "Aunt Hui is already preparing dinner." Su Ming, touched by Zhao Ning's affectionate demeanor, couldn't help but reflect on the bliss of being favored, and he smiled as he replied, "It wasn't hard. After all, it's only a few more days. My precious son, you've truly grown. Study hard. Once the city exam concludes, I'll take you to buy that limited edition Mecha model you adore." Su Yuan beamed as he approached, generously praising. "All right, are you two heading out?" Su Ming redirected the conversation. "A few family members of the missing persons from the company have arrived. We need to handle the situation and we'll be back late." Su Yuan briefly explained. Father, I have a favor to ask of you." Su Ming interjected eagerly. "Speak, son. As long as your father can manage ITS like this, father. The school has closed down, and I have nowhere to train for the Mecha secondary subjects. Is there a way you could buy a pod for me?" Well, Su Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. "Is it very expensive?" "Renting would be fine too," Su Ming inquired, noticing Su Yuan's troubled expression. "It's not a matter of cost. How much could a simulation training pod possibly be?" "The main issue is that this area is heavily regulated. It's all controlled by others. Moreover, we lack the qualifications to purchase one, making it quite difficult to acquire on short notice," Su Yuan lamented. Zhao Ning shot Su Yuan a disapproving glance, chiding him, "If only you were more diligent. Now our son can't even get a simulation training pod. Had you worked harder back then, you could have been allocated to the military industry and would have had the qualifications. The military industry is all in the hands of my elder brothers. How could it possibly come to me?" "Dear, you're making this difficult for me," Su Yuan explained with a grimace. "If that is the case, then there's nothing to be done," Su Ming replied with resignation. "Son, if you truly desire it, I'll start preparing to get you one right away," Su Yuan said with immense fondness. "How long will it take?" Su Ming's eyes lit up as he asked. "A month. I promise you, it will be ready in a month," Su Yuan assured with a smile. Hearing this, Su Ming's spirits plummeted like a roller coaster, feeling an urge to complain about how a month would be too long. Sigh. The reason it would take Su Yuan so long is due to his reluctance to contact the family. He had already caused them to lose 10 second-generation mechas, and now the entire family was in an uproar, with his uncles, aunts, and older siblings all nearly driven mad with anger. Noticing Su Ming's sigh, Zhao Ning quickly reassured him, "My dear son, this training pod is indeed difficult to procure. However, if you genuinely wish to practice, there is a club in District 13 called Heavy Armor Assault that has mecha training pods." "That's right. How could I have forgotten? That club is the only one in District 1-3. Yuan suddenly realized. That's wonderful. I can just go to that club for practice, Su-ming exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He mentally calculated that tutoring with Teacher Tang would likely finish around 4, while his lessons with Teacher Zhang wouldn't start until 8 at the earliest, allowing him to utilize the time in between for several hours of practice. Son, we won't keep you any longer. Your father and I must hurry. Zhao Ning glanced at her watch and said to Su-ming. They needed to leave promptly to handle matters at the company to prevent any complications, especially with the old Federation having dispatched personnel from the tribunal. All right, take care. Su-ming bid farewell to Zhao Ning and Su Yuan. Subsequently, they hurriedly departed. Watching them leave, Su-ming grabbed his phone to look up the location of Heavy Armor Assault Club, discovering it was situated in the most vibrant entertainment district of District 13. Quite a distance away. Young master, dinner is ready. Chun Hui approached, speaking respectfully. Hui, I shall forego dinner this evening, as I am heading to the combat club for some training. If mother and the others return before me, please convey this to them. As Yu-ming offered a brief reminder to Chen Hui. Chapter 37. A chance encounter. Very well. Chun Hui had intended to persuade Su-ming to eat something, but ultimately, the words remained unspoken, as she discerned that the young master was likely on a weight loss regimen. As Su-ming was about to step out, he suddenly halted with one foot over the threshold. Young master, what troubles you? Chen Hui inquired, puzzled. Nothing. I merely forgot to retrieve something, Su-ming replied hurriedly as he dashed upstairs. Minutes later, Su-ming emerged from Su Yuan's room in haste and departed the house. On the street, he ran towards the elevated train station, initially considering taking a taxi to the club. However, recalling the rush-hour traffic, he opted for the train instead, reasoning that it would be both faster and more efficient. Before long, Su-ming arrived at the nearest entrance to the elevated train station. The entire station was subterranean, featuring 10 escalators at the entrance, each bustling with people, indicating a significant flow of traffic. As he raised his gaze, he beheld a breathtaking scene. Train after train emerging from the depths, speeding away into the distance. Descending the escalator, he soon reached the spacious hall of the train station, which housed a man ticket counter and several self-service ticket machines. Ever since the old Federation had faced threats from the mechanical faction, it had relinquished all highly intelligent facilities, causing a regression in convenience across various aspects of life. Su-ming approached an unoccupied self-service ticket machine, selected his destination, Guanggu Station, on the screen, and promptly purchased a ticket via his mobile phone. The machine then dispensed a magnetic card. Holding the card, Su-ming proceeded deeper into the station, walking approximately 50 meters before encountering a row of manual security checkpoints. After a cursory glance, he opted for the adjacent special security lane, which had few patrons. As he passed through the security gate, the machine emitted a beep. An older middle-aged male security officer, donned in a uniform, addressed Su-ming. Please present your identification. Su-ming handed his ID card to the officer, who scrutinized the information before courteously returning it. All clear, the officer affirmed. Thank you, Su-ming responded, resuming his journey. Soon, he arrived at the boarding area, where a caterpillar-shaped train awaited at the platform, its 12 doors wide open, allowing a throng of passengers to disembark. Once the crowd had thinned, Su-ming boarded the train. Upon entering, he turned to observe the interior. 2 rows of seats lined each side, with transparent windows offering a clear view of the outside scenery. The central aisle was flanked by numerous overhead handrails. As the train approached the peak of rush hour, it was nearly filled to capacity, yet Su-ming fortuitously secured a window seat and promptly settled in. Dear passengers, the doors are about to close. Please remain alert for your safety. Beep, beep. Momentarily, the doors sealed shut, and the train accelerated. Thanks to advanced technology, the acceleration was swift yet remarkably smooth. Soon, the train emerged above ground. And Su-ming gazed out the window, watching buildings zip by. They ascended into the air, cruising steadily towards the next station. Leaning against the window, Su-ming quietly contemplated the bustling 13th district, his thoughts drifting as he murmured to himself. Perhaps this is not such a bad thing after all. Several minutes later, the train arrived at Shanchuan Station, and the doors opened. A flood of passengers boarded, causing the train to feel somewhat cramped. With many left standing, Su-ming cast a casual glance and was momentarily taken aback. He spotted Lin Chuyu standing not far from the aisle, clad in a blue knitted sweater and cream-colored trousers, topped with a light overcoat. She stood there with an air of tranquility, a stark contrast to the fierce demeanor she had exhibited while operating the mech. Yu refrained from approaching her. Knowing that someone like Lin Chuyu, often the target of unsolicited advances, would likely be averse to such interactions. Just then, the train doors closed once more, and it began to move quickly. Checking his phone, Su-ming noted that their next stop was Guanggu Station, and the train was indeed swift. At that moment, he keenly observed a young man wearing a cap, deliberately pressing into Lin Chuyu's left rear. The young man then produced a small folding knife from his pocket, skillfully slicing the bottom of Lin Chuyu's coat pocket. Witnessing this unfold, Su-ming chose not to intervene directly. Instead, he recorded the theft on his phone. In a matter of moments, the young man stealthily liberated Lin Chuyu's phone and wallet before swiftly making his exit, the entire operation executed with the finesse of a seasoned criminal. The train rolled into Guanggu Station. Su-ming rose and prepared to call out to Lin Chuyu. However, she had already exited the train and was briskly heading toward the exit. With a multitude of passengers disembarking, Su-ming found himself momentarily trapped. Taking several seconds to alight, only to see Lin Chuyu already 50 meters away. Feeling somewhat helpless, Su-ming hurried to catch up, but alas, he was too late. Lin Chuyu had reached the exit gate. She reached for her pocket, only to discover a gaping hole where her wallet and phone once resided. Lin Chuyu stood in silence before the gate, her demeanor reflective. Passers-by cast curious glances her way. At that moment, a patrolling security officer approached, inquiring politely, "Miss, is there a problem?" "I'm afraid my travel card was in my wallet, which has been stolen along with my phone. Now I cannot exit," Lin Chuyu explained apologetically. The security officer found himself at a loss. He did not suspect Lin Chuyu of fare evasion, given her striking beauty and impeccable attire. Meanwhile, a crowd began to gather, many young men among them, who whispered excitedly about her allure. At that juncture, Su-ming jogged over, slightly out of breath, stating, "I can vouch for her, Su-ming." Lin Chuyu looked at him with mild surprise. Su-ming smiled and played the video of the theft on his phone. The footage clearly captured the incident and the thief's appearance. This video serves as evidence. Chapter 38. Borrowing money. TCH, you saw someone stealing from her and didn't intervene? How cowardly, a nearby young man interjected. Seeking to draw Lin Chuyu's attention, Su-ming remained unfazed, calmly explaining, the thief was armed with a knife, and with so many people on the train, intervening directly could have incited chaos and led to injury. Capturing the incident on video makes it relatively straightforward to apprehend him. Enough with the excuses. You're simply scared. If it were me, I would have tackled him right away, the young man retorted dismissively. Lin Chuyu, ignoring the young man's provocations, turned to Su-ming. Su-ming, I believe you did the right thing. The young man, seeing Lin Chuyu's unwavering support for Su-ming, could only sulk away. The security officer quickly interjected. I apologize, Mississippi, this is our oversight. I will report the theft immediately. Please leave your contact information so we can reach you once the thief is apprehended. Very well, Lin Chuyu nodded slightly. Sir, could you please send us a copy of that video? Your actions were commendable and helped prevent the situation from escalating. On behalf of the elevated train company, I extend my gratitude. The officer spoke with utmost courtesy to Su-ming. That of course, Su-ming replied, promptly transferring the video to the officer's device. Once everything was settled, the officer guided Su-ming and Lin Chuyu through the exit via a designated passage. Lin Chuyu sincerely thanked Su-ming. Su-ming, thank you. It is I who should be grateful. I have yet to express my thanks for your previous assistance, Su-ming replied calmly. That was merely my duty. Lin Chuyu shook her head in modesty. Lin Chuyu, I must take my leave for now. Let us converse another day. Su-ming bid her farewell, hastening onward as he was pressed for time to reach the club. At that moment, Lin Chuyu hesitated, then hurried after him. When Su-ming noticed her approaching, he paused, puzzled. Is there something else? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuyu summoned her courage and asked, Su-ming, could you lend me some money? Suddenly, it dawned on Su-ming that Lin Chuyu's phone and wallet had been stolen. Leaving her without a penny, he reached into his pocket and rummaged through his cash, ultimately producing a solitary 100 federal bill. Although it may not be a large sum, it is certainly sufficient for a taxi ride. Thus, he handed 100 federal coins to Lin Chuyu. 100 is not enough. Could you lend me 1,000? Lin Chuyu gazed at the 100 federal coins that Su-ming had offered but did not extend her hand to accept. Instead, She shook her head and replied, I do not wish to miss today's training, for every single moment is exceedingly crucial to me. I absolutely cannot afford to fail the city examination. I must gain admission to the Royal Military Academy. Upon hearing Lin Chuyu's request for 1,000, Su Ming felt a bit troubled. It was not that he doubted her ability to repay. Her character and background were quite evident. Besides, she had saved him once, so he could overlook this small amount of money. The issue, however, was that he did not have that much cash on hand. Su Ming, I assure you I will repay you, Lin Chuyu quickly promised as she noticed his hesitation. That's not the problem. I simply only have 100 in cash on me. What do you need so much money for? I am going to the Heavy Assault Club to practice mech operations. What a coincidence. I am also headed there to practice. How about we go together? I can pay directly with my phone. Su Ming promptly suggested to Lin Chuyu. All right, thank you so much. Lin Chuyu expressed her gratitude politely. It's nothing. Let us go. Su Ming responded as he and Lin Chuyu set off towards the Heavy Assault Club. The Guanggu district is the most bustling and prosperous entertainment area in the 13th district. Although night had yet to fall, the shops and buildings along the way had already lit up with vibrant neon lights. The streets were teeming with throngs of people, and occasionally, one could spot street performers strumming guitars in corners, singing the latest popular songs. As Lin Chuyu and Su Ming strolled along the street, they attracted many curious glances from passers-by, with some even displaying expressions of envy and resentment, muttering, "What a sight for sore eyes, a flower placed in manure." Su Ming naturally noticed these unusual gazes and murmurs. Yet he paid them no mind. After a brief walk, the two arrived at the entrance of the Heavy Assault Club, which was situated in the heart of the busiest street. The club occupied an entire building, a testament to its formidable financial backing. Together, Su Ming and Lin Chuyu entered the club and made their way into the spacious hall. The decor of the hall was not extravagant but exuded an aesthetic of brutal beauty. With walls embedded with various metallic components and mech models, and the floor laid with mechanical tiles. The mech simulation training pods are on the second floor, with a fee of 100 federal coins per hour. Lin Chuyu, having visited before, led Su Ming directly to the escalator. The price was on the higher side, yet still within a reasonable range. As they ascended, Su Ming conversed with Lin Chuyu, acknowledging the cost. It was indeed pricey, considering that a typical salary for a working-class citizen in the 13th district was around 1,500 federal coins per month. However, there was no alternative. This club was the only one in the entire district certified to operate mech simulation training pods. Lin Chuyu found the cost to be somewhat steep as well, but she recognized there was no choice. Yes, Su Ming nodded slightly. Soon, they arrived on the second floor, which was bustling with activity, filled with numerous young people, many of whom donned the uniforms of the First Intermediate Academy, Haiheng, and the Second Intermediate Academy, Tianwei, not to mention a few from Su Ming's own school. So many from Haiheng and Tianwei. Su Ming remarked with mild surprise. Their campuses are on lockdown, so they have all come here, Lin Chuyu explained. Let us hurry and find the staff to book a simulation pod. We don't want to miss out on a spot. Noticing the crowd, Su Ming immediately headed towards a staff member not far away, with Lin Chuyu closely following behind. They soon approached a male staff member, dressed in the Heavy Assault Club uniform, who appeared somewhat greasy. Hello, Su Ming greeted politely. Hello, I am Lu Ji, a staff member here. How may I assist you? Lu Ji replied with a smile, though his gaze lingered on Lin Chuyu. We would like to book 2 mech simulation training pods. Su Ming stated succinctly. Apologies, but all the simulation pods are currently occupied. Nearly every pod has someone waiting, and we only have one available for reservation, but it won't be free for another 5 hours. Lu Ji responded cheerfully. Upon hearing this, both Su Ming and Lin Chuyu felt a pang of frustration. Their greatest fears had indeed materialized. Su Ming calculated quickly. He had class at 8 o'clock and had arrived late. With the time already nearing 5, he needed to leave by 7:30 at the latest, and waiting 5 hours would mean it was 10 o'clock, far too late. Thus, he inquired, can you reserve for tomorrow? Sorry, that's not possible. As you can see, we are quite busy. If we allowed reservations, other customers would complain. Lu Ji replied directly. Su Ming, feeling helpless, turned to Lin Chuyu and asked, I have class at 8. There's no way I can wait. You still want to go? Yes, I will wait, Lin Chuyu answered without hesitation. All right, then I will reserve the mech simulation training pod for you, Su Ming responded. Somewhat surprised by Lin Chuyu's determination. Thank you, She replied gratefully. Su Ming turned to Lu Ji, saying, "Please reserve it for me." Just as Lu Ji was about to respond, a haughty female voice interrupted, "The simulation pod is reserved for us." Su Ming frowned and turned to see a tall, strikingly attractive girl in black high heels, adorned with vivid makeup and bright lipstick, wearing the Haiheng Academy uniform. Beside her stood a handsome young man, impeccably dressed in designer casual wear, exuding an air of arrogance, and a plain-looking girl in school uniform with exaggerated circular earrings. "Oh, is that not Miss Gu Ming? You wish to reserve a simulation pod? I will arrange that for you right away," Lu Ji said, fawning over her. Upon hearing Lu Ji was about to give the simulation pod to Gu Ming, Lin Chuyu opened her mouth to protest, but Su Ming interjected coldly, "Wait, we reserved this simulation pod first. Why should it be given to them?" Lu Ji's affable smile faltered momentarily as he turned to Su Ming, saying, "But you haven't officially reserved it yet." Gu Ming glanced at Su Ming, then disregarded him entirely, addressing Lin Chuyu with a mocking smile. "Isn't this Lin Chuyu? Since when did your taste decline so far as to associate with someone like this?" "Su Ming is my friend," Lin Chuyu replied calmly. "Friend? More like a sycophant, and an utterly useless one at that." "Lu Ji, I want the training pod." "You know very well who my father is," Gu Ming declared arrogantly. "Miss Gu Ming, what you say is true. I wouldn't reserve it for anyone else," Lu Ji replied, ingratiating himself. "You dare? The mech training pod is reserved by me first. Bring your manager here," Su Ming asserted. Having discerned Lu Ji's bias towards the other party and choosing not to waste further words. Although he preferred to avoid trouble, it did not mean he feared it. Lu Ji found himself in a dilemma. He was eager to please Gu Ming but recognized that Su Ming was equally unyielding. Jiu Ming, noticing Lu Ji's inability to take a stand, huffed coldly, "Go fetch your manager." "Understood," Lu Ji nodded with a forced smile as he departed. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Lin Chuyu stood their ground against Gu Ming and her companions, attracting the attention of many others waiting for their turn at the simulation pods, who began to gather to witness the commotion. "Isn't that the renowned beauty from your Haiheng Academy, Gu Ming? And isn't that handsome guy beside her, Qi Shun?" "Yes, but who is the one arguing with Gu Ming?" "That's Lin Chuyu from Mecha Academy." "She is quite beautiful." "Indeed she is, but Gu Ming is rather overbearing." The crowd murmured among themselves. At that moment, a boy in a Mecha uniform, his face marked with dark spots, noticed Su Ming and Lin Chuyu together. A sly grin spread across his face as he took a picture with his phone before slipping away from the crowd. Just then, Lu Ji returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a white shirt with thinning hair and a round face. "I am Wan Shan, the manager of Heavy Assault. Lu Ji has briefed me on the situation," he stated, directly addressing the matter to Su Ming. With a neutral expression, looked at manager Wan and said, "Your club operates on a first-come, first-served basis. I believe that doesn't require further explanation." Jiu Ming, unwilling to back down, interjected, "I don't care about that. I want to reserve the simulation pod today." Manager Wan scanned Su Ming, then turned to Gu Ming, and with a calculating glint in his eye, said, "Brother, although you were the first to request the simulation pod, you have not made any payment. Without payment, it isn't considered reserved. However, we are in the business of serving customers and will not favor anyone. Therefore, let us make it a bidding situation. Whoever offers a higher price gets the reservation." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's gaze turned increasingly cold, clearly recognizing that manager Wan was favoring Gu Ming. As Gu Ming heard Wan's words, she became exceedingly pleased. "It is indeed reasonable. The highest bidder prevails. Those without funds should keep their mouths shut and leave." "Very well," Su Ming readily agreed. "I offer 300 per hour." Gu Ming declared without hesitation 500. Su Ming replied without a hint of politeness 800. Gu Ming coldly retorted, increasing her bid 1000. Su Ming confidently raised the stakes to 1000 upon hearing Su Ming's bid. Gu Ming hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. At this juncture, Qi Shan, who was pursuing Gu Ming, interjected on her behalf, 2000 per hour. The crowd around them erupted in gasps of astonishment. Just as Su Ming was about to speak, Lin Chuyu reached out to stop him, biting her lip as she said, "Let it go, it's too expensive. I'll come back another day to practice." Such a steep price was beyond her means. "No worries, this matter is none of your concern. Just return me the usual price, 3000. Su Ming stated with remarkable composure. "Wow, 3000 an hour. Now that's extravagant." Clearly, They're treating money as if it were worthless. The onlookers marveled. Gu Ming and Qi Shan's expression soured instantly. With Su Ming's bid at 3,000, any further increase would result in a trivial sum of tens of thousands of federal coins evaporating. While they possessed some wealth, they were reluctant to spend it so freely, considering that even a basic iron head mecha only cost a few million federal coins. Chapter 40. Stalking Gu Ming? Let it go. A girl beside Gu Ming quickly advised. Humph. Gu Ming responded with a cold snort, tacitly agreeing. Qi Shan, not wanting to spend but also unwilling to appear foolish before Gu Ming, sneered, with such a high price. You better be prepared to pay. Don't just be all talk. Su Ming refrained from debating Qi Shan and directly addressed Manager Wan Shan. Payment code, please. At that moment, Manager Wan Shan regarded Su Ming with newfound respect and promptly replied. Of course, in this day and age, anyone daring to quote 3,000 an hour was either a fool or a true tycoon. Soon, Su Ming made a payment of 20,000 federal coins via his phone, and a notification message popped up. Dear customer, your account has been charged 20,000 federal coins. Balance, 21,253,000 federal coins. Surprised by the message, Su Ming momentarily paused. He had always considered himself fairly affluent, but he hadn't realized just how much he had. Enough to purchase an ordinary second-generation mecha. However, he quickly recalled that this money had accumulated over the years from his New Year's gifts and birthday red envelopes from his parents, relatives, and the old master. Of course, his assets extended beyond this. The limited edition figurines and models in his room were also worth a fortune and easily liquidated. In a sense, he truly resembled the foolish son of a wealthy family. All right, this esteemed guest has made the payment and reserved the simulation pod. Everyone else may disperse, Manager Wan Shan announced to the gathered crowd. Gu Ming shot a furious glare at Su Ming. For her contention over the simulation training pod was not merely about the pod itself, but also a personal vendetta against Lin Chuyu. She had known Lin Chuyu for quite some time, having attended the same school, where Lin Chuyu had always excelled in every aspect, much to Gu Ming's chagrin. Fortunately, when they progressed to high school, Gu Ming managed to enroll in the best academy, while Lin Chuyu, coming from a less privileged background, attended the third academy. Now that they had crossed paths again, Gu Ming sought an opportunity to provoke Lin Chuyu, but unexpectedly, Su Ming had interfered. Ignoring Gu Ming, Su Ming pulled out 100 and handed it to Lin Chuyu. Here, take this. I have class, so I'll be off, thank you. Lin Chuyu accepted the money. Qi Shan, noticing Lin Chuyu taking Su Ming's cash, commented sarcastically to Gu Ming, see, the rumors seem to be true. This Lin Chuyu is clearly a green tea bitch. She is probably being kept by someone. Let us not stoop to their level. Humph, let us go. Yu Ming felt somewhat uplifted by Qi Shan's mockery and turned to leave. Su Ming cast a cold glance at Gu Ming and her entourage as they departed. Just as he was about to exit, Lin Chuyu called out to him, Su Ming, wait a moment. What is it? Is there something else? Su Ming asked, puzzled, looking at Lin Chuyu. Could you give me your phone number? I'll return the money to you tomorrow. Lin Chuyu requested. Sure, my number is. Su Ming promptly recited his number, knowing that Lin Chuyu would likely remember it after just one hearing. Got it? Lin Chuyu diligently noted the number down. I'll be off now. Su Ming then turned and walked towards the escalator. Lin Chuyu watched Su Ming's retreating figure, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. As dusk fell, Su Ming walked with his hands in his pockets, a sense of melancholy enveloping him as he strolled through the bustling streets. This is a bit troublesome, he murmured to himself, having not anticipated the high demand for the training pods, and with his tight schedule, he was unlikely to secure a reservation. The most pressing issue was that there was no other facility with mecha training pods in the entire 13th district besides this club, that moment. Several figures lurked within the crowd, cautiously tailing Su Ming from a distance. When Su Ming suddenly halted, the pursuers did the same. However, it wasn't long before Su Ming resumed walking. Upon reaching a fork in the path, he turned to scan his surroundings before proceeding down a rather desolate side street. The pursuers' eyes lit up, and they quickened their pace to follow him. As Su Ming continued forward, he abruptly veered into a narrow alleyway. Once inside, he sprinted ahead, weaving through the twists and turns. Unfortunately, as he ventured deeper into the alley, he found himself unlucky enough to hit a dead end. Just as he turned to leave, he was confronted by 5 thugs wielding clubs, blocking his escape. Run? Aren't you quite the sprinter? Wang Chang sneered, a cigarette dangling from his lips, His grin devoid of warmth, Xu Ming chose not to respond to Wang Chong but instead surveyed each of them with a discerning gaze. "You fat fool, I warned you last time, yet you remain unrepentant." Wang Chong, misinterpreting Xu Ming's silence as fear, menaced, "Oh, and what do you intend to do about it?" With his hands still in his pockets, Xu Ming regarded Wang Chong and his gang with a calm demeanor, as if observing a collection of clowns. Wang Chong, incensed by Xu Ming's nonchalance and the disdain in his eyes, retorted vehemently, "What is it to you? Today, I will end you." "That depends on whether you possess the capability," Xu Ming replied, gazing at them as though they were fools. Wang Chong, infuriated by Xu Ming's dismissal, raised his club and commanded his subordinates, "Get him!" As Wang Chong and his lackeys charged forward, Xu Ming swiftly drew a finely crafted, intricately designed pocket beam pistol from his pocket. With a decisive pull of the trigger, a beam shot forth, striking Wang Chong's right leg. Wang Chong shrieked, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg as blood flowed profusely. The sudden turn of events shocked Wang Chong's cohorts, halting them in their tracks as they stared at Xu Ming in terror. They had never anticipated that Xu Ming would be armed, knowing full well how stringently the old Federation regulated firearms. Holding the beam pistol, Xu Ming advanced towards Wang Chong and his gang. The thugs, filled with dread, began to retreat, many contemplating flight, but Xu Ming's weapon remained trained on them, effectively freezing them in place. "Throw down your weapons, cover your heads, and squat against the wall. Anyone who dares to move will meet their end." Xu Ming warned coldly, die in a moment of compliance. Wang Chong's gang dropped their clubs, obediently covering their heads and huddling against the wall. Approaching Wang Chong, Xu Ming raised the beam pistol, pointing it at Wang Chong's head with an icy expression. These thugs truly were a persistent nuisance. Fortunately, he had taken precautions before leaving home, specifically retrieving his father's treasured beam pistol. Wang Chong, gritting his teeth against the pain, defiantly spat at Xu Ming, "Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you're holding a gun." Chapter 41. Devious quite the bravado. "Are you not afraid of me pulling the trigger?" Xu Ming inquired nonchalantly. "You dare? You're illegally armed. That alone is a crime. If you kill me, prepare to spend the rest of your life behind bars." Wang Chong snarled menacingly. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Xu Ming replied with calm assurance, "I'm afraid you are mistaken. I am not illegally armed. I possess a gun license." "Impossible!" Wang Chong exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. He understood just how difficult it was to obtain a gun license. The very idea that this brat could have one was absurd. In truth, Xu Ming's gun license had been procured by the Xu family, a favor he had sought during the old master's birthday celebration. Regrettably, he did not own a firearm, primarily because Xu Yuan had refused to buy him one, fearing he might injure himself. "Nothing is impossible. And look what I have here." Xu Ming produced his phone from his pocket and pressed a button, causing an audio recording to play. "What is this? Today, I will end you." Wang Chong listened, his face draining of color. "Now tell me, with this recording, coupled with you and your gang brandishing clubs to surround me, would I not be justified in defending myself? Could I not shoot you on the spot?" Xu Ming asked coldly. Wang Chong's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and a flicker of fear crossed his face. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You cannot kill me. Doing so will bring you trouble. And the prosecutor may not believe you," he continued. "Do you think the prosecutor will trust me, a student, or you, a bunch of thugs and scoundrels?" Xu Ming coldly extinguished Wang Chong's fleeting hope. Suddenly, Wang Chong lost his earlier bravado and could only yield, asking, "What do you want?" "Nothing much. Just tell me who instigated you." Xu Ming scrutinized Wang Chong with piercing eyes. Wang Chong retorted irritably, "Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? Of course. It was Zhang Tai who ordered us to deal with you." "Very well, if you wish to save your life, you had better point me towards Zhang Tai," Xu Ming replied, a faint smile gracing his lips upon hearing Wang Chong's response. Wang Chong's expression shifted, and he quickly retorted, "Impossible. I could never assist you in incriminating him." Wang Chong was acutely aware of Zhang Tai's powerful family background. Dealing with someone like him was simply too easy. "You have no say in the matter, douc?" Xu Ming pressed a button on his phone, playing a video in which Wang Chong stated, "Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? Of course, it was Zhang Tai who ordered us to deal with you." You actually recorded this? You did it on purpose. How insidious of you." Wang Chong gazed at Xu Ming in sheer terror, unable to fathom that this seemingly harmless, overweight individual harbored such treacherous intentions, deliberately digging a pit for him to fall into. Calm and collected, Su Ming threatened, I currently possess 2 recordings and videos. Do you wish for me to present the first one to accuse you of attempted murder, or shall I reveal the second, where you cooperate in accusing Zhang Tai? Wang Chong and his accomplices were rendered speechless, struggling to find their words. Leaning against the wall, Su Ming smiled and said, No rush. Take your time to think. Wang Chong and his companions felt increasingly ensnared, facing a path from which there was no return. About half an hour later, hurried footsteps echoed in the distance, prompting Wang Chong and the others to turn around. They spotted Su Yuan rushing in with a group of security personnel from the junkyard. Son, Su Yuan shouted anxiously. Observing his father's frantic approach, Su Ming promptly concealed his firearm and checked the time on his phone. He was not surprised by Su Yuan's arrival. It was about the time he had anticipated. Even arriving slightly earlier than expected, in truth, Su Ming had been aware of being tailed for quite some time. Although he possessed a gun, he had immediately sent a message to Su Yuan as a precautionary measure, preparing for any potential mishaps on his end. The thugs present appeared ashen, fully aware that escape was no longer an option, and they dutifully crouched down. At that moment, Su Yuan rushed to Su Ming, anxiously checking his hands and feet while asking, Son, are you hurt? I'm fine, father. There's no need for such worry. However, please follow me. I have something to discuss with you. Ensure that the people below keep a close eye on these individuals. Su Ming calmly instructed Su Yuan, Jia, keep watch over them. If anyone dares to flee, break their legs, I'll deal with them later. They truly have a death wish for bullying my son, Su Yuan ordered angrily to Hu Jia. To be honest, Su Yuan was nearing his breaking point. This was his only precious son, and these ruffians incessantly troubled him. Yes, sir, Hu Jia quickly replied, sensing Su Yuan's fury. Once Su Yuan had made arrangements, he stepped aside with Su Ming and inquired, Son, go ahead. Father, these individuals are merely henchmen. The true mastermind is Zhang Tai, the local tyrant of our school. So he is the one who has been bullying you. Son, I will take these ruffians straight to the security bureau, then go after him, Su Yuan exclaimed. Father, please let me finish. What I mean is, after sending these individuals to the security bureau, do not immediately press charges against him. Nor should you send anyone to apprehend him, Su Ming hastily interjected. Why not? Su Yuan asked, utterly perplexed. Seeing his father's bewildered expression, Su Ming sighed. It seemed his father was genuinely not very clever, so he patiently explained. Father, pressing charges against him now would be futile. While I do possess video evidence and can incite Wang Chong to testify against him, Zhang Tai's family has significant influence. Everyone at school is aware of this. It is highly likely that any serious matter will be diminished to triviality, which would be pointless, but we cannot just let this slide, Su Yuan retorted, unable to swallow his anger. I'm not suggesting we let it go. Rather, I propose that you detain these individuals at the security bureau you are familiar with. When the city examination day arrives, only then should you send people to arrest him. By then, even if he has connections, he will miss the exam if delayed for a few hours, effectively ruining his future. Su Ming spoke as if recounting an utterly mundane matter. I understand now. You truly are my son, so clever. I know what to do, Su Yuan responded, enlightened by Su Ming's explanation. Remember, make sure to enlist the help of your most trusted contacts to execute this plan, Su Ming urged, sending the recordings and videos to Su Yuan while reiterating his instructions. In truth, Su Ming had never forgotten the incident where Zhang Tai sent people to ambush him. It was not that he was unwilling to retaliate, but rather he had been searching for the right opportunity. Now that Zhang Tai had delivered himself right to Su Ming's doorstep, he intended to ensure Zhang Tai faced dire consequences. Missing the city examination was a grave matter. Zhang Tai had aspirations of attending the Royal Court Academy. Failing to take the exam would effectively sever his prospects. Rest assured, son, I know what to do, Su Yuan declared confidently. Good, Su Ming replied, choosing not to elaborate further. The two then walked towards Wang Chong, who, upon seeing Su Ming approach, felt a surge of dread, instinctively fearing him. In that moment, Su Ming transformed in Wang Chong's eyes from a harmless figure into a cunning and ruthless character. Have you made up your mind? Is it your death or his? Su Ming squatted down, reaching into Wang Chong's pocket to retrieve his phone, which he then handed back to him. Wang Chong gritted his teeth, accepting the phone and dialing Zhang Tai's number. The call was swiftly answered. "How's it going?" A brash voice emanated from the phone. "We've dealt with it thoroughly," Wang Chang responded. "Good. Go hide for a few days," Zhang Tai instructed before abruptly hanging up. As Wang Chang stared at the disconnected call, he felt as if all his strength had been sapped away, collapsing to the ground. "Hu Jia, take them away," Su Yuan commanded with a wave of his hand. "Yes." Hu Jia and his men stepped forward, roughly hauling Wang Chang and the others away. Following this, Su Yuan turned to Su Ming with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Son, let us head home." "All right," Su Ming replied, following Su Yuan down the street. Along the way, Su Yuan glanced at Su Ming, seemingly hesitant to speak. Noticing his father's expression, Su Ming prompted, "Father, is there something on your mind? Son, how did you suddenly become so clever?" Su Yuan asked, hesitating. He remembered his son as not particularly bright. Yet now Su Ming was not only diligent and studious, but also remarkably astute. Although he suspected it was due to the incident involving Lin Chuyu that had spurred Su Ming to strive for improvement, he also worried that such obsession might lead him to another extreme if he failed to achieve his goals. In response, Su Ming naturally replied, "That is because teacher Zhang Yu has taught me well." "Ah, Zhang Yu, son, you must learn diligently from him. Teacher Zhang is truly exceptional. Your father was not focused on studies, which is why I accomplished little." Su Yuan chuckled at Su Ming. "Spare me? You never took studying seriously and spent your days dozing off. There was even a time when you skipped class and hid in Grandpa's study, clumsily breaking his cherished vase, only to be hung up and beaten half to death by him." Su Ming sighed. "How do you know about that?" Su Yuan looked at Su Ming in disbelief. "On Grandpa's birthday, he specifically called me over to scold me about it, warning me not to follow in your footsteps. Father, look at the trouble you've caused. Even I suffered because of you," Su Ming said with disdain. Son, let us not bring that up, especially in front of your mother. I'll buy you a model later." Su Yuan replied, "Or maybe 2? Let me think about it. 3, not a penny more." As the sun set, 2 figures gradually faded into the golden glow of twilight. June 5, 4618 of the old era. The day before the city examination. Outside the Mayan Intermediate School in the 13th district of the Old Federation, Su Ming slung a lightweight backpack over one shoulder and walked toward the school gate. Surrounded by returning students in a bustling atmosphere, Su Ming. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Su Ming paused and turned to see Minka waving and running towards him. As Minka, breathless from his hurried run, arrived beside him, Su Ming greeted him. "Good morning, class leader. Why are you so late today? This is unlike you." Given Minka's usual habits, he ought to have arrived long ago. With a wry smile, Minka replied, "I was studying until 3 in the morning yesterday. And this morning I simply couldn't get up." "How prepared are you?" Su Ming inquired. "To be honest, not well at all. I have no confidence whatsoever," Minka admitted. "It's all right. At this time, you shouldn't overthink it. Just relax." Su Ming reassured him as they continued their conversation while heading toward the school. Upon reaching the school gate, they were met by a throng of students gathered there. Next to the entrance stood numerous honor exhibition boards, showcasing the names and photographs of all the courageous teachers, security personnel, and students involved in the Kirami invasion incident. Among these displays, one photograph stood out prominently, that of Principal Luoqin with Su Ming and 2 others. Many returning students gazed at the photo, engaging in animated discussions. "Isn't that Minka from Mecha Class 3 and Chen Tong?" one student exclaimed. "Yes, they've made it onto the honor roll," another responded. "Who is the unfortunate soul whose forehead is all we can see?" someone else pondered. Meanwhile, not far away, Principal Luoqin was gazing at his own photograph from a distance, increasingly pleased with what he saw. "How's the enlarged image, Lord Luoqin?" the photographer, Xiao Gao, asked flatteringly. "Just perfect, and I must say, this photograph captures my imposing stature splendidly," Principal Luoqin remarked, genuinely fond of the image. "T.S. not just that I took a good photo. You are already quite impressive, my lord," Xiao Gao praised adeptly. "Well said. Here is your reward," Principal Luoqin said, producing a generously thick envelope and handing it to Xiao Gao. "Thank you, Lord Luoqin." Xiao Gao beamed, his face wrinkling with delight as he eagerly accepted it. On the other side, Su Ming and Minka glanced at the enlarged photograph, and their interest quickly waned as they turned to head towards their classroom. Soon after, they arrived at their class, where Huang Mao and others excitedly surrounded them, teasingly shouting, "Oh, our heroes have arrived." Stop teasing, Minka interjected with a cough. We're not talking about you. We're talking about Su Ming. Huang Mao and the others chuckled in response. Me? My image is obscured. Su Ming replied, puzzled. Hey, what does that matter? It's all for appearances. Your springtime has come. Huang Mao and his companions winked mischievously. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying, Su Ming said, bewildered, though he could tell from their smug expressions that something was amiss. Humph, don't listen to their nonsense. A junior just came by asking about you. Chan Tong interjected with a scoff. A junior? Su Ming exclaimed, taken aback, as he didn't recognize any lower-year female students. Short hair, quite pretty. Think carefully, Wang Mao and the others teased. Just as Su Ming was trying to recall, a timid voice called from the doorway, is Su Ming here? Oh, she is here. Huang Mao and the others shouted excitedly. Mistakenly believing the junior was there for them, Su Ming turned to see a girl with a delicate appearance, sparkling eyes, short hair, and dressed in a blue school uniform, nervously standing at the door. Looking at him and the others. It's you. What do you need? Su Ming asked, suddenly remembering her as the girl he had rescued in front of the girls' dormitory. Hello, senior, I'm Li Minghan from Class 1 of the second-year command department. I came specifically to thank you, she said, stepping into the classroom and bowing to Su Ming. No need for such formality. It was the least I could do, Su Ming replied, waving his hand dismissively. Senior, please accept this small token of my appreciation, Li Minghan said, presenting a beautifully packaged handmade gift box to Su Ming. Wow, quickly accept it, the others urged. Accept it, Li Minghan, seeing the commotion, felt her fair face flush even deeper. Lowering her head shyly to avoid looking at Su Ming, thank you. I will accept it, Su Ming said, noticing her embarrassment and taking the gift. Goodbye, senior, she said quickly, turning and rushing out of the classroom. Su Ming, hurry and open it. Huang Mao and the others urged excitedly. Just then, Tang Yin entered, carrying a cardboard box. Seeing the classroom in disarray, he sternly called out, What is all the commotion? Settle down and return to your seats. As Tang Yin entered, Huang Mao and the others quickly returned to their seats. Tang Yin approached the podium with the box and said to Minka, Minka, please distribute the examination permits for the city exam. All right, Minka replied as he moved forward with the box, handing out the permits one by one. As the students received their permits, smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by a tense atmosphere. Tomorrow marked the day that would determine their fates. Tang Yin cleared his throat and addressed the class. Students, I will briefly go over some important points regarding the city exam tomorrow. First, your examination locations are indicated on your permits. Please ensure you familiarize yourself with the area beforehand to avoid confusion. The exam will span 2 days, with the comprehensive exam starting at 8 in the morning tomorrow and the secondary subjects the following morning at 8. Oh, not be late. Latecomers will not be allowed entry. Understood. The students responded in unison. Su Ming glanced at the permit in his hand, pleased to find that he had been assigned to his own school. Tang Yin surveyed the students, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions before speaking with heartfelt sincerity. All good things must come to an end. After the city exam, we will all part ways. I have nothing to offer you but a few final words of advice, which I hope will serve you well in times of uncertainty. Life is rarely smooth sailing. We often encounter numerous hurdles. But remember, aside from life and death, nothing else truly matters. I hope you face the city exam with a calm mindset. Do not be overly anxious, and strive to perform your best. Teacher, the city exam is a matter of life and death. Huang Mao couldn't help but interject. Tang Yin, hearing this, felt somewhat speechless. Did he not realize that the city exam was indeed a significant event? However, he didn't want everyone to be overly tense, as many had faltered in previous years due to psychological pressure. That was just a metaphor. In short, don't be too nervous tomorrow. Just give it your all and leave no regrets. He replied helplessly, I wish you all a bright future ahead, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Thank you, teacher. We will surely succeed. Minka led the chorus, and the rest followed suit, energized by his words. Very well, you may disperse. Tang Yin waved his hand, signaling them to leave. The students rose and exited the school, seeking their examination venues. Tang Yin stood at the podium, silently watching each student depart. The next morning, the entire 13th district was under strict lockdown. In preparation for the city exam, all airspace, except for public routes, was off limits. The wide streets were patrolled by guards, and every few hundred meters, volunteer vehicles stood ready to assist any examinees in need. Meanwhile, announcements echoed continuously. Dear residents, the 13th District is hosting a new round of city exams. During this period, we kindly ask all unrelated personnel to stay clear of the school and refrain from creating loud noises. At that moment, on the spacious road, a sleek black hovercar with the license plate SK6888 sped toward Mayan Intermediate Academy. Inside the car, Zhang Tai lounged casually, one foot resting on the front passenger seat, while beside him sat a refined lady with brown curls, fair skin, adorned with a valuable gemstone necklace, and dressed in a low-cut red dress that accentuated her alluring collarbone. This lady was Zhang Tai's mother, Zhou Qing continuously urged, son, you must get accepted into the Royal Court Academy this time. Your father has already made arrangements. Once you're admitted and graduate smoothly, he will use his connections to get you into the Starlight City Guard. Your future will be limitless. All right, stop nagging me. You go on and on, Zhang Tai replied irritably. Okay, I won't say any more, Zhou Qing replied indulgently. At that moment, the car suddenly came to a screeching halt, causing Zhang Tai to nearly tumble from the back seat. Infuriated, he yelled at the driver, how are you driving? Zhou Qing, equally irate, scolded, Lu Yi, do you want to lose your job? The driver, Lu Yi, turned in a panic to explain, Madam, young master, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional. I had no choice. There was a guard vehicle blocking our way. Zhou Qing gazed forward, only to discover that 3 security vehicles had blocked their path. Moments later, the doors of these vehicles swung open, and a throng of guards disembarked. This is absolutely ridiculous. Zhang Tai cursed in irritation, swiftly opening his own car door to step out. Son, don't be angry, Zhou Qing said, following suit. At that moment, a middle-aged security captain with dark skin and a scar on his face approached them, flanked by his subordinates. Chapter 44. The beginning. Before any words could be exchanged, Zhang Tai erupted with expletives. What's wrong with you? Get out of my way. Exactly. Hurry up and move aside. My son has an examination today. If you delay us, can you take responsibility? Zhou Qing added, her tone equally imperious. I am Captain Lauk of the 1st Security Bureau of the Lower District. You must be Zhang Tai? Lauk responded, unperturbed, casting a sinister glance at Zhang Tai. I am Zhang Tai. What do you want? Zhang Tai retorted, his arrogance unyielding, dismissing Lauk as merely a guard from the lower district, whom he regarded as beneath him. Very well, do you recognize this individual? Lauk brandished a photograph of Wang Chong, his voice grave. I don't know him. Zhang Tai suddenly realized that they had come for him. His name is Wang Chong. Recently, he was involved in a murder attempt, and he has identified you as the mastermind behind it. I am now arresting you in accordance with the old federal law, Lauk declared, gesturing for several subordinates to step forward and roughly seize Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai struggled fiercely, shouting, let me go. You'll regret it. A crowd of passers-by began to gather, drawn by the commotion. What is happening? I don't know, but it looks like the guards are apprehending someone. It seems like they're arresting a student. Seeing her son being taken, Zhou Qing lost her composure, screaming in a frenzy, let my son go. Do you even know who my husband is? I could have you all dismissed with a single phone call. Who your husband is has nothing to do with us. We are merely conducting a routine investigation. I must insist that you do not interfere, or we will arrest you as well, Lauk snarled at Zhou Qing. You? Zhou Qing was rendered speechless with rage, merely pointing an accusing finger at Lauk. Take him away, Lauk commanded decisively. Immediately, several guards dragged Zhang Tai towards the security vehicle. Zhang Tai continued to struggle, shouting, Mother, call for help. Zhou Qing quickly pulled out her phone, but Lauk slapped it from her hand, sending it crashing to the ground. Shattered, my apologies. I thought you were reaching for a weapon. You can claim compensation for the damaged phone at the Security Bureau later. Farewell, Lauk said before turning away. He was well aware of Zhang Tai's father's identity. Normally, he would prefer to avoid conflict, but the Su family was not to be trifled with. More importantly, he was processing the matter by the book. Adhering to the law, what could they possibly do to him? If necessary, he could release Zhang Tai in a few hours. Zhou Qing, watching her son being taken away, panicked and rushed to the driver, shouting, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and make the call. At the entrance of the 13th District Mayan College, a dense crowd of students and parents had gathered. Since everyone had arrived early, the examination hall doors remained closed. The guard armed with the real firearm stood at the school gate. During the examination period, the The order within the school was maintained by guards from the 13th district in conjunction with teachers. On an open area outside the gate, Su Yuan and Zhao Ning surrounded Su Ming, both visibly anxious, especially Su Yuan, who paced back and forth. "Could you please stand still? I'm getting dizzy watching you." Zhao Ning complained to Su Yuan. "Oh, I'm just nervous." Su Yuan replied, "My dear son, you must do your best this time. Listen to me, if you can score 150 points, it will bring great honor to our family." Su Yuan declared, halting his pacing to address Su Ming. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's lips twitched slightly. Before he could respond, Zhao Ning raised her hand and delivered a light punch to Su Yuan's head in irritation. 150 points? You can't even score that. Why burden our son? I just want to help him get into a good school, Su Yuan pouted. Son, don't listen to your father's nonsense. Just aim for 120 points. We'll graduate safely and live a stable life. Zhao Ning gently reassured Su Ming. Su Ming sighed inwardly, reflecting on how little faith they had in him. However, he kept his thoughts to himself and simply replied, "I'll do my best. Son, this isn't a joke. You really need to put in the effort," Su Yuan urged, gripping Su Ming's hand tightly. "All right, I'll do my best," Su Ming said with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Li Fubai, Lin Chuyu, and others stood together as Teacher Chun gave them final instructions. During the exam, don't get nervous. Answer the questions you can first, and leave the blank ones for last. Don't get stuck on any single question. Understood, Li Fubai replied calmly. By the way, why hasn't Zhang Tai arrived yet? I remember he also drew our school. Haven't you seen him? Teacher Chin inquired. Teacher, don't worry about him. That guy is a lone wolf. It's not surprising if he is late, Li Fubai remarked dismissively. All right then, let him be. I want to say more. Just do your best. Teacher Chen concluded, not pressing further. Okay, Lin Chuyu replied softly. Teacher Chan turned to leave. At that moment, Li Fubai handed a bottle of water to Lin Chuyu. Chuyu, have some water. No, I have my own water bottle. Lin Chuyu shook her head in refusal. Just as Li Fubai was about to say something, a boy in Valiant uniform, covered in dark spots, hurriedly approached him. Li Fubai. Wu Bo. What's the matter? Li Fubai asked. Noting the boy's anxious demeanor, Wu Bo hesitated, glancing around before leaning closer to speak. Zhang Tai is in trouble. What kind of trouble? Li Fubai's heart sank. I don't know. He was taken away by the guards on his way to the exam. Wu Bo whispered. Upon hearing this news, Li Fubai's mood darkened further, an ominous premonition lingering in his mind. However, he quickly composed himself and responded nonchalantly. I understand. As time passed, it was soon 7:20 a.m. The guards at the school gate opened the doors and began conducting security checks. ITS started. We can go in now, anxious students exclaimed. Seeing the gates open, Su Ming turned to Su Yuan and Zhao Ning, saying, the exam hall is open. I'm going to line up, son. You must do your best. We'll be waiting for you outside. Su Yuan and Zhao Ning said nervously. Su Ming replied, a slight smile appearing as he noted their concern. He then walked towards the entrance. Chapter 45. An unexpected turn at the entrance, long lines had formed. Students were only allowed to bring essential exam materials and had to pass through a designated security checkpoint to enter the school. The line moved swiftly, and within minutes, Su Ming successfully passed through the security check and entered the school. He glanced at his examination permit and, following the instructions, headed towards room 7. Before long, Su Ming arrived at room 7, where he encountered Teacher Chun along with 3 other proctors and 2 guards stationed at the classroom door. They conducted a secondary identity verification to ensure each student matched the information on their examination permits. Meanwhile, Teacher Chun continuously reminded the students, once inside the exam room, do not speak. If an emergency arises, please raise your hand and wait for the teacher's permission before speaking. Otherwise, you will bear all consequences. Su Ming presented his examination permit and quickly passed the identity check. Entering the classroom, he surveyed the room. The desks were spaced widely apart to ensure ample distance between students. Additionally, cameras had been temporarily installed at the front and back of the classroom to record the examination process for documentation. To his surprise, Su Ming spotted Chen Tong, who was also taking the exam in this classroom. Unfortunately, Chen Tong was seated far from him, in the left front corner, while Su Ming was in the right rear corner. Chen Tong glanced at Su Ming as he entered but remained silent, as conversations were prohibited. The classroom was eerily quiet. Su Ming nodded slightly at him before taking his seat in the back, patiently awaiting the start of the exam. To be honest, due to the hasty preparations, Su Ming did not feel entirely confident about performing well. Yet, it was precisely this uncertainty and challenge that excited him. Time passed slowly. As the examination time swiftly approached, Teacher Chan Yi, accompanied by 3 other instructors, entered the room, each holding sealed examination papers. They placed the papers upon the podium and promptly began to unseal them. He extracted the test papers from their protective bags, distributing them while announcing, "We shall commence the distribution of the papers now. Once you receive your paper, refrain from writing until instructed to begin." Su Ming's heart raced with excitement as he fixated on Teacher Chen Yi. Soon, the test paper was handed to Su Ming, who cast a cursory glance at it. It was the usual 20-page exam. However, upon closer inspection, the questions appeared exceedingly intricate. Su Ming's expression grew increasingly grave. The difficulty exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, after distributing the papers, Teacher Chan Yi stood quietly, awaiting further developments. Approximately 2 minutes later, the crisp sound of a bell echoed through the school. "Begin writing," Teacher Chan Yi declared. As Su Ming and his peers reached for their pens, a sudden rush of footsteps interrupted them, followed by the violent thrusting open of the classroom door. 10 soldiers clad in first-generation gray metallic exoskeleton armor, led by a burly man in second-generation crimson metallic armor, stormed in. "Do not move," bellowed the commanding soldier. The examinees were taken aback, displaying expressions of terror and unease. Teacher Chan Yi and his colleagues were rendered speechless. "We are soldiers of the Royal Academy's affiliated Royal Church, and I am squad leader Leo. From this moment forth, we shall take over the examination hall. Supervising teachers, you may leave. This is no longer your concern," Leo stated in a deep, commanding voice. Upon hearing that the military had assumed control of the exam venue, Teacher Chan Yi and the others were left in shock, their expressions blank as they vacated the room. Su Ming, equally astonished, wondered what drama was unfolding. At that moment, the entire Valiant Intermediate Academy was enveloped by soldiers from the Royal Church, with military armored vehicles entering the campus. Parents awaiting outside the school were also bewildered, exchanging anxious whispers as they witnessed the influx of troops. "What is happening? I have no idea." In reality, it was not just Valiant Intermediate Academy under military oversight. The entire 13th district, as well as the 3 cities and 16 districts, had all been placed under strict control during the city examinations. Inside the classroom, Leo's menacing gaze darted around the room, instilling further dread among the students, who remained perplexed about the situation. At that moment, Leo's communication device crackled with a directive: "Commence a thorough inspection." Upon receiving the instruction, Leo revealed a cruel smile, addressing the seated students, "Everyone, when I call your name, step forward for a re-inspection. Any hint of movement shall be interpreted as cheating. Furthermore, I must inform you that anyone caught cheating will have their examination disqualified on the spot. With no need for a red-black lottery, they will be sent directly to the front lines." At this pronouncement, several students visibly paled with fear. Leo immediately zeroed in on them. You, and you, stand up." The 3 singled-out students rose unsteadily, their faces ashen. Observing their reactions, Su Ming felt an ominous premonition. Leo strode menacingly towards them, glaring intensely. "What are you afraid of? Speak." "In nothing, sir," stammered a bespectacled boy, his lips trembling. Leo's gaze fell upon the pen on the boy's desk, heightening his anxiety. Without hesitation, Leo seized the pen and snapped it in 2. Crack! The interior revealed intricate electronic components, accompanied by faint sparks. The boy's face drained of color. "Yes, sir. Take him away, directly to the front lines," Leo commanded ruthlessly. A soldier stepped forward, seizing the boy by the collar and dragging him out. "No, please, I was wrong. I won't do it again," the student pleaded in sheer terror, having soiled himself in fright. Unfortunately, his pleas fell on deaf ears as the soldiers unceremoniously took him away. The remaining 2 students, witnessing this scene, were deeply shaken. One of them immediately broke down, pleading, "Sir, I don't want to take the exam anymore. Is that all right?" "Very well, that can be arranged. Take him away," Leo responded with a cruel smile, gesturing dismissively. "You cannot treat me this way. Do you know who my father is? Release me." The student's desperate cries echoed in vain as he was mercilessly dragged out. Leo then turned his vicious gaze towards the last female student, asking menacingly, "Would you prefer that I handle this myself, or will you confess?" Su Ming furrowed his brow. These soldiers were elite and battle-hardened, their methods ruthless and their gazes piercing. The psychologically fragile students could hardly conceal their trepidation. "I was wrong," the girl sobbed uncontrollably. "Take her away." Leo, having received her admission, dismissed her with a wave, and her cries faded as she was pulled from the room. Leo scanned the remaining examinees, each of whom now avoided his gaze, heads bowed in fear. Even those who had no involvement lowered their eyes, having never witnessed such a scene before. One by one, from the back of the room, students gathered their belongings and exited for a reinspection. Su Ming was the first to rise, gathering his things and walking out under Leo's watchful stare. Outside in the corridor, soldiers were stationed to conduct inspections, having set up sophisticated scanning equipment. Su Ming glanced around, noticing that students from other exam rooms were also being led out for re-inspections. Several were caught with cheating materials and were promptly taken away, wailing in despair. Su Ming's expression grew increasingly intense. He had not anticipated that such a crucial city examination would see so many attempting to cheat. Just then, he noticed a student with green hair being pressed down by an inspecting officer. "What is this?" the soldier demanded harshly. "I don't know what that is. It doesn't belong to me," the green-haired student stammered in panic. Unfortunately, his protests proved futile as the inspecting officer coldly declared, "Cheating." The green-haired student's face fell, defeated and despondent. Simultaneously, the red-haired student was dragged out of the classroom, his head bowed in resignation. Su Ming's lips twitched slightly at the sight. These two fools had dared to tread the path of dishonor. However, considering their circumstances, it was somewhat understandable. Despite attending remedial classes with teacher Tang Yin, their mock exam scores had hovered around 90, still a far cry from the required 120. Now that these two had been caught, there should ideally be a third. The three of them had always been mischief makers together, so it was highly likely that the last of their trio had also been apprehended elsewhere. With this thought, Su Ming shook his head slightly. In the administrative office building in the center of the 13th district, Xiao Lai sat at his desk, cradling a steaming cup of tea. He gently blew on the surface before taking a sip. "Aylin, how many students do you think from our 13th district will gain admission to the Royal Academy this year?" he inquired. "This year should surpass previous years. I've heard that Haiheng Academy has produced numerous talents, and perhaps some may even gain entry into the inner school," replied a young woman dressed in a cream-colored blouse, black pencil skirt, and red high heels, her long hair elegantly styled, her features refined and graceful. "Is that so? If we truly have students entering the inner school, that would be splendid," Xiao Lai responded, his mood buoyed. Just then, Yue rushed into the office, breathless, exclaiming, "Lord Xiao, this is bad." Startled, Xiao Lai nearly spilled his tea, irritation flickering in his eyes as he retorted, "What is the matter? Why the panic? The Royal Church has suddenly appeared and taken control of all examination venues. Our security personnel have been expelled." Yue gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "What did you say? How did the Royal Church come to be here?" Xiao Lai slammed his cup down on the desk, his voice low and tense. "Lord Xiao, I do not know why the Royal Church is here, but everything is in chaos. I've heard they have apprehended many cheating students, especially from the First Academy. Quite a few have been caught. Those detained are being forcibly loaded onto armed transport vehicles and sent to Starlight City, supposedly to be dispatched to the front lines." Yue continued urgently. Xiao Lai's expression shifted dramatically as he absorbed this information. "Lord Xiao, many of the students from the First Academy are the children of important figures within our 13th district. Being sent to the front lines is tantamount to a death sentence." "What does that have to do with me? They brought this upon themselves," Xiao Lai seethed, slamming his fist down on the desk in anger. Yue, witnessing Xiao Lai's fury, fell silent, instinctively closing his mouth. In truth, they were well aware of the cheating that had been taking place. The Royal Academy was notoriously difficult to enter, and with the limited resources in the 13th district, few could succeed in the legitimate examinations. As such, some individuals, seeking an easier path, resorted to cheating, a fact they had chosen to overlook until now. However, it was unexpected that this time the Federation had directly dispatched the royal court order, taking over the city-wide examination, and now everyone had been caught red-handed. At this moment, Aylin softly addressed the furious Xiao Lai, saying, "My Lord Xiao, even if the child is disappointing, he is still our child. While it is natural to be angry, we must ultimately find a way to resolve this." Just then, The phone on Xiao Lai's desk, along with his mobile phone, began to ring incessantly. Xiao Lai glanced at the incoming call and chose not to answer, knowing these calls were merely pleas for leniency. Unfortunately, this time was different. The royal court order was beyond his influence and interference. Nevertheless, Aylin's words still swayed him. Despite his anger, he realized he could not completely neglect the matter, or else chaos would truly ensue. Thus, he spoke to Yue, saying, "Yue, investigate this. We need to know which official from the royal court order is overseeing our region." "Understood, I will go at once," Yue replied, hurrying out. In the area of the 13th District's Interstellar Military Airport, a colossal battleship, the Level 4 Yuan, measuring 10 kilometers in length and adorned with smooth gray armor, lay anchored. Inside the command center of the ship, a middle-aged man, distinguished by sharp features, thick eyebrows, graying temples, and deep-set eyes that exuded authority, sat firmly in the command chair clad in a major general's uniform. Before him, a massive operational screen displayed a series of grid images, each corresponding to an examination venue. It was evident from the visuals that each location was in disarray. That moment, a woman with long black hair, possessing a striking appearance and dressed in a colonel's uniform, approached and spoke. "General Ams, all units have successfully taken over the examination venues, and all individuals caught cheating are en route to detention. Xian, do not report such matters to me again. Send them all to the front lines." Ams commanded in a grave tone. "Understood. Also, once the screening is complete, commence the examination immediately," Ams ordered with a stern voice. "I'll notify them right away. Additionally, the district leader Xiao Lai from the 13th district wishes to request an audience with you." Xian continued. "Refuse him," Ams replied coldly. "Yes," Xian responded respectfully. Outside the Minty Intermediate Academy, anxious parents quickly obtained the latest news online. Heavens, the royal court order has taken over the city examination and arrested a multitude of cheaters. I heard they are all being sent to the front lines. No, please. Many parents at the scene suddenly broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears. Yuan was as restless as an ant on a hot pan and turned to Zhao Ning, saying, "Wife, what should we do now? The military has taken over the examination. Will Su Ming be all right?" "Close your crow's mouth. How could Su Ming possibly be in trouble?" Zhao Ning retorted, though she too was uneasy, fearing that Su Ming might have cheated, which would be disastrous. "Right, I do have a crow's mouth." Su Yuan smacked his own lips in frustration. "All right, let us remain calm and wait." Zhao Ning took a deep breath and settled down to wait. Inside the examination hall, after Su Ming completed the security check, he returned to his seat. He quietly observed the entire venue as each student underwent their security checks. This time, the inspections were exceedingly thorough, making cheating virtually impossible. That moment, Leo approached the podium and rapped his knuckles on the table, coldly stating, "I'm a straightforward man, so let us not beat around the bush. The examination is starting now. Everyone better do their papers honestly, or I won't hesitate to get rough." Upon hearing Leo's command to begin, the candidates immediately bowed their heads to start writing, none daring to entertain any mischievous thoughts. Thoroughly intimidated, Yu Ming picked up his pen and immersed himself in the exam. For a brief moment, the entire examination hall felt frozen in time, and he could hear nothing but silence. Time trickled by, and soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, the communication devices of Leo and his team buzzed with orders, prompting them to shout, "Stop writing." The students, fearing repercussions, did not dare to write an extra word, some even flinging their pens away in fright. "Collect the papers," Leo commanded with a wave of his hand, as soldiers stepped forward to gather the test papers and deliver them to him. In front of all the candidates, Leo sealed the papers in a special envelope, affixing a unique label to secure it. After completing this, he announced to everyone, "I declare the first examination concluded. Finally, it's over." The tension in the classroom dissipated as numerous candidates slumped in their seats. "Now that the exam is finished, can we leave?" "Yes, we can go home." A student stood up, but Leo shot him a fierce glare, causing the student to sit down obediently. "When did I say you could leave?" "Sit tight and wait for the notification," Leo bellowed. The student shrank back, none daring to argue. At this moment, some messenger soldiers entered. Taking away the sealed test papers from Leo's hands, Yu Ming and his peers sat quietly in their seats, waiting. Although they harbored grievances, none were foolish enough to provoke trouble. After about 5 minutes, Leo and his team received accurate information, and a sinister smile spread across his face as he yelled. I announced that in half an hour, we will commence the second session of elective subjects. What? We're taking the elective subjects now, but we haven't eaten yet, and we just finished the exam. My head is spinning. How can we possibly take the exam now? Exactly, this is outrageous. A wave of agitation swept through the students as they protested. Silence! Leo's roar silenced the entire assembly immediately. Meanwhile, outside the school, numerous parents gathered at the entrance, anxiously straining to catch a glimpse into the sealed school. Idea strange. It's already 3 o'clock. The exam should have ended by now. I have no idea. Why aren't they opening the doors and letting the students out? Could there be another problem? Yuan, drenched in sweat, anxiously inquired of Zhao Ning. Wife, why hasn't our son come out yet? I don't know. Stop asking me. I'm worried too. This year has truly been chaotic. Zhao Ning was equally perplexed and worried about their son's situation. Just then, the gates of the school swung open. The door is open! The crowd exclaimed in joy. However, what followed felt like a bucket of cold water dousing their excitement. Soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor marched out, commanding with authority, clear the way, open the road. While the parents were unaware of the situation, they complied without hesitation, none daring to act defiantly. The royal court order was not the 13th District's military. They would not hesitate to deal firmly with anyone who resisted. Once the parents cleared the path, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Soon, they witnessed a staggering sight as a convoy of elongated military transport vehicles approached. As these vehicles drew near, Yuan and the others saw that they were hauling black metallic cylindrical objects, each adorned with newly installed simulation training pods. The crowd was left speechless, unable to utter a word. The military transports proceeded into the school, and once all vehicles had entered, the soldiers promptly sealed the school gates again. What is going on here? Indeed. The parents erupted into heated discussions, their emotions running high. At that moment, Principal Loken approached, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief while wearing a forced smile. He addressed the crowd, saying, Please remain calm. I have received clear instructions that the elective examinations have been moved up. Therefore, the students will be taking their second exam now. There is no need to panic. Once the examinations are fully completed, the students will be released. Is this how things are done? Just after finishing the first exam, without allowing any time for a meal or rest, they immediately proceed to the second. This is sheer nonsense. Exactly, we demand to lodge a complaint. A throng of parents angrily directed their ire at Principal Loken. While they dared not confront the heavily armed soldiers of the royal court order, venting their frustrations on the principal was well within their capacity. Seeing the parents glaring at him as if they wished to consume him whole, Loken internally cursed, It's not my fault. I'm merely the principal. The actual decision-making power lies with the royal court order. Please, everyone, remain calm and refrain from irrational behavior. The royal court order is ruthless. Many students have already been taken away to the front lines. If you cause a ruckus, who knows? The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd fell silent, none daring to continue their protests. Observing that he had quelled the crowd, Loken hastily added, Please be patient. All examinees are in the same situation, so there is no disparity. Additionally, I have prepared complimentary boxed meals for everyone as a token of my appreciation. Please enjoy some food to tide you over as we patiently await further instructions. As soon as Luo Qin finished speaking, teacher Tang Yin and others began to bring in boxes of meals. Upon witnessing this, the many parents present felt it inappropriate to continue venting their anger at Luo Qin. After all, one should not strike a smiling face, so they each went to take a boxed meal to ease their hunger. In the command room of the military interstellar airport aboard the Yuan, General Amuse sat steadily in his command chair, his left index finger gently tapping against the armrest, his expression serious as he gazed at the myriad of grid images on the screen. At that moment, Xian reported to Amuse, General, the latest neural connection pods have been dispatched to all examination venues. Very well, Amuse replied. However, there is something I need to discuss with you. Speak, came Amuse's calm response. Many students are protesting. They claim they have just completed their exams and are in poor condition, not to mention they haven't eaten and are famished. They simply cannot take the secondary subjects under these circumstances. Xian hesitated before stating. Upon hearing this, Amuse turned to look at Xian, his tone icy as he replied, Let me ask you, on the battlefield,
Does the enemy concern themselves with our meals? Do they allow us to rest adequately before we engage? Tell them, those who wish to take the exam may do so, and those who do not can leave. General, while the reasoning is sound. Could this approach lead to issues? If things go awry, the results of today's city examinations might plummet, and the Royal Court Academy might not receive enough students. Xian expressed his deepest concern. If we do not receive them, then so be it. It is far better than allowing a host of unworthy candidates to pass. Dio, you know how many students the Royal Court Academy expels each year? A full third, which means that 1/3 of the students cannot even keep pace with the most basic of courses. Tell me, how did these 1/3 pass their exams? Do not tell me they had moments of brilliance during the test. Moreover, how many substandard officers have graduated from the Royal Court Academy in recent years, especially in the popular fields of Mecha and Command? Do you have any idea how many advanced mechas have been destroyed by those inferior officers? Do you know how precious those advanced mechas are? How intricate their craftsmanship is? The production capacity can barely keep up. Each one is produced under intense pressure, and the materials used are extracted at the cost of countless soldiers' lives and blood. And regarding the command field, how many soldiers have perished due to their foolish commands? Amuse exclaimed, his fury palpable. After hearing Amuse's words, Xian fell into silence. Amuse took a moment to temper his emotions before speaking to Xian in a deep voice. If it were not for the excessive actions of these individuals, do you truly believe we would be coming down to this level? The Royal Court Academy has a set number of officers it aims to produce each year. Yet the actual number that can be utilized is less than half. How ridiculous is that? How shameful. We are on the brink of becoming a laughingstock, and you should be more aware than anyone of how dire the current situation is, especially with the 2nd Ace Legion, the Songwang, suffering severe losses and in urgent need of elite reinforcements. While it is manageable to replenish lower-tier elite soldiers by drawing from various battlefields, as the annual recruitment numbers are substantial, replenishing at the officer level is much more challenging. Consider how long it takes for them to progress from school to being capable of independent service. How many resources will it consume? You are correct, Xian replied, his heart heavy. Within the Mayan Intermediate Academy, Su Ming sat quietly in his chair, awaiting the commencement of the 2nd examination, finding this city examination increasingly intriguing. That moment, a soldier entered, approaching Leo and quietly whispering a few words into his ear. Leo nodded slightly and then addressed all the examinees. All examinees, leave your examination materials behind and line up empty-handed to follow me. Although Su Ming and the others were unaware of Leo's intentions, they complied obediently, rising to form a line as they exited the classroom. Leo led the way, with other soldiers watching them from the sides. Many students even experienced a strange sensation, as if they were being escorted like prisoners. However, they quickly reconciled this feeling upon seeing that other students were being treated in the same manner. Soon, they were brought to an expansive training ground, where they were met with a breathtaking sight. An array of brand-new simulation pods of unfamiliar models being unloaded. Wow, are these training pods? They look so advanced. Indeed, it feels like we should dispose of those old relics at the school, many students excitedly remarked as Su Ming gazed at these new mechanical pods. He was somewhat taken aback, but then he began to sense that something was amiss. The need for simulation pods for secondary subject examinations primarily pertained to the Mecha and Command fields. However, the number of candidates for these two subjects was limited, and the quantity being delivered was excessive, enough for each person to have one. At this moment, Leo addressed Su Ming and the others. Each of you will have a simulation pod. Wait, sir, my secondary subject is maintenance. Do I still need to use a simulation pod? A male student asked. Perplexed? Yes, regardless of what your secondary subject is, everyone must use one, Leo replied without hesitation. But we have never used one before. Exactly. How do we even use it? Many students erupted in confusion, completely at a loss. Silence! Close your mouths! Leo bellowed, and the raucous crowd immediately quieted down. Leo, unabashedly, continued, if you wish to take the exam, do so. If not, you will receive a 0. In an instant, despite their grievances, everyone fell silent. Su Ming stroked his chin, increasingly sensing something was off. Simulation pods are quite expensive, especially these new models he had never encountered before. It was hard to believe that the old Federation would allocate such extensive funding for all students to use simulation pods without some ulterior motive. Unfortunately, there was no way to extract any information from these officers at this moment. Enough of the chit-chat. All of you enter the pods and begin the examination. Enjoy yourselves, Leo waved his hand, urging everyone to enter the simulation pods and prepare for the exam. With anxious hearts, the crowd moved towards the simulation pods, and even Su Ming felt a profound sense of uncertainty. To this point, he had never interacted with such a simulation pod and was unsure of what to expect from the examination. Truthfully, he felt like he was being herded like a duck to water. Yet, he had no choice but to steel himself and proceed. Approaching the simulation pod, Su Ming closely examined its structure. The pod consisted of two main parts, a black metallic base and a transparent cover. The material of the base was of exceptional quality, with the black metal glimmering with a fine sheen, reflecting his visage. Chapter 49. The Battle of Dian Star. He pressed the activation button. With a faint hissing sound, the transparent cover of the simulation pod opened, revealing the internal equipment. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. This simulation pod was indeed entirely different from those at school. Inside lay a semi-reclining chair, with a helmet integrated with numerous wires in the head area, and several mechanical buttons surrounding the pod to adjust the reclining chair. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming settled into the chair. The cover of the simulation pod closed automatically, and the transparent lid suddenly transformed into a holographic screen. Identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Candidate number 45712. Name: Su Ming. Gender: male. Age: 18. As Su Ming observed the displayed information, his eyes widened in disbelief. This simulation pod was not ordinary. It was intelligent. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a message popped up on the virtual screen. 120 seconds remaining until the second examination begins. Please adjust the reclining chair to your most comfortable position. Su Ming hurriedly complied. Once he had adjusted the reclining chair to his liking, a new prompt appeared on the virtual screen. Fixation device activated. Click. The reclining chair's fixation clamps emerged, securing Su Ming's body comfortably in place without causing any discomfort. Next, a new prompt appeared on the virtual screen. Neural helmet, please wear it. Relax your body and keep your head still. Before Su Ming could react, the metallic helmet was placed upon his head. Wearing successful. Countdown to exam start. 47 seconds, 46 seconds. The virtual screen continuously displayed the countdown. As Su Ming watched the numbers diminish, he felt an inexplicable rush of excitement. The moment the countdown hit 0, a faint current coursed through his brain, and he suddenly felt his consciousness fade into darkness, as if he had been plunged into a void. In the next instant, Su Ming abruptly opened his eyes to find himself in a vast sealed space. The walls were constructed from high-strength, lightweight alloys, shimmering with a cold metallic luster, while the ground beneath him was solid steel. Bright, glaring lights illuminated the ceiling, and the air was thick with the scent of oil and metal. Su Ming stood there, momentarily dazed, questioning how he had arrived here. From the surroundings, it resembled a transport compartment of a spaceship. Before he could make sense of the situation, familiar yet unfamiliar figures began to materialize around him. The other candidates, Su Ming even spotted Chan Tong not far ahead. Everyone wore expressions of astonishment, chattering excitedly. Where is this? Wow, this is incredible. Is this a dream? Let me pinch myself. Ouch, this is definitely not a dream. Su Ming attempted to pinch his own arm, and a sharp pang of pain surged through him, momentarily startling him and causing his mind to waver in confusion. At that moment, Chan Tong approached Su Ming. His face darkened and inquired, Su Ming, are you aware of the current situation? Not really, Su Ming replied. Shaking his head, I entered the simulation pod and suddenly found myself here. However, I can ascertain that we are likely in the midst of an examination. So what shall we do now? Chan Tong asked in a low voice. Let us observe the unfolding events, Su Ming responded, quickly suppressing his rising anxiety and speaking with calmness. Just then, the entire transport pod jolted violently, causing everyone to nearly lose their balance. Simultaneously, an alarm device within the pod began to flash red lights incessantly, emitting a shrill sound that filled the atmosphere with palpable tension. What is happening? What is going on? I'm not sure, but isn't that the sound of an alarm. Why am I here? My secondary specialization is as a mechanical repairman. Stop complaining. My secondary specialization is nursing and treatment. The candidates present were all in a state of panic. Amidst the collective unease, a commanding voice suddenly resonated through the speakers. Greetings, candidates. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Major General Ams of the Royal Court Teaching Corps. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock, some even exclaiming in disbelief. No way. Did I hear that correctly? A general? What's going on? A general is the chief examiner. Ignoring the astonished students, General Ams continued, his voice steady. You are undoubtedly perplexed and bewildered by your circumstances. Allow me to clarify. You are currently utilizing the Federation's latest neural simulation pod, which can provide hyper-realistic feedback of all sensations, including pain. Thus, although you find yourselves in a virtual realm, it is indistinguishable from the real world, and your secondary specialization examinations are about to commence. Hearing General Am's words, Su Ming inhaled sharply, astonished by the Federation's advanced technology. In truth, the Federation had not abandoned research and intelligence. It was merely that individuals like Su Ming had not been privy to it. Secondary specialization examination? How will it be conducted? Indeed, the crowd inquired, their faces marked with confusion. At this juncture, General Am spoke again. I will now provide the final instructions. Listen closely, as I shall only say this once. Instantly, the chaotic environment fell silent, with everyone straining to hear, fearful of missing a single word. Look around you. Can you see all the other students in the same examination hall? General Ams prompted. Su Ming carefully scanned his surroundings and spotted Lin Chuyu, Li Fubai, and others in the distance. He then lowered his voice to Chen Tong, saying, all the students from our examination hall have gathered together. Damn it, what are they planning? Chen Tong could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Let us remain patient, Su Ming calmly advised Chen Tong. Candidates from the same examination hall, you are all aboard the same spaceship. Among you are students from the Mecha Department, Command Department, Maintenance Department, and Ground Combat Department. In short, representatives from every field. The core of this secondary specialization examination is straightforward. Control the spaceship you are on and participate in the epic battle at Fireflame Star, General Ams announced with fervor. No way. Are we really participating in the battle at Fireflame Star? This can't be serious, right? Isn't this General Ams going a bit too far? That battle had very few survivors, don't say that. Do you know who General Ams is? Who? He is the very individual who survived the battle at Fireflame Star. I read an interview about him. Back when he participated in that battle. He was just an unknown lieutenant. Now, a century later, he has risen to the rank of Major General. Wow, I had no idea. Chapter 50. Chaos. The expressions of all the students ranged from bewilderment to frustration, and even Su Ming's countenance shifted upon hearing about the battle at Fireflame Star. This is madness, absolute madness. Chen Tong could not help but scoff. Su Ming took a deep breath. Aside from the main star and the third planet, the old Federation actually had 9 other planets, with Fireflame Star being one of them. Historically, Fireflame Star was the second most prosperous planet after the third planet and boasted a massive population. The battle at Fireflame Star was the pivotal conflict in the epic war that erupted a century ago between the old Federation and the silicon-based mechanical race. After breaching the defense line of the outer 10th planet, Black Flame Star, the mechanical race launched a devastating invasion directly onto Fireflame Star. With the fall of Fireflame Star, the mechanical race used it as a springboard to target the third planet. In a race against time, the old Federation hastily mobilized various fleets to launch a large-scale assault on Fireflame Star. The two sides engaged in a bloody struggle over the planet. Although the mechanical race was eventually expelled from Fireflame Star, countless fleets and heroes of the old Federation perished. The once 12 major base cities on Fireflame Star dwindled to 5, and its population plummeted from 6.2 billion to less than 2 billion. This illustrates the brutal nature of that battle. I know many of you may not understand why you are being treated this way. However, you must recognize one thing. You are now adults. This examination is not a game. We seek true talent, exceptional talent. If you wish to achieve high scores, then fight valiantly in this examination. Moreover, you better find a way to survive. If you die, congratulations, you will experience a real death. Trust me, you will not enjoy that sensation. General Ams offered a stern warning to all present. Wait. We are all in the same boat. If the command department makes foolish commands, or if the pilots act recklessly, we might meet our end before even reaching the battlefield, resulting in 0 points for us. What if we fail to unite? Countless students voiced their concerns. General Am seemed to have anticipated their questions. Addressing the crowd, I understand many of you will protest and ask what happens if others fail to unite, or if the command department issues erroneous commands. I wish to say, the ship is yours. You may choose how to proceed. You can unite or divide. It's your choice. And do not come to me with complaints about fairness. Haven't you all taken courses on building cohesion in the command department? If you have not put in the effort before, now is the time for your reckoning. Good luck to you all. I hereby declare the examination officially begins, with General Ams announcing the commencement of the examination. The alarm throughout the spaceship intensified, while the entire transport pod was awash in flashing red lights. In a way, we just started the exam, and it feels like the apocalypse. This is overly dramatic, isn't it? I feel so anxious, I don't even know what to do. Exactly, it's utterly bewildering. The expressions of the students were marked with confusion. At this moment, a task log popped up before each student. Main task, each fulfill your roles. Breach the firepower net and make a forced landing on fireflame star. Immediately, the metallic walls around them began to rise, revealing transparent glass that offered a clear view of the external space. In an instant, everyone could see beams of light and missiles zipping past them. They could even witness numerous nearby ships being hit and exploding. Gazing out into the starry void, they could see Fireflame Star, appearing as a sphere the size of a football. OMG! Many students stared at this scene, their jaws agape. Suddenly, with a loud rumble, the ship they were on shook violently, accompanied by mechanical synth sounds. Warning, the external armor of spaceship H-34 has been breached. Ah, the ship is going to sink. What do we do? A male student shouted in panic. Nearby, an impatient boy glanced at the command department insignia on the panicking student's clothing and kicked him in frustration, exclaiming, "Are you an idiot? You're from the command department. Shouldn't you be figuring this out? Hurry up and get to the cockpit. This ship is unmanned. How did I end up with you as a teammate?" "Oh, right. I'm on it." The male student snapped back to reality and hurriedly dashed toward the exit. Meanwhile, the other students also began to react, and chaos erupted around them. Who was the gunner? Is there a nurse here? Let us team up. Su Ming surveyed the chaotic scene and sighed softly, realizing that this world was truly a disorganized mess. "Su Ming, what should we do now?" Chen Tong asked, his expression grave. "Let us head to the hangar." Su Ming replied without hesitation. "All right." Chen Tong promptly followed Su Ming as they rushed toward the number 3 passage of the transport pod. There were a total of 7 passageways, each marked with signs indicating their destinations. Though if one was unfamiliar with the symbols, they would be at a loss. As Su Ming and Chen Tong sprinted ahead, Chen Tong suddenly spotted a petite girl with short brown hair in the crowd. He exclaimed to Su Ming, "Look, isn't that Zhao ran from our class? Call out to her. A classmate is more reliable in times like this." Su Ming, without hesitation, addressed Chen Tong. Chen Tong immediately raised his voice and called out, "Zhao Ran." Upon hearing his name, Zhao Ran swiftly turned his head. The moment he spotted Su Ming and Chen Tong, an expression of immense joy illuminated his face, prompting him to rush over. Before long, the 3 of them converged, with Zhao Ran exclaiming excitedly, "You're here too?" "Yes," Chen Tong nodded in response. But where is the class leader?" "Aren't you 3 usually together?" Zhao Ran inquired curiously. "He isn't taking the exam at this school, so he isn't on this ship. However, he should be participating in this battle as well if luck is on our side. We might encounter him on the ground after the emergency landing," Chen Tong succinctly explained to Zhao Ran. "I see," Zhao Ran replied, enlightened. "Let us not dwell on that. We must hurry to the hangar," Su Ming urged promptly. All right, Zhao Ran immediately followed Su Ming and the others, sprinting toward the entrance of passageway No. 3. Of course, it wasn't just the 3 of them who reacted. Lin Chuyu and others also dashed toward the hangar at the first opportunity. Additionally, Su Ming spotted Gu Ming and her group from the First Academy, creating a lively atmosphere. Moments later, within the passage, the trio continued their hurried run toward the hangar, with Su Ming promptly identifying every junction they encountered. Left, Chen Tong and Zhao Ran merely needed to follow Su Ming blindly. Chapter 51. Individuality. Su Ming, do you really think those fools can handle the spaceship? If it gets blown up before we even land on DN star, won't we end up with a 0 score? Chen Tong asked, a hint of worry in his voice, lacking confidence in those imbeciles. If we truly encounter such misfortune, there's nothing we can do about it. However, our luck is already far better than theirs. After all, we have mechas. As long as the spaceship can reach the near orbit or atmosphere of DN star, we can forcibly detach and make an emergency landing, Su Ming rationally analyzed. That makes sense, Zhao Ran chimed in. Let us hurry, Su Ming urged, increasing his pace, causing Zhao Ran and Chun Tong to struggle to keep up. What is going on? Su Ming, why are you running so fast? Chun Tong exclaimed, realizing something was amiss. Huh? It's not that fast, is it? Su Ming replied, slightly taken aback, suddenly aware of his heightened agility, devoid of the cumbersome feeling he had before. Not that fast? You're not using some cheat, are you? Chen Tong could hardly believe it, recalling how Su Ming had been the last to escape during their previous flight. Su Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his inner joy, and calmly explained to Chen Tong and Zhao Ran. There's nothing strange about it. We're in a simulation PODITS our consciousness that S running, not our bodies, so I'm not hindered by my overweight physique. I see. Chen Tong quickly grasped the situation. All right, we need to accelerate toward the hangar. If we arrive first, we might get to choose the best mechas. Su Ming informed the two. Upon hearing this, Chen Tong and Zhao Ran instantly felt invigorated, quickening their pace to keep up with Su Ming. Soon, the trio caught up with Lin Chuyu and her group ahead of them. Su Ming. Lin Chuyu noticed the approaching trio and greeted them. Slightly surprised, Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. That moment, Li Fubai, who was beside Lin Chuyu, felt a tinge of gloom upon seeing her greet Su Ming, yet he refrained from saying anything. They all dashed toward the hangar. Before long, Su Ming and his companions arrived at the hangar. As they gazed around, they were profoundly struck by the scene before them. The entire hangar spanned over 200,000 square meters. With a height of 30 meters, its ceiling embedded with rows of sliding rail tracks. 300 first-generation mechas, known as iron heads, were neatly aligned in rows, all secured by steel brackets, ensuring that they wouldn't tilt even amidst the ship's turbulence. In a corner of the hangar, weapon racks and ammunition shelves were stocked with various firearms and munitions for the mechas. Additionally, there were several large supply and maintenance machines within the hangar. So many mechas, Zhao Ran exclaimed excitedly, they're all iron heads. It doesn't matter which one we choose. Su Ming quickly scanned the mechas on site and noticed there were no second-generation models. Thus, he didn't linger on the thought and led the two towards the nearest iron head mecha. Lin Chuyu also headed toward an iron head, deliberately avoiding the three that Su Ming had selected. As for Gu Ming and her group, they intentionally steered clear of Su Ming and his companions, mindful of their previous conflicts and not wanting to jeopardize their futures during the city examination. Before long, Su Ming reached the iron head mecha numbered in 0.1, moving with agility as he climbed the access ladder beside the fixed bracket to reach the cockpit. He then opened the cockpit of the mecha and nimbly climbed inside. Meanwhile, Lin Chuyu and the others also entered their respective mechas, quickly sealing the cockpits. Inside the cockpit, Su Ming glanced at the control panel. He discovered that the metallic control panel was nearly indistinguishable from that of a real machine, prompting him to swiftly initiate the mecha startup procedure. With a hum, the eyes of Su Ming's mecha lit up first, followed closely by Lin Chuyu and Li Fubai. That moment, numerous mecha candidates surged into the hangar. Their excitement palpable as they shouted, "Mechas!" They scrambled toward the iron head mechas. Su Ming merely cast a glance at the incoming candidates and then focused his attention back on the control screen. He began to check the parameters and equipment of the mecha, eager to grasp its capabilities as quickly as possible. Power fuel, 100. Damage level, 0. Auxiliary jet module, equipped. Handheld weapon, heavy metal blade. Handheld thermal weapon module, not equipped. Ammunition bay, 0. As Su Ming examined the displayed parameters, he felt reassured. The iron head mecha simply lacked weapons and related ammunition. The fuel and auxiliary jet module were already equipped. At that moment, many students who had boarded their mechas began to voice their frustrations. What is going on? Why aren't there any loaded ammunition? Where are the logistics personnel? What are you shouting about? Are you desperate to reincarnate? At that moment, a male candidate donned in maintenance attire impatiently responded. Everyone turned their attention to the male candidate, noticing the prominent label above his head. Logistics maintenance personnel, Zhang Yu. Hey, how rude can you be? Many students piloting the mechas retorted angrily. I can say whatever I want, I've already had enough of those officers, and I don't need to care about your faces. Why should I? Zhang Yu replied defiantly. Enough already. Hurry up and load the ammunition. Don't waste any more time. Li Fubai shouted in frustration. Who do you think you are, telling me to load? Why should I do it for you? Zhang Yu shot back, equally irritable. You don't want any scores, do you? Li Fubai suppressed his anger and spoke in a deep tone. Zhang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. realizing that his task was indeed to provide logistical support, and that loading ammunition and equipping weapons would earn him points. "Excuse me, could you please help load the ammunition?" Lin Chuyu politely requested. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he turned to Li Fubai, saying, "I want points, but I want to load for you. I'll load for the girl." "You?" Li Fubai was on the verge of exploding with anger but refrained from lashing out, opting instead to find another logistics candidate. "Thank you." Lin Chuyu graciously expressed her gratitude. "No need to thank me, girl. Just tell me what weapons you want, and I'll help you pick." Zhang Yu replied with a charming smile. "Could you please help me see if there are any electromagnetic guns or similar weapons?" Lin Chuyu asked, recalling that the enemies in the Yin star battle were mechanical beings, making electromagnetic weapons particularly effective against them. "No problem, girl. Just wait a moment while I look for some good weapons." Zhang Yu cheerfully responded, running toward a nearby weapons rack to search for suitable arms. Chapter 52. Chaos.at This time, Su Ming and his companions also called out to other logistics candidates, "Classmates, please help us load ammunition." Unfortunately, up to this point, over 100 mecha candidates had rushed into the hangar, but there were fewer than 5 logistics candidates. The others seemed to have vanished into thin AI or AT that moment. The entire spaceship shook violently again, and a mechanical voice echoed through the intercom, warning, "L-22 external armor zone under attack, damn it." Chun Tong couldn't help but curse. Are those command students incompetent? How can the ship be hit again? Perhaps the enemy's firepower is too overwhelming, Su Ming speculated, trying to think positively. Meanwhile, inside the ship's control room, over 100 students from the command department rushed in. The control room was spacious, with numerous control stations arranged in an N-shape. All screens lit up, yet no one was operating them. In the center of the N-shaped control stations stood a command platform with a central command chair. The students who rushed in were momentarily stunned by the sight of the many control stations. But their attention quickly focused on the central command chair. They all rushed over in unison, with some students even leaping onto the chair as they approached. "This is mine, mine. You all get lost. I shall take charge of the command." "Why should I? Why don't you take over the operations?" "Then why don't you?" "Damn it. Those control panels are so complicated and exhausting to operate. Commanding only requires talking, plus I get higher scores. Why is that? To hell with you." Some hot-tempered students immediately swung their fists. The command room descended into chaos as everyone fiercely vied for authority. The virtual main screen incessantly flashed danger warnings, but alas, no one paid them any heed. Consequently, without any surprise, the entire spacecraft was struck by a missile, shaking violently. They were all startled, and some anxious students, filled with trepidation, ceased their struggle, saying, "The ship is sinking. You all fight for it. I'll take over the operations. I want to heed your commands anyway. Right? I'll do my own thing." A few students halted their contention and approached the control panel, awkwardly beginning their operations. Inside the hangar, a logistics examinee fumbled at the machinery operation console, clumsily transporting ammunition to equip various mechas. Among them, a timid girl was loading ammunition into Li Fubai's mecha. Watching her deliver 20mm armor-piercing rounds, Li Fubai couldn't help but lose his temper, exclaiming, "I wanted 25mm explosive rounds, 25mm, not 20mm. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The girl's eyes reddened as she apologized. "TCH, if you have the capability, do it yourself. Why make things difficult for her?" Chun Tong derisively remarked, partly out of disdain for Li Fubai's demeanor, and partly due to his own frustrations from not having anyone load ammunition for him while he was being critical. "Chun Tong, shut your mouth," Li Fubai retorted without hesitation. "It's all my fault. Don't be angry, brother Fubai. I'll change it right away," the girl hurriedly said. Chun Tong was left speechless. All the other logistics personnel were insufferably arrogant. And this girl was just a sycophant, unnecessarily seeking to please him. He truly couldn't comprehend what was so special about this pretty boy to that moment. The intercom crackled to life. "Dear students, this is Captain Mengshi. I will lead you all to victory. You must listen to me. Get lost. I am the commander. Don't listen to his babbling. Listen to me, and I will lead you to triumph. Step aside. No, you step aside." In an instant, everyone in the hangar was left speechless, muttering curses under their breath. Truly a bunch of fools. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the AI. Su Ming activated the Ironhead Mecha's full power. Forcefully struggling to detach the restraints, With a thunderous crash, the damaged restraints fell heavily to the ground. Xu Ming, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly, Zhao Ran exclaimed, startled by his actions. I'll supply myself. Dante expect them to help us. Xu Ming maneuvered the mecha swiftly towards the southeastern corner. Weapon rack number 1. Zhao Ran, witnessing Xu Ming's fluid operations, exclaimed in disbelief. Xu Ming, how did you become so adept at operating? I don't know. Chen Tong, steeling himself, also attempted to forcibly detach the restraints, then staggered towards the weapon rack. Wait for me. Seeing this, Zhao Ran had no choice but to resolutely detach her own restraints. Lin Chuyu, Li Fubai, and others followed suit, forcibly freeing themselves from their restraints, for relying solely on the logistics students was simply too slow. They could hardly operate the supply machinery, and communication was exceedingly cumbersome. At this moment, Xu Ming reached weapon rack number 1. He quickly scanned the area, noting that the rack was filled with standard XS-01 heavy explosive machine guns. These were unmodified versions. As long as the safety was disengaged, they could fire continuously. However, Xu Ming didn't take these weapons. He keenly noticed a DS-01 electromagnetic mechanical gun hidden at the very back of the rack, capable of firing high-power electromagnetic projectiles that could short-circuit and incapacitate mechanical targets. He wasted no time in retrieving it and equipping it onto himself. Next, he grabbed an XS-01 heavy explosive machine gun to hang on his waist as a secondary weapon. After completing these tasks, Xu Ming rushed to the ammunition rack. He discovered that besides ammunition, there were also demolition charges and large smoke grenades. Swiftly, he took the demolition charges and smoke grenades, attaching them to the mecha, and finally filled it with standard ammunition. Just as Xu Ming was finishing up, Chen Tong and Zhao Ran sauntered over. They gawked at Xu Ming, who was armed with 2 weapons, one of which was the electromagnetic mechanical gun, and couldn't he help but exclaim, Xu Ming, isn't that a bit excessive? You're armed to the teeth, and you even got the electromagnetic mechanical gun. Better hurry and arm yourselves. After giving Chen Tong and Zhao Ran a brief reminder, Xu Ming immediately maneuvered the mecha to turn and leave. Xu Ming, where are you going? Zhao Ran looked at him in confusion. I'm going to make some preparations. You all don't need to worry. Arm yourselves quickly and then come find me. Xu Ming didn't provide Zhao Ran and the others with further explanations. He guided the mecha around the hangar, meticulously observing the walls along the way. Before long, Xu Ming discovered the concealed emergency exit within the hangar, and his gaze fell upon the control device located to the right of the entrance. Approaching it, he examined the control apparatus closely. At that moment, an intelligent assistance prompt appeared on his display screen. The emergency exit control device is currently locked and requires manual unlocking by personnel in the command room. Xu Ming cast a glance at it before inspecting the surrounding metal walls. Just then, Lin Chuyu's mecha approached him, inquiring with curiosity, Xu Ming, what are you looking for? The hidden manual switch for the emergency exit. If any urgent situation arises before we reach the Inferno Star, we can open it manually, as Xu Ming explained. He suddenly noticed an unusual section of the metal wall. He pressed on it lightly, and a hatch popped open, revealing a manual metal pull switch. You even know about this? Lin Chuyu looked at Xu Ming in surprise, knowing that the school wouldn't teach such things. I learned about it from previous experiences. Xu Ming felt a sense of relief. The original owner of his body was a military enthusiast, and he had come across this information before. While his mind might not be sharp, Xu Ming's memory was keen. Having read about it once, he retained the knowledge. Humph, there's no need to be so troublesome. When the need arises, the people in the command room will naturally open the emergency exit. Li Fubai also maneuvered his mecha over and said. Xu Ming glanced at Li Fubai, but chose not to respond to AT this moment. Zhao Ran and Chen Tong, having gathered their weapons and replenished their ammunition, slowly approached Xu Ming. We've arrived. Yes, we'll wait here. Xu Ming replied to the two. Just then, the entire spacecraft was once again struck by an attack, shaking violently, causing the massive hull to tilt dramatically. Bang! Zhao Ran and Chen Tong's mechas fell to the ground. Xu Ming's reflexes were lightning fast as he input commands while pulling the control stick, narrowly stabilizing the entire mecha. However, Lin Chuyu beside him failed to steady her mecha, which began to topple towards Xu Ming. Quick-witted, Xu Ming swiftly supported her mecha. Lin Chuyu quickly readjusted her mecha to stand upright, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks, Xu Ming replied in a calm tone. Chuyu, stand over here. I can support you. Li Fubai inhaled deeply, suppressing his displeasure. and kindly said to Lin Chuyu, "No need. I can manage myself." Lin Chuyu declined Li Fubai's offer. At that moment, Zhao Ran and the others clumsily picked themselves up from the ground, angrily lamenting, "How are those idiots in the cockpit controlling this? Why does the spacecraft keep getting hit? I don't know, but it's south best not to place any hopes on them." Meanwhile, inside the operations room, terrified command students frantically input their commands, each in a state of panic. Dodge to the left. What left? It should be to the right. Which fool lowered the power output? We should charge straight ahead. Are you blind? Can't you see all the red dots on the radar? And the optical display screen is filled with enemy attacks? I dare not look at the optical screen. It's too terrifying. A command student was too frightened to observe the real-time situation outside. At that moment, the emptiness of space before them suddenly rippled. Following that, the cloaking vanished, revealing countless triangular crystals. Behind the protective camouflage of these triangular crystals emerged a series of gray metallic fortresses and numerous diamond-shaped metallic cubes. Forming a defensive network, whoosh, the fortresses disintegrated instantly, unleashing a swarm of arrow-like XK-01 metal defense machines. Immediately, the centers of those diamond-shaped metallic cubes split open like a cross, illuminating the area. Whoosh, whoosh, countless beams from the self-destructive XK-01 metal defense machines surged toward the old Federal fleet in a fierce assault. Boom! One by one, the incoming ships were obliterated, bursting into the most splendid fireworks against the backdrop of the dark universe. Just then, a battleship marked with the number 135 swayed erratically, as if intoxicated, only to be struck by a red beam at its bow. Boom! The entire ship tilted towards the neighboring vessel, designated as number 134. Inside the operations room of Ship 134, groups of command students engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Their bodies battered and bloodied as they fought for control. At that moment, someone inadvertently glanced up, only to behold the bow of the adjacent ship engulfed in roaring flames, hurtling towards them. "Stop fighting. It's coming at us." The students, who had been locked in a bitter struggle, were suddenly startled, their faces displaying sheer terror. "Don't come any closer. No. I don't want to die." In an instant, a catastrophic collision occurred between the two vessels, followed by a tremendous explosion, with debris and fragments scattering violently, striking the battleship where Su Ming was located. The armor plating of the battleship warped extensively, and the ship trembled violently. Some students who were maintaining the mechs or inspecting the ship's facilities were thrown from their stations. With a sickening splat of blood, many met their demise. At that moment, in each examination room, the indicator lights on the neural simulation pods flashed crimson. Students screamed in terror. The officers of the Royal Court's military observed the scene with indifference, waving their hands to signal the waiting medics to retrieve the fallen students. In the central control room of the Pangtun at the 13th District Interstellar Military Airport, General Amuse watched the real-time battle impacts. His resolute face revealing a hint of complexity, his eyes slightly moist with the flood of past memories. These students were merely experiencing a simulation of the battle, a mere fabrication, while he had truly lived through that war. Despite the century that had passed, in the stillness of night, Amuse was sometimes jolted awake by nightmares, haunted by the specters of fallen comrades, subordinates, and superiors. Meanwhile, alerts flashed on the virtual screen. Vessel 135 has been annihilated. Vessel 134 has been annihilated. Xian observed the cascade of red alerts, her heart racing. Each ship's destruction signified the majority of students in that examination room meeting the same fate. Even if some managed to escape via escape pods, it would be a rare occurrence. The vast number of eliminated students would scarcely earn a passing score. She then turned her gaze to General Amuse, noticing his troubled expression. "General, should we consider lowering the difficulty to prevent a disastrous outcome?" "Lower what? They should count themselves fortunate that this is merely a simulated examination. Otherwise, we would be collecting their corpses. What a disgrace," General Amuse replied coldly. In truth, everyone's performance was being meticulously recorded, particularly the situations within each ship's operations room. Some were truly cringeworthy, with students displaying arrogance and self-centeredness. Some even resorted to dragging their peers down with them, thinking, "If I can't pass, neither shall you." They utterly failed to comprehend the concepts of responsibility, accountability, and unity. Yet, there were also those who worked well together, demonstrating collaboration and camaraderie. However, Upon closer inspection, it was evident that many of these cooperative students hailed from the various lower districts. Indeed, Xian sighed softly in response. Chapter 54. Emergency landing inside the hangar of Battleship 133. Su Ming and his companions struggled to stabilize their mechs as the entire ship shook violently, red warning lights flashing and piercing alarms blaring incessantly. What in the world is happening? It feels like the ship is sinking, Chen Tong exclaimed in frustration. It's about to sink, Su Ming replied, tension radiating from him. What should we do now? Zhao Ran naturally turned to Su Ming for guidance. Having unconsciously come to rely on him as their anchor, Yu Ming furrowed his brow and addressed Zhao Ran and the others. I'm not sure what to do either, for now. All we can do is wait until the ship can no longer hold and is on the brink of explosion. Then we must force our way out. However, there's a problem. Our mechs are not like the third-generation models that can freely navigate space. The fuel for the thrusters is limited. Thus, we must at least reach the atmosphere of the planet Tang Yin before we can hope to land safely. Otherwise, we face certain doom. The question is, where exactly are we now? This hangar has no observation windows. We might as well be blind, Chen Tong said irritably. I have no way of knowing, Su Ming admitted helplessly. Though he felt deeply uncomfortable with the uncertainty, I know where the ship is currently located, Lin Chuyu suddenly interjected. Huh? How do you know? Su Ming and the others looked at Lin Chuyu in astonishment. I have a friend in the command department who is in the operations room. I'm maintaining real-time contact with him through my mech, Lin Chuyu explained. So, where is our ship right now? Gu Ming and the others gathered around, unabashedly pressing for answers. Lin Chuyu glanced at Gu Ming and the others, not allowing any prior conflicts to hinder her response. We are quite fortunate. Although the students in the command department have been fighting for control, some are still operating the ship. Therefore, we are not far from the near orbit of Tang Yin. That's fantastic, Zhao Ran and the others exclaimed, brimming with joy. However, just as everyone was elated, Lin Chuyu added, but, causing a sudden tension in the air. But what? Can you not finish your sentence in one breath? Gu Ming snapped irritably. Su Ming also frowned, sensing that things were unlikely to be straightforward. Lin Chuyu continued, I'm not sure how to put this. Let me project the images my friend has been transmitting in real time for you. After saying that, she activated the projection device in her mech, displaying a scene of the starry sky before them. Oh my heavens! The group gazed at the starry expanse, overwhelmed by the sight of an impenetrable defensive net composed of countless mechanical weapons. With an onslaught of attacks pouring in, despair washed over them. How could we possibly break through such terrifying forces? It's over. We're going to score 0, someone lamented. I don't want to get a 0. At least let me score 20 or 30 points, Su Ming sighed. Realizing that with such a formidable defensive network, their ship had no hope of breaching it. Just then, he noticed a flash of light streaking through the projection. His pupils constricted as he focused intently. Sensing something had broken through the barrage of fire. Before he could comprehend it, a brilliant explosion erupted at the center of the mechanical defensive net, releasing a shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. The blinding radiance rendered everyone unable to open their eyes. Even the projection was a blinding white. When the light faded, the once unassailable defensive net had been torn open, creating a gaping hole. Fantastic! There's hope. Let us charge through. Chen Tong and the others shouted in exhilaration. In the operations room, the students who had been engulfed in despair witnessed this scene and were invigorated, were saved. Full power ahead. Charge. Yes. In that moment, they set aside their grievances, eagerly taking control of the ship. The battleship roared to life, surging towards the newly created opening. Simultaneously, the surviving vessels around them also saw a glimmer of hope. Accelerating towards the breach. Su Ming and the others held their breath, suppressing their excitement as they watched the real-time projection. We're making it through. We're entering the near orbit of Tang Yin, estimated to enter the atmosphere in 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Lin Chuyu continuously updated everyone on the latest developments. Let us go. We're almost there. As long as we breach the atmosphere, we will succeed. Zhao Ran and the others were brimming with enthusiasm. Victory was within their grasp. From afar, as they gazed towards Tang Yin, they witnessed a breathtaking scene. Vessels engulfed in flames, racing towards the dark red planet like moths drawn to a flame. Time ticked away as Su Ming and the others watched the approaching Tang Yin. Their hearts raced, and when the countdown of 7 minutes and 23 seconds reached its conclusion, the ship plunged into the atmosphere. Beautiful, we made it. Yes, we succeeded. Zhao Ran and the others cheered in exultation. Su Ming, Lin Chuyu, and Gu Ming breathed a collective sigh of relief. Their anxieties finally alleviated. At that moment, a series of prompts appeared on everyone's operational screens. Alert! Vessel 133 has entered the atmosphere. Alert! Combat mission is being dispatched. Mission 1. Emergency landing at the Manhaiyai Interstellar Military Airport, 5 points. Mission 2. Defend the Manhaiyai Interstellar Military Airport, main mission. Su Ming gazed at the combat missions displayed, his eyes revealing surprise. Only 5 points for an emergency landing at the Manhaiyai Interstellar Military Airport. Seriously? Is that all? How many missions do we need to complete to pass? Exactly. Who designed this? I feel like just managing to land is already a monumental task. The others grumbled as they looked at the updated missions. Su Ming turned to Lin Chuyu, seeking her input. The initial rain began to fall. Are we currently en route to the Manhavi Interstellar Airport? Asked Chuyu. Indeed, responded the crew in the command room, who were diligently adjusting the flight parameters. If all goes as planned, we should glimpse the Manhavi Interstellar Airport as soon as we breach the atmosphere. Chuyu remarked while studying the feedback information. That is reassuring. Su Ming sighed with relief, continuing to observe the shared projection. That moment, the battleship descended rapidly, successfully piercing through the atmosphere in the distance. A large, square interstellar military airport could be seen prominently situated on the plain. Adjacent to the Manhavi Interstellar Airport was the massive Manhavi base city. It's the airport. We are almost there, Zhao Ran exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 55. Catastrophe. The group was filled with joy at the prospect of reaching the Manhavi Interstellar Military Airport. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Whoosh, one missile after another launched from the Manhavi Interstellar Military Airport, hurtling towards their ship. What is happening? Isn't this interstellar military airport under our control? Why are we being attacked? Gu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Before the words had fully left her mouth, a tremendous explosion rocked the ship, causing it to veer violently. Su Ming and the others were thrown to the ground. Alert! The ship's power lines are damaged. Su Ming adeptly maneuvered his mech to rise, but just as he regained his footing, the ship shuddered again, and another massive explosion nearly toppled him. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself at the last moment. Chun Tong and the others also began to rise one by one. Chuyu. What is the situation now? Su Ming inquired of Lin Chuyu. I am unsure. I have lost contact with the command room. There must be an issue there, Lin Chuyu replied anxiously, unaware that the command room was under attack. Engulfed in flames. Just as Su Ming was about to ask further, a loud crash reverberated through the ship, causing it to tilt sharply. Su Ming's mech slid backwards, colliding heavily into Gu Ming's mech. Both mechs were propelled towards the hangar, while others slid forward, many colliding in the process. Ouch! The hangar erupted into chaos as everyone shouted in panic. Get off me, Gu Ming fumed, pushing Su Ming, who quickly regained control of his mech and apologized. I am sorry. Meanwhile, Lin Chuyu scrambled to her feet, stating nervously, the ship must be out of control and is plummeting. Upon hearing Lin Chuyu's words, Li Fubai abruptly pushed the power control lever to its maximum, maneuvering his mech to throw off a heavy mech that had landed on him. He then activated the auxiliary thrusters, flames scorching the mech behind him. Are you an idiot? You just burned me. A fellow student shouted angrily. Li Fubai paid him no heed and steered his mech towards the emergency switch at the exit, pulling it with force. Click! The exit passage immediately opened. The entire sequence was executed seamlessly, showcasing his extraordinary skill. Chuyu, let us go. Li Fubai called to Lin Chuyu, and was the first to dash into the exit passage. That moment, Sun Yu and Lin Chuyu activated their thrusters and rushed towards the exit. However, Lin Chuyu did not immediately enter. Instead, she turned and shouted to Su Ming, Su Ming, the ship is going down, hurry. She then maneuvered her mech into the passage. Upon hearing this, Su Ming called out, Chen Tong, Zhao Ran, activate your thrusters and go. Due to the ship's severe tilt, walking was impossible. They could only fly with their thrusters. Yet, not everyone was adept at operating them. Many students, upon activating their thrusters, found their mechs careening wildly, colliding like pinballs. However, a few skilled individuals successfully flew into the exit passage. Su Ming also activated his thrusters, guiding his mech toward the exit. Within seconds, he landed smoothly beside the exit. Just as he prepared to rush in, he instinctively glanced back at Chen Tong and Zhao Ran. only to see them struggling to fly as their mech swayed erratically. Chun Tong seemed to maintain some direction towards the exit. While Zhao Ran appeared completely lost, boom! The ship shook violently once more, heightening the urgency of the situation. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. Instead of rushing into the exit, he piloted his mech toward Chun Tong. He reached Chun Tong's side and grasped his mech's arm, saying, "I'll help you get there, don't worry about me. I can make it on my own." "You go assist Zhao Ran," Chun Tong gritted his teeth. Insisting, "Very well," Su Ming replied, then directed his mech towards Zhao Ran. Meanwhile, within the exit passage, Li Fubai and the others sped towards the outside. Just as they neared the end, they discovered that the exit door had not opened. The heavy, sealed door was severely deformed. "ITS blocked." Sun Yu cried anxiously. "No worries, blow it open," Li Fubai retorted, retrieving an HD-01 type rocket from his gear. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the sturdy door was obliterated. Fierce winds rushing Ian Li Fubai accelerated, the first to burst through. Inside the hangar, Su Ming struggled to pull Zhao Ran's mech towards the exit. At that moment, Chun Tong also arrived, swaying as he flew. "Hurry," Su Ming urged, dragging Zhao Ran and Chen Tong into the passage. The passage was spacious enough to accommodate 4 mech side by side and was equipped with high-speed sliding tracks for rapid exit under normal conditions. However, given the ship's current angle, sliding was impossible. Su Ming, with Zhao Ran and Chen Tong in tow, activated their thrusters and charged forward. Just then, another missile struck the ship's bow, resulting in a massive explosion that continued to detonate along the ship's body. Inside the exit passage, the trio stumbled forward. "The exit!" Chen Tong shouted excitedly. "Push through," Su Ming commanded, fully activating the power and accelerating. As they burst out, the entire ship exploded, the shockwaves scattering them in different directions. In midair, Su Ming's mech flipped uncontrollably, yet he remained calm, even exhilarated. He expertly operated his mech, adjusting the auxiliary thrusters, quickly regaining control. He lifted his gaze to the front, where beams of light and missiles were relentlessly approaching them. The explosions echoed. Ships around them were struck, some erupting into fireballs that plummeted towards the ground. Simultaneously, numerous mechs detached from the ships, drifting down like dandelion seeds. "Zhao Ran, don't panic. Steady yourself." Chun Tong's voice resonated over the communication channel. Su Ming turned his mech to see Chen Tong and Zhao Ran not far behind. "How do you adjust your mech?" "Mine is facing down," Zhao Ran exclaimed in a panic. "Adjust the auxiliary thrusters." Su Ming advised. "I don't know how. Am I going to crash?" Zhao Ran responded frantically. "You 1T if you use the Smart Assist. All these mechs have one. It's very user-friendly," Chen Tong encouraged her. Chapter 56. Speechless hearing this, Zhao Ran quickly activated the Smart Assist, stabilizing her mech in no time. "We're finally safe," she sighed in relief. "Don't celebrate too soon. The real trouble has only just begun." Su Ming cautioned coolly. "This is unbelievable. After finally breaking through, the ship gets blown up. What do we do now? Should we use the auxiliary thrusters to drop straight to the Manhavi Interstellar Airport?" Chun Tong inquired, somewhat irritated. Just as Su Ming was about to respond, he noticed 3 missiles heading their way. He swiftly raised his weapon and fired. "Watch out, boom!" 2 missiles detonated instantly, but the next moment, Zhao Ran's terrified scream echoed through the comms. Su Ming's heart sank, and he turned to see her mech explode from a direct hit. "Damn it!" Chun Tong exclaimed. Both shocked and furious, Su Ming's expression turned grave. This trial was proving to be more brutal than anticipated. He decisively told Chen Tong, "Follow me. We're not descending directly to the Manhavi Interstellar Military Airport. We'll land on the outskirts of Manhavi Bay City instead." "Is that acceptable? Won't it deviate from our mission?" Chun Tong questioned. "It doesn't matter. We'll approach the Manhavi Interstellar Military Airport from the outside to avoid landing directly in a slaughterhouse. That place might already be overrun," Su Ming explained. "All right." Chun Tong quickly agreed. No longer hesitating, Su Ming adjusted the thrusters and directed his descent toward the edge of Manhavi Bay City. As they looked down from above, they could see mechs drifting everywhere, some, like Su Ming, heading towards the airport's periphery, while many others were plummeting directly into the Manhavi Interstellar Military Airport. Time ticked away relentlessly. Su Ming, eyeing the rapidly approaching ground, called out to Chen Tong. "The auxiliary jet device, maximum power reduction." "Excellent." Chun Tong immediately complied with Su Ming's command and operated it. With a hissing sound, accompanied by the searing flames of propulsion, the descent speed of the two iron heads drastically slowed. Before they heavily crashed into the city, ablaze with fire, boom! As a spherical house was shattered into pieces, Su Ming successfully made a forced landing. He maneuvered the mech to break through the debris of the building and stepped outside. Not far away on the street, Chen Tong, having landed on his backside, was still recovering. "How is it? Are you all right?" Su Ming walked over and extended his hand toward Chen Tong. Inside the cockpit of the Iron Head mech, Chen Tong shook his head to clear it and grasped Su Ming's hand, using the mech to stand up. "I'm all right." At that moment, Su Ming inputted commands to shut down the Iron Head's intelligent assistance system, then said to Chen Tong, "Switch off the intelligent assistance system and prioritize manual control." "All right." Chen Tong paused for a moment, then responded. Just then, a whooshing sound followed by a series of thunderous booms resounded. Su Ming and Chen Tong immediately turned their attention in that direction. They saw black diamond-shaped metal pods falling like raindrops onto the street beside them. Crack! Subsequently, the diamond-shaped pods opened an exit. One by one, students clad in first-generation exoskeleton armor, iron shell, emerged, wielding rifles. Among them, a notably tall boy, holding his gun, scanned the surroundings and declared, "Safe. No enemies, of course, it's safe. Didn't you see there are two Iron Head mechs nearby?" A boy named Zhang Tai said enviously. At that moment, the tall boy, Chun Yu, turned to look at Su Ming and the others, his expression full of excitement as he exclaimed, "Damn it. This is too unfair. Isn't it? Had I known, I wouldn't have applied for the Marine Corps. TMD, I'm surely cannon fodder. How enjoyable it must be to pilot a mech. There's no point in saying that now." "It's all too late," Zhang Tai said, filled with envy. "Well, there's nothing we can do now. Let us hurry and ingratiate ourselves with those two big brothers and have them take us to assault the Interstellar military airport." Chen Yu said helplessly to the nearby students. Yes. The others present nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhang Tai, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Why do we have to seize the Interstellar military airport? What is so great about a rundown airport? Are you an idiot? If we don't seize the Interstellar military airport, how will the ships make a forced landing and evacuate the nearby residents of the Flame Star?" "Brother, did you even pay attention in history class?" Chen Yu looked at Zhang Tai in disbelief. If he had listened even a little in class, he wouldn't have asked such a question. "I'm in mechanical maintenance. What do I care about history?" Zhang Tai replied nonchalantly. "What? You're a maintenance worker?" Chen Yu and the others' eyes widened in astonishment. "Yes. What is the problem?" Zhang Tai asked, puzzled. "Why would a maintenance worker not die on the ship? Why come down in a landing pod? Isn't that just taking up a combat personnel slot?" "You've got to be kidding," Chen Yu said angrily, raising his weapon at Zhang Tai. "Why should I die on the ship? I can fight just as well with a gun. What is the difference?" Zhang Tai retorted defiantly. "All right then." Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, as if he realized the truth in that reasoning. Marine Corps students aren't necessarily any stronger than him. Su Ming sighed as he observed this group of lively characters, then said to Chen Tong, "Let us go." "All right." Chen Tong also felt helpless. He had thought they would act more seriously, but they almost started a quarrel. Just as Su Ming and Chen Tong maneuvered their mech forward, Chen Yu and the others suddenly snapped to attention and hurriedly chased after Su Ming and his companion. "Big brothers, wait for us." Su Ming ignored them and cautiously surveyed the surrounding environment. The area was strewn with destroyed and collapsed buildings, piles of bricks and rubble, twisted and deformed wreckage of vehicles scattered haphazardly, blocking the roads. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, lingering unrelentingly, casting a shadow over the entire city. Upon closer inspection, beneath the ruins lay numerous mangled, grotesque corpses, a haunting sight. The entire city was shrouded in the shadow of death. "Big brother, let us fight alongside you. We can coordinate man-machine combat." At this moment, Chen Yu rushed to Su Ming's side, earnestly requesting. Su Ming glanced at Chen Yu and replied, "You mean man-machine coordination? Right? Yes, we'll clear the way for you and keep watch," Chen Yu said excitedly. "Are you sure you can clear the way and keep watch for us? Your people are all hiding behind us." "Aren't they?" Su Ming turned to look at him, exasperated. Chen Yu also paused for a moment, turning back to glance at his companions, his expression tightening, and could only awkwardly smile as he said, "Big brother, this is an exam, not a real battlefield. Please understand us. With this big guy protecting us, we're quite fragile. A single hit and we're done. Just let us follow you to earn some points. And strength in numbers, right? Suit yourselves to Su Ming did not explicitly refuse. After all, there was some truth to what he said, strength in numbers. Thus, Su Ming and Qian Tong proceeded towards the airport. Chapter 57. Invitation along the way. Qian Tong was visibly anxious, constantly scanning for movement, ready to open fire at any moment. Su Ming promptly reminded him, "There's no need to be so jumpy. Being overly cautious can lead to mistakes." Understood. Qian Tong nervously gripped his weapon, continuously observing the surroundings. Despite his constant reminder to himself that this was merely a virtual exam, the high level of simulation and tactile feedback made him instinctively perceive it as a real battlefield. As Su Ming and Qian Tong cautiously advanced, they had only progressed a short distance when a barrage of concentrated fire suddenly erupted from the surrounding buildings. Ding ding, bullets struck the iron head, creating sparks. Enemy attack. Quickly retaliate. No, find cover. Qin Yu and the others were thrown into a state of panic, scrambling in all directions to seek refuge. With a scream, several unfortunate souls were hit, struck in vital areas, collapsing to the ground, blood staining the earth in an instant. The remaining individuals became even more frantic. Su Ming's gaze hardened as he scanned the area, only to see various household robots of different shapes emerging from the ruined steel buildings and blind spots. Armed and ready to attack, he quickly turned his weapon on the household robots and opened fire. Bang bang. One household robot after another, along with their cover, was obliterated. What a death wish! Qian Tong joined in the shooting. However, the number of household robots emerging around them continued to increase, some even wielding rocket launchers aimed at them. Qian Tong, momentarily distracted, was struck by a rocket, causing his mech to stumble. Damn it! Qian Tong furiously turned and fired, instantly destroying the household robot armed with a rocket launcher. Nevertheless, even so, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. This is terrifying. We're done for. Qin Yu and the others huddled beneath the wreckage of a vehicle, their faces etched with terror. Just then, a sudden roar resonated from the sky, and 10 iron heads descended like divine reinforcements. These descending iron heads unleashed a torrent of violent gunfire upon the household robots. Bang bang, one household robot after another was blown to pieces. Su Ming was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that these iron heads would come to their aid. However, with their assistance, the firepower overwhelmed the enemy. Before long, the last household robot was brutally crushed underfoot by the leading iron head mech. We're saved. Qin Yu and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the leading iron head mech, wielding an MQ-01 grenade launcher, strode confidently before Su Ming and Qian Tong. Accompanied by 9 other iron heads, a resonant voice rang out, "Brothers, are you all right?" "We're fine. Thank you for your support." Su Ming expressed his gratitude politely. Although he and Qian Tong could have dealt with those household robots, it would have certainly taken considerable effort. No problem. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Xiang Shu from the Mech class 1 of Haiheng Academy. What are your names? Xiang Shu asked cheerfully. I'm Su Ming, and this is my classmate Qian Tong. We're from Tai Academy. Su Ming introduced himself with poise. You're from the 3rd Academy. So, brothers, do you have a team? Would you like to join us in the fight? Xiang Shu directly extended an invitation to Su Ming and Qian Tong. Qian Tong immediately looked to Su Ming, seeking his opinion. Su Ming surveyed Xiang Shu and his companions, hesitating for a few seconds before responding, "All right." Although Su Ming preferred to operate independently, it was unfortunate that their main mission was to defend the Manhattan Interstellar Military Airport, which seemed to require teamwork. Moreover, there was safety in numbers. "Excellent, from now on, we are a team," Xiang Shu replied, visibly pleased. "What about us?" At that moment, Qin Yu and the others hurriedly called out. Xiang Shu glanced at Qin Yu and the others, disregarding them entirely. In his eyes, these Marine Corps members were nothing but expendable. "Heh, you can go wherever you like." A iron head on Xiang Shu's left, armed with a long sniper rifle, waved his hand disdainfully, clearly unimpressed. Meanwhile, the iron head on his right, wielding a CI-01 assault rifle, sneered, "Chi Duo, why waste your breath on these burdens? Don't you see the big brother is even acknowledging them?" "Got it, sure Wu," Chi Duo replied casually. Su Ming cast a glance, and if he was not mistaken, these Chi Duo and Shi Wu should be subordinates of Xiang Shu. The others who remained silent were likely those he had later assembled. Setting aside those thoughts, time was of the essence. Let us prepare to head towards the Interstellar Military Airport. Xiang Shu decisively instructed Su Ming and Chen Tong. All right, Su Ming and Chen Tong concurred. Xiang Shu then waved his hand, issuing commands. Adopt the standard assault tactic, spread out in a triangular formation and advance steadily. I will lead the way. Su Ming and Chen Tong, you are responsible for the left flank. Understood. Su Ming and Chen Tong immediately moved towards the left. Soon, they advanced in a triangular formation, while Qin Yu and the others, despite Xiang Shu's orders to remain behind, stubbornly followed along. This was the fiery planet, the once besieged Manhavi base city, where myriad structures stood tall amidst a complex and treacherous terrain. They had to be particularly vigilant to avoid ambushes. Xiang Shu continuously reminded everyone over the communication channel. Be cautious, everyone. Yes, big brother. Shi Wu and the others replied in unison. Listening to Xiang Shu's warnings, Su Ming felt a surge of appreciation. This fellow indeed possessed a certain level of military acumen. That moment, Su Ming's interface displayed a prompt. Notification. You have joined the Hunters Fong Tactical Squad. Members of the Hunters Fong Tactical Squad are as follows. Captain, Xiang Shu, Vice Captain, Qi Duo, Members, Zhou Li, Lu Ying. Su Ming briefly scanned the names of his comrades before redirecting his focus to vigilance. They continued forward, observing the shattered buildings and roads around them, with several derelict hover trains strewn about. Occasionally, they caught sight of a few 8-meter-tall, well-proportioned mechas, their red metallic armors glinting, wielding hefty mechanical blades. Brother Xiang, what are these mechas? A sweet voice resonated through the squad's communication channel. Zhou Li, you don't understand? Do you? These damaged mechas are the first-generation guardians of the fiery planet, known as Iron Riders. But judging by the current state, the battle here must have been quite fierce, Xiang Shu remarked with deep sentiment. Have all the people here perished? Zhou Li inquired next. Not exactly. Historically speaking, the surviving populace of Manhavi Bay City should be hiding underground. However, if we do not reclaim the Interstellar Military Airport within the stipulated time, their fate will be sealed, Su Ming stated calmly over the communication channel. Chapter 58. Ambush Brother, your grasp of history is impressive. You remember such intricate details. Xiang Shu praised Su Ming. Just fortunate, Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Yet, as they conversed, a sudden flash of red light emanated from a dilapidated office building ahead. Xiang Shu instantly sensed danger and shouted, Not good, be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late. In an instant, the crumbling wall of the building shattered, and an 8-meter-tall Iron Rider, clad in red armor, charged towards him with the swiftness of a gale. Xiang Shu squeezed the trigger, launching a grenade, but the Iron Rider nimbly dodged, allowing the grenade to explode harmlessly behind it. At that moment, the fallen Iron Riders around them unexpectedly activated their crimson electronic eyes, rapidly undergoing a cold start, and surged towards Su Ming and the others. Dodge. Su Ming warned Chen Tong, and the two hastily separated. Evading to either side. Crack! The incoming Iron Rider swung its mechanical blade, delivering a ferocious strike that cleaved the ground with a horrifying gash. Goodness, take cover! Qin Yu and the others screamed in terror as they fled. After evading, Su Ming swiftly maneuvered his cumbersome iron head, raising the explosive machine gun to unleash a barrage at the red Iron Rider. Bang bang! The Iron Rider darted and weaved, eluding nearly all of Su Ming's gunfire. With only a few rounds finding their mark, inflicting minimal damage, Su Ming felt somewhat exasperated. Despite both being first-generation mechas, the enemy's agility outclassed that of his iron head by a significant margin. At that moment, the communication channel buzzed with Shi Wu and others cursing. Why are these Iron Riders so fast and responsive? They're all first-generation mechas. Why do they seem superior to ours? Qi Duo, stop complaining. One is charging at you. Xiang Shu reminded Qi Duo. Qi Duo froze, lifting his gaze to see an Iron Rider skillfully evading gunfire while maneuvering towards him, before he could react. The Iron Rider swung its blade at him. With no means of escape, Qi Duo frantically drew his heavy metal mechanical blade to block. Clang. Sparks flew as Qi Duo successfully parried, causing the Iron Rider to stagger back a step. Qi Duo, feeling a rush of adrenaline, pushed his power to the limit, deflecting the opponent's weapon and exclaimed in surprise, Its strength is not as formidable as Iron Head's. He realized that Iron Head, while somewhat clumsy, possessed a strength and defensive capacity that seemed superior to the adversary, Xu Ming. Hearing Qi Duo's words, felt a flicker of interest at that moment. The Iron Rider that had been attacking him and Chan Tong lunged forward once more. Chan Tong fired continuously, but the Iron Rider deftly evaded. Drawing closer to Su Ming, he shouted urgently, "Su Ming, get out of the way. Forget about me. Keep shooting." Su Ming fixed his gaze on the approaching Iron Rider. As they reached a critical distance, he abruptly pushed the power control lever to its limit, and the iron head erupted with raw energy, charging forward. Seeing Su Ming rush at it, the Iron Rider swung its mechanical blade down. Su Ming swiftly maneuvered Iron Head to the side, causing the blade to miss entirely. With a resounding crash, Iron Head collided forcefully with the Iron Rider, sending it reeling before toppling to the ground. In that moment, Su Ming raised his explosive machine gun and unleashed a barrage at the chest of the fallen Iron Rider. Bang bang! The explosive round struck, sending sparks flying. When Su Ming emptied the magazine, a large hole was left in the chest of the Iron Rider, rendering it completely inoperable. At that instant, both Su Ming and Chen Tong's interfaces displayed a prompt simultaneously. Defeated. First Generation Guardian Mecha, Iron Rider. Awarded 2 points. Assisted in defeat. First Generation Guardian Mecha, Iron Rider. Awarded 1 point. Su Ming gazed at the updated scores with a sense of incredulity. Was this all the points they earned? It appeared that relying solely on defeating enemies to accumulate high scores was nearly impossible. One could easily find themselves in dire straits. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Su Ming turned to observe Xiang Shu and the others. To his surprise, Xiang Shu and the others had managed to withstand the onslaught of Iron Riders, relentlessly firing at the fast-moving foes to suppress their approach. Are the students from the First Academy this formidable? Their marksmanship is exceptional, Chun Tong expressed disbelief. They likely have better resources and frequently train on real machines. Su Ming replied calmly. I see, Chun Tong responded, feeling somewhat disheartened, realizing that despite his efforts, he seemed to fall short in comparison to others during the city examination. Don't worry, just train more, and you'll catch up in time, Su Ming consoled him, sensing Chun Tong's unease. At that moment, Zhou Li's panicked voice echoed through the communication channel. Help! It's charging at me. Su Ming and the others were startled. Immediately turning their attention to Zhou Li's location, they saw her firing desperately at a fast-approaching Iron Rider, but her aim was poor, and the Iron Rider skillfully utilized the terrain to close in on her. Stay calm, sister. Engage in close combat. I'll finish off this one and come to assist. Xiang Shu called out urgently. I can't do that. Zhou Li replied frantically. Just then, Zhou Li's firearm ran out of ammunition, necessitating a reload. In an instant, the Iron Rider seized the opportunity, lunging at her side, raising its mechanical blade. Zhou Li turned her mecha instinctively to block with her gun. The Iron Rider effortlessly cleaved her weapon in two. It then raised its mechanical left hand, the embedded barrel unleashing a torrent of fire. Bang bang. Zhou Li's mecha was swept with gunfire at close range, sparks erupting. Help! Her terrified cries filled the communication channel. At that moment, Su Ming slammed the power control lever to its maximum, causing the Iron Head's engine to emit a deafening roar as the rear thrusters ignited. In the next second, Su Ming piloted Iron Head into a low-altitude dive towards the Iron Rider, swiftly switching his weapon to the heavy metal mechanical blade. As he closed in, the Iron Rider seemed to sense impending danger and attempted to turn to block. Unfortunately for it, it was too late. Su Ming swung the heavy metal blade, driving it deep into the Iron Rider's chest. Crack! The Iron Rider collapsed in response. Zhou Li's Iron Head also stumbled and fell, its chest armor severely damaged, revealing flickering circuits beneath. Fortunately, Iron Head's resilience prevented it from being completely incapacitated. Seeing that Zhou Li was still intact, Su Ming turned his attention back to the battlefield. He observed that one by one, the remaining Iron Riders were being dispatched. However, this was to be expected. They had 12 mechas on their side, while the enemy had only 7 at most, and their prior ambush had undoubtedly contributed to the chaos they faced. Chapter 59. Flame Riders. Now that we have regained our footing, if we still fail to eliminate them, it would indeed be a disgrace. Before long, the last Iron Rider was also defeated. Xiang Shu approached Zhou Li, extending a hand to help her up while inquiring with concern. How are you holding up? Alas, I am still able to move, yet the terror is overwhelming. Zhou Li sobbed. It will gradually get better. Brother Su Ming, Your operational skills are remarkable. You single-handedly took down 2 Iron Riders. You must be a specially trained student from the 3rd Academy, right? Xiang Shu consoled, and then turned to Su Ming. Generously offering his praise, it was merely luck. Su Ming replied modestly, "Brother, the points for these Iron Riders are disappointingly low," Chi Duo remarked as he approached, joining in the critique. "This indicates that our main mission does not involve combat on the periphery. We must return to the airport. Let us quickly regroup. Those who need to change ammunition should do so, and once we're ready, we will continue onward," Xiang Shu stated with clarity. That moment, Chen Yu and others, seeing that the Iron Riders had all been defeated, breathed a sigh of relief as they emerged from their cover. "Brothers, how valiant!" Su Ming glanced at them, feeling too lethargic to critique their performance. Had they fulfilled their reconnaissance duties adequately, they would not have been so easily ambushed. Chen Yu, noticing Su Ming and the others ignoring them, felt incredibly awkward. At that instant, Zhang Lai, who had narrowly escaped, exclaimed with surprise, "Oh, I actually scored a point. Why didn't I?" Chen Yu and the others asked, bewildered. "I just remembered. While fleeing for my life, I randomly fired a shot and earned collaborative combat points." Zhang Lai said excitedly, "What a pity. Had I known, I would have fired a shot too." "Really?" Chen Yu and the others displayed expressions of deep regret. Listening to their complaints, Xiang Shu felt somewhat speechless. It was astonishing how easily points were obtained by this group. Su Ming, however, remained composed. Different units naturally had different requirements. Point 1 cannot expect infantry to eliminate mechs. That would be utterly unrealistic. Chi Duo let out a cold snort, ready to mock them, but before he could speak, a red beam of light suddenly shot forth, striking Zhou Li's iron head squarely in the chest. Boom! The entire iron head erupted in a thunderous explosion, collapsing to the ground, and Zhou Li was instantly killed. Su Ming was taken aback, swiftly turning to scan the surrounding taller structures, issuing a warning. "Beware of snipers. They must be positioned at a vantage point." Chun Tong and the others immediately panicked, scanning frantically, yet they could not locate the enemy's presence. That moment, Xiang Shu suddenly shouted over the communication channel, at the 6 o'clock direction, approximately 4 kilometers away in the ruins. Su Ming was startled, following his indication. Looking in the 6 o'clock direction, they saw a heap of ruins, though it appeared quite inconspicuous due to the distance. He quickly adjusted the optical lens to magnify his view and indeed spotted an Iron Rider wielding a sniper rifle atop the ruins. Su Ming was genuinely surprised. This Xiang Shu fellow had some skill, managing to pinpoint the enemy's location so swiftly. "Leave it to me." Chi Duo immediately detached a large-caliber sniper mech gun from his back. He aimed the mech at the target and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! A penetrative round was fired. Su Ming then witnessed the Iron Rider's left arm being hit, shattering completely. Chi Duo swiftly reloaded and fired again. Crack! The Iron Rider was struck in the chest, collapsing in a massive explosion. "Impressive!" Su Ming exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated Chi Duo to be so formidable, landing 2 shots in such a short time, one severely injuring the opponent and the other delivering a fatal blow. It is worth noting that an Iron Rider armed with a sniper rifle was exceedingly difficult to deal with. Failing to eliminate it promptly could have resulted in their entire group being wiped out. "Not too shabby," Chi Duo replied, brimming with pride. "Now you've seen our strength. If you stick with us, I want to say you'll definitely complete the main mission, but you will undoubtedly earn high scores." Xiang Shu confidently asserted to Su Ming. "Xiang Shu is right." Elling and others chimed in agreement. "Let us move." Xiang Shu waved his hand and cautiously led the group forward. Having learned from their previous ambush experience, everyone remained tense, refusing to let their guard down. The entire Manhavi Bay city was eerily silent, barely a sound to be heard. The vast city resembled a desolate wasteland, imparting an intangible psychological pressure. "Strange, we've been walking for quite a while, yet we haven't encountered any enemies. If we proceed any further, we'll be out of the city," Shi Wu remarked, puzzled. "Don't let your guard down before leaving the city. Stay alert to avoid ambushes," Xiang Shu cautioned as he led the group forward with utmost care. Just then, the decrepit skyscraper on the right side of the squad suddenly erupted without warning. Boom! Flames surged forth, accompanied by countless debris. The 2 mechs stationed for right-side vigilance were engulfed by the explosion. Even Su Ming and Chan Tong, who were responsible for the left side, were knocked to the ground by the violent shockwave. Their bodies jolted, Their heads buzzing with a ringing in their ears, Yu Ming shook his head, recovering quickly, and maneuvered his iron head mech to rise. Clang, clang. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed. Yu Ming immediately looked towards the exploded building. As the smoke cleared, a 10-meter-tall, fully armored mech with dark red plating, wielding elongated red alloy blades, emerged from the flames, its heavy steps resonating. Following it, a miniature machine resembling a spider with 8 mechanical legs crawled up its back. Resting on its shoulder, its spherical head fixated on Su Ming and the others. At this moment, Xiang Shu and the others were also struggling to get up, their eyes widening in shock upon seeing the Flame Rider. "This is bad, brother," Chi Duo said, his throat dried out. "I see it. It's the second-generation mech from the Infernal Star, the Flame Rider," Xiang Shu replied nervously, raising his grenade launcher. At that moment, Su Ming decisively switched to his backup DS-01 electromagnetic gun and immediately fired at the Flame Rider. The Flame Rider calmly raised its right foot, striking a concrete slab on the ground. The slab stood upright, and the electromagnetic projectile struck it, scattering harmlessly. Yu Ming's heart sank. This second-generation mech was even more dangerous than he had imagined. Effortlessly deflecting his attack. How formidable! How are we to fight it? Elling and the others retreated in fear. "What are you afraid of? With so many of us and our mechs, what does it matter if it's a second generation? Let us take it down." Xiang Shu, seeing morale falter, steeled himself and declared. "Exactly," Su Ming agreed. Chapter 60, Spirit Machines. Xiang Shu's words were not unfounded. Although 3 iron heads had fallen, they still had 9 intact iron heads and several infantry soldiers. If they worked together to overwhelm this foe, their chances of victory were substantial, especially since Xiang Shu's group had decent combat abilities. "What are we waiting for? Let us concentrate our fire on it." Chen Tong raised his weapon first, unleashing a barrage at the Flame Rider. The Flame Rider leaped aside, evading the gunfire with the agility of a leopard, attempting to close in on Su Ming and the others. It was truly courting death, sending it on its way. Xiang Shu also raised his grenade launcher and fired. He couldn't believe that, with so many people focusing their attacks, this creature could evade them all. The Flame Rider swung its red metal blade, slicing through the incoming grenade midair, effortlessly passing through the explosion's flames. Nevertheless, it was still struck by the remaining barrage of bullets, sparks flying everywhere. "Effective. Keep it up. Let us finish it," Chi Duo shouted exuberantly. At that moment, the spider-like machine on the Flame Rider's shoulder lit up with a red glow. The eyes of the iron heads controlled by Xiang Shu, Chi Duo, and Shiwu turned red, their gun barrels suddenly swiveling to target Elling and the others, and they squeezed the triggers. Whoosh, a grenade detonated at close range against El Ying's iron head. And even Su Ming was caught in a hail of bullets. "Hey, why are you shooting at me?" Elling shouted, bewildered. "I don't know. It's out of control. Stop," Xiang Shu exclaimed in panic as he observed the red screen on his control interface. Unfortunately, his iron head had no intention of stopping, firing another shot that struck El Ying's chest. Boom! Elling's cockpit was instantly obliterated, resulting in his immediate death. Simultaneously, an iron head next to El Ying also fell victim to the barrage, collapsing unwillingly. "What on earth is happening?" Chen Tong yelled in outrage upon witnessing this chaos. Just then, Shiwu raised his weapon, aiming at Chen Tong, and fired. Chen Tong turned pale, dodging with his mech, though he was still hit by several explosive rounds. The entire team descended into utter disarray. Yu Ming's heart plummeted. He quickly scanned the scene, realizing that not all mechs were malfunctioning. Only those of Xiang Shu and his 2 companions were out of control. He suddenly understood. These individuals had failed to disable their intelligent assistance systems, which explained why they were performing so exceptionally, even managing to lock on and eliminate snipers with ease. In fact, the intelligent assistance system had been standard equipment for every mech a century ago, capable of real-time scanning, monitoring, and providing warnings, as well as combat corrections, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of personnel. Yu Ming immediately shouted to Xiang Shu and his companions, "Hurry, forcibly shut down the intelligent assistance system and switch to manual mode." Xiang Shu and the others promptly disabled the assistance system, transitioning to manual operation. At that moment, Yanji was already charging at high speed towards the rebooting Xiang Shu and his companions. Su Ming lifted his head, raising the electromagnetic gun in his hand, locking onto the arachnid-shaped spirit device on Yanji's shoulder. Upon realizing it was targeted, the arachnid spirit device leaped off Yanji's shoulder. Su Ming squeezed the trigger with fervor, sending the electromagnetic projectile hurtling towards the arachnid spirit device. Unfortunately, Yanji decisively abandoned his assault on Xiang Shu and the others, swinging his crimson metallic blade to cleave through the electromagnetic projectile. ZZ the electronic projectile splattered, enveloping Yanji, causing his form to sway slightly before quickly regaining stability. Before Su Ming could charge his weapon for another shot, Yanji was upon him in an instant. Damn it! Su Ming swiftly switched to the explosive gun, retreating while unleashing a barrage of fire upon Yanji. With a sudden stomp, Yanji propelled himself upward, descending from above with an unstoppable force aimed at Su Ming. Su Ming maneuvered the iron head to the side, executing a clumsy roll to narrowly evade the attack. Chun Tong, witnessing Su Ming's peril, immediately opened fire on Yanji. Bang bang, a few rounds struck Yanji. But he swiftly leaped away at that moment. Xiang Shu and the others successfully rebooted their mechs, regaining control, and raised their weapons to unleash a fierce volley at Yanji, regrettably, without the aid of the intelligent assistance system. Their combat prowess crumbled instantaneously. Lacking the understanding to calculate recoil, their gun barrels pointed askew. The dense barrage swept past Yanji like a mere outline, failing to land a single hit. In truth, it was not that Xiang Shu and the others were unaware of the necessity to shut down the intelligent assistance system. Rather, they were reluctant to do so, as its shutdown would render them utterly vulnerable. Yanji turned to face Xiang Shu and his companions, then charged towards them with astonishing speed. He is coming for us. Chi Duo and Shiwu retreated in alarm. Yet, Xiang Shu grit his teeth, drawing his heavy metal blade, powering forward to confront the approaching Yanji. The two mechs crossed paths. Crack! Xiang Shu's iron head was instantly decapitated, its round mechanical head flying off, and the massive body collapsed in response. Yanji then thrust his blade into the chest of Xiang Shu's mech. Crack! Xiang Shu was instantly eliminated. Oh my god, run! Seeing Xiang Shu fall, Chi Duo panicked and shouted to Shiwu. Shiwu immediately turned and fled alongside Chi Duo. The other two iron heads, witnessing Shiwu and Chi Duo's flight, hastily followed suit. As for Chunyu and the other ground troops, they had long since vanished. In an instant, the entire area was left with only Su Ming and Chan Tong. Damn! These cowards actually fled in the face of battle. Chun Tong erupted in furious expletives. Forget them, Chun Tong. Get out of the way. Yanji is charging at you. Su Ming rushed towards Chan Tong at incredible speed, simultaneously raising his electromagnetic gun to fire an electromagnetic projectile at Yanji. The mech seemed to possess an uncanny sense, swiftly dodging the shot. However, this provided Chan Tong with precious reaction time. He hastily retreated, raising his weapon to fire continuously. Alas, this was still insufficient to halt Yanji, who, in a flash, closed the distance, brandishing his red alloy blade in a diagonal slash aimed at Chan Tong. Chan Tong swiftly drew his heavy metal blade to block. Clang! With a shower of sparks, the iron head mech was forced back, the arm joints sparking with the impact. Just as it seemed Chan Tong could not withstand any longer. Su Ming surged in from the side, swinging his heavy metal blade towards Yanji. Yanji decisively retreated, creating distance. What do we do? It's just the two of us left. We can't run. Chan Tong gasped, panting heavily. Su Ming fixed his gaze on Yanji, solemnly stating, "What else can we do? We must fight to the end. Chan Tong, do not engage him directly. Just provide long-range fire support for me." Chapter 61. Coordination. All right. Chun Tong nodded firmly. Su Ming took a deep breath, his expression fierce as he stared at Yanji before him. The mech seemed to sense Su Ming's fighting spirit, raising its red alloy blade as if preparing for a duel at that moment. Chun Tong lifted his explosive gun and fired at Yanji. Yanji swiftly maneuvered in an S-curve, evading the hail of bullets, and charged towards Su Ming with incredible speed. Su Ming rapidly input a series of commands. Manipulating the controls, he tilted the iron head's thrusters, holding the heavy metal blade in his left hand and the electromagnetic gun in his right. Moving laterally, Yanji immediately adjusted its course, bearing down on Su Ming. Boom! Su Ming pulled the trigger. The electromagnetic projectile was fired at an astonishing angle towards Yanji. Yanji swung its red alloy blade, slicing through the incoming projectile with precision. The resulting electromagnetic arcs caused a momentary pause in its movements. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming adjusted his thrusters and accelerated towards Yin Ji at low altitude. Slashing downwards, however, Yin Ji's red mechanical eyes flared to life, swiftly raising its red alloy blade to accurately block Su Ming's attack. Su Ming was taken aback. This machine reacted in an instant. Just then, Yin Ji kicked Su Ming's mech at the waist, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. As Yin Ji turned to pursue, a grenade suddenly soared towards it. Yin Ji attempted to dodge. Boom! The massive explosion sent Yin Ji flying backward. Witnessing this, the spirit devices in the distance promptly scurried away. Chen Tong, well done, Su Ming praised as he maneuvered his mech to rise. Not bad. Chen Tong discarded the grenade launcher he had picked up, switching to the explosive gun, and excitedly continued firing at the airborne Yin Ji. Meanwhile, the blasted Yin Ji, enduring the onslaught, swiftly rose to its feet. Its crimson eyes locked onto Chen Tong, extending a concealed cannon from its left arm. Bang bang, it unleashed a volley at Chen Tong. Chen Tong's face paled, and he leaped away in a hurry. At that moment, Su Ming raised his electromagnetic gun and fired at Yin Ji. Yin Ji was struck instantly, arcs of electricity crackling across its body, momentarily hindering its movements. However, it did not lose its full capacity to act. Had it been a first-generation mech, it would have been rendered incapacitated by now. Determined, Su Ming discarded his electromagnetic gun, recklessly controlling his mech to charge at Yin Ji, raising his blade to stab at its chest. Crack! The heavy metal blade plunged halfway into Yin Ji's chest. Yin Ji, in a desperate attempt, swung its red alloy blade towards Su Ming. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, decisively releasing his grip on the blade and retreating swiftly. Whoosh! Yin Ji's blade sliced through empty air as it looked down at the ground. There, it spotted a blinking explosive mine. Boom! The mine detonated, sending Yin Ji flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground. Su Ming immediately switched to the explosive gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets at the fallen Yin Ji. Bang bang! Seeing this, Chen Tong joined in the fray, raining down fire. Under the relentless assault from both, Yin Ji erupted in a spectacular explosion, finally defeated. At that moment, both Su Ming and Chen Tong's interfaces displayed a notification. Defeated, second-generation Guardian Mech Yin Ji, awarded 5 points. Assisted in defeating, second-generation Guardian Mech Yin Ji, awarded 2 points. Chen Tong let out a long sigh of relief upon witnessing Yin Ji's demise. Su Ming, however, turned his head to scan the surroundings in search of the arachnid spirit device, but alas, it had vanished without a trace. Su Ming, what are you looking for? Chen Tong inquired, puzzled by Su Ming's searching gaze. Looking for that arachnid spirit device, Su Ming replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Chen Tong promptly raised the gun he had lowered. Don't worry, it likely ran away. Let us scavenge whatever ammunition remains from Xiang Shu and the others. Then leave this place quickly, Su Ming instructed Chen Tong plainly. All right, Chen Tong nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chi Duo and Shi Wu were hastily making their way towards the Interstellar airport, occasionally glancing back. Noticing that the second-generation mech had not pursued them, they slowed their pace. Chi Duo, does this count as fleeing from the battle? Will they deem us deserters and deduct our points? Shi Wu asked anxiously. What do you mean fleeing from the battle? Are you foolish? Our mission objective is the Interstellar Military Airport. We are heading there, aren't we? This is merely tactical evasion. We can't stubbornly engage an enemy we cannot defeat, can we? Chi Duo explained to Shi Wu. That makes sense, but it seems we VE left those two from Mayan Academy in a tough spot. Shi Wu said, feeling a bit guilty. Oh come on, the big guy is gone. Why worry about others? We don't even know how far we can go. If we mess this up, we might be fleeing for our lives on a real battlefield next time. Chi Duo muttered anxiously. Oh, then let us hurry to the Interstellar airport and see if we can find a new team to blend in with. Shi Wu quickly replied. That's more like it. Chi Duo quickened his pace towards the airport on the other side. Su Ming and Chen Tong, fully armed in their mechs, emerged from the outskirts of Manhavi City. They had gathered usable weapons from the fallen, and Su Ming had even equipped himself with Yin Ji's red alloy blade. Those bastards, I swear, if I see them again, I'll curse them every time. They nearly got us killed. Chen Tong grumbled in frustration. Let it go. We were only temporarily assembled together. It's understandable that they flee when faced with danger. Su Ming remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of anger. Even if, what's wrong? Chen Tong began to speak but halted, noticing Su Ming had suddenly stopped. Looking puzzled, Xu Ming gazed into the distant horizon, the silhouette of the Manhavi Interstellar Airport coming into view. "What's wrong?" Chen Tong asked, scrutinizing the scene with a puzzled expression. "Have you not noticed how eerily quiet the Interstellar Military Airport is? I remember it bustling with activity when we jumped in." With many students arriving, Xu Ming replied calmly, "Could it be that all the students who jumped in have perished?" Chen Tong's expression shifted slightly. "I hope I'm just overthinking it. Let us go." Xu Ming felt increasingly uncertain about this city examination. The difficulty was indeed at its peak. With heavy hearts, Chen Tong followed Xu Ming towards the distant Manhavi Interstellar Military Airport. As dusk fell, Xu Ming and Chen Tong cautiously maneuvered their iron heads to the edge of the Harmanvi Interstellar Military Airport. This airport was one of the 3 major interstellar airports on the planet Dian, covering an area of 3,000 square kilometers, with a multitude of supporting facilities and structures within. Peering into the airport, Xu Ming's eyes were met with a scene of various damaged mechanical wreckage, transport vehicles, and facilities engulfed in raging flames. Chapter 62. Silence. Aside from that, he saw no sign of any enemies. Xu Ming immediately turned to Chen Tong, saying, "Let us move." However, the communication channel only emitted a series of crackling sounds. Xu Ming furrowed his brow and switched on the external microphone to inquire. "Chen Tong, can you hear me?" "Now I can. It seems there is some interference. Wireless communication is down." Chen Tong promptly responded after activating the amplification device. "Understood, let us proceed." Xu Ming guided the iron head with Chen Tong inside, entering through the B-10 area, passing through the damaged barbed wire fence, and stepping into the smoke-filled Harmanvi Interstellar Airport. The once thriving airport had now transformed into a desolate wasteland. The ground, made of special concrete, was riddled with craters and bloodstains. Along the way, they encountered numerous wrecked iron heads and mangled corpses. In the distance, they could even see a shipwreck that had crashed and was engulfed in flames. At this moment, Xu Ming halted the iron head, causing Chen Tong, who was trailing behind, to raise his weapon nervously and ask, "What's the matter?" "Look ahead," Xu Ming whispered urgently. Chen Tong quickly glanced forward, spotting a toppled steel observation tower on the ground, surrounded by a plethora of fallen iron riders and iron heads. With so many wrecked iron riders, could this possibly be another ambush? Chen Tong felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling how they had been caught off guard by these foes in the city before. "Let us go around." Xu Ming, uncertain of the situation, decisively opted for a detour. "Yes, I also think taking a detour is the safer choice." Chen Tong wholeheartedly agreed. The two piloted their iron heads, circumventing the area and gradually delving deeper into the airport. An hour later, Xu Ming and Chen Tong traversed the internal roads of the airport, where an unsettling silence enveloped them, broken only by the sporadic sounds of distant explosions. Throughout their journey, they encountered not a single student nor any enemies. Chen Tong, perplexed, turned to Xu Ming and asked, "Xu Ming, what is going on with this airport? It feels unnervingly quiet. Neither our side nor the enemy appears to be around. Could it be that the students who landed have perished alongside the enemies? Do you think that is possible?" Xu Ming dismissed the notion, convinced such a fortunate outcome was less likely than winning the lottery. "If that were the case, we would be in dire straits. We can't possibly defend the military airport with just the two of us." Chen Tong's scalp prickled at the thought. "Prepare yourself mentally for this possibility," Xu Ming sighed, continuing cautiously into the depths of the airport with Chen Tong. Honestly, he felt just as uneasy. The situation here was entirely different from what he had anticipated. As Xu Ming and Chen Tong pressed onward, a damaged iron head lay behind them, beneath which a spider-like mechanized entity emerged. Its red electronic eyes locked onto Xu Ming's direction. The visual feed from the electronic eye zoomed in, locking onto Xu Ming and Chen Tong's iron heads. Target acquired. Second-generation combat mech. Flame Rider. Danger level assessed as high. Erase. The visual feed began to zoom out, revealing the map of the Interstellar Military Airport. Beep. On the map, various red dots of differing sizes flickered to life as dormant iron riders and mechanical spiders were awakened. Subsequently, all the red dots were connected by a crimson line. Focusing on Xu Ming and Chen Tong in that instant, the map became densely populated with red dots converging toward them. After completing its task, the spider-like mechanized entity turned and scuttled away. Within the Manhavi Interstellar Military Airport, in the B5 sector, A striking command tower resembling a lighthouse stood tall, adjacent to a massive square iron platform. 20 iron heads and several dozen ground combat students were stationed atop the structure. Creak. Accompanied by the sound of air escaping, 3 crouching iron head cockpits opened. Li Fubai, Lin Chuyu, and Sun Yu swiftly climbed down. Wu Bo, keep an eye on things here. Notify us immediately if anything occurs, Li Fubai instructed an iron head nearby. Sure thing, Li Gu, Wu Bo responded eagerly. Armed with rifles, the 3 made their way towards the command tower. This structure was adjacent to the command tower, with a door leading directly inside. They passed through the doorway, found a secure staircase, and cautiously ascended. Their luck was favorable. They encountered no enemies along the way and successfully arrived at the command room. The spacious command room was in disarray, with chairs toppled and the floor strewn with bodies clad in work uniforms, blood staining nearly half of the ground. Fortunately, the control console remained intact, the screen still aglow. Li Fubai handed his gun to Sun Yu, saying, "Hold this for me." Got it? Sun Yu promptly accepted the weapon. Li Fubai approached the control console and attempted to open the information retrieval interface. A prompt for key verification appeared, indicating that due to prolonged disuse, authentication of identity was required. A key was needed. Lin Chuyu frowned at the screen and remarked, "No problem. This system is over 100 years old. While it may be cumbersome to crack, it's not unmanageable." Li Fubai skillfully brought up the emergency command interface, inputting a series of codes. Impressive, but what is the point of cracking this? How does it help us defend the airport? Sun Yu inquired, somewhat confused. The enemies inside the airport are far stronger and more numerous than we anticipated, and nearly all the students who landed here are likely dead. Theo, complete the main mission and achieve a high score. Our current weaponry is insufficient. We need top-tier arms. This military airport must harbor advanced weaponry, and if I can crack the system to uncover relevant information, we'll have a chance to turn the tide. Li Fubai logically explained to Lin Chuyu and Sun Yu. Remarkable, as expected of you. You've quickly pinpointed the key to our breakthrough, Sun Yu exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice as hope finally appeared on the horizon. Actually, it's nothing. We're participating in a city examination, not a real battle. The higher-ups wouldn't create a situation where death is inevitable. They will surely provide a corresponding escape route, Li Fubai confidently added. Lin Chuyu nodded calmly. Just then, Li Fubai successfully cracked the code, and an information retrieval interface popped up. He swiftly input commands, and a stream of search results cascaded onto the screen. As he reviewed the information, sheer joy illuminated his face. Found it. Just as I surmised, this interstellar military airport still houses unactivated advanced weaponry. What kind of weaponry? Lin Chuyu and Sun Yu asked in unison, turning their attention to Li Fubai. The third-generation mech of the Interstellar Airport's guard captain, Gun Knight. Its location is in the central B2 Sector S hangar. Let us go, Li Fubai exclaimed, extending his hand and pointing towards the map of the Interstellar Airport displayed on the screen. All right, Lin Chuyu and Sun Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 63. Guidance. The trio hurriedly departed from the command tower, returning to the rooftop of the adjacent high-rise building. Li Gu, what's the situation? Wu Bo eagerly inquired upon their arrival. Why all the questions? Just follow me, Li Fubai replied, climbing back onto his iron head. Lin Chuyu and Sun Yu swiftly mounted their mechs as well, and soon the 3 reignited their machines. At that moment, Lin Chuyu suddenly noticed 2 iron heads appearing in the distance, one of which was equipped with a DS-01 electromagnetic rifle, resembling Su Ming. Even worse, from her elevated vantage point, she saw that Su Ming and Chen Tong were surrounded by a multitude of iron riders, who were closing in on them. Chuyu, what's wrong? We should leave, Li Fubai asked, noticing Lin Chuyu's fixation on the distance. I spotted Su Ming and the others, and they are encircled by numerous iron riders closing in on them. We need to find a way to alert them, Lin Chuyu responded calmly. Upon hearing her words, Li Fubai raised an eyebrow and turned to look in the distance. He soon spotted Su Ming and Chen Tong, a sly smile creeping across his face. Huh? How do we alert them? The interstellar airport is rife with interference. Wireless communication is utterly useless, Sun Yu said, perplexed. Fire a shot at long range. Lin Chuyu decisively raised her explosive rifle. At that moment, Li Fubai, controlling his mech, swiftly reached out and seized the explosive rifle Lin Chuyu had raised, coldly stating, I disagree. We are not on the same team as Su Ming and his group, and we have no obligation to assist them. Moreover, we are a cohesive unit, and your reckless gunfire will surely alert the enemy, drawing their hatred upon us and placing us in a precarious situation. Our goal is to achieve a high score. Linjia, Li Gu is correct. We cannot take such a risk, Wu Bo and others urged. I understand. Lin Chuyu sighed helplessly. In a certain sense, Li Fubai was not wrong. We must leave quickly. This place is no longer safe. Li Fubai promptly maneuvered the mech, activating the thrusters to leap down from the opposite side of the rooftop. Sun Yu, Wu Bo, and the others also piloted their mechs, escorting the ground troops away. Lin Chuyu brought up the rear, and as everyone leaped from the rooftop, she suddenly turned her mech around, activating the spotlight to signal Su Ming in the distance. At that moment, Su Ming, who was searching for the airport, immediately became alert, raising his head to gaze toward the source of the light, adjusting his optical lens for a clearer view. Instantly, Su Ming spotted a mech on top of the distant rectangular building, extinguishing its spotlight and turning to activate its thrusters to leap away. "What's wrong?" Chen Tong inquired, puzzled. "I think I saw Lin Chuyu," Su Ming responded, gazing uncertainly at the distant building. "Where?" Chen Tong was equally astonished. They had searched for so long without sight of anyone, and now Su Ming claimed to have spotted Lin Chuyu. "Let us go. She just left the roof of that building ahead." Su Ming immediately activated the auxiliary thrusters. Flying toward that building, Chen Tong hastily followed suit. Soon, the two arrived before the building, and Su Ming abruptly stomped down, skillfully increasing the thruster output, as the hefty ironhead mech forcefully landed atop the building. However, Chen Tong mismanaged his controls, causing his mech to crash against the building's wall with a loud thud. Yu Ming let out a slight sigh, helplessly turning to extend a hand to pull Chen Tong up. Suddenly, he froze, noticing a swarm of iron cavalry and mechanical spiders encircling them from afar. The flying capability of these ironheads is truly abysmal. At that moment, Chen Tong, grasping the eaves, climbed up angrily, venting his frustrations to Su Ming. Yet, Su Ming did not respond. Instead, he asked, "Why are you silent?" His expression shifted slightly. "Run. The iron cavalry is surrounding us." "Damn it." Chen Tong was taken aback by Su Ming's words, quickly turning to glance behind him, instantly drenched in cold sweat. The two hastily maneuvered their mechs to charge forward, leaping down from the other side. At that moment, the encroaching iron cavalry realized they had been exposed and ceased their concealment. Swiftly pursuing Su Ming and Chen Tong as they ran, Chen Tong glanced back, seeing the encircling iron cavalry rapidly closing the distance, raising their left arms to aim concealed gun barrels at them. Bang bang! A barrage of bullets rained down. "Damn it, they're gaining on us. It seems we want to outrun them," Chen Tong exclaimed in frustration. "Even if we can't outrun them, we must try. There are at least 30 iron cavalry surrounding us, not to mention those mechanical spiders." Su Ming's emotions surged. He had truly underestimated the situation. He never anticipated the enemy would take them so seriously, mobilizing such a significant force for a pincer movement. If it weren't for Lin Chuyu's warning, they might have truly fallen into a trap. Nevertheless, the situation was far from favorable. Bullets struck their mechs, creating sparks. Red warning alerts flashed on their screens. "Warning, armor integrity deteriorating." "Damn it." Su Ming scanned the area ahead, his gaze locking onto a cluster of buildings on the right. He immediately said to Chen Tong, "Let us run right. Maybe we can shake them off." "All right." Chen Tong gritted his teeth in response. Meanwhile, Li Fubai led Lin Chuyu and the others at high speed toward the central B2 area. At that moment, he heard the distant sound of fierce gunfire behind them, a smile creeping onto his lips. If nothing unexpected occurs, Su Ming should be dead. No one could survive the assault of so many mechs and mechanical spiders. His mood lightened as he commanded, "Speed up." "Certainly," Sun Yu and the others replied in unison. Half an hour later, Li Fubai and his group successfully reached B2. Using the mental map in his mind, he immediately identified a massive steel-structured hangar located at the 3 o'clock position, spanning tens of thousands of square meters. "That's the hangar," Li Fubai exclaimed excitedly, maneuvering his mech toward the open doors of the hangar, feeling as though victory was within his grasp. However, just as they approached the hangar's entrance, a heavy thud echoed from within. Startled, Li Fubai and his group halted, raising their weapons toward the hangar doors. At that moment, four iron cavalry emerged, their eyes glowing red. "Ha! I thought we were facing a formidable enemy, But it's just this, Sun Yu sighed in relief. Eliminate them, Li Fubai commanded without hesitation. Understood. Wu Bo and the others raised their weapons. Unleashing a torrent of gunfire at the 4 iron cavalry, bang bang. The 4 iron cavalry swiftly dodged, but the sheer density of the bullets was overwhelming, resulting in 2 being caught in the crossfire and exploding. Li Fubai and Lin Chuyu simultaneously switched to heavy metal mechanical blades, charging toward the remaining 2 iron cavalry with deadly precision. Die! Li Fubai engaged first with an iron head, both sides swinging their weapons against one another. Just as the iron cavalry's mechanical blade was about to strike Li Fubai, he increased power output, executing a maximum side slip to evade the attack. Immediately after, the heavy metal blade cleaved into the iron cavalry's neck. Crack! Accompanied by the severed mechanical head flying off, that iron cavalry was instantly slain. After dispatching that iron cavalry, Li Fubai turned to Lin Chuyu, noticing her opponent also crumpling to the ground. Well done. Let us get inside. Li Fubai piloted his mech, leading everyone into the hangar. The interior of the hangar was spacious, systematically arranged with various mech slots. However, the slots were filled with damaged iron cavalry and collapsed mech maintenance equipment. Li Fubai's expression tightened as he scanned the surroundings. Li Gu, look ahead, Wu Bo shouted excitedly. Hearing Wu Bo's words, Li Fubai and the others immediately turned to look. There, standing in the center of the hangar, was a towering mech, 17 meters high, entirely covered in red metal armor, with a fiery emblem etched on its chest and a pair of mechanical wings embedded in its back, brandishing a slender red metal spear. The Generation 3 mech, Gun Knight, Li Fubai shouted in ecstatic disbelief. However, just then, a spider-like spirit machine crawled onto the Gun Knight's chest. What is that? Sun Yu asked, bewildered. Not good, it's a spirit machine. Lin Chuyu exclaimed, her expression shifting. Li Fubai was taken aback and swiftly drew his explosive gun, aiming at the spirit machine. Unfortunately, it was too late. The spider-like spirit machine's octopus-like limbs plunged into the Gun Knight's chest, splitting open its rounded head to reveal a pulsating red core, which then directly infiltrated the Generation 3 mech. Gun Knight, Li Fubai squeezed the trigger furiously. Boom! The explosive bullet hurtled toward the Gun Knight. At that moment, the Gun Knight's crimson electronic eyes ignited, and it swung its red metal spear with a chilling grace. Boom! The incoming explosive bullet detonated mid-air in a sweeping arc. Sun Yu and the others felt a chill at the sight, while Wu Bo and the others instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the Generation 3 mech. At this moment, Li Fubai felt a pang of regret. He had been so close to acquiring the Generation 3 mech, Gun Knight. Now, not only had he lost that chance, but he was also facing it head-on. The Gun Knight slowly raised its head, its crimson electronic eyes locking onto Li Fubai and the others. Fire! Li Fubai's heart raced, and he immediately issued the command. Bang bang! Wu Bo and the others piloted their mechs, unleashing a fierce barrage, while the ground troops frantically raised their weapons to shoot. The Gun Knight stomped down, leaping like a gale, evading the dense barrage. For the bullets it could not dodge. It simply swung its red metal spear to block. Li Fubai and Lin Chuyu felt an overwhelming sense of danger, quickly maneuvering their mechs to retreat. In an instant, the Gun Knight was upon them. With a scream, the Gun Knight pierced through the cockpit of the foremost iron head, blood splattering everywhere. It then swung its spear, hurling the pierced iron head into another nearby iron head. Boom! 2 closely positioned iron heads were sent flying in an instant. 3 iron heads were rendered inoperative, plunging Sun Yu and the others into despair. Retreat! Li Fubai decisively maneuvered his mech, charging toward the exit. Lin Chuyu and Sun Yu quickly executed a tactical withdrawal. The disparity between their mechs and the Generation 3 mech was simply insurmountable. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Chen Tong raced away in their iron head mechs, and as Chen Tong glanced back, seeing that the iron cavalry had not pursued them, he exclaimed excitedly, Ha! Those fools have lost our trail. All right, don't celebrate too soon. We don't want to tempt fate, Su Ming replied, relieved that they had narrowly escaped being encircled. I know. Hey? Su Ming, look ahead. Isn't that Lin Chuyu and the others? Let us go greet them, Chen Tong said, astonished. Su Ming, upon hearing Chen Tong's words, immediately lifted his head to gaze ahead. He beheld Lin Chuyu and others scrambling out from a massive hangar in a state of disarray. Among those fleeing was a student clad in exoskeletal armor. At that moment, Li Fubai and his companions also spotted Su Ming and Chen Tong, and without hesitation, they rushed towards the two. Something's amiss. Su Ming's eyelids flickered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. What is wrong? Chen Tong, momentarily bewildered, had yet to grasp the situation. In the next instant, a crimson beam shot forth from the hangar, striking a fleeing Ironhead directly. Boom! The hit Ironhead exploded spectacularly. Run! Su Ming instantly turned to flee alongside Chen Tong. Just then, a third-generation mech, the Gun Knight, erupted from the hangar like a tempest, landing squarely in front of Su Ming and his companions, effectively blocking their escape. Damn! The third-generation mech, the Gun Knight, it was responsible for their demise. Chen Tong cursed, his scalp tingling with dread. Su Ming stared at the Gun Knight before him, his brow furrowing in deep concern. To speak frankly, he would rather face 30 Iron Riders than confront a third-generation Gun Knight. The former, while perilous, at least offered a chance of escape. At this juncture, Li Fubai, realizing there was no way out, collided with Su Ming and Chen Tong, dragging them into the fray. Don't even think about fleeing. This fellow possesses extraordinary mobility. If you wish to survive, we must fight together. TMD, are you trying to lead us to our doom? Chen Tong snapped angrily. You came to us willingly, retorted Li Fubai coldly. Enough, Chen Tong. Prepare for battle. Su Ming took a deep breath, switching his electromagnetic gun to aim at the Gun Knight. At that moment, the Gun Knight's scarlet eyes glowed ominously, and it charged fiercely towards them. Su Ming and his companions' hearts raced as they all pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrential storm of bullets, electromagnetic projectiles, and grenades upon the Gun Knight. Zing! The Gun Knight's chest ignited with fusion sparks, and a red energy barrier materialized before it. All the attacks striking it were repelled. However, the energy shield exhibited some fluctuations, though it remained unshattered. Subsequently, the Gun Knight leaped into the air, descending upon Su Ming and his companions like a crimson comet. Dodge! Su Ming skillfully maneuvered the Ironhead to evade. The group scattered chaotically like a disarrayed mass. Crack! An Ironhead, unable to dodge in time, had its head pierced cleanly, pinned to the ground. Chapter 65. Defeat. At this moment, Li Fubai, controlling his Ironhead, raised the HD-01 rocket launcher and fired at the Gun Knight. The Gun Knight swiftly drew its red metallic spear, turning to pierce the incoming rocket. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the Gun Knight was engulfed in flames. Excellent shot, Li Gu, Wu Bo and the others cheered in excitement at the sight. However, as the flames dissipated, they saw the Gun Knight standing unharmed, its armor only slightly scorched. The previously joyous atmosphere plummeted to despair. We cannot possibly defeat it. I do not wish to perish here. At that moment, a student controlling an Ironhead succumbed to panic. Turning his mech to flee, the Gun Knight, however, swiftly turned its gaze towards the retreating Ironhead, raising its left hand to reveal a concealed beam cannon. Zing! A red beam instantly obliterated the fleeing Ironhead. Su Ming and the others felt their hearts sink further. They were trapped in a situation where fighting was futile, and escape was impossible. Foolish! Chuyu, Sunyu, come join me! Li Fubai cursed furiously, discarding the rocket launcher in favor of a heavy metal blade. Understood, Lin Chuyu replied calmly. Li Fubai, Lin Chuyu, and Sunyu then spread out, attacking the Gun Knight from different angles with their heavy metal blades. Observing this, Su Ming wasted no time switching to his red alloy blade and charging in. Faced with the combined assault of 4 Ironheads, the Gun Knight remained eerily calm, merely raising its spear. Lin Chuyu was the first to approach from the left, swinging her heavy metal blade at the Gun Knight. The Gun Knight countered with a sweeping motion of its spear. Crack! With the clash of their weapons, Lin Chuyu was sent flying by the sheer force, her mechanical arm twisting grotesquely. Just then, Sunyu attacked from the left rear, leaping at the Gun Knight with her heavy metal dagger aimed at its neck. The Gun Knight, tilting its head to the right, effortlessly evaded Sunyu's strike, the blade barely grazing past its head. How is that possible? Sunyu's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, the Gun Knight seized Sunyu's mech arm with its left hand and hurled her towards the oncoming Li Fubai. Li Fubai, startled, maneuvered his Ironhead to dodge. In that instant, Su Ming appeared at the Gun Knight's side, his red alloy blade slashing towards it with lethal intent. Yet, the Gun Knight swiftly evaded, and Su Ming's blade struck nothing but air. The gun knight's crimson electronic eyes locked onto Su Ming in an instant. A chill coursed through Su Ming's veins, an instinctual warning of imminent danger, akin to being hunted by a ferocious beast. In the next heartbeat, the gun knight swung its red metallic spear upward. With maximum effort, Su Ming activated the auxiliary thrusters, forcing his mech to move sideways in a desperate attempt to evade. Crack! The Ironhead's right arm was severed, sparks flying from the wound. Bastard! Chen Tong, witnessing Su Ming's peril, raised his grenade launcher and fired at the gun knight. The gun knight effortlessly deflected the incoming grenade with the sweeping motion of its spear. Then, undeterred, locked onto Su Ming, perceiving him as the greatest threat. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming maneuvered his Ironhead, awkwardly rushing towards Li Fubai. The gun knight propelled itself towards Su Ming with a powerful leap. Seeing Su Ming leading the gun knight towards him, Li Fubai bellowed in panic, "Don't come here." Unfortunately, Su Ming did not heed the warning, instead maximizing his power in the blink of an eye. Su Ming reached Li Fubai, just as the gun knight loomed behind him, its spear thrusting towards Su Ming's back. In that critical moment, Su Ming expertly maneuvered the Ironhead to lean aside. Consequently, Li Fubai was exposed to the gun knight. Gazing at the spear piercing through, he raised his arms in a desperate attempt to block. Crack! The red metallic spear pierced through his crossed mechanical arms, plunging straight into Li Fubai's cockpit. Due to the abrupt motion, Su Ming's Ironhead lost balance, crashing heavily to the ground. Inside the cockpit, Su Ming was jolted, his insides aching painfully. Shaking his head to clear the haze, he glanced at the control screen. Warning. Right arm of mech damaged. Warning. HD 31 circuit compromised. Warning. External armor damage reached 37. Upon seeing the dire state of the mech, Su Ming quickly scanned his surroundings. That moment, he noticed an inclined artificial passage nearby. Without hesitation, he released the safety latch and pulled the emergency cockpit switch. Hiss with a rush of air. The cockpit opened. Su Ming leaped from the cockpit, sprinting desperately towards the passage. Just a short distance away, he spotted the body of a combat student and instinctively bent down to grab a rifle. That moment, the gun knight flung the incapacitated Ironhead aside, its crimson electronic eyes locking onto the fleeing Su Ming. Swiftly raising its left arm to prepare a shot that would obliterate him. Boom! A grenade suddenly struck its back, exploding. The gun knight staggered, losing sight of its target. In response, its crimson eyes turned red, and several mechanical spiders emerged from the shadows, scuttling towards Su Ming. The gun knight then turned its attention to Chen Tong, who had dared to attack it. "Come at me." Then, Chen Tong fired another shot at the gun knight, drawing its attention. Meanwhile, Su Ming fiercely dashed into the artificial passage. As he sprinted downward, he suddenly heard the sound of skittering movements behind him. A sense of dread washed over Su Ming. He turned to glance back and saw two mechanical spiders with glowing red eyes closing in. Bang! Bang! Su Ming immediately turned and unleashed a barrage from his rifle, obliterating the two mechanical spiders. Yet, three more emerged in their place. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming fired again, but without pausing to check if they were defeated. He bolted into the passage, racing downward. Soon, Su Ming arrived at the underground area of the Interstellar airport. The entire underground space was constructed from reinforced concrete, exuding a robust and rugged appearance. Under the dim emergency lights, endless corridors stretched into various regions, flanked by numerous sealed rooms. Su Ming quickly surveyed his surroundings and noticed a half-open room to his right. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the room and pressed himself against the wall behind the door. He fought to suppress his heavy breathing, feeling inexplicably fatigued, as though his strength had been drained. Minutes later, as Su Ming's heart rate stabilized, he glanced around the hiding space. It appeared to be a storage room. Cluttered with haphazardly stacked boxes, nothing particularly noteworthy. Suddenly, sounds from outside the room drew nearer. Su Ming held his breath, gripping his rifle tightly, the noise growing louder. Chapter 66. An unexpected surprise at that moment. A figure entered the room, and Su Ming quickly raised his rifle at the intruder. Chen Tong, startled, instinctively aimed his gun at Su Ming, but upon recognizing him, exclaimed in surprise, "It's me." Seeing that it was Chen Tong, Su Ming lowered his weapon, sighing in relief. "I thought it was the mechanical spiders catching up to me. What's the situation outside? It seems we are destined for annihilation. After your demise, I too was swiftly eliminated. Fortunately, Lin Chuyu intervened to rescue me, and with a stroke of luck, the enemy did not target the cockpit, nor did the mech explode, allowing me to escape. That girl is truly remarkable. I can't help but wonder if she has taken a liking to me. Chen Tong remarked, his heart still racing. Enough with the self-adoration. We must leave. This place is not safe. Su Ming decisively instructed Chen Tong. Is it really that dire? That passageway is so narrow that they shouldn't be able to follow us. Chen Tong replied, incredulous. Did you not notice the mechanical spiders on your way in? I did. So let us hurry. Chen Tong's expression shifted, and he ceased his chattering. The two swiftly exited the storage room and found themselves confronted by descending mechanical spiders. These arachnid machines immediately locked onto the pair, scuttling towards them with alarming speed. Su Ming and Chen Tong were momentarily taken aback, realizing they were indeed having a streak of bad luck. Even drinking water would lead to misfortune. They promptly raised their rifles and unleashed a barrage at the approaching mechanical spiders before turning to flee. The mechanical spiders relentlessly pursued them as they ran. Su Ming and Chen Tong alternated in firing backwards. There's a crossroad ahead. Which way should we go? Chen Tong shouted, panic evident in his voice. Su Ming scanned their options. To the left was the underground garage. To the right led to the storage area, and straight ahead led to the equipment zone. Right, understood. Chen Tong immediately followed Su Ming's lead and veered to the right. At that moment, the mechanical spiders continued their relentless chase, prompting Su Ming to spin around and fire again. Click, click. Before long, the magazine was empty. Su Ming felt around his waist but found no spare ammunition, causing his heart to sink. He had picked up this rifle on a whim and hadn't thought to grab extra rounds. He quickly turned to Chen Tong. Oh, you have any spare magazines? Not a chance. I've run out too, but I do have one explosive grenade, Chen Tong exclaimed, pulling out his last explosive and tossing it backward. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued. Su Ming and Chen Tong did not look back to see the fate of the mechanical spiders. Instead, they exerted every ounce of strength to keep moving forward. Soon, they encountered a series of junctions, each leading to different storage areas. The pair chose one at random and entered the vast main corridor. After approximately half an hour, they were utterly exhausted. They leaned against a wall, panting heavily. Su Ming, have those mechanical spiders caught up with us? Chen Tong gasped. Su Ming glanced back, his throat dry as he replied, no, that's a relief, but why do I feel so drained? Chen Tong lamented, on the brink of exhaustion. Upon hearing Chen Tong's words, Su Ming felt something was off and glanced down at his own body. To his astonishment, he noticed a status display indicating fatigue and hunger. We haven't eaten. Now we're fatigued and hungry, resulting in a significant decrease in our stamina. Seriously? What kind of exam system is this? It's insane, Chen Tong grumbled. Enough of that. Let us search around and see if we can find some supplies, Su Ming suggested tersely. Chen Tong looked around, a pained expression on his face. This place is so vast. How can we possibly find anything? We should be safe for now. Let us split up, Su Ming calmly proposed. All right, Chen Tong agreed. Just remember, don't wander too far. After giving his warning, Su Ming headed toward the B3 storage area while Chen Tong ventured toward the B4 storage area. Not long after, Su Ming arrived at the B3 storage zone, where he saw numerous large, sealed containers. His eyes lit up, and he approached to inspect one, noticing the markings on its surface. Third Planet Tianfu Interstellar Mining Group, HW 4751 cargo container. Su Ming's brow furrowed. These containers were filled with ore and similar materials, which were of no use to him. He continued his search. After several minutes of combing through the B3 storage area, Su Ming discovered nothing but various raw mineral materials. He let out a slight sigh, suppressing his frustration, and pressed on. At that moment, he spotted a workroom ahead. He cautiously entered, noting the door was ajar and bloodstains marred the floor. Inside, the room was in disarray. Papers strewn about, and a dismembered body lay on the ground. Su Ming scanned the area carefully, confirming there were no hidden dangers lurking in the shadows before kneeling beside the deceased. The lower half of the body had been torn apart, and the face wore an expression of sheer terror and agony, which was quite unsettling. However, Su Ming paid little heed to that, focusing instead on the nameplate affixed to the chest. Manhavi Military Airport Manku. Data Clerk. Rising to his feet, Su Ming began to sift through the scattered documents. That moment, a particular file on the floor caught his attention. Low-Wask Interstellar Heavy Industry Cargo. Just as he was about to pick up the fallen document, Chen Tong burst into the room, brimming with excitement. Su Ming, what is going on? Su Ming turned to question the exuberant Chen Tong. I found a whole bunch of second-generation mechs. Haha! Chen Tong exclaimed joyfully. Let us go. Su Ming responded without hesitation. As mech pilots, losing their mechs rendered them less capable than ground troops. Chen Tong quickly led Su Ming toward the B4 storage area. What model of second-generation mechs did you find? Flame Riders, all of them. There should be around 10. Excellent. While Flame Riders may not compare to Gun Riders, they are still quite swift and can at least hold their own against them, ensuring we won't be obliterated in an instant. Although Su Ming preferred the nimble Gun Riders adept at close combat, he recognized the advantage of having second-generation mechs. With these mechs, we can attempt to confront that Gun Rider. Chen Tong's enthusiasm grew. That should be carefully considered, Su Ming replied hesitantly, unsure of their odds even with the second-generation mechs. Chapter 67. Conflict. All right, let us grab the mechs from the warehouse ahead, Chen Tong suggested pragmatically. Su Ming and Chen Tong quickened their pace toward the warehouse. Before long, they burst inside, greeted by the sight of 10 neatly arranged Flame Riders. These are the ones. Aren't they impressive? Chen Tong exclaimed with exhilaration. Quickly, choose any two, Su Ming said, his mood lifted. Just as they were about to select their mechs, a voice rang out behind them. Don't move. A group of individuals rushed in behind them. Su Ming and Chen Tong instinctively turned and aimed their rifles at the intruders, only to realize that the unexpected visitors were Wu Bo and his companions, along with a team of unfamiliar faces. Li Go. It's those two, Wu Bo shouted excitedly. At that moment, Li Fubai stepped forward from the crowd, his expression dark as he regarded Su Ming. Chen Tong was taken aback, incredulous as he turned to Su Ming. Wait, didn't that guy's mech get penetrated? How is he still alive? How should I know? Su Ming could only respond, feeling helpless. In truth, Li Fubai had indeed been penetrated by the Gun Rider's attack. However, at a crucial moment, he had crossed his arms to shield himself. Consequently, while the Gun Rider's lance pierced the cockpit, it stopped just inches from his face. Miraculously, Li Fubai managed to escape with his life and seized the opportunity to abandon his mech, fleeing toward the artificial corridor. The others, seeing Li Fubai escape, similarly abandoned their mechs and followed suit. Humph, you thought you could kill me so easily? Now it's your turn to die. Li Fubai's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon Su Ming. He had nearly been eliminated by the Gun Rider, and now that he had the upper hand, he wouldn't let them escape. Hearing Li Fubai's words, Chen Tong felt a wave of despair wash over him. Glancing sideways at Su Ming, communicating through his eyes. My gun is out of bullets. What should we do? Su Ming understood Chen Tong's unspoken message, but realized there was little they could do. Even with empty guns, they had to keep them raised. With only 2 rifles against so many, their odds were grim. However, he maintained a facade of bravado. Chen Tong, I trust you know who to shoot at when the time comes? We may not be able to overpower them, but taking one down as a shield should be feasible, right? Understood. Let us take him out, Chen Tong replied, his intent clear as he glared at Li Fubai. Li Fubai's face paled at the realization. Without his exoskeleton armor, he knew he would be finished if they shot at him. He instinctively began to retreat. But Su Ming warned coldly, you'd best not move. If you do, we'll fire. At this, Li Fubai froze, his rage boiling as he glared at Su Ming. Su Ming. Wu Bo and the others found themselves in a precarious situation, realizing the tables had turned. The situation they had previously controlled was now a threat. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, Lin Chuyu approached, her voice icy as she demanded, what are you all doing? Chuyu, this doesn't concern you. Li Fubai snapped back angrily, indeed, it may not concern me, but you all need to understand one thing. What crime is it to shoot one's comrades on the battlefield, even if you manage to meet the score threshold? The Royal Court Academy will not admit you. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Lin Chuyu warned both parties directly. Upon hearing Lin Chuyu's words, Li Fubai's expression shifted continuously. Li Go? What should we do now? We can't truly kill them, can we? No school will accept us if we do. Wu Bo and others looked at Li Fubai, speaking with evident difficulty. Li Fubai took a deep breath. Suppressing the anger within him, and then addressed Lin Chuyu. I have no intention of killing them, but there are only 10 Yinchi mechs here, and we have 12 mech pilots. We don't even have enough for ourselves. So I won't share with them, damn it. Why should I? Hearing Li Fubai's words, Chen Tong felt as if he might explode with rage and was about to charge at them. Xu Ming, noticing Chen Tong's agitation, reached out to pull him back. Don't move, if you dare. Don't blame us for being rude and opening fire. Don't hold it against us then. Wu Bo and the others warned Xu Ming and his companion. Shaking their guns, Li Fubai sneered and then instructed several surviving land combat students beside him, keep an eye on them. If they don't know their place and insist on stealing our mechs, then they can't blame us, understood? Li Gu. The land combat soldiers quickly replied, hoping Li Fubai would help them achieve high scores. Li Fubai then put away his gun and said to Lin Chuyu, Chuyu, let's go get the mechs and then hunt down that third-generation mech, the Gun Knight. That Gun Knight is the key to whether we can gain admission to the Royal Court Academy. Only by defeating it do we have a chance to gather enough points. I understand, Lin Chuyu replied, glancing back at Xu Ming and his companion before turning to walk inside. Although the third-generation Gun Knight is formidable, 10 second-generation Yinchi mechs attacking it together still have a chance to defeat it. Before long, heavy footsteps echoed as Li Fubai, Lin Chuyu, and others emerged, piloting the second-generation Yinchi mechs. As they passed by Xu Ming, Li Fubai mockingly remarked, take your time searching for mechs here. We're leaving, damn. Chen Tong was infuriated, nearly bursting with rage. Had Xu Ming not been restraining him, he would have charged out long ago. Xu Ming coldly watched as Li Fubai and the others departed. Once they had gone far, Chen Tong stomped in frustration and then turned to Xu Ming. If it weren't for you holding me back, I would have definitely taken him down. Did you forget that our guns are empty? Xu Ming sighed in response. Chen Tong was momentarily speechless, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Oh, what do we do now? They've taken all the second-generation mechs. No worries, this underground storage is vast. We can keep searching, there's no need to clash with them. Getting 0 points would be troublesome, Xu Ming calmly analyzed. But where should we look? Chen Tong felt somewhat dejected, as their stamina was severely depleted. Moreover, the best second-generation mechs had already been taken by them, so even if they found mechs, they could only hope for first-generation ones. Xu Ming was also feeling challenged, but suddenly he thought of something and said to Chen Tong, follow me. All right. Though Chen Tong was unsure of Xu Ming's intentions, he followed him without hesitation. Before long, Xu Ming led Chen Tong back to the working room. Xu Ming, why are we here? To find advanced mechs. Xu Ming replied succinctly. Chen Tong was taken aback. This working room was small. How could there be advanced mechs? At that moment, Xu Ming crouched down in the middle and picked up a document from the ground, quickly scanning through it. Can you really see the contents that fast? Chen Tong asked, astonished. Xu Ming did not respond to Chen Tong's inquiry but grew increasingly excited as he flipped through the pages. And upon reaching the last page, he exclaimed, beautiful, just as I suspected, there are indeed advanced mechs here, and it's a third-generation Gun Knight. Really? Chen Tong asked in disbelief. Follow me, that Gun Knight is located in the B3 storage area. Xu Ming immediately led Chen Tong away. On the way, Chen Tong asked in confusion, Xu Ming, how did you know there were advanced mechs here? By deduction? Huh? What deduction? When I was searching in that working room earlier, I inadvertently noticed a document on the ground that was labeled with Luo Wozik Interstellar Heavy Industry. Luo Wozik Interstellar Heavy Industry is an established weapon manufacturer on our old Federation's DN star, primarily producing ships and mechs, so their shipments are generally quite reliable. So I hurried over to take a look, and it turns out my guess was right. This shipment contains not only 5 second-generation Yinchi mechs, but also a third-generation mech. And coincidentally, this shipment was ordered by the 13th district of the third planet. Because it arrived not long ago, it hadn't yet been transferred and was destroyed instead. This incident is quite famous in the 13th district and is still being debated. Xu Ming briefly explained to Chen Tong. Amazing, you notice such details. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have bothered to look at the scattered documents on the ground, Chen Tong admired. Fortunately, we should hurry over. Xu Ming said, suppressing his excitement and speaking calmly. No problem. Once we obtain the mechs, we must teach Li Fubai and his gang a lesson. Chen Tong was extremely excited, finally able to vent his frustrations. At the Interstellar Military Airport of the 13th District on the third planet, in the command room of the Fish Dolphin, General Arms sat in the command chair, gazing at the square images on the screen. his face reflecting a hint of anger at that moment. Xian let out a soft sigh and quietly said to Arms, "General, isn't the difficulty of this examination too great? Almost all the candidates have perished, leaving only a few who managed to escape into the airport's underground area or scattered throughout the city of Manhavi. Relying solely on them, it is impossible to turn the tide and successfully defend the airport. We can basically announce a failure, this failure due to their shortcomings or the examination's design. With so many people and weapons, if they had only united a bit and demonstrated greater skill, how could they not breach the Manhavi Interstellar Airport?" General Arms slammed the armrest, responding in a furious tone. The personnel present fell silent at his outburst, not daring to speak. However, it must be said that the battle had indeed been disastrous. Firstly, the students from the command department were practically blind in their leadership, with not a single ship managing to breach the firepower net for close-range strikes, providing cover fired for the combat personnel. They were even more disorganized, essentially a disjointed group, especially those stubborn individuals who, without any fire cover, rushed towards the interstellar military airport like dumplings. It was hard to tell whether to commend their bravery or question their intelligence. Xian sighed inwardly. Seeing General Arms so furious, she refrained from trying to persuade him further. On the other side, at the large underground exit of the Manhavi Interstellar Military Airport, Li Fubai, controlling the Yinchi, coldly instructed the remaining land combat students, "Go out and scout the situation." "Li Gu, are we going out ourselves? Isn't that too dangerous?" The students looked troubled. Asking them to scout felt like sending them to be cannon fodder. "Go." Li Fubai offered no choice. "Li Gu, if you tell us to go, then we go. Why all the unnecessary chatter? If you keep dragging your feet, we'll kick you out of the team, and then you won't receive any collaborative operation points." Wu Bo threatened fiercely. Left with no alternatives, the students could only cautiously venture out. They carefully approached the edge of the external exit, peeking out with half their heads. The surface outside was desolate, with no enemies in sight. Gathering their courage, the land combat students stepped outside. As they searched cautiously, they soon spotted the third-generation mech, the Gun Knight, standing alone in a nearby open area. "Get down!" The land combat students quickly dropped to the ground. Fearful of being discovered, they steadied themselves and looked around. Noticing the area around the Gun Knight was empty with no signs of enemies, they joyfully ran back to Li Fubai and the others. "Li Gu, we've completed the reconnaissance." "So soon? You didn't slack off, did you?" Li Fubai frowned, looking at the land combat students. "Rest assured, Li Gu, we've thoroughly scouted. The third-generation mech, the Gun Knight, is located at the 3 o'clock direction from the exit. And we saw no enemies around." "That's right. We've checked the surroundings," the students eagerly reported. Upon hearing this, Li Fubai's concerns were dispelled. He turned to everyone and said, "Chuyu, Sun Yu, you two will join me in a frontal assault on it. The rest will assist." "No problem," Lin Chuyu and the others replied solemnly. "Success or failure hinges on this moment. Let us go." Li Fubai piloted the second-generation Yinchi, leading the charge outside. Lin Chuyu and the others followed closely behind. At the surface of the interstellar military airport, the Gun Knight stood silently in the open space. At that moment, its eyes suddenly gleamed, instantly detecting the commotion from behind, and it swiftly turned around. Meanwhile, Li Fubai and his companions maneuvered their flame riders toward the scene, dispersing at high speed to encircle the Gun Knight from all sides. Faced with this encirclement, the Gun Knight did not flee but stood silently. Lin Chuyu, witnessing this scene, sensed something was amiss. However, with the arrow already knocked, there was no turning back. Any hint of hesitation now would lead to the demise of her teammates. Soon, Li Fubai and his group completed their encirclement. Exuberantly shouting, "Wu Bo, launch the attack." Roger that. Wu Bo and his companions promptly activated the concealed artillery mounted on the left arm of their flame riders, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the Gun Knight. At that moment, Li Fubai unleashed his full power, charging toward the Gun Knight with the swiftness of a leopard, while Lin Chuyu and Sun Yu flanked from the sides. Chapter 69. Activation. Suddenly, the Gun Knight's red electronic eyes lit up, and its energy barrier sprang to life. Bang bang. A dense barrage of bullets rained upon the energy barrier, causing it to sway precariously. At this juncture, Li Fubai and his companions struck simultaneously, their red alloy blades clashing against the energy barrier. "Break it down," Li Fubai bellowed. With a crack, the energy barrier shattered into countless specks of light. Upon witnessing the barrier's destruction, a hint of wild joy flashed across Li Fubai's handsome visage. Yet, just then, the gun knight slightly raised its head, stepping forward with its right foot, brandishing its red metal spear in a sweeping arc of 360 degrees. "Watch out!" Lin Chuyu commanded, maneuvering her mech to block with the red alloy blade while issuing a warning. Clang! Accompanied by a resounding clash, the mechs of Li Fubai's trio were forced back, their hearts filled with astonishment, as they realized that a single strike had driven them back. Nevertheless, they did not falter. After all, they had the advantage in numbers as long as they could hold the gun knight at bay. Wu Bo and his group could gradually wear it down with their firepower. Although the armor of the third-generation mechs was robust, its strength was not limitless. Thus, Li Fubai shouted to Wu Bo and the others, "Fire at will, understood." Just as Wu Bo and his companions prepared to unleash another volley, a torrential rain of bullets suddenly descended upon them from all directions. Striking their backs and causing them to stagger forward in fright, they turned to look back, only to see swarms of mechanical spiders and iron cavalry closing in from all sides. "Eligu, we've been had. We're being encircled," Wu Bo exclaimed in terror. "Damn it!" Li Fubai was both shocked and furious. He had not anticipated such cunning from the enemy, using themselves as bait. Lin Chuyu calmly stated, "Wu Bo, you take 4 brothers and hold off the incoming enemies." "But we can't withstand that," Sun Yu protested, devoid of any confidence. "There's no choice now. We must fight to the death," Lin Chuyu declared fearlessly. "Wu Bo, follow Chuyu's orders," Li Fubai conceded, realizing they had to rely on themselves. "All right, let's do it." Wu Bo and the others immediately turned around, fiercely shooting at the encroaching iron cavalry. At that moment, the gun knight elegantly raised its red spear, aiming it at the 5 of them, intensifying their pressure and placing them on high alert. "Charge!" Lin Chuyu's gaze was resolute as she commanded her mech to advance. Li Fubai and Sun Yu followed suit, fully committing, for there was no retreat left. On the other side, in the B3 storage area, Su Ming and Chen Tong used a loading machine to open a massive metal casing emblazoned with the logo of Luvosk Interstellar Heavy Industries. Before them lay a brand new gun knight. "Wow, it's absolutely stunning. Too bad it's just a holographic representation. If only we could own a 3rd-generation mech, we'd be rich." Chen Tong's face radiated with excitement. Indeed, how wonderful it would be if it were real. However, experiencing it in this virtual world is still quite enjoyable, Su Ming said, his spirit soaring. "Chen Tong, you operate this mech? No problem, but can you handle it?" "I've heard 3rd-generation mechs are notoriously difficult to operate." Chen Tong inquired with concern. "I should be fine," Su Ming replied confidently. "All right, let me get you up there." Chen Tong promptly used the loading machine to elevate Su Ming to the mech's cockpit. Su Ming reached out and found the concealed opening switch of the cockpit. Click! The cockpit opened, and Su Ming nimbly climbed inside. He first glanced at the seat, where a tightly sealed metal box rested. Su Ming unboxed it, revealing a start key and a manual detailing the parameters and instructions for the gun knight. He quickly skimmed through the specifics. Mech type, MQ-01 lightweight mech, 3rd generation, gun knight. Manufacturer, Luvosk Interstellar Heavy Industries. Production date, April 12, 4518. Old era. Internal environment. Standard cockpit. Height, 17.1 meters. Weight, 200.08 tons. Armor material and structure. Reinforced lot-high composite metal, resistant to high and low temperatures, corrosion, and physical damage. Coating, red. Protection level, grade B. Classification, S, A, B, C, D, E. Power unit, MT-01 Crystal Energy Power Unit. Operating system, Star 1.0 version. Fixed electronic equipment, AC-03 scanning device, 360, hour circulating air system, DI Intelligent Combat Assistance System, SRE interference resistance device. Backup devices, triple emergency escape system. Fixed armament, concealed arm energy beam cannon X1, abdominal mini-missile launcher, empty, reinforced red spear. Auxiliary devices, rotating auxiliary mechanical jet wings, supports extreme altitude climbs up to 30,000 meters, cannot independently escape gravity. Selected hand weapons, universal. After familiarizing himself with the details, Su Ming closed the cockpit and inserted the mechanical key into the ignition slot. Zing. As Su Ming activated the mech, the power output unit began functioning, Compared to the cacophony of the Ironhead startup, the Gun Knight was remarkably quiet, with its crystal energy power unit providing stable and silent output. Despite being a mech product from a century ago, it remained a prized possession even in the present Old Federation. Inside the cockpit, blue light strips illuminated the walls, and prompts began to appear on the display screen. System initializing. Initialization successful. Performing self-check, then, the Gun Knight's electronic eyes flickered to life. Su Ming carefully examined the mech's operating system and let out a sigh of relief. Although this star operating system differed slightly from what they had learned, the core remained the same. He gently pulled the control stick, causing the Gun Knight to shift slightly. Gradually increasing the power, Su Ming quickly adapted to the new mech. "How's it going?" Chen Tong called out, witnessing Su Ming successfully start the mech. "No problem. I'm about to take down a mech for you," Su Ming replied, controlling the Gun Knight as it awkwardly stepped out of the metal casing, gripping the red metal spear. Observing Su Ming's slightly unsteady gait, Chen Tong asked with concern, "Su Ming, are you sure you're okay?" "No problem. It's just a matter of getting used to the new mech. Just give me some time," Su Ming reassured him, guiding the Gun Knight toward the nearest metal casing. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that Su Ming's initially crooked movements gradually normalized. Soon, he reached the metal casing and forcefully pried open the lid, revealing a brand new flame rider within. "Get on!" Su Ming commanded his mech to crouch down, extending his hand toward Chen Tong. Chen Tong climbed onto Su Ming's palm, and he carefully placed him at the chest of the flame rider, where Chen Tong swiftly opened the cockpit and entered. Chapter 70. Miscalculation. Before long, Chen Tong successfully activated the flame rider. "Shut down all intelligent assistance systems," Su Ming instructed. "Understood," Chen Tong nodded in response. "Let's go." Su Ming led Chen Tong toward the nearest exit, sprinting forth. Shortly after, the two of them, piloting their mechs, emerged from the large passageway in the distance. The sound of massive explosions echoed continuously. "Over there." Su Ming directed Chen Tong toward the combat zone. They quickly reached the outskirts of the battlefield, where Lin Chuyu and Li Fubai were engaged in a fierce struggle against the Gun Knight, both of them barely holding on. Nearby, 3 wrecked flame riders lay destroyed on the ground. Meanwhile, Wu Bo and the others were besieged by swarms of iron cavalry and mechanical spiders, with 2 of their 5 flame riders down, and the remaining 3 in dire condition, covered in wounds. "Ha! They finally have a taste of defeat," Chen Tong exclaimed, his previous gloom evaporating as he observed Li Fubai's group in distress. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and said, "Chen Tong, it's our turn. Shouldn't we wait until they've all been taken out before we strike?" Chen Tong asked, puzzled. "I don't have the confidence to take down that Gun Knight while surrounded by so many iron cavalry. Besides, Lin Chuyu is on the brink. We can't just leave her," Su Ming succinctly explained. "Humph, what a waste." Although Chen Tong was displeased, he ultimately acquiesced in the center of the battlefield. The Gun Knight deftly twirled its red metal spear, launching a fierce sweep toward Lin Chuyu. She maneuvered her flame rider backward, and with a piercing whoosh, the spear narrowly grazed the face of her mech, as the Gun Knight missed its strike. It swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Lin Chuyu. Lin Chuyu hastily raised her mechanical arm to block. Bang! The entire mech was violently kicked away. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fubai unleashed all his power, rapidly charging from the rear, swinging the red alloy blade in his hand towards the Gun Knight. At that moment, the Gun Knight elegantly pivoted, raising its red metal spear to defend. Clang! Accompanied by a shower of sparks. Li Fubai's strike was firmly parried. The Gun Knight's electronic eye flashed red, and it forcefully pushed back against the red alloy blade. Creak! The joints of the Inferno Rider, controlled by Li Fubai, emitted a grating sound. Twisting uncomfortably, Li Fubai could only desperately max out his power output, yet even then, he struggled to maintain his ground, causing the entire mech to slide backwards. Meanwhile, Lin Chuyu, having been kicked away, struggled to control her mech, lifting her head to observe the conflict involving Li Fubai. She noticed that he was on the verge of collapse, and with great effort, she pulled the control stick, urging the damaged Inferno Rider to rise. Just then, a red figure swiftly entered the combat zone, charging directly at the back of the Gun Knight. Lin Chuyu was momentarily stunned, her face etched with shock, exclaiming, "The Gun Knight?" In an instant, Su Ming maneuvered his mech. Appearing behind the Gun Knight, raising his red metal spear and thrusting it with all his might. At that moment, the gun knight, which was suppressing Li Fubai, sensed danger as its electronic eye glowed red. It immediately activated full power, deftly dodging to the side. Li Fubai was taken aback, witnessing a brand new gun knight charging towards him, its red metal spear striking with lethal intent in an instant. His handsome face displayed shock and fear, and he cried out in despair. No, he could not comprehend why a second, third-generation mech, the gun knight, had appeared. Meanwhile, Su Ming did not halt. Rather, he unleashed full power. Thrusting his spear forcefully towards Li Fubai. Crack! The red metal spear pierced the cockpit, penetrating through Li Fubai's body. Instantly, Li Fubai felt the world turn black and white, plummeting into an abyss of darkness. Lin Chuyu, witnessing this scene, was also rendered speechless in shock. Li Fubai had been slain by the suddenly appearing gun knight. Wu Bo and the others turned to see the unforeseen turn of events. Each one gripped by extreme fear. At that moment, Qian Tong, controlling the Inferno Rider, rushed to Su Ming's side. Seeing Su Ming take down Li Fubai with a single blow, he was momentarily dumbfounded and anxiously asked, "Su Ming, how did you defeat him? Wasn't it said that we couldn't attack our teammates?" Once Qian Tong spoke, Lin Chuyu and the others were even more astonished, as they had not anticipated that this third-generation mech was piloted by Su Ming. Su Ming calmly withdrew the red metal spear and explained nonchalantly, "Apologies, a mistake. It's my first time controlling a third-generation mech. I mismanaged the force." After hearing Su Ming's words, Qian Tong expressed his concern. "I knew third-generation mechs were difficult to control. I hope the examiner doesn't hold your mistake against you. But let's not dwell on this. Focus on defeating the enemy." As Su Ming spoke, he maneuvered the gun knight mech, fluidly rotating the spear in his hand, directing it with formidable intent towards the mechanized gun knight. Qian Tong watched as Su Ming skillfully wielded the spear, utterly bewildered, not knowing what to say. Is this what he means by poor control on his first attempt? He is wielding it with astonishing proficiency. Provide long-range fire support. Su Ming instructed Qian Tong briefly before unleashing full power. Darting towards the gun knight like a gale, the gun knight, facing Su Ming's advance, received a barrage of warnings on its display. Warning: target extremely dangerous. Prompt: activate battle mode. In the blink of an eye, the gun knight also activated full power, swiftly meeting Su Ming head-on, both combatants swinging their red spears towards one another. Clang! The two spears collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Zing! Su Ming quickly retracted his red spear, sparks flying from the friction, and then executed a swift turn, sweeping his spear back towards the gun knight. The gun knight swiftly pivoted, leaping backward to create distance. Observing this, Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and he rapidly input a series of commands. Pulling the control stick and pushing the power output lever, the entire mech erupted forth like a fierce beast, launching a powerful thrust towards the gun knight. The gun knight held both hands horizontally to block. Bang! The immense force bent the gun knight's form, causing the ground to shatter beneath them. Beautiful! Qian Tong exclaimed with excitement, maneuvering the Inferno Rider to raise its concealed cannon and fire at the suppressed gun knight. Lin Chuyu, seeing this, also controlled her mech to shoot at the gun knight from a distance. Bang bang! A dense barrage of bullets struck the gun knight, causing its body to shudder violently. However, the gun knight did not sit idly by. Its electronic eyes flared red once more, unleashing a surge of power to forcefully deflect Su Ming's spear, countering with a sweeping strike aimed at him. Su Ming swiftly retreated to evade. The gun knight then raised its left hand, activating a concealed energy cannon targeting Qian Tong, who was a significant threat alongside Su Ming. Qian Tong was taken aback, quickly jumping back. Whoosh! A red beam struck the ground where Qian Tong had just leaped, exploding violently. Just as the gun knight moved its cannon to finish off Qian Tong, Su Ming's mech charged in fiercely, thrusting a spear towards its chest. The gun knight had no choice but to abandon its attack on Qian Tong. Raising its spear to block Su Ming's initial strike missed, and he promptly retracted the spear, launching a furious onslaught against the gun knight. The two mechs became locked in fierce combat, exchanging blows with relentless intensity. Lin Chuyu, witnessing this, took a deep breath, her eyes reflecting a steely determination. She maneuvered the battered Inferno Rider to raise its red alloy blade, swiftly circling to strike at the gun knight from the side. The gun knight sensed the impending danger and turned to face Lin Chuyu. At that moment, Lin Chuyu closed in, leaping into the air to swing her blade towards the gun knight. Though she piloted a second-generation mech, inferior in performance to the third generation, the gun knight dared not allow her to strike its body unchallenged. It erupted into action, activating full power to violently sweep Su Ming aside. Then, it quickly retracted its spear, countering with a strike aimed at Lin Chuyu. Bang! With a crisp collision, Lin Chuyu's mech was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. However, her attack was not without effect. At that moment, a shrill whistle pierced the air, and the gun knight, startled, turned to see Su Ming launching himself, hurling his red metal spear. Crack! The gun knight barely had time to react before the red spear pierced its chest, embedding itself in the core. Immediately, Su Ming's mech surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the spear's base. Crack! The entire red metal spear penetrated the gun knight's chest, destroying its core and exiting out the back. Bang! The pierced gun knight collapsed to its knees. In that moment, a notification appeared on Su Ming's control screen. Defeated. Third-generation mech gun knight. Awarded 30 points. Brilliant! Chun Tong shouted with unrestrained excitement. At that moment, Lin Chuyu, who had fallen to the ground, lifted her head to gaze at the defeated gun knight. A smile breaking across her face, Su Ming swiftly withdrew the red metal spear and then charged towards the surrounding Iron Riders. He called out to Chen Tong and Lin Chuyu, "The exam isn't over yet. Let's rack up points. Yes, let's score." Chen Tong immediately snapped back to reality, adjusting his cannon to attack the encroaching Iron Riders and mechanical spiders. Su Ming, swift as the wind, appeared before an Iron Rider, thrusting his spear through it. The Iron Rider raised its mechanical blade to block, but alas, it was a moment too late. The red metal spear pierced through its chassis, resulting in a massive explosion. Just then, two Iron Riders approached from either side to flank him. Facing this dual assault, Su Ming maneuvered the gun knight, swinging his spear with lethal precision to strike the left side. Bang! The Iron Rider was sent flying, crashing to the ground in a wreck. Immediately, Su Ming pivoted, thrusting his spear through the right side Iron Rider. "Ha ha, Su Ming, keep killing!" Chun Tong shouted in elation as he watched Su Ming take down 3 Iron Riders in the blink of an eye. Though he couldn't claim the kill points, he could still earn teamwork points. No problem, Su Ming replied, equally thrilled. The third-generation gun knight utterly dominated against the previous generation's Iron Riders. However, just as Su Ming prepared to charge towards another Iron Rider on his right, a sudden whoosh caught his attention. As if something had zipped past, he halted, scanning the surroundings. "Su Ming, what's wrong?" Chen Tong asked, puzzled by Su Ming's sudden stop. Then, another whoosh. Su Ming rubbed his eyes, asking Chen Tong, "Did you see that?" "No, I didn't see anything," Chen Tong replied, bewildered. "Wait, danger." Su Ming suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression changing drastically as he swiftly turned his mech. At that moment, a translucent silver streak flashed by. Crack! Before Su Ming could react, a searing pain engulfed him as he realized his body, along with the third-generation mech, was sliced cleanly in two. The world around him faded into black and white, and he gazed in disbelief into the air, where, in a daze, he seemed to glimpse a dragon-like creature towering 50 meters high, its wingspan stretching 100 meters, with 2 blood-red eyes glaring down with ferocity. Upon the silver metallic form, a row of blades as thin as razors adorned its surface, while dragon-like claws glimmered with a silvery aura on either side. At the rear, a chain-like needle tail extended 100 meters long, emanating an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. At that moment, an inconspicuous message swept across the damaged electronic screen before Su Ming. "You have been killed by V-Class hero, Knife Dragon, Hamakas." Subsequently, Su Ming plummeted into an abyss of darkness. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath in a frenzy. The neural connection capsule displayed an end-of-examination signal, and the transparent hatch opened automatically. Lying within the capsule, Su Ming wore an expression of shock. His mind incessantly replayed the scene of his demise, and he still could not comprehend what that terrifying entity was. It was so fearsome that he had no time to react before being slain. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming sighed deeply, pulling his thoughts back. He calculated his score and discovered that even after eliminating a third-generation machine, he still fell short of 60 points. just a fraction away. This city examination was indeed extraordinarily challenging, AT this time. An infuriated Li Fubai and Wu Bo approached Su Ming, with Wu Bo pointing at him, exclaiming, "Brotherly, he was the one controlling that gun knight who killed you." "Bastard!" Li Fubai's face contorted with rage. He stormed up to Su Ming, grabbing his collar with his left hand and balling his right hand into a fist, ready to strike. Yu Ming made no attempt to resist, calmly stating, "Go ahead. After you hit me, you can nullify the score." Li Fubai's fist halted before Su Ming, the last vestige of rationality causing him to pause. Nearby, students who had completed the exam began to gather, observing the unfolding confrontation. "What's happening? Isn't that Li Fubai? Why is he fighting?" "I have no idea." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Gritting his teeth, Li Fubai glared at Su Ming, declaring, "You bastard. How dare you kill me? I will not let this go. Haha, that was merely an accident. Besides, you should thank me. Had it not been for me, you wouldn't have even received the assist kill reward." Su Ming retorted without reservation. His words struck a nerve with Li Fubai, igniting a furious blaze within him. "I thank your mother." Chapter 72. Reporting just as Li Fubai was about to lose control and strike Su Ming, a boisterous voice rang out, "Stop! Who allowed you to fight in the examination hall?" Leo, accompanied by several soldiers, approached and reprimanded them. Seeing Leo's arrival, Li Fubai reluctantly released his grip. At that moment, Qian Tong hurried over to Su Ming, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Su Ming replied nonchalantly, "I don't care what grievances you have. Whoever strikes will be taken into custody." Leo warned both Su Ming and Li Fubai. With no opportunity to hit Su Ming, Li Fubai bellowed, "I want to file a complaint. I want to report Su Ming for attacking a teammate on the battlefield." This declaration caused an uproar among the surrounding students. In a way, is that true? The accusation is severe. If it goes through, his score might be nullified. Qian Tong's expression soured upon hearing Li Fubai's intention to complain. In contrast, Su Ming appeared unperturbed, showing little reaction. Captain Leo's demeanor darkened as he admonished the chattering students. "Quiet down. This is none of your business." Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Leo then stated solemnly, "We will process your complaint. Now, I officially declare the examination concluded." Finally, it was over. A collective sigh of relief echoed among the students. From tomorrow onwards, you need not return to school. You will enjoy a year-long break, so relish it. Now disperse. Captain Leo waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Upon hearing this, the gathered students eagerly left, no longer lingering to witness the drama. "Su Ming, just wait. This matter is far from over," Li Fubai threatened as he stormed away. Qian Tong then advised Su Ming, "Be cautious. That guy is out for blood. He might do anything. Call me if anything happens." "No worries, let's go," Su Ming replied dismissively. "All right." Qian Tong nodded in agreement. Outside the school, Su Yuan gazed anxiously at the closed gates, lamenting, "Oh dear, I wonder how my son fared. He must be starving by now." "Don't say that. It's already stressful enough," Zhao Ning replied, flustered. Suddenly, the closed school gates swung open, and a throng of students rushed out, elated. "Thank goodness, the exam is over." Many parents joyfully surged forward. "Quick, let's push forward and see if our son is out," Zhao Ning urged Su Yuan. Okay. Su Yuan hurriedly followed Zhao Ning. Many parents began to greet their children, showering them with concern. "Are you tired? How did you do?" It was terrifying. This exam was truly frightful. "Don't cry. It's all right." Many students, especially the girls, could no longer hold back their tears, with nearly 8 out of 10 sobbing in distress, having just experienced a brush with death. "Where is Su Ming? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Zhao Ning grew increasingly anxious, straining to see inside. Unfortunately, after a long while, she still did not catch a glimpse of Su Ming. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su Ming emerged alongside Qian Tong. Zhao Ning spotted him instantly, her face lighting up as she waved and called out, "Son, over here." Hearing his mother's voice, Su Ming bid farewell to Qian Tong. "I'm leaving now." "All right." Qian Tong nodded. As Su Ming approached his parents, Zhao Ning rushed forward. Embracing him eagerly, "Son, you finally made it out. How did it go?" Su Yuan asked impatiently. "It was okay, but not particularly ideal," Su Ming replied with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan and Zhao Ning did not blame him. They had prepared themselves for this outcome. Most importantly, They were relieved that he had not been caught cheating as Yuan smiled reassuringly at his son, saying, "It's all right, son. Just do your best. There might be a surprise. If it doesn't work out, I'll figure something out for you." "Yes, son, let's not dwell on it too much. You must be starving. Let's head home. I'll personally make you something delicious." Zhao Ning comforted Su Ming. Anxious for his well-being. That moment, Zhao Ning's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and noticed it was a call from Jiang Yu. Handing the phone to Su Ming, "Son, it's Mr. Jiang Yu. He has been inquiring about your city exam and has called several times. Please take it." "Yes, teacher." Su Ming accepted the call respectfully. "The city exam should be over now. How did you fare?" Jiang Yu's amiable voice resonated from the phone. "Alas, it wasn't very ideal, but I did my best." "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Regardless of the outcome, just do your best. Take these days to rest peacefully." "Okay," Su Ming replied politely before hanging up. Chapter 13. The Military Airport of the Galactic District. Inside the command room of the Yuan, General Am stared at the screen displaying the words "Mission Failed," lost in thought. Although the third-generation Mecha, Gun Knight, had been destroyed at the last moment, they had failed to eliminate all enemies within the stipulated time at the Interstellar airport. Consequently, the appearance mechanism of the Knife Dragon had been triggered, resulting in the failure of the mission to protect the Interstellar airport. Sigh. All the adults have failed, and over half of the students didn't even receive the 5-point emergency landing reward, accumulating a plethora of zeros and ones. This incident has exploded online, with countless people questioning this city exam. "What should we do now, General?" Xian sighed. This time, Ams did not erupt in anger but instead spoke in a slightly somber tone. "I previously hesitated to lower the difficulty of the city exam to help them see the reality and understand themselves. Of course, I am not so cold-hearted as to lack flexibility. Although they have failed the mission, if they perform their duties properly, I will still show them some mercy. For instance, if the medics prepared medicine for the soldiers or bandaged the injured, or if the mechanics repaired the spacecraft and loaded ammunition into the mechs, I will consider giving them additional performance points accordingly." Hearing this, Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, sir." In truth, it wasn't that Ams had suddenly softened. Rather, the results were so dismal that they were almost unbearable to look at. Throughout the entire 13th district, not a single passing candidate could be found. Just then, a subordinate approached and saluted Ams. "General, what is it?" Ams inquired expressionlessly. The subordinate respectfully reported, Chapter 73. Intentional. Candidate number 45637, Li Fubai, has filed a complaint accusing candidate number 45712, Su Ming, of maliciously killing a teammate, causing his failure in the city exam. Xian's expression revealed a hint of surprise upon hearing the complaint. If it were true, such behavior would be utterly reprehensible. Arms raised an eyebrow and spoke coldly. "Xian, bring up the footage of the kill." "Understood." Xian promptly began his operations. Soon, the final battle footage materialized, showcasing Su Ming piloting the third-generation mech. The Gun Knight, launching a surprise attack from behind against the Gun Knight controlled by the intelligence machinery. ATA critical moment. However, the intelligent-controlled Gun Knight evaded, causing Su Ming to inadvertently pierce through Li Fubai's mech. After reviewing the footage, Arms's gaze flickered, and he turned to Xian, inquiring, "What is your perspective, Xian?" After a moment's contemplation, Xian replied, "From this video, it appears to resemble a case of friendly fire." After all, this student named Su Ming intended to attack the Gun Knight. It was merely a miscalculation when the Gun Knight dodged, leading him to lose control of the mech and accidentally injure Li Fubai. The operation of a third-generation mech is quite challenging. Normally, a candidate like Su Ming would be unlikely to maneuver it adeptly. "Your analysis is astute, but continue to watch," Arms calmly instructed. The footage displayed Su Ming, after piercing Li Fubai, withdrawing a metallic spear and engaging in an extraordinary battle with the Gun Knight. Xian was left speechless by the display of skill. It was nearly on par with seasoned combatants. "Wait a moment, such exceptional technique. How could such a grave error occur?" "Retrieve all related video data concerning the two of them," Arms stated coldly. "Yes." Xian complied immediately. Instantly, a series of square images emerged, all pertaining to Su Ming and Li Fubai. Arms and Xian soon observed footage from the underground warehouse of the airport, where Li Fubai and others had their guns pointed at Su Ming. Both parties on high alert, alongside Lin Chuyu attempting to mediate. "This is outrageous. How can they point their weapons at their own people, General?" Clearly, there is a conflict between these two, Xian said, somewhat indignantly. Indeed, however, even with a conflict, the act of killing is ambiguous. It cannot be definitively deemed intentional, making it difficult to ascertain, and even if escalated, a clear decision is not easily reached. Are you suggesting it could be an accident? No, it was deliberate. I have encountered such matters frequently and find them most detestable. In the military, the most unforgivable act is to attack one's own, unless one is a traitor or disobeys orders on the battlefield. Every soldier entrusts their back to their comrades. Those who commit such actions, regardless of their excellence, are not to my liking. Conversely, I greatly admire this student named Lin Chuyu, who intervenes to prevent conflicts among comrades and bravely assists them in battle. Arms declared resolutely. How should we proceed now? Xian respectfully inquired. Dismiss the complaint. Both parties are at fault. Both shall have their performance points deducted. Arms rendered his verdict. Understood. Xian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In the Starlight City, District C3, lies the Stardust Villa, a residence constructed from white crystalline rock, situated at the southwestern corner of the villa area. The villa features a pointed roof adorned with azure glazed tiles, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allow warm sunlight to flood the interior, while the surrounding lush gardens are filled with greenery rarely seen elsewhere. The ground, apart from the cobblestone pathways, is a vibrant lawn. At the entrance, two towering stone lions, each 3 meters high, stand guard, with a sign overhead inscribed with the characters for the Sioux residents. Inside the main study of the villa, a burly old man with a shock of white hair, muscular arms, a chiseled visage, and thick eyebrows, radiating a wild and imposing aura, sat in a chair, vexed, and coo. Hasn't the city examination concluded? How did those little rascals fare? Sir, this year, due to the military's unexpected intervention, I fear their performance may not be ideal, replied a respectfully dressed but wrinkled butler in a white shirt and black tailcoat. Damn it! If they lack ability, they shouldn't blame others, Su Zhentian retorted angrily. You are right, sir, Enku replied with a smile. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and a knock was heard at the closed study door. Sir, come in, Su Zhentian barked impatiently. The door swung open to reveal a slightly portly middle-aged man with a square face and a broad forehead, drenched in sweat. Sir, trouble has arisen. What trouble, Su Fu? The fourth young master's son, Su Qiu, was caught cheating during the examination. He has now been taken by the Royal Court Academy's personnel, Su Fu panted. Damn that little rascal. Su Zhentian's eyes widened in fury as he slammed his palm on the desk, rising like a lion in rage. Calm down, sir, Enku quickly interjected. Calm down. I'll eventually be driven to my grave by these little brats. Cheating during the examination is utterly disgraceful, a humiliation beyond measure. Su Zhentian roared. Sir, please don't lose your temper. Su Qiu has already been taken aboard an interstellar transport ship, set to depart for the front lines the day after tomorrow. Have you attempted to rescue him? Su Zhentian asked, straining to suppress his rage. I have. I immediately intervened in your name. However, the Royal Court Academy's personnel are particularly difficult to negotiate with and have set extremely harsh conditions. What conditions? They demand a third-generation mech, Su Fu replied, bracing himself. Damn it. Let that little rascal serve. Let him perish on the battlefield. Consider him as good as non-existent. Su Zhentian's eyes, filled with bloodshot fury, nearly exploded with rage upon hearing the demand for a third-generation mech. This was intolerable. He had already lost 10 second-generation mechs because of his son Su Yuan. Now, his grandson was caught cheating, and the very first demand was for a third-generation mech. Sir, please calm down. Now is not the time for anger. The Royal Court Academy is known for their exorbitant demands, and given their urgent need for weapons, if not for that, they would not be open to negotiation at all. Even if you are furious, we must acquiesce promptly. Otherwise, other families will seize weapons and negotiate for a better price, once they have rescued their OWN. Enku rationally analyzed. Indeed, Enku is correct. Sir, we must act swiftly. You can't simply watch as young Master Su Qiu is sent to the front lines, can you? The fourth young master and lady will surely cause a commotion, Su Fu hastily added. Damn it! I will deal with him upon his return. Su Zhentian finally regained his composure, sinking back into his chair. Shall I proceed with the arrangements? Su Fu promptly inquired. Yes, Su Zhentian waved his hand impatiently. Granting permission, Xu Fu, seeing Su Zhentian's consent, rushed out in a hurry. Meanwhile, Su Zhentian sat in his chair, his mind occupied with thoughts of Su Qiu's cheating, when suddenly an unsettling premonition washed over him. Causing him to straighten up, "Sir, is something wrong?" Enku asked, noticing Su Zhentian's unusual demeanor. Enku, what about my most foolish son's child? Is he also participating in this year's city examination? You mean young Master Su Ming? Yes, he is indeed taking part in this year's city examination, Enku replied with a smile. Quick, dispatch someone to check on him. I want to know if my grandson has inherited his father's foolishness and cheated. Su Zhentian urged Enku anxiously. In his mind, Su Ming was no better than Su Yuan. It was entirely possible he might commit a foolish act like cheating. Sir, rest assured. We have people monitoring all Su family participants in the city examination. Thus far, there has been no information suggesting any cheating, Enku respectfully replied. Hearing Enku's reassurance, Su Zhentian felt a slight relief and muttered, "Damn it, this is for the best. I will be driven to my grave by these little rascals. Always cleaning up their mess, sir. Every generation has its own blessings. You have done enough," Enku said with a smile. Sigh. Su Zhentian sighed deeply. The following morning, Su Ming lay in bed in a deep slumber, still fatigued from yesterday's city examination. However, the cacophony of noise roused him from his sleep. He opened his eyes, sighed, and wore an expression of resignation as he muttered, "Why is it so noisy so early in the morning?" He grabbed his phone, slipped on his slippers, and exited his room, making his way to the balcony on the second floor. Soon, Su Ming reached the balcony, leaning against the white metallic railing, gazing down into the courtyard. To his surprise, he saw a middle-aged man in a black suit, broad-faced and with thick eyebrows, seething with anger, alongside a fair-skinned lady with curly brown hair dressed in a black dress, engaged in a heated argument with Su Yuan and Zhao Ning. This couple was none other than Zhang Tai's parents, Zhang Gu and Zhou Qing. "You Su family have caused the death of our son. It is because of you that he missed the city examination. Do you understand how serious this is? What do you mean death? Why did your son miss the examination? Surely, you must have some awareness of the circumstances. I have yet to cause you any trouble." Zhao Ning, like a shrew, scolded without regard for her image, exclaiming, "Your son has had people block my son twice. What do you intend to do?" Su Yuan, equally indignant, retorted, "If there are grievances, why not come to us? At worst, we could compensate you with some money. Must you insist on capturing someone on the day of the city examination? You clearly do not take me seriously." Zhang Gu, consumed by fury, shouted, displaying no decorum whatsoever. His anger was not without cause. Missing the city examination was akin to a catastrophic disaster, a fate that could indeed ruin one's life. "Do we covet your money? Your son is a son. But ours is not. Can you not educate your children? If you cannot, we shall assist you in teaching them." Zhao Ning pointedly accused Zhang Gu and his wife. You have the audacity. I am about to be promoted and become Lord Zhao's assistant. You shall see what becomes of you then." Zhang Gu was equally enraged. "Is a promotion so impressive? The Zhang family is formidable. Do you think the Su family is to be trifled with? Who fears whom?" Su Yuan, too, displayed rare resolve. "Very well, let us see how this unfolds." With a flourish of his sleeve, Zhang Gu turned to leave. "Get lost. Do not let us see you again. You are not welcome here." Su Yuan shouted at Zhang Gu and his wife. Observing this scene, Su Ming could not help but smile wryly before turning to descend the stairs. Soon, he arrived in the courtyard, where Zhao Ning, upon seeing Su Ming emerge, asked with concern, "Son, did they disturb you?" "It's nothing. Who were those two just now?" Su Ming inquired. "The parents of Zhang Tai, who came early this morning to defend their son. But do not worry, son. Their son is in dire straits. That little rascal is still detained at the guard station, and he missed the city examination. He will certainly face severe consequences." Zhao Ning spoke with a decidedly harsh tone. "Dear, I have heard from friends that Zhang Gu is seeking connections and requesting assistance from his family. It is possible he may manage to resolve this." Su Yuan expressed his concerns. "Fear not. In the past, their connections may have been effective. Unfortunately, this time it is the royal court's teaching group overseeing the city examination, and they will not extend favors to anyone. Their connections will undoubtedly be futile. Moreover, as long as we remain steadfast and refuse to reconcile, leaving a record of that little rascal's misdeeds, he will have no chance of recovery. You make a valid point. You are indeed clever. My dear, Su Yuan readily agreed. Father, mother, will the Zhang family simply let this go? Su Ming asked, somewhat apprehensive. Do not fear, son. Our Su family is not to be trifled with. However, you must be cautious. The Zhang family is quite devious and will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. Therefore, you should remain at home for the time being and avoid going out, Su Yuan advised his son, displaying unexpected sagacity. Upon hearing his father's words, Su Ming felt a twinge of worry. Although he would be on break after the city examination, he had plans for his vacation. This incident would hinder his ability to go out. Son, be obedient. The atmosphere is tense right now, so do not venture outside, Zhao Ning gently urged, noticing Su Ming's silence. Indeed, son, do not be headstrong at this time, Su Yuan added, anxiety evident in his tone, fearing Su Ming would disregard their advice and insist on going out. Just then, the doorbell rang once more. Ding, who is it? This is incessant in the early morning, Su Yuan exclaimed, irritation lacing his voice as he turned to shout. However, when he looked towards the door, he was momentarily taken aback. A young girl stood there. Clad in a blue lace dress, her cascading black hair gracefully resting on her shoulders, her eyes sparkling with clarity, her delicate nose and rosy lips contributing to her stunning beauty. Zhao Ning's eyes lit up instantly as she approached warmly. You must be Lin Chuyu, here to see Su Ming? Yes, aunt, Lin Chuyu replied politely. Come in. Zhao Ning eagerly invited her inside. As for the author's note, the book will be available for purchase tomorrow at noon. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my friends for their support, as well as to my editor, Lu Ming, for their assistance. Thank you. As for updates, the book will start with 10 chapters, with a minimum of 6,000 words guaranteed. As the author is a part-timer and not full-time, work commitments can be demanding, and my health has been somewhat strained over time, so I ask for your understanding. However, rest assured, my integrity as an author is sound, and I will not abandon the story or cease updates. Additionally, I am merely an entertainment author. If my writing is lacking, I hope for your indulgence. Should any issues arise, I will rectify them promptly. A special thanks to those who have helped me correct errors along the way. I am immensely grateful. Lastly, I appreciate all the readers who have accompanied me on this journey. I extend my greetings to you all. Thank you. Upon seeing Lin Chuyu's visit, Su Ming was taken aback, though he remained composed, unlike his parents. Classmate Su Ming, Lin Chuyu greeted him as she entered. Chuyu, you are here. Please, have a seat, Su Ming said with a friendly demeanor. No, I have matters to attend to, so I shall leave shortly. I came to give you something, Lin Chuyu replied, producing 2 envelopes, one thick and one thin, and handing them to Su Ming. All right, I shan't keep you, he said as he accepted them. This moment, Lin Chuyu turned to Su Yuan and Zhao Ning, offering a polite bow. Uncle, aunt, I must take my leave. You are leaving so soon? Won't you stay for a while? Where are you headed? I can have the driver take you, Su Yuan quickly said. Yes, Zhao Ning, increasingly fond of Lin Chuyu, noted her beauty and gracious demeanor, understanding why her son was so captivated. Thank you, uncle and aunt, but I truly have matters to attend to, so I will not impose. Lin Chuyu politely declined. All right, son, you should see her off, Zhao Ning urged Su Ming. He stepped forward and said, Chuyu, allow me to escort you. Lin Chuyu did not refuse and followed him outside. Soon, they reached the entrance, where Lin Chuyu paused and smiled. Su Ming, this is far enough. Yes, take care on your journey. Thank you, and by the way, I appreciate your help with the city examination. There's no need for such formality. If we're being honest, I owe you my thanks as well, Su Ming replied with a wry smile. Lin Chuyu nodded slightly and then turned to leave. Su Ming stood at the door, watching her figure recede into the distance. Once she was out of sight, he turned to re-enter the house. At that moment, Su Yuan and Zhao Ning approached him, their expressions full of curiosity. Son, is that a letter you have there? It seems so. Su Ming glanced at them and replied. Quick, open it and let us see. Su Yuan eagerly urged him, noticing the intensity of their gaze on the envelope. Su Ming understood their desire to see its contents and smiled in response. Curious to see? Yes, yes. They both nodded excitedly. No, Su Ming shook his head in refusal, then strode into his room, closing the door behind him. Son, don't. We can help you analyze it. Su Yuan and Zhao Ning hurriedly followed him. They trailed him to the door of his room. Do not follow me. I want to show you I have my own privacy, Su Ming said, turning to them before entering and shutting the door firmly. Yuan and Zhao Ning exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of helplessness and understanding. Their son had grown up and had secrets of his own. Just then, the door swung open again, and Su Ming poked his head out. "Son, have you changed your mind and decided to share?" Su Yuan asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. "No, I just wanted to remind you not to peek," Su Ming said before closing the door once more. Inside the room, Su Ming approached his desk with the 2 envelopes. He first opened the thick envelope to find 12,100 federal coins inside. While he was not particularly surprised by the amount, knowing Lin Chuyu's character, he had expected she would not simply repay him at the rate of 100 federal coins per hour. He set the money aside and focused on the second envelope, which held greater significance. Curiosity piqued, he picked it up, only to find his hands trembling uncontrollably. What was happening? Su Ming was astonished by the intensity of his body's reaction. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to steady his shaking hands. Though with little success, he could only manage to open the envelope with trembling fingers, revealing a beautifully crafted pink letter filled with elegant handwriting. "Dear Su Ming, I regret not having noticed your letter due to the special training and various circumstances last time. I have taken the liberty to write this letter as a formal reply. Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude for your affection. You are truly a remarkable person. You are kind, brave, and sincere, much like the gentle sun in the midst of winter. However, I find myself bound by my own circumstances and the pursuit of my dreams, which is why I do not intend to engage in romantic feelings at this moment. Should the day come when I realize my aspirations, I shall earnestly consider the possibility. Thus, I hope we can cultivate a strong friendship, striving and progressing together. Naturally, I also wish for you to encounter another girl who can stir your heart and evoke your fondness." After a considerable time, Su Ming placed the envelope on the table, his hands gradually returning to normal, and the tumultuous beating of his heart calming. He gazed thoughtfully at the neatly arranged envelope. Now there were 2 pieces of news. The good news was that Lin Chuyu had responded to the previous love letter. The bad news, however, seemed to resemble a mere platonic card. Upon contemplating the notion of a platonic card, a peculiar expression crossed Su Ming's face, leaving him with a sense of discomfort. In her reply, Lin Chuyu mentioned her unavoidable dreams, which Su Ming perceived as somewhat of an excuse, although he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that she genuinely had aspirations to fulfill. Nonetheless, Su Ming held great admiration for Lin Chuyu. She was a beautiful girl, poised and gracious, deeply understanding of etiquette, imbued with a sense of justice, kindness, and courage. Not everyone possesses the audacity to save others amidst the high stakes of the city examination. Risking elimination was fundamentally challenging to pinpoint any flaws in Lin Chuyu. Never mind, he thought, shaking his head. The following morning, Su Ming lay on the ground, cradling his head with his hands as he exerted himself to perform sit-ups. 27:28 Before him, the wall projected images from a computer screen, showcasing recent trending events and features on the city examination. A short-haired, professionally dressed, and intellectually poised female host courteously inquired of the renowned educational expert. Mr. Nongs, what are your thoughts on the practical aspects of this city examination? So far, the old Federation has received numerous complaints from 16 districts. They believe this reform came as a surprise, leaving them utterly unprepared. Furthermore, due to the rudeness of the Royal Court Society, many students have been psychologically scarred, leading to subpar performances. Especially in the assessment of secondary subjects, the situation is utterly disastrous. Danny, regarding this city examination reform, I do not perceive any issues. On the contrary, I find it rather commendable, Mr. Nongs replied after a moment of contemplation. Is that truly the case? All secondary subject examinations across the 16 districts have resulted in failures. Many have openly stated online that this task is simply insurmountable, the host, Danny, retorted. Upon hearing this, Mr. Nongs chuckled and said, I have some footage of the 3 city successful examinations. Could you please display it? Certainly, Danny promptly complied. One by one, square images were projected onto the interview screen. Above the Manhattan Interstellar Military Airport, ships, driven by a determination to succeed, charged towards the airport's anti-air defenses, undeterred by the incoming fire. Simultaneously, countless mechas and drop pods descended from the sky like rain. Thanks to the fearless assault of the Vanguard fleet against the airport's defenses, the subsequent fleet successfully breached the fire net and launched a series of attacks on the military airport below. Numerous mechas and drop pods engaged in fierce combat with the airport's enemies as soon as they landed. This moment, Mr. Nong's elucidated. What we see now is footage from the city examination in Starlight City. They, too, participated in the assessment without prior knowledge, yet they succeeded, exceeding the deadline by an entire hour. Although the candidates from Starlight City initially experienced chaos, they quickly united and coordinated their efforts. It is true that some candidates met with unfortunate fates during the first wave, but it mattered little. They achieved success, and all received commendation points, alongside bonuses for collaborative combat. If they could triumph, why could the 16 districts not? The true issue does not lie in the examination's difficulty, but rather within the students themselves. I believe this is what the complainants ought to reflect upon. From time to time, Su Ming glanced at the interview footage, contemplating the city examination. He had not anticipated the high combat proficiency of the three cities. While not all candidates had unified their efforts, the vast majority directed their energies towards a common goal, significantly diminishing the task's difficulty. Given the number of candidates who successfully landed at the airport, even without advanced mechas, they could have easily overwhelmed that gun knight. Buzz at that moment, Su Ming's phone, resting on the bed, vibrated. He promptly ceased his sit-ups, rose to wipe the sweat from his forehead with a towel, and approached the bed to check his phone. 2 messages popped up, and he opened them one by one. Dear M. Art Su Ming, congratulations on your participation in the city examination, officially graduating from Valiant Intermediate Academy, and welcoming your holiday of freedom. The old Federation has issued you a holiday subsidy. Please be attentive to its receipt. Should you have any inquiries, you may consult the relevant departments. Dear M. Art Su Ming, your account has received a deposit of 5,000 federal coins, leaving a balance of 21,258,000 federal coins. After reading the messages, Su Ming set his phone down and retrieved a loose-fitting outfit from the wardrobe. Heading towards the bathroom, shortly thereafter, clad in comfortable casual attire, he made his way to the dining room for breakfast. He took a sip of the warmed milk, then picked up the newspaper resting on the table to see what news awaited him. Despite the technological advancements of this world, newspapers remained exceedingly popular, serving as a platform for important news and information. After all, with the threat of the mechanical race, sharing such details online was not particularly secure. Naturally, these newspapers were not made from wood fibers, but rather from mineral fibers, resulting in a slightly rougher texture. That moment, Yuan, dressed in a suit and sporting a bow tie, descended the spiral staircase. Ready to head out with a briefcase in hand, Su Ming quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, stood up, and followed Yuan. Son, why are you following me? Yuan inquired, puzzled by Su Ming's presence. Aren't you going to the garbage dump? Indeed. I'm coming with you, Su Ming stated simply. Upon reflection, he realized that while he could exercise at home with available equipment, he preferred not to work out in a confined space. Finding it rather dull, however, given the recent fallout with the Zhang family, the outside world felt unsafe, and he was not inclined to take risks. Thus, the best choice was to accompany Yuan to the garbage dump, a territory belonging to his family, ensuring its safety. Upon hearing Su Ming's intention to join him at the garbage dump, Yuan excitedly grasped Su Ming's arm, exclaiming, "Son, you've finally come around. You wish to take over the family business. I am truly overjoyed." Hearing his father's words, Su Ming's lips twitched slightly, and he inwardly sighed. His well-meaning father had misunderstood his intentions. However, Su Ming chose not to refute him. After all, should his own path lead to despair, returning to inherit the garbage dump would not be such a poor option. Thus, he addressed Yuan, "Father, shall we depart?" "Absolutely, let us go." Yuan led Su Ming out of the house. At that moment, a hovering vehicle was parked at the entrance, where an older gentleman, clad in white gloves, respectfully awaited them. Upon spotting Yuan and Su Ming, he promptly opened the rear door. Once they were seated, the driver swiftly returned to the driver's seat and inquired, "Sir, where shall we head?" "Sun Lin, to the company," Yuan replied cheerfully. "Understood." Sun Lin promptly started the vehicle and drove forward. Soon after, the black hovering car navigated the C12 expressway. Arriving at the lower city, as the vehicle emerged from the passage, the entire world underwent a dramatic transformation. Towering steel structures, densely packed together like pigeon towers, lined both sides of the roadway. The balconies of these structures were adorned with various articles of clothing. On the expressway's side streets, older model cars jostled for space, While the streets bustled with a throng of pedestrians, creating a lively atmosphere, Su Ming leaned against the window, gazing at the lower city. Momentarily lost in thought. At that juncture, Su Yuan addressed Sun Lin. Activate the vehicle's air purification system. The air quality is deteriorating. Certainly, sir. Sun Lin promptly complied. Su Yuan then turned to Su Ming, who was lost in contemplation by the window, and softly called out, Son? What is it? Nothing. I was merely concerned that you might not adapt well to the lower city since you have never visited before. This place is quite nice, although it's a bit crowded. It is quite lively, Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Hee, this is the most prosperous area of the lower city, so it appears tolerable. However, our family's garbage dump is somewhat remote, so there is still a bit of distance to cover. Su Yuan delicately introduced the surroundings, anxious that his son might find it unappealing. Not at all. It's quite good, Su Ming reassured, his expression unchanged. The hovering car sped along, increasingly distancing itself from the bustling city center. As Su Ming observed the changing architecture outside, he noticed that the further they traveled from the center, the greater the density of buildings became. Most structures appeared crowded and dilapidated, with many exteriors shedding their paint, revealing the exposed steel framework within. Chapter 77. The Garbage Dump. Additional update for Alliance leader Zhu Ingxian. At this point, the air quality continued to decline, and many pedestrians donned masks and similar protective gear. Moreover, Su Ming noticed lines of individuals queuing with various plastic containers in hand at some open spaces. At the end of the queue stood a water truck adorned with a red rescue emblem. At that moment, several children in line for water turned their heads to glance at the hovering car occupied by Su Ming, their vacant eyes betraying a hint of longing. Father, is the lower district severely lacking in water? Su Ming inquired calmly. It's not too bad. It rained not long ago during the rainy season, Su Yuan replied, giving it little thought. After a brief silence, Su Ming said to Su Yuan, Father, didn't you mention last time that you could obtain a mecha simulation training device? Of course, that's not a problem. But why do you want that? The exams are already over, Su Yuan responded casually. I want it, and if possible, the latest model would be best. All right, no problem. Just give your old man a little time. And I will definitely get it for you, Su Yuan replied with a sense of assurance. Thank you, Father. The reason Su Ming desired the cockpit was to train regularly. Although the city exams had concluded, it did not signify that everything was smooth sailing. After all, one's skills belonged to oneself, and striving to improve was undoubtedly a wise choice. Shortly thereafter, the black hovering vehicle arrived at the waste treatment facility. The layout of the waste site was rather simple. The outermost area consisted of office buildings, while inside were open sorting and storage areas, among others. The black hovering car soon came to a halt in front of the main office building. The main office building was square in shape, adorned with blue glass curtain walls, not particularly tall, standing at only 5 stories, around 20 meters. At that moment, Hu Jia hurried over, eagerly opening the car door. Sir, young master, you are here as well, Hu Jia exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Su Ming inside the car, recalling that Su Ming had never visited the company before. Su Ming nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Son, come with me. Your father will give you a proper tour of the company, Su Yuan said exuberantly to Su Ming. All right, Su Ming followed Su Yuan out of the CAR. Su Yuan led Su Ming into the company, with Hu Jia and several subordinates quickly trailing behind. The first floor of the company featured a spacious hall, surrounded by various rooms. The decor could be described as mediocre at best, consisting of the simplest industrial fittings, with the flooring laid with cheap square tiles. However, the number of employees in the hall was quite substantial. Upon seeing Su Yuan and his son, the employees bowed in greeting. Good morning, boss, and good morning to young master. Hu Jia promptly reminded the employees, anxious that they might overlook young master and displease both him and the boss. Good morning, young master. The employees on site hurriedly called out. Su Ming raised his hand, waving politely in response. Good morning, everyone. Su Yuan pointed towards a room on the west side, introducing it to Su Ming. Son, my office is on the first floor to the west. I've had the adjacent room tidied up for you. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback by Su Yuan's words. Typically, a boss's office is located upstairs, yet his father's office was on the first floor, indicating that his father preferred to avoid the elevator and stairs. Nevertheless, it was not a significant matter. Suddenly, he noticed a back door at the end of the hall, with many workers entering and exiting, and curiously inquired, Father, I see there's a back door ahead where many people are going in and out. Where does it lead? That's the sorting area, where the workers are busy. It's filthy, Yuan replied. Come to my office. Whatever you wish to learn, I will teach you hands-on. Of course, if you prefer not to learn just yet, you can enjoy the air conditioning or play some games, Yuan added with a smile. Su Ming followed Yuan towards the office. Soon, they entered the office, and Su Ming surveyed his father's workspace. The office spanned over 100 square meters, with iron cabinets lining the walls, filled with various documents. In the center was a 3-meter-long desk, equipped with a modern computer and some files. Additionally, the office was furnished with a sofa, a refrigerator, a private restroom, and even a bed for resting. Son, have a seat. Yuan beckoned Su Ming to the desk and settled into his executive chair. Su Ming sat down, finding it quite comfortable. Yuan then pulled out a report from the drawer and began to explain in detail. Son, this is our inventory list for the waste site. Let me tell you, the most important aspect of managing a waste site is to keep track of how much valuable stock we have. Su Ming listened, feeling overwhelmed, not because he couldn't understand, but because he found it uninteresting. Fortunately, at that moment, a dark-skinned, slender, shrewd-looking middle-aged man with sparse hair approached with a fawning demeanor. Boss. Zhang San, what's going on? Can't you see I'm teaching my son? Yuan replied impatiently. Zhang San hastily explained with a smile. Boss, the material prices we've quoted to clients have been deemed too high. They insist on discussing it with you in person. This client is newly developed, and we haven't worked with them before. They're here specifically to visit. Where are they? In the front hall. All right, I understand. Son, you stay here and play for a while. I'll come back after I finish this business. Yuan said, though disappointed, recognizing that business must take precedence. It's fine. You go ahead, Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Yuan then followed Zhang San out. Bored and restless, Su Ming sat in the office for over 20 minutes. Noticing Yuan hadn't returned, he decided to step out of the office and into the hall. He looked around but couldn't spot his father's figure, likely busy with the client. Thus, he made his way towards the back door. Employees he encountered greeted him with utmost respect. Although Su Ming had only been at the company for a short time, word had already spread. Soon, he passed through the back door into the sorting area, where countless heaps of garbage materials were piled high, having undergone several rounds of rough sorting. At that moment, hundreds of workers were engaged in manual secondary sorting and transportation. Due to the old Federation's prohibition on overly advanced technology, human labor was the only option. Although this resulted in reduced efficiency, it provided a means of livelihood for those at the bottom. Yet, even so, life remained exceedingly challenging for them. Observing the scene, Su Ming approached to inspect the piles of waste. As he walked, he paused in front of a heap of metal refuse, noticing that it resembled mecha parts. He couldn't help but think, this waste site truly has everything. Chapter 78, Little Ancestor, for the Alliance Leader. Jueying Xintian, an additional update. Su Ming pondered for a few seconds before stepping forward to lift a rusty bolt weighing over 20 pounds. Heavens, young master. What are you doing? The workers sorting and transporting the garbage were taken aback, rushing forward in a panic to inquire. Some were concerned that Su Ming might drop it on his foot, quickly preparing to assist. Just working, Su Ming explained calmly. You can't do that. How can we let you work? Exactly. What if you hurt yourself? The employees were all in a state of extreme alarm. Those working nearby also paused their tasks, gathering around to dissuade him. Su Ming found their concern overwhelming. Before long, Hu Jia rushed over, his expression one of sheer panic upon seeing Su Ming holding the bolt. Goodness, young master. Why are you lifting heavy objects? It's none of your concern, Su Ming replied helplessly. Oh, my little ancestor. You mustn't. What are you lot doing, allowing young master to work? Hu Jia was nearly in tears. The employees present felt equally helpless, unable to voice their frustrations. Meanwhile, Yuan was descending from the second floor with a middle-aged man in a suit. Followed closely by Zhang San and others, Yuan wore a broad smile as he said, Mr. Chun, rest assured, the quality of our goods is excellent. There will be no mixing of materials, Mr. Su. We have indeed heard of your company's reputation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have traveled such a distance, Mr. Chen replied with equal politeness. Just as Yuan was about to delve deeper into negotiations with Mr. Chun, he suddenly heard a commotion from the sorting area, causing his smile to falter. Hosting a client while chaos erupted behind him was not acceptable. Clearing his throat, he apologized. Mr. Chen, I apologize. There's a situation I must attend and I will return shortly, and no problem. Please take your time. Mr. Chun replied with a smile. Zhang Lan, please take Mr. Chun to tour our company. Certainly. A black-haired woman with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, dressed in professional attire, promptly responded. Once Zhang Lan had led Mr. Chun away, Su Yuan turned to Zhang San, his irritation evident. Zhang San, what is going on over there? It's utter chaos. I have no idea, Zhang San replied, equally displeased, mentally cursing the supervisor of the sorting area for causing such a ruckus. Let's go and see. Su Yuan, filled with frustration, made his way toward the back door. All right. Zhang San hurriedly followed. Soon, Su Yuan and Zhang San arrived at the sorting area, where they were met with the sight of Su Ming lifting materials. Su Yuan reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, rushing towards Su Ming in alarm. Son, what are you doing? I'm helping out, Su Ming said helplessly, thinking that lifting objects for some physical labor would provide effective training and break the monotony. No, son, go to the office and enjoy the air conditioning. Look over the reports, or at least play some games, Su Yuan urged, clearly distressed. No, father, please step aside and don't stop me. Su Ming's patience had reached its limit, prompting him to speak with utmost seriousness. Upon noticing Su Ming's growing anger, Su Yuan dared not to obstruct him forcefully and could only step aside. Su Ming, carrying the bolt, strode towards the nearby manual transport cart, engaging in the task with a semblance of diligence. Watching his son laboring, Su Yuan felt a tumult of anxiety. A foreboding sense washed over him. His son had suddenly come to the garbage dump and was behaving unusually, which suggested he had likely been provoked by something. At that moment, Hu Jia, filled with trepidation, inquired, Master, what shall we do now? Su Yuan, equally vexed, replied to Hu Jia and the others, What else can we do? You keep a close watch. If anything happens to my son, I will hold you accountable. Why yes, Hu Jia stammered, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. And what are you all doing standing around? Get back to work, Su Yuan shouted at the bewildered employees nearby. They promptly rushed to their tasks, fearing the brunt of his frustration. Boss, President Chun is still waiting, Zhang San said cautiously. Alas, Su Yuan sighed. Helplessly turning to leave, by midday, Su Ming was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Hu Jia, the supervisor, followed closely beside him, holding chilled bottled water and soda in anticipation. Noticing Su Ming pause, he promptly asked, Young master, would you like some water? Su Ming did not refuse, taking a bottle and gulping it down. After all, he was there to train, not to inflict suffering upon himself. At that moment, the garbage dump echoed with a ringing sound, prompting all workers to halt their activities. Su Ming turned to Hu Jia and queried, What is that bell for? It's noon. Time to rest and eat, Hu Jia explained with a smile. Where do they eat? There is a dedicated cafeteria to the right of the main building, which can accommodate up to 10,000 diners. Of course, you need not go there. You can return to your office and enjoy the air conditioning while I have someone bring food to you. Not at all. I prefer to eat in the cafeteria. It's more lively with everyone around. Su Ming declined Hu Jia's suggestion, and before the latter could respond, he followed the crowd towards the dining hall. Hu Jia, with a pained expression, hurried to keep up. Soon, Su Ming arrived at the first floor of the cafeteria, which was bustling with activity. The front section was where meals were served, while the rear was filled with simple long tables and benches. The seating was so close that when one sat down, their back would nearly touch the person behind them. At that moment, nearly every table was occupied, creating a sea of heads. Young master, this way. Hu Jia guided Su Ming to an empty table, typically reserved for supervisors like himself, which employees instinctively avoided. Once seated, a stout man in a white chef's uniform approached, carrying steaming dishes. He placed the food in front of Su Ming and obsequiously said, Young master, please try our cooking. If it doesn't suit your palate, do let us know. Very well, Su Ming replied, glancing at the dishes before him. A plate of greens, braised pork, and mashed potatoes. Enjoy your meal. The rotund chef said with a smile as he departed. As Su Ming picked up his chopsticks to begin eating, several employees passed by with their work meals. He glanced at their plates, which contained just 2 items. A mound of a sickly yellow mush, resembling synthetic paste, and a bowl of broth that had been slightly seasoned. Su Ming immediately set down his chopsticks, stood up, and surveyed the cafeteria. He realized everyone was eating the same fare. What's wrong? young master? Is it not to your liking? Hu Jia asked, puzzled by Su Ming's sudden rise. Ignoring Hu Jia, Su Ming picked up a spoon and approached an employee who was eating. He scooped a bite and tasted it. Yuck. Su Ming's expression contorted in disgust, and he promptly spit it out. The employee looked on in confusion. Go, continue eating. Hu Jia urged, waving the worker away. Su Ming, his expression shifting, asked, Hu Jia, is this what they eat? Hu Jia hesitated before responding, yes, this is how it usually is. Not a morsel of meat? Young master, how could there be meat? It's quite expensive. Just having something to eat is fortunate. And they even have soup. You must understand, in the lower city, even drinking water is a challenge, and many companies do not provide lunch. Su Ming inhaled deeply, astonished by the hardships endured by the workers. Then let us provide them with an extra meal, he proposed. That might be difficult. Meal costs are fixed, and the company was recently fined and had to pay significant compensation for deaths. Financially, it's quite challenging. Hu Jia explained, visibly distressed. With nearly 10,000 employees at the garbage dump, the thought of providing an additional meal was no trivial matter. I am aware of the company's financial woes. However, let us do this. I will personally cover the cost of this extra meal. It need not go through the company's accounts, Su Ming stated. If that is the case, then it's no problem. As long as you're happy, young master, Hu Jia quickly agreed. Give me your card number. Hu Jia promptly provided his card number, and Su Ming transferred 100,000 federal coins to him. Regardless of the situation, it was likely he would be spending the next year at the garbage dump training. Thus, fostering good relations with the employees was of utmost importance. I've received it. Young master, I'll arrange it right away, Hu Jia said, glancing excitedly at the moneyed. Go ahead, Su Ming gestured, then resumed his meal. The next morning, Su Ming accompanied Su Yuan back to the garbage dump, hurrying to the sorting area to lift items. Although the employees were still surprised, they had somewhat grown accustomed to Su Ming's presence after he had worked the entire day before. Hu Jia, however, was at a loss, unable to accomplish anything other than watching Su Ming. Son, train well. I have matters to attend to, Su Yuan encouraged with a smile as he observed Su Ming begin to lift items. Go ahead, don't mind me, Su Ming replied dismissively. Su Yuan then turned to leave, but once he was out of sight, he dashed towards the entrance. Soon, he reached the hovering vehicle parked at the entrance. Master, Sun Lin inquired, bewildered. Quickly, take me home, Su Yuan hurriedly called out. Sun Lin pressed the accelerator, driving away swiftly. Before long, Su Yuan rushed home in a frenzy. Master, you're back? Chen Hui greeted in surprise. Sure, don't let anyone know you've seen me, Su Yuan replied before hastily ascending the stairs. He soon arrived at Su Ming's room, cautiously opening the door as if he were a thief, tiptoeing inside. He was exceedingly careful, wary of disturbing anything in the room. Where is it? Su Yuan glanced around. At that moment, he spotted 2 opened envelopes on the desk, and his heart leapt with joy as he approached. Just as he reached for the letters, a hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder from behind. Ah! Su Yuan yelped in shock, instinctively shouting. The person who startled him, Zhao Ning, also gasped in surprise. Turning to see Zhao Ning, Su Yuan exhaled in relief. Wife, what are you doing here? Have you lost your mind? Shouting like that? Zhao Ning retorted. It's not my fault you scared me. But, dear, why are you in our son's room? And why are you here? She countered. Su Yuan's expression froze for a moment. And then he awkwardly explained, something seems off with our son. He's working at the garbage dump now, likely provoked by something. I just wanted to see what those letters say. I've heard about it too. Let us see them, Zhao Ning urged. Su Yuan carefully retrieved the letters from the envelopes, and they leaned in together to read, only to feel their hearts sink further. Dear, why does this letter look like a good person card? Su Yuan exclaimed anxiously. It doesn't just look like one. It is one. Quickly, let us see what the other letter says, Zhao Ning urged impatiently. Su Yuan hastily opened the second envelope, revealing a stack of cash. And he grimaced. It's over, it's over. This letter contains money. It's clearly a gift our son sent someone, and they returned the money to him. No wonder he's been acting so strangely. We must have a serious talk with him tonight. We need to keep a close eye on him. We can't let him fall into despair again, Zhao Ning said, her voice filled with urgency. Understood. Su Yuan nodded vigorously. 18 noon, at the Yuan garbage disposal site, Su Ming returned to the cafeteria for another meal. The cafeteria was as bustling as ever, with workers lining up to receive their meals. The cafeteria staff brought out several stainless steel barrels, and upon lifting the lids, the aroma of braised meat wafted through the air. Meat? Surely, I'm not mistaken. There's actually meat today? What's going on? Could it be that they're planning to lay off workers? The initial reaction of the employees was one of astonishment, quickly followed by anxiety. They were all too aware that the recent Kirami invasion had inflicted severe losses on the company, leaving its financial situation precarious. In an instant, the entire cafeteria erupted into chaos. Silence! Silence! Hu Jia called out, brandishing a loudspeaker. The raucous scene fell abruptly quiet, and Hu Jia promptly addressed the crowd with a booming voice. Stop your wild conjectures. Today, we are treating everyone to a feast, and there will be ample meat for all. He continued, this generous meal is personally funded by the young master, so let us express our gratitude. Thank you, young master. The employees, upon hearing this, erupted in joyous exclamations. Observing their reaction, Su Ming could not help but let out a faint sigh. How grim the times have become. One must remember, this is the main star. Yet, upon further reflection, it cannot entirely be blamed on the Federation. It largely pertains to the planet's environment. Who knows how dire the external conditions have turned? A first-hand look is necessary to grasp the reality. After all, he had not ventured up there for many years, relying only on images and information to understand the situation. Chapter 80. Misunderstanding, for the Alliance Leader, Zhuiying Xintian, an additional chapter, 6th update. At that moment, Zhang San, witnessing the cafeteria's feast and Hu Jia's announcement, cunningly slipped away. He sought a secluded spot and dialed Su Yuan. The call connected swiftly, and Su Yuan's impatient voice came through. What is it? Boss, there's a problem. The young master is lavishly treating all employees to a meal, and this extravagant display is quite inappropriate. The company cannot be managed this way, Zhang San remarked, feigning concern for Su Ming. Nonsense. What do you understand? This is a way to win people's hearts, do you comprehend? He is set to take over the company. Su Yuan rebuked Zhang San vehemently. I see. The young master is indeed thoughtful. I was short-sighted. Zhang San awkwardly conceded. No matter. Do not bother me again. Su Yuan abruptly hung up. As evening descended, in the villa's dining room, Su Ming sat at the table, savoring his dinner leisurely. Su Yuan and Zhao Ning sat on either side of him, neither partaking in their meals, instead gazing at him with cheerful smiles. Why are you both staring at me? Su Ming inquired, puzzled. No reason, son. How have you been adjusting to the company lately? Su Yuan asked with a grin. Quite well, though it would be better if you didn't keep staring at me, Su Ming suggested after a moment's thought. Such trivial matters. Listen to me, son. The world is filled with beautiful women. There is no need to sacrifice the entire forest for a single tree, Su Yuan advised cautiously. Indeed, son, your father speaks wisely. If you have a preferred type, you can tell your mother, and she can make introductions. By the way, there's a distant cousin of yours, around your age, and I've heard she is exceptionally beautiful. I'll introduce you soon. Zhao Ning added more directly. Su Ming looked at Su Yuan and Zhao Ning with a perplexed expression. He could clearly sense their unusual demeanor today. They would typically not be so eager to set him up with someone. Could it be that they had been snooping through his letters? With that thought, Su Ming set down his chopsticks and declared, I'm full. I'll head back to my room now. After speaking, he left the dining table and made his way towards the staircase. Son, stay a bit longer. Don't rush off, Zhao Ning called after him. Yes, let us chat for a while. Su Yuan nervously chimed in. No, thank you. Growing more certain that something was amiss, Su Ming quickened his pace upstairs. Soon, he returned to his room and glanced around at the furnishings, which appeared largely unchanged since his departure. However, when his gaze fell upon his desk, he immediately sensed something was off. Approaching the desk, he scrutinized the positioning of two envelopes. While the general placement seemed correct, it was evident they had been tampered with. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, revealing a look of exasperation. It was one thing for Su Yuan and Zhao Ning to snoop through his letters, but it was another to misunderstand them. Given the current situation, he doubted any explanation would suffice. Sighing deeply, he lamented, this holiday is unlikely to be peaceful. 1 year later, in a luxurious and elegant corner of the villa, a black sandalwood vanity stood adorned with a finely crafted mirror, its surface cluttered with various cosmetics and jewelry boxes. Through the mirror, one could see a tall young man with fair skin and striking features. Dressed in a simple white shirt and tailored black trousers, seated in a chair, this moment, Zhao Ning stood behind him, diligently applying toner to Su Ming's face. "Mother, is it almost done?" Su Ming asked, his body somewhat stiff. "Almost, just bear with me a little longer," Zhao Ning replied, picking up hair gel and spraying it onto Su Ming's hair, deftly styling it. "Mother, that's enough." Su Ming took a deep breath and forced a smile. "That will not suffice. My son is so handsome. Of course, he must be well presented. Today is a day for celebration. We must be formal," Zhao Ning said affectionately to Su Ming. "All right," Su Ming reluctantly complied, enduring the process. However, after finishing his hair, Zhao Ning continued by taking a lip balm and applying it to Su Ming's lips. Su Ming could barely contain himself, exclaiming, "Mother, I'm a man. I don't need lip gloss. That's for women. This is lip balm. Just a dab will do. It prevents dryness and adds a sheen," Zhao Ning joyfully responded, surprised by how handsome her son had become after losing weight. He resembled her dream lover. Su Ming felt on the verge of collapse. He had never experienced such torment, not even when chased by Karami. Yet, to avoid dampening Zhao Ning's spirits, he could only reply feebly, "Fine, fine, fine." And at that moment, Su Yuan eagerly entered, dressed in his favorite black and gold suit, complete with a flamboyant tie. "Son, are you ready? The car is all set. What is the hurry? Can't you see I'm helping my son get ready?" Zhao Ning chided. "All right, I'll wait here." Su Yuan quickly fell silent, obediently standing aside. Not daring to disrupt Zhao Ning's enthusiasm, Su Ming inwardly sighed, believing he was finally about to be freed, only to find that his father was truly a liability. Half an hour later, Su Ming settled into the car, with Su Yuan and Zhao Ning flanking him. "Son, don't be nervous. We believe you will achieve excellent results," they both said confidently. "I hope so." Su Ming replied, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, curious to see how well he would perform after a month of cramming. Shortly thereafter, the black hover car arrived at the entrance of Valiant Intermediate Academy. The entrance was adorned with colorful ribbons and balloons, creating a celebratory atmosphere. To the right, a 5-meter-tall red banner proclaimed the honor roll, although no names were inscribed yet, as the results had yet to be announced. The entrance was lined with an array of luxury vehicles, with numerous parents accompanying their children, excitedly entering the academy. As the three of them stepped out of the car and approached the entrance, they noticed a vibrant red carpet leading inside, extending all the way to the playground, with everyone following it. The results were to be announced on the school playground. Su Ming and his parents joined the throng, quickly making their way to the playground, which was already teeming with students, parents, teachers, and administrative officials from the 13th District. Chapter 81. Special Admission, for the Alliance Leader, Zhuiying Xiantian, an additional chapter, 7th update, of course. None of this was the main focus. What truly mattered were the two sides of the playground. On the left side, a series of sunshades had been erected, under which tables were set up, staffed by admissions officers from various prestigious colleges of the old Federation. Once the results were announced, aside from Royal Court Academy, which automatically accepted students, the other colleges would require on-site applications. Additionally, there was an admissions office for Royal Court Academy, specifically for processing the enrollment of accepted candidates. On the right side of the playground, similar sunshades and tables were set up, but instead of admissions officers, there were burly soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor. Before them lay sealed boxes containing red and black lottery sticks. Those who failed the exam had to draw from these boxes, with no escape possible. Their presence instilled a profound psychological pressure among the candidates present. The playground was bustling with activity, filled with people in the admissions area and various corners, yet the recruitment area remained eerily empty. Everyone instinctively kept their distance, afraid of catching the eye of the military officers. Fearing the worst, "Dear, I can feel my heart racing. I'm so nervous." Su Yuan trembled at the sight of the imposing soldiers, recalling his own exam experience. He had only scored 121 points, barely avoiding disaster. "Can't you be a bit more composed? Our son isn't nearly as nervous as you are," Zhao Ning reproached him. Su Ming, however, appeared remarkably calm, scanning the crowd in search of his classmates. Soon, he spotted Chen Tong chatting with Ming Ku and Zhao Ran not far away. "Father, mother," Su Ming called out to his parents. "You may wander about for a while I catch up with my friends." "All right, off you go." Zhao Ning immediately nodded in agreement. Su Ming then made his way towards Chen Tong and the others. At this moment, with a heavy heart, Chen Tong inquired of Ming Ku, "Ming Ku, do you have any confidence?" "How could I possibly have confidence? I'm utterly panicked right now. To be honest, I've been suffering from insomnia for the past half-month, and every time I doze off, I dream of failing the exams, particularly the secondary subject exams, which have turned into complete chaos. It's all right. As long as you perform well in the core subjects, MY scores in the secondary subjects are decent. But I doubt I'll even pass, Chen Tong replied, equally troubled. He knew his scores in the core subjects would be dismal, and his only hope lay in the secondary subjects, which seemed out of reach for him. Frankly, when Su Ming had taken down the third-generation Mech Knight, they could have joyfully begun accumulating points. However, they never anticipated encountering such a monstrous opponent, which swiftly obliterated them all. Just then, a voice interjected. Hey, what are you guys chatting about? Chun Tong turned to Su Ming, responding irritably, Who are you? Do we know you? Ming Ku and Zhao Ran also looked at Su Ming in confusion. They were certain they had never seen this person before. Yet he somehow seemed familiar. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a smile. It's only been a year since we last met, and you don't recognize me? Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Chen Tong was also taken aback. He felt that voice was strikingly familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it that moment. Zhao Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at Su Ming, exclaiming, You must be Su Ming, right? The moment those words left her mouth, both Chun Tong and Ming Ku stared at Su Ming in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Indeed, it's me, Su Ming replied with a cheerful grin. Wow, you've actually slimmed down, quite impressive, Chun Tong exclaimed, his surprise evident. Ming Ku, equally astonished, asked, Su Ming, how did you lose weight? You didn't undergo surgery, did you? Surgery? No, it's all from working out. Look, Su Ming lifted his shirt to reveal his 8-pack abs and gave them a pat. Wow, let me touch it. Zhao Ran excitedly reached out her hand, eager to feel his abs. Su Ming instantly felt awkward, hastily lowering his shirt and stepping back, saying, No. Haha. Ming Ku chuckled at the scene. Don't be so stingy. Zhao Ran was still somewhat reluctant, clearly wanting to touch them. Enough joking around, by the way, why haven't we seen Teacher Tang? Su Ming smiled as he shifted the topic. Oh, Teacher Tang? He was sent by that unscrupulous principal to sort out some documents. Before he left, he entrusted everything to me, telling me to call him if anything came up. Ming Ku replied, visibly irritated. Ah, that explains it, and no wonder we haven't seen him. Su Ming nodded in understanding. Just then, a voice testing a microphone rang out. Hello, can you hear me? Su Ming and the others turned their attention to the center of the playground, where a podium had been set up. They saw Principal Luoqin holding a microphone, smiling as he began, Everyone, please quiet down. There is still a bit of time before the results are announced. Let me say a few words first. Firstly, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to one of our students, who, under our school's diligent guidance, has been specially recruited by the Royal Court Academy due to her outstanding performance. This is a tremendous honor for our school. Wow, who is it? Someone got specially recruited? Many students and parents in the audience erupted in excitement. Seeing such a spirited reaction, Principal Luoqin continued with a smile, This student is Lin Chuyu from our Mech Class 1. Please give her a round of applause to show our congratulations. After announcing this, he immediately led the applause, with the audience joining in, buzzing about the news. Wow, her future is limitless. Truly remarkable. It seems the admission standards for Mayan Academy will be raised yet again this year. Su Ming remarked in astonishment, conversing with Chen Tong and the others. Lin Chuyu got specially recruited? No way. You didn't keep up with her? Chun Tong and the others exclaimed in surprise. No, I didn't know. Is there a problem with that? Su Ming had spent the entire year either training at the junkyard in the lower city or in the simulation chamber. Aside from the occasional phone call with Chen Tong and the others, he hadn't paid attention to anything else, which felt a bit odd to him. By the way, why didn't she come up to the podium? She left already, after being noticed by General Amuse. She departed for Starlight City the very next day, Chun Tong explained. Su Ming pondered upon hearing this. She left the day after delivering my letter. So that means she departed quite promptly, he then asked. Was she specially recruited from the inner school or the outer school? Outer school. However, being specially recruited from the outer school gives her a strong chance of entering the inner school, as she essentially becomes a direct student of General Amuse. The reason she left for Starlight City so early was to undergo private training with him, Chen Tong said, filled with envy. That's quite good, Su Ming replied with a smile. While Su Ming and the others were enjoying their conversation, they suddenly spotted Zhang Tai and Li Fubai standing not far away, engaged in a conversation. "How are things going for you now? Have you found a way out?" Li Fubai asked, his expression grim. "Damn it! What else can I say? That fatso Su Ming pulled a fast one on me. I'm completely at a loss. The royal court church is showing no mercy. I can only draw a red or black sign. I must draw a red sign to buy myself a year to think of a new plan," Zhang Tai said, his face contorted with frustration. "Well, it seems you can only rely on luck now. What about you? Do you have any confidence in getting into the Royal Court Academy? I was quite confident, but I was also outmaneuvered by that guy Su Ming. And he did it so cleverly that my appeal was outright rejected." Li Fubai said, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip water. "Are you just going to let it go like that?" Zhang Tai glared at Li Fubai in anger. Just then, a calm voice interrupted. "What's the matter? Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" Zhang Tai and Li Fubai furrowed their brows and turned to see Su Ming, Chun Tong, and Ming Ku approaching. They were close enough to hear every word of their conversation. "Who are you?" Zhang Tai snapped irritably that I'm Su Ming. "What's wrong? You don't recognize me?" Su Ming smiled at Zhang Tai. Instantly, Zhang Tai recognized him, his anger flaring as he clenched his fists. "You're asking for trouble, coming here." "What? You want to fight me? Go ahead and try." Su Ming replied with a smile. Previously, he had been out of shape. But now that he had slimmed down and his physical fitness was gradually improving, he no longer feared fighting, even if confronted. Zhang Tai felt a surge of agitation at Su Ming's provocation. However, Li Fubai beside him placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't be impulsive. Have you gone soft?" Zhang Tai glared at Li Fubai that you're about to draw a red or black sign. "Don't stir up trouble," Li Fubai rationally advised him. His restraint was due to the fact that the Su family had already found evidence against him regarding Su Ming and was seeking retribution, leaving him in a precarious situation. Just you wait. We're not done here." Zhang Tai shot Su Ming a threatening remark before leaving with Li Fubai. "Pfft, who cares?" Chun Tong spat on the ground as he watched them depart. Su Ming smiled at Chun Tong, saying, "I'm not even angry. Why are you?" "Nonsense. I got beaten up by him too," Chun Tong retorted with annoyance. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's smile faltered slightly, and he awkwardly replied, "That was a mistake." Just then, Principal Luoqin cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone again. "Everyone, please quiet down. Now, I ask all students to return to their parents. In 10 minutes, the results will be revealed, and they will be projected directly onto the screen behind me." Upon hearing Principal Luoqin's words, Ming Ku and the others said to Su Ming, "We're heading back now." "All right, we'll chat later." Su Ming nodded and turned to walk towards Su Yuan and Zhao Ning. The reason Principal Luoqin asked all students to return to their parents was quite simple. He was concerned that, upon the announcement of the results, some might not withstand the shock to at that moment. Having someone by their side for support was crucial, especially since the number of doctors and teachers present was limited. Soon, most of the students had returned to their parents' sides. After Principal Luoqin finished speaking, he waved his hand and formally announced, "We are now entering the most important moment. Let's activate the projection equipment." In an instant, a massive virtual projection appeared on the podium, and the countdown of fate began. 59 seconds, 51 seconds. The once noisy playground fell silent, as everyone held their breath, anxiously staring at the projection screen. As the countdown approached 10 seconds, Su Ming felt a twinge of nervousness himself, mainly due to his uncertainty. When the countdown reached 0, a flurry of names and scores appeared, arranged from highest to lowest. "It's here! Quickly find our son's name." Su Yuan and Zhao Ning were on edge, immediately searching above the 120-point threshold for Su Ming's name. Su Ming gazed at the first place. Lin Chuyu, whose comprehensive score was 274, with a Mecha auxiliary score of 63, including 30 points for performance. The second place was Li Fubai, with a comprehensive score of 272 and a Mecha auxiliary score of 43. In third place was Zhou Yu, with a comprehensive score of 263 and a command auxiliary score of 20, including 10 points for performance. Fourth place was Sun Yu, with a comprehensive score of 243 and a Mecha auxiliary score of 49, including 20 points for performance. In seventh place was Su Ming, with a comprehensive score of 218 and a Mecha auxiliary score of 50. In 336th place was Ming Ku, with a comprehensive score of 167 and a Mecha auxiliary score of 23, including 13 points for performance. In 267th place was Chen Tong, with a comprehensive score of 151 and a Mecha auxiliary score of 47, including 20 points for performance. The moment Su Ming beheld his results, a wave of despondency washed over him. He sighed inwardly, realizing he had ultimately failed the exam. His comprehensive score fell short of 250, and his Mecha auxiliary score lacked performance points, standing at a mere 50. Though this result was somewhat expected, given the rushed month of preparation, achieving this level was commendable. Yet, he had still not been admitted to the Royal Court Academy. Wow, look at the auxiliary scores. Everyone received performance points. I got an additional 15 points. Why did I only receive 10 points? Exclaimed the surrounding students, all of whom were ecstatic. No one anticipated that the Royal Court Academy would relent, granting all candidates performance points. However, at that moment, Su Yuan and Zhao Ning felt a chill in their hearts as they scanned the list from the bottom up, failing to find Su Ming's name even in the 170-point range. It's over, Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Ning swiftly kicked Su Yuan, retorting angrily, "Shut up." Realizing his son was nearby, Su Yuan quickly silenced himself. Meanwhile, the playground was filled with a cacophony of cheers and cries of despair. "Haha, 120 points. I've passed the line. Ah, how could this be? It's over. I don't want to draw the red-black lot. Son, what's wrong? Doctor, doctor." The crowd on the playground erupted into chaos. Doctors rushed toward the panicking parents, expertly administering injections to the students who had fainted. Chapter 83. A Sure Thing. Additional chapter for the leader, Zhu Yingxian Tian. 9th update. Moreover, the most crucial point was that these unconscious students could not be sent to the hospital. They had to be revived on-site to draw lots, and only after that could they be attended to. Su Yuan and Zhao Ning anxiously turned their attention to Su Ming. Noticing his dejected expression, they hurried to console him. "Son, don't worry. If you didn't do well, we'll find a way to help you. Yes, if all else fails, I'll go home and take a good scolding," Su Yuan declared, resigned. Su Ming sighed. Adjusting his mindset before addressing Su Yuan and Zhao Ning, "It's all right. While I didn't perform well, I certainly didn't fail." "Huh? Son, you passed? We didn't see your score," Su Yuan asked, bewildered. "I came in 7th, Su Ming calmly replied. Su Yuan and Zhao Ning were immediately dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the 7th position, where they indeed saw Su Ming's name. "Heavens, did I not read that correctly? 218 points? 50 points? Haha, son, you've truly made me proud to see you score so highly," Su Yuan exclaimed, bouncing with joy like a child. Zhao Ning, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her son, choked up as she said, "Son, you've truly succeeded. How could you achieve such a score? You should see whose son you are." Su Yuan grinned widely. Zhao Ning shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "Stop being so self-absorbed. Thankfully, our son didn't inherit your traits, or he probably wouldn't have scored even 120 points. Dear, please don't say that," Su Yuan replied awkwardly. Su Ming let out a deep sigh and then said to Su Yuan and Zhao Ning, "Alas, this score isn't particularly good. After all, I still didn't get into the Royal Court Academy. Father, mother, I want to repeat the year." Zhao Ning was momentarily taken aback by Su Ming's desire to retake the year. Su Yuan scratched his head in confusion and said, "Son, there's no need for that. Your score is adequate." "Adequate?" Su Ming was taken aback, looking at Su Yuan in disbelief. "Even though you took the exam in District 13, your household registration has always been under the Su family in Starlight City. You only needed a score of 250 points, and you've just made it," Su Yuan explained to Su Ming. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression transformed into one of astonishment, hesitantly asking, "Is that really possible?" "Of course. Just look." Su Yuan pointed at the virtual projection screen. Su Ming turned his gaze back to the virtual projection screen, where suddenly both his and Lin Chuyu's names turned red, accompanied by a notification that read, "Admitted to the Royal Court Academy from an external school." Instantly, numerous gasps filled the playground. "Look, aside from Lin Chuyu, another student from our school has been admitted to the Royal Court Academy." "What the heck, Su Ming? Isn't he that fat kid who attempted suicide? No way, did he really score that high? But wait, his comprehensive and Mecha scores, while impressive, shouldn't he be enough for admission? How could he be accepted?" "Exactly, Li Fubai wasn't even admitted. Are you foolish? He must hold a household registration from the 3 cities." Principal Luokin was also taken aback by this scene, soon breaking into an ecstatic expression. "Haha, Our school has 2 students admitted to external schools. He had initially believed that the Royal Court Academy's monitoring of the examination would lead to disastrous results, and that having even Lin Chuyu admitted would be a stroke of luck. He never anticipated that there would be a dark horse in the mix. However, where there is joy, there is also anger. At that moment, Li Fubai stared at his score, then at Su Ming's, his whole body trembling. A middle-aged man beside him, dressed in a white suit and exuding an air of sophistication, furrowed his brow and said, "Son, what happened to your auxiliary score? Why didn't you pass?" "I don't know." Lin Chuyu passed. Yet my auxiliary score, which was clearly better than hers, received no performance points. "This is unfair. Father, you must help me appeal." Li Fubai frantically pleaded with Li Chengyan. "Don't worry. I'll inquire about it right away. There's an officer responsible for city examination-related issues over there. Let us go ask." Li Chengyan calmly reassured his son and led him toward the corner of the playground. Leo stood with a team of subordinates, responsible for handling all matters related to the announcement of scores. If anyone felt their scores were incorrect, they could report to them immediately. Soon, Li Chengyan and Li Fubai approached Leo and his team. Before Li Chengyan could speak, Li Fubai impatiently interjected, "I want to appeal. Why does everyone else have performance points, but I do not? Even if you can't match Lin Chuyu's performance points, just give me 17 points. And that would suffice, yes. Why does my son lack performance points? You must provide us with an explanation." Li Chengyan also felt quite indignant, as his son was evidently exceptional. Leo glanced at Li Fubai and coldly snorted. "I remember you. Your name is Li Fubai, correct?" "Yes," Li Fubai replied, momentarily taken aback. "You were the one who appealed to me previously, weren't you?" Leo inquired. "Yes, but that appeal was rejected, wasn't it?" Li Fubai felt an ominous premonition as he responded. "Let me clarify the reason. The last appeal was dismissed, but it wasn't entirely without consequence. General Amuse is extremely displeased with your and Su Ming's behavior of engaging in combat on the battlefield. And thus, both of your performance points have been completely revoked. However, you weren't particularly fortunate. That kid scored high due to the 3rd-generation Mecha, the Gun Knight, and with a household registration from the 3 cities. He got admitted. Therefore, you needn't appeal or question it. The decision regarding your performance point deduction is set by General Amuse, and no one can alter it," Leo stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Fubai felt as if he had been plunged into a frigid winter. His heart sank. In essence, Leo's words conveyed that Li Fubai's own appeal had effectively nullified his scores. Trembling, he turned to Li Chengyan, who coldly remarked, "You have greatly disappointed me with that." Li Chengyan angrily turned and left. "Father, please let me explain." Li Fubai hurriedly followed after him. Meanwhile, within the office building, Teacher Chun Yi and Teacher Tang Yin were busy organizing paper files. These documents were to follow the students' paths to various higher academies and military departments. "The scores are about to be released. Why aren't you going to take a look?" Tang Yin inquired with a smile. "It's a sure thing. What is there to see?" Teacher Chenny replied confidently. He only needed 2 more slots, and with Lin Chuyu already securing one, it was merely a matter of one of the others scoring well enough. Chapter 84. A surprise, additional chapter for the leader. Juing Xiantian, 10th update. "You are truly impressive." Tang Yin expressed his admiration for Chen Yi's confidence, though he could only respond awkwardly, suppressing his envy. "By the way, why aren't you going to check the scores?" Chen Yi inquired in return. "Oh, never mind. My students don't have anything noteworthy. They surely lack hope, so it's better not to see and not to worry," Tang Yin replied. Tang Yin expressed his deep frustration. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and a middle-aged man with thinning hair and black-framed glasses briskly entered. "Teacher Chun-Yi, you are here," he exclaimed. "Gao 1, what brings you here?" Chun-Yi replied with a hint of surprise. "Haha, of course, I came to congratulate you. The results are out. One of your students has been accepted into the Royal Court Academy," Gaowen said with a cheerful tone. Upon hearing Gaowen's words, Tang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Chun-Yi, still smiling, inquired, "How many were accepted?" "Just 1, Gaowen promptly replied. Chun-Yi's smile froze instantly, and he looked incredulously at Gaowen. "You can't be serious." "Only 1? "Yes, Lin Chuyu." "Her results have been announced," Gaowen said, glancing at Chen-Yi with curiosity. Chun-Yi's heart tightened painfully as he asked in disbelief, "How is it possible that Li Fubai didn't get in?" "No, his comprehensive score was sufficient, but didn't he file a complaint about Su Ming attacking him?" The authorities determined that both performed poorly and did not award any additional performance points. Hence his elective subject scores were insufficient. Leading to his failure, Yuan replied with a shake of his head, filled with regret. "Oh no." Chunyi exclaimed in anger, slamming his fist on the table, nearly bursting with frustration. He was so close to having enough slots filled. And yet this year only one student got accepted. Oh, don't be angry. It's all right. This year the Royal Court Academy's admission was particularly challenging. It's not unusual to not get in, besides, you still have one. Unlike me, who didn't get any. Just endure a few more years. You can keep me company, Tang Yin quickly interjected, attempting to soothe Chunyi. Chunyi took deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Responding dejectedly, sigh, "Just a little more, Teacher Chunyi, don't be upset. Teacher Tang Yin is right. Just hang in there for a few more years," Yuan chimed in, offering his congratulations to Tang Yin. "Congratulations for what?" Tang Yin asked, bewildered, not understanding what he had to be congratulated for. "Of course, it's for one of your class's students who also got into the Royal Court Academy. Isn't that surprising?" Yuan said with a broad smile. "How could that be? Don't tease me. Who from my class got accepted?" Tang Yin asked incredulously. "Su Ming." Yuan replied without hesitation. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Su Ming get in? He might not even qualify for an ordinary academy." Tang Yan's mind buzzed with disbelief. If it were Xu Ming, he might entertain a sliver of hope, but Su Ming was definitely not a candidate. "I'm serious. Why would I lie to you?" "If you don't believe me, go check for yourself," Yuan insisted earnestly. "What score did he achieve?" Tang Yin, increasingly anxious, pressed for details. "Comprehensive score of 218, with 50 in the elective subject. That's still not enough." "Oh, his household registration is from the third city. You truly hit the jackpot," Yuan said with a grin. Hearing this, Chunyi felt even more disheartened, nearly ready to spit blood. "Yuan, stay here with Chunyi to sort the files. I am going to check," Tang Yin instructed with excitement before rushing out. Soon, Tang Yin dashed to the playground and found the area where his class gathered. Just as he was about to approach, he saw his students, one by one, joyfully embracing their parents, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they cheered. Although their class's overall performance was lackluster, under his tutoring, many managed to scrape together the required 120 points. At that moment, Tang Yan's eyes glistened with emotion. He couldn't help but wipe the corner of his eye, choosing to stay back in the shadows, watching his students from afar. That moment. Su Yuan, immersed in extreme joy, danced and spoke to himself. "Haha, our ancestral grave has finally smoked. My son got into the Royal Court Academy." Su Ming smiled at the ecstatic Su Yuan, equally pleased, realizing he had unexpectedly gained admission to the Royal Court Academy in this manner. However, Zhao Ning quickly regained her composure, her expression turning anxious as she addressed Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, don't get too happy. Trouble has arisen?" "Huh? What trouble could there be? My son did so well, even if the garbage dump exploded." "It wouldn't matter." Su Yuan was completely overwhelmed by Jo White's Yu Ming, puzzled, glanced at Zhao Ning, sensing her sudden unease. Zhao Ning, irritated by Su Yuan's naivety, scolded, "Can you be any more foolish? Our son has been accepted into the Royal Court Academy, and it's the most sought-after Mecha class. He have to go to the battlefield?" Hearing Zhao Ning's words, Su Yuan's smile instantly faltered, and he started to panic in a way. "Can he switch majors?" "Switch majors? You think the Royal Court Academy is your family's school? The military doesn't necessarily want graduates from Mecha classes at other schools. They can recruit candidates from the old Federation. But the Mecha class from the Royal Court Academy is already reserved by major military divisions before graduation." Zhao Ning, extremely frustrated, berated Su Yuan. "What should we do? Should we just not let him attend?" Su Yuan, bewildered, said with a grim expression. Originally, he had hoped his son would score enough to pass, graduate, and return home to take over the family business, living a stable life. Little did he expect his son to do so well. "Not attend? First, let us not mention that the school won't allow it. Old Master won't agree either. It's all your fault for insisting he enroll in the Mecha class. I told you to let him pick a medical class. But you wouldn't listen." Although Zhao Ning wished for Su Ming to excel, her priority was her son's safety. "Oh, this can't be blamed on me. You know how much your son loves mechas. He only wanted to enroll in the Mecha class." Su Yuan defended himself, feeling wronged. Meanwhile, Su Ming sighed, knowing that Zhao Ning and Su Yuan were only concerned for his well-being, wanting him to have a secure future. Yet, he had come to this world with dreams of exploring the stars and oceans. Thus, he addressed Su Yuan and Zhao Ning, "Mother, don't blame father. I chose this path for myself." Zhao Ning, hearing Su Ming's words, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Just then, Chen Tong, Ming Ku, and others rushed towards Su Ming, excitedly exclaiming, "Su Ming, you actually got into the Royal Court Academy? You're amazing." "Yeah," Su Ming replied with a smile. Chapter 85, Digging the Wall, for the Alliance leader Zhu Ingxian Tian. An additional update, you're too inconsiderate, hiding your talents and scoring so high on the comprehensive exam, Mingku said enviously. "Just lucky, I happened to encounter questions I could solve," Su Ming humbly explained. At that moment, a very polite voice interrupted, "Excuse me, are you Su Ming?" Su Ming and his friends paused, turning to see a teacher in a blue suit with glasses, wearing a name tag, politely asking. "Yes, and you are?" Su Ming inquired with curiosity. "I am Gu Hai, an admissions officer from the Amidst Academy in the Rain City. I wonder if you would consider our academy. Our institution has excellent qualifications, and our Mecha program can compete with that of the Royal Court Academy. If you are willing to join us, not only will your tuition be fully covered, but we can also offer you a scholarship of 10 million Federation coins. And we are open to other requests as well." Teacher Gu Hai presented an incredibly generous offer. Wow, 10 million Federation coins. Zhao Ran and the others were astonished, having never seen such a sum of money. Upon hearing this, Su Ming quickly realized that this teacher Gu was attempting to poach him. The Amidst Academy was the best school in the Rain City, claiming to rival the Royal Court Academy. Although this was largely exaggerated, nonetheless, many were eager to apply. Before Su Ming could respond to Teacher Ge's invitation, a voice rang out from nearby. "Over here." Suddenly, a swarm of admissions officers rushed over. Before Su Ming could react, he found himself surrounded by numerous enthusiastic recruiters. "Hello, I am an admissions officer from the Sky City Bikuin Academy. Su Ming, please consider our school. The conditions are negotiable." "Hello, I am an admissions officer from the Starlight City Beijia Academy." The surrounding teachers eagerly highlighted their school's advantages. The students watching this scene were filled with envy. We still have to rely on our scores, hoping for a stroke of luck with each school. Look at them. They are surrounded by recruiters from the top 3 cities. Forget it. Don't be fooled by their popularity. Only a fool would give up the Royal Court Academy." Just then, a short admissions officer with 2 little mustaches struggled to squeeze through, repeatedly saying, "Excuse me, I am Zhao Lu, the admissions officer from the best school in the 13th District, Enkenra Academy, 13th District, go aside. We are from the top 3 cities." The other admissions officers pushed Zhao Lu out of the way. Zhao Lu stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance, a bitter smile spreading across his face. What a world! Recruiting on his home turf, only to be pushed out by others, especially when those pushing him away were all from the top 3 cities. He could hardly stand up to any of them. Yu Ming gazed calmly at the admissions officers, unfazed by their enticing offers. His ambition was unequivocal. He aimed for the Royal Court Academy. However, while Su Ming remained resolute, both Su Yuan and Zhao Ning were visibly stirred, though not for the sake of rewards. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Ning turned to Su Ming and suggested, "Son, I believe you should consider Enkenla Academy in District 13. Su Ming was taken aback by Zhao Ning's words, casting a surprised glance her way. "Why, mother?" he inquired. The disparity in prestige between the 2 institutions was stark, making Zhao Ning's counsel all the more unexpected. Observing her son, Zhao Ning revealed a complex expression. She understood that Su Ming's unwavering desire for the Royal Court Academy was likely driven by his pursuit of Lin Chuyu. Yet, as a mother, she had her own considerations. "Son, your father and I do not necessarily expect you to achieve great feats. We are more concerned with your well-being. If you choose to attend the Royal Court Academy in Starlight City, we would indeed be proud of you. However, your father and I may not be able to offer much assistance. The people there are predominantly affluent, and while the Su family has some standing, your father's influence is quite limited. Staying local would present a different scenario. We would have a say in many matters and could help you navigate challenges. Moreover, attending school locally would afford you greater options. Ultimately, the decision rests with you." "Yes, son, take some time to ponder this," Su Yuan chimed in. "I have already made up my mind. I will attend the Royal Court Academy," Su Ming asserted with unwavering conviction. Shaking his head, "Very well, my son has grown and can make his own choices." Zhao Ning sighed softly, ceasing her persuasion. Turning to the admissions officers present, Su Ming graciously stated, "I appreciate your kind offers. But my decision is final. You may disperse now, Su Ming. There is still time before the school year begins. Please consider this further. Should you change your mind, feel free to call me. Here is my business card. Gu Hai remarked regretfully, handing Su Ming a card. Indeed, do let us know at any time. Here is my card as well, another teacher added, followed by others who eagerly presented their cards to Su Ming. He accepted them all without refusal, and soon after, Gu Hai and the others departed. That moment, Ming Ku cheerfully addressed Su Ming. Since you have been accepted into the Royal Court Academy, shouldn't you treat us to a celebration? Absolutely, Su Ming replied with a smile. Son, I will book the finest hotel in District 13 right away. Su Yuan promptly offered, believing that such an occasion warranted a grand celebration. Ming could then turn to their classmates, suggesting, let us take this opportunity to gather together. Forget it. I still need to draw my lottery for the red and black cards, and I simply lack the inclination, some classmates responded, shaking their heads. I also need to discuss my school options with my family, so I won't be joining, another added, followed by several others who politely declined. Their reasons were straightforward. Some genuinely lacked the mood, while others, envious of Su Ming's achievements, preferred to abstain die in an instant. Only Chen Tong, Ming Ku, and Zhao Ran remained willing to gather. Let us just the four of us meet up, Su Ming proposed without pressure. Sounds good, Chen Tong and the others nodded in agreement. Father, how large of a private room should I book? Su Yuan inquired, glancing at the remaining three. Father, there's no need for you to worry. We will manage on our own. You and Mother should head back. I will join my classmates for a bit before returning home. Su Ming declined his father's generous offer. Very well, enjoy yourselves. We shall take our leave, Su Yuan and Zhao Ning agreed, departing without a hint of disappointment. Once Su Yuan and Zhao Ning had exited, Chen Tong turned to Su Ming. Since it's just us four, let us not go to a hotel. That would be rather dull. Then where shall we go? Su Ming pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Ming Ku's eyes brightened as he said, I know a great place. Where is it? Su Ming and Chen Tong asked, intrigued. As Ming Ku was about to elaborate, Zhao Ran suddenly noticed Principal Loken approaching with a throng of reporters and quickly alerted the group, we should leave. Principal Loken is coming with a lot of reporters. The four exchanged startled glances. Let us hurry. He is definitely here for Su Ming, and if he catches you, it will be a long ordeal, Chen Tong said, his expression darkening. Let us go, Su Ming urged as they made their escape. An hour later, the group arrived at the western side of Echo Street in the upper city, each carrying a plastic bag. Ming Ku, is this the place you mentioned? This looks like a commercial street. Su Ming remarked, having visited this area before, known for its shops selling clothing, jewelry, and luxury goods. Don't ask too many questions. Just follow me and you'll see, Ming Ku confidently teased. Reluctantly, Su Ming and the others complied and followed him. Soon, they arrived beneath the main support pillar of the aerial rail on Echo Street, a towering 300-meter alloy structure reaching up to the sky. The base of the pillar was enclosed with a securely closed iron gate. Typically unoccupied, the gate could be opened for maintenance access, allowing entry via a spiral staircase. Just as Su Ming and the others were puzzled about Ming Ku's intentions for bringing them here, he produced a key from his pocket and effortlessly unlocked the gate. Quickly, let us go inside. The trio was taken aback but quickly followed him through the gate, which Ming Ku shut behind them. They ascended the spiral staircase for maintenance. After approximately 15 minutes, they reached a protruding metal platform at 250 meters. This is the spot, Ming Ku declared joyfully as a refreshing breeze swept over them. Standing on the maintenance platform, Su Ming gazed out at the magnificent vista of the upper city. As a train of the aerial rail sped past overhead, Zhao Ran exclaimed, Wow, the aerial rail. This place is amazing. Ming Ku exclaimed, plopping down on the ground and opening the bags he carried, revealing bottles of beer. Quite splendid. Su Ming followed suit, retrieving packages wrapped in synthetic paper from his own bag. Zhao Ran knelt to assist in unwrapping the synthetic paper, unveiling marinated meat chunks and jerky. Chen Tong opened 4 chilled bottles of beer, handing one to each of them before taking a sip and curiously asking, Ming Ku, how did you know about this place and get a key? Su Ming shared his curiosity as well, recognizing that not everyone could find this hidden gem. Ming Ku smiled and replied, My father is a maintenance engineer for the aerial rail, so I often come here with him. Ah, that makes sense, the others acknowledged. Let us make a toast. After today, we may all go our separate ways, and it might be challenging to gather again. Ming Ku raised his beer bottle. Cheers. The others responded as they clinked their bottles together and took hearty sips. However, once they finished, a somber silence enveloped them, each lost in thought. As Mingku had pointed out, after today, their paths would diverge. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Su Ming broke the silence with a smile. Let us not be so melancholic. It is not as though we won't see each other again. Perhaps we'll even end up in the same city for our studies. Mingku, start by sharing where you plan to apply. He suggested. My scores are quite good, so I'm considering applying to the academy in Rain City, where I have relatives who can provide some support. Mingku candidly shared his plans, which were also somewhat orchestrated by his parents. Su Ming nodded and turned to Zhao Ran. What about you? My scores fell short. I only achieved 141 on the comprehensive exam, so I can only apply to schools in District 13. Zhao Ran responded with a hint of regret. After hearing this, Su Ming turned to Chen Tong and asked, Chen Tong, what about you? Are you considering the academy in Starlight City? Your scores may have just reached the passing line, but your Mecha scores are quite high. So you should be able to secure a good school. Let us see. I haven't made a decision yet, Chen Tong replied, sounding quite hesitant. Why hesitate? Given the options, Starlight City schools are the best choice. Su Ming said, puzzled by Chen Tong's reluctance. Well, I just haven't figured it out yet, Chen Tong stammered. Seeing this, Zhao Ran chimed in to encourage him. Chen Tong, you should apply to Starlight City alongside Su Ming. It is a place with great potential. Let us not rush. The deadline for applications is still a few days away, so there is no need to hurry. Let us change the subject and talk about something else. Chen Tong awkwardly shifted the topic. Let's discuss dreams, shall we? Do you have any dreams? Zhao Ran tilted her head in contemplation and spoke. Of course, I do, came the prompt reply from Mingku. Your dream, I presume, is still to attend the Royal Academy? Su Ming teased as he glanced at Mingku. Not anymore. I have come to terms with reality and my limited abilities. My current aspiration is to enlist in the military after graduation and become a valiant warrior. This was also my father's dream, which he could not fulfill, and now it falls upon me to realize it, Mingku explained after a brief cough. That sounds wonderful. What about you, Zhao Ran? Su Ming then turned his gaze towards Zhao Ran. As for me, I do not wish to join the military. My dream is simply to lead a stable life, earn a substantial income, and repay my parents for their sacrifices. Although both of them are civil servants in the 13th district, their salaries are quite modest, and it has not been easy for them to raise me, Zhao Ran replied after pondering for a moment. Indeed, and you, Chen Tong? Su Ming quickly inquired of Chen Tong. Chapter 87. Unexpectedly, an extra chapter as a little love song for the Alliance. My dream, of course, is to enlist and fight on the battlefield, to become a hero in my own right. But perhaps that is too ambitious, Chen Tong said with enthusiasm, only to glance at Zhao Ran sitting beside him and abruptly change his tune as Su Ming noticed the shift in Chen Tong's focus towards Zhao Ran and pieced it together. They must be together now. He felt a wave of confusion. When had they become a couple? At that moment, Mingku eagerly interjected, enough about us. What about you, Su Ming? We haven't heard you talk about this before. My dream is quite simple, to venture out, explore this world, and witness the vastness of the starry seas. Su Ming concluded, a glimmer of longing evident in his eyes. Given your acceptance into the Royal Academy, your dream is certainly within reach, Chen Tong affirmed. Indeed, but truth be told, I never imagined you would actually gain admission to the Royal Academy, Mingku remarked in disbelief. Zhao Ran echoed with astonishment. It is incredible that you, who once struggled academically, have now been accepted into the Royal Academy. You see, you do not understand. This is the power of love. Clearly, Su Ming has been striving to keep pace with Lin Chuyu. Mingku extolled. Yes, you speak the truth. Only the power of love can transform a person so completely, Chen Tong empathized. He, too, was motivated by love to change his academy. Had this been the past, he would have thought himself mad. Listening to their banter, Su Ming found himself both amused and exasperated. It was his own hard work that earned him admission. How had love entered the equation? The irony was that he couldn't even clarify his stance. Such matters often complicate further upon elaboration, so Su Ming declared, let us not dwell on this. To our bright future, a toast, cheers. In the old galaxy, beneath the vast expanse of starlit skies, a shimmering, translucent entity pierced through time and space, swiftly traversing the cosmos towards the third planet. This moment, the external space surrounding the third planet was dotted with monitoring stations, while formidable battleships loomed nearby. Each adorned with a gray halo design, the heart of the defensive fleet floated the Dreadnought-class starship, the light-seeking, measuring an impressive 175 kilometers in length, with a sharp, pointed bow and a sleek exterior. Its sides bristling with numerous launch ports, all cloaked in a unique metallic sheen. This vessel belonged to the First Legion of the Old Federation and was tasked with safeguarding the third planet. Suddenly, the serene void of space tremored slightly. Inside the command room of the Dreadnought, a bespectacled young man, full of vitality, observed the scanning apparatus with a hint of confusion. "Huh? What's the matter, Garrick?" A middle-aged man, donned in a major's uniform, sporting a thick beard and a cross-shaped scar on his face, inquired as he approached. "It's nothing, General Jenin." The scanning device just quivered a bit. "It must be due to a solar helium flash." Garrick quickly explained. "Stay vigilant. We cannot afford any mistakes, especially with recent unrest," General Jenin admonished gravely. "Understood," Garrick responded loudly. Shortly thereafter, on the plains of Guangtan on the third planet, the empty sky suddenly erupted with a piercing howl. Sending ripples through the air, a translucent figure descended to the ground, followed by the emergence of a slender, silver, rhombic metallic entity. The center of this silver object split open, extending a 100-meter-long metallic dragon wing, which soon morphed into the head of a Tyrannosaurus in an instant. The V-class heroic-grade blade dragon, Mecha's, fully manifested, lowering its head as its crimson eyes locked onto a concealed emergency maintenance well before it. V-class heroic-grade blade dragon, Mecha's, deftly maneuvered its tail to lift the well cover with agility. Subsequently, the tail plunged into the maintenance well. At that moment, Mecha's crimson eyes flickered, and its abdomen swelled as if pregnant. Channeling energy into the well. Inside the well, the tail's tip blossomed like a flower. Clatter. A series of metallic objects, resembling steel balls, cascaded downwards. These steel-like spheres rolled down the maintenance shaft, eventually entering the cross-shaped tunnel at the bottom. Upon landing, these metallic objects began to differentiate like a metallic liquid. Some transformed into blade-like crawlers, while others morphed into blade spiders and blade mosquitoes. These newly formed creatures advanced through the various tunnels. After infusing the reconnaissance units, V-class heroic-grade blade dragon, Mecha's, retracted its tail and restored the concealed well cover. Completing its task, Mecha's lifted its gaze skyward, the 100-meter-long metallic dragon wings folding in as its head reconfigured into spikes. In a flash, V-class heroic-grade blade dragon, Mecha's, reverted to a silver rhombic metallic form. The entire entity then turned transparent, rocketing skyward like a bullet, disappearing from sight. Within the Su family villa in Star City, Su Zhentian sat at his desk, facing three individuals, Ankh, Su Fu, and Jiangyu. He impatiently queried Ankh and Su Fu. "Damn it. How did this year's exams go?" Ankh and Su Fu exchanged glances, reluctant to report. As this year's results were dismally poor compared to previous years. "Speak up. How many were admitted to the Royal Academy?" Su Zhentian rapped on the table, his temper flaring. Seeing Ankh's silence, Su Fu could only respond helplessly. "Old Master, this year our Su family had only 2 successful candidates. One is Su Lu from the extended family, and the other is Su Bin, the youngest grandson of the third master." Upon hearing this, Su Zhentian slammed his palm on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, just 2? Out of 1,213 applicants from the Su family, only 2 were accepted? In previous years, there were always at least a dozen." Su Fu shrank back, not daring to argue. Fortunately, Ankh, the steward, calmly interjected, "Old Master, please calm down. This year's exams were exceptionally challenging. It's not just our Su family facing a decline in acceptances. All families are experiencing the same. However, at least the 2 successful candidates from our family are from popular majors, one in Mecha engineering and the other in command studies." Chapter 88. Good news, an extra chapter as a little love song for the Alliance. Damn it. Don't make excuses for them. Notify everyone. Those who failed this year can do as they please. Don't bother me. Su Zhentian dismissed Ankh's attempts at consolation. It's hardly surprising that Su Zhentian was so enraged. The Su family comprises not only the main and branch families but also subordinates, totaling nearly 1 million people. Furthermore, Su Zhentian placed great importance on the city exams, having allocated substantial resources towards education. Yet this year's results were abysmal. Ankh sighed inwardly. The family had truly encountered a string of misfortunes lately, which explained the old man's fury, so he refrained from further urging. Just then, Zhang Yu spoke up. Old master, I must correct you. The Su family actually had 3 successful candidates this year. Huh? Both Su Fu and Enk stared at Zhang Yu in astonishment, certain they had not miscounted. Su Zhantian was momentarily taken aback before inquiring. 3? Who was the third? Young Master Su Ming, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Zhantian sprang to his feet in disbelief, asking, You mean my most unpromising son? Indeed, and he has been accepted into the Mecha engineering program. Zhang Yu confirmed firmly. Upon hearing this, Su Zhantian burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Damn it. At least my grandson didn't inherit his foolish father's traits. He truly brings me pride. Enk and Su Fu exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. They had the records of Su Ming, which were dismal. He had performed so poorly that they were merely grateful if he managed to gain admission to an ordinary school. Yet here he was, accepted into the Mecha engineering program at the Royal Academy, an outcome akin to winning the lottery. However, Su Fu and the others quickly reacted, and they immediately congratulated him. Congratulations, sir. Haha, finally, we have some good news today. My most unaccomplished son has finally done something worthwhile, and hasn't he squandered my grandson's potential? Quickly, arrange for someone to bring him back to Xinguang City. Su Zhantian exclaimed with great joy. Yes, we will arrange it right away, Su Fu promptly replied. At that moment, Zhang Yu glanced at the time on his wristwatch and said, Wait a moment, sending someone to pick him up at this hour might be a bit late. Moreover, young Master Su Ming should be getting on the vehicle soon. Then arrange for someone to meet him at the station. Also, inform the staff to prepare for the graduation banquet, and we shall celebrate together after Su Ming is brought back. Su Zhantian commanded with a sweeping gesture. Yes, sir, replied Butler and Ku respectfully. At the entrance of the central train station in the Old Federation S District 13. Zhao Ning held Su Ming's hand as they walked inside, reluctantly giving him reminders. Son, make sure to take care of yourself in Xinguang City. Wear more clothes so you don't catch a cold. I'll visit you whenever I have the time. All right, Su Ming obediently responded. At that moment, Su Yuan, trailing behind Su Ming and Zhao Ning with luggage in hand, wore a distressed expression and said, Dear, with me and our son going to Xinguang City, you'll be all alone at home. And there's so much work at the company. Are you sure you can manage? Why wouldn't I be able to manage? Could you please stop nagging? Zhao Ning replied somewhat angrily. Su Yuan awkwardly said, I am just worried you might struggle without us. Why don't you accompany our son to Xinguang City? Upon hearing Su Yuan's suggestion, Zhao Ning exploded like a lit powder keg, scolding him. Do you think I don't want to send our son off? The issue is that to get to Xinguang City, I need to return home first. What use is that? If you don't personally take our son back, what are you planning to do? The family still relies on you to secure support for him. If Zhao Ning could handle it herself, she wouldn't bother having Su Yuan return. The problem is, the old man said last time that if he saw me again, he would break my legs. Su Yuan shivered at the thought. Can't you be a bit more capable? That incident is in the past. Do you really think the old man would break your legs? Zhao Ning was nearly exasperated with Su Yuan, who had been reluctant since morning, and now, even at the station, seemed to want to back out. Observing Zhao Ning's anger, Su Yuan decided to drop the topic and turn to Su Ming, saying with a pleading tone, Son, if Grandpa tries to break my legs, make sure to hold him back for me. Okay. My ability to return home safely depends on you. Su Ming, hearing his father's words, couldn't he help but chuckle, feeling quite exasperated. This was not merely sending him off. It was like setting him up for a trap. He would have to intervene with Grandpa, or he might end up suffering himself. Nevertheless, Su Ming still agreed. All right, I'll do my best. That's my good son, Su Yuan replied, feeling a bit relieved. At that moment, the group entered the bustling waiting hall of the train station. The entire hall was filled with students carrying luggage, especially in the central area, where a large crowd gathered. Su Ming curiously looked over and noticed a throng of reporters and security personnel, even catching sight of Xiao Lai and other officials. Nearby, several students with luggage were engaged in animated discussions. What is going on over there? It's so lively. And am I mistaken? Or is that not Lord Xiao? You must be out of the loop. They are holding a farewell party for the top scorer of this year's city examination from District 13. Top scorer? Who is it? ISNT at Lin Chuyu? Lin Chuyu is a special recruit, the genius from Haiheng Academy, Qin Feng. Scored 279 on the comprehensive exam and 64 on the Mecha subsidiary exam. Even better than Lin Chuyu. Wow, that's incredible. How many students from our district got into external schools this time? A total of 15 from the upper city, with Haiheng Academy claiming 7 spots, while the lower city seems to have 8. That's significantly fewer than previous years. There's nothing to be done. The difficulty level this year was exceptionally high. Hearing this, Su Ming became intrigued and peered inside, spotting a young man, about 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome, sunny demeanor, dressed in a simple yet stylish t-shirt and white sneakers. Conversing confidently with Xiao Lai, beside him stood a girl with pink hair, clad in a sea blue dress, with fair skin, a delicate oval face, and bright, clear eyes. Additionally, 5 young men and women flanked them, if nothing unexpected happened. These 7 should be the students from Haiheng Academy who had gained admission to the Royal Academy this year. Who is that girl next to Qin Feng? She is stunning. They look like a perfect match standing together. Stop looking. That's the most beautiful girl from Haiheng Academy, Yue. Her grades are second only to Qin Feng, with a comprehensive score even higher than Lin Chuyu est. Chapter 89. Jealousy, for the Alliance Leader. An extra chapter with a little love song. Cut it out. What's so impressive about them? They're just good-looking and scored well. Just then, a haughty voice interrupted. Xu Ming recognized the familiar voice and turned to see Gu Ming, accompanied by Qi Shun and the earring-wearing Lu Xiao. The students who had been discussing quickly fell silent, hastily grabbing their luggage to leave. Ji Yuming was quite renowned across various schools, as many who had crossed her had faced consequences. Gu Ming, how could Yue be more beautiful than you? Qishan said insincerely. Of course, Qishan didn't want to pursue Yue. The issue was that she usually hung around Qin Feng, making him feel hopeless. Furthermore, Gu Ming was not much less attractive than Yue. It was merely that their personalities were on completely different levels. Big brother Qishan, you're right. How could she compare to you? Lu Xiao quickly chimed in. Ji Yuming coldly snorted, feeling irritated as she observed Yue being adored by everyone. Son, what are you looking at? Zhao Ning, noticing Su Ming gazing intently, asked curiously. Nothing, Su Ming replied. Snapping back to reality. At that moment, an announcement echoed with a sweet voice. Dear passengers, the super high-speed train S421 to Xinguang City has arrived at the station. We will now begin ticket checks. And we kindly ask all students to board as soon as possible to avoid any delays in your journey. The multitude of students began to line up for ticket checks, this time. Xiao Lai, accompanied by numerous officials, personally escorted Qin Feng and others through the express lane. Qin Feng and his companions were astonished by the attention. Countless reporters clicked their cameras, capturing this historic moment. Although not every student from District 13 who entered the Royal Academy would necessarily become a significant figure, as long as they lived, they would undoubtedly be pillars of society. Thus, Xiao Lai placed great importance on them, even deigning to send them off personally. Seeing the train begin ticket checks, Zhao Ning's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face as she reluctantly told Su Ming, Son, remember to call me when you arrive. I will, mother. Please don't worry. I will take good care of myself. You've never been away from us. Now you're going to such a distant place for school. It's tough on you. It's fine, Su Ming patiently reassured Zhao Ning, not in a hurry to enter the station. Soon, most students had already boarded, and the announcement continued to remind them. Dear passengers, the super high-speed train S421 to Xinguang City will soon conclude ticket checks. We kindly ask all students to board quickly to avoid any delays in your journey. Mother, it's time to go. If we wait any longer, we'll miss the train, Su Ming said to Zhao Ning. Listening to the announcement. All right, you must go quickly, Zhao Ning forced a smile and said to Su Ming. Su Ming turned to Su Yuan and said, Father, let us go. All right, dear, we're leaving now, Su Yuan replied awkwardly to Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning nodded. We really must go now. Su Yuan hesitated once more. Hurry up and go. Zhao Ning snapped at him in frustration. Okay, Su Yuan said with a grimace as he followed Su Ming toward the ticket check. Before long, the two passed through the ticket gate. Su Ming took a few steps forward, then turned to wave goodbye to Zhao Ning, who also waved back with red eyes. Su Ming sighed softly and proceeded with Su Yuan toward the platform. Shortly after, they arrived at the platform where the super high-speed train S421 was stationed. The doors opened, revealing well-dressed, elegant women in uniforms calling out to the passengers. Please, all passengers, hurry aboard. The train is about to close its doors. Son, hurry. Su Yuan panted, burdened with 2 suitcases. Father, let me help you, Su Ming offered, reaching for his own suitcase. Thanks, Su Yuan, having carried the luggage all the way, was somewhat exhausted. However, just as they reached the train door, Su Ming suddenly checked his pocket and exclaimed in surprise, Father, I lost my wallet. My ID and everything are in there. Where did you lose it? I think I dropped it back there. I was just reaching into my pocket. Su Ming pointed towards the distant passageway. Wait here. Su Yuan promptly set down his luggage and hurried towards the corridor. However, when he reached the entrance in a state of urgency, he found nothing on the ground. Realizing he could not locate his belongings and that time was running short, he hastened towards the train. That moment, the train had already begun emitting its beeping alert. Son, don't board just yet. Let's take the next one, Su Yuan shouted to Su Ming, who was standing at the train door. Yet, Su Ming, with his luggage in hand, proceeded to board the train. By the time Su Yuan reached the door, it had already closed. Son, Su Yuan was momentarily stunned and instinctively moved to knock on the door. Sir, you cannot do that. The train is about to depart. Please step back. A station staff member quickly intervened. No, my son is on there. Su Yuan was utterly flustered. That moment, Su Ming, having boarded, turned around and waved his phone, signaling Su Yuan to answer the call. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan frantically pulled out his phone and answered. Son, why did you get on the train? I haven't boarded yet. Never mind. It seems you aren't keen on going to Starlight City, so I shall go alone. I wouldn't want you to end up with a broken leg from the old man. Su Ming replied with a chuckle. Son, I am truly touched. You are so considerate and think of your father. But are you really going to be all right on your own? Although Su Yuan felt immense joy, he still expressed a hint of concern. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Do you have enough money? Enough already. I'm currently richer than you. The train is leaving. You should head back. Son, listen to me. Once you arrive, find Mr. Jiang Yu. He will be there to meet you. All right, goodbye. After Su Ming finished speaking, he hung up and waved at Su Yuan through the train door. That moment, the train began to move. Gradually accelerating away, Su Yuan stood there, sorrowfully watching the train depart. Suddenly, he leaped up, filled with excitement, as joyful as a child. In fact, everyone assumed Su Yuan was being punished by being sent to District 13, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. The one who truly wished to return to Starlight City was not Su Yuan, but Zhao Ning. Inside the train, Su Ming pushed his luggage towards his seat. This particular train was exceptionally fast, allowing it to reach Starlight City in just 5 hours. He scanned the seat numbers along the way, searching for H2. The seats in the train were arranged on either side, with a spacious aisle in the middle. Moreover, the seating direction was not uniform. Rather, it featured a layout of 3 seats facing another 3, somewhat resembling a small compartment. This design aimed to alleviate travelers' boredom during the journey, facilitating interaction among them. The carriage was fairly crowded, with most seats occupied, nearly half of the passengers being students, accompanied by some parents and ordinary travelers. When Su Ming finally located his H2 seat, he was momentarily taken aback to see Gu Ming and her companion sitting directly opposite him. Nevertheless, he calmly placed his suitcase on the overhead rack, took a seat, and donned a single earphone to quietly listen to music. Gu Ming glanced at the rather handsome young man in front of her and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him before, though she could not recall where. As for Qi Shen and Lu Xiao, they found Su Ming somewhat familiar but could not place him. However, they paid it no mind. Qi Shen took out a bottle of premium mineral water and kindly offered it to Gu Ming. Ming, have some water. I won't drink it. Just thinking about Yue makes me angry. What is so great about her? I just don't understand why so many people flock around her. She merely has fair skin, better grades, and knows how to show off. Gu Ming fumed. It's ridiculous that everyone was fawning over her during graduation, and now she's getting attention just for taking a train. It's infuriating. The crux of her agitation stemmed from a profound sense of imbalance. She had always believed she was no less deserving than Yue, yet while Yue secured admission to Royal Court Academy, she only managed to get into an ordinary school in Starlight City. Don't get worked up. You'll only harm your health, Qi Shen hurriedly advised. Su Ming couldn't help but take another glance at Gu Ming. She was indeed quite interesting. During their first encounter, she had vehemently criticized Lin Chuyu, and now she was berating Yue, truly at odds with just about everyone at that moment. Lu Xiao anxiously interjected. Gu Jie, Yue and the others are also on this train, probably in the next carriage. Plus, she got into Royal Court Academy. It wouldn't be good if she overheard you. Humph. Just because she got into Royal Court Academy doesn't make her special. She isn't the only one who was accepted. Gu Ming dismissed. You're right. I heard that Lin Chuyu also got in. Lu Xiao hesitated before steering the conversation back to Lin Chuyu. As expected, upon hearing Lin Chuyu's name, Gu Ming's anger flared even more. Don't mention her. I simply cannot fathom what General Am sees in her. What makes her so exceptional? To have been specially recruited and receive an additional 30 points for performance. Otherwise, with her subpar grades, how could she possibly get into Royal Court Academy? Gu Ming's frustration was palpable. That wretched fatso has always had such good luck. Su Ming observed Gu Ming's increasingly irate expression as she continued to vent. Her ample chest rising and falling dramatically, particularly striking given her form-fitting leather attire. Qi Shan was left parched from watching, and even Su Ming couldn't help but steal a glance, genuinely impressed. Sensing Su Ming's gaze, Gu Ming shot him a look, feeling slightly embarrassed, especially since she had been cursing at others in front of him. Noticing her attention, Su Ming shifted his gaze away to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Indeed, I too find it perplexing that Lin Chuyu was specially recruited. Moreover, the one who seemed most likely to get accepted, Li Fubai, ended up failing. Lu Xiao expressed her confusion. Li Fubai? That guy is an idiot. He appealed and ended up losing his scores. Gu Ming scoffed as, oh, the rumors were true. Not only true, but what's even more surprising is that Li Fubai's appeal was directed at Su Ming, who was right beside Lin Chuyu. Though he also lost performance points, he still managed to get into Royal Court Academy. Jiu Ming recounted this incident, finding it almost surreal. That fatso only got in because of the 3-city residency. I could have done it too, Qi Shan grumbled, irked. The mere thought of how Su Ming had embarrassed him in front of Gu Ming and so many others made his blood boil. Hearing Qi Shan's remark, Su Ming, resting his chin on his hand, calmly interjected, even with a reduction of points for 3 cities, could you have qualified? Qi Shan was instantly speechless. Even with point deductions, his scores were light years away from the admission threshold for Royal Court Academy. He had merely been trying to belittle Su Ming, but unexpectedly, someone challenged him. Enraged, Qi Shan shot a glare at Su Ming and demanded, who do you think you are to interfere? Why can't I? You're insulting me right in front of my face. Is that polite? Su Ming replied nonchalantly. The trio of Gu Ming was taken aback, their expressions mirroring disbelief as they looked at Su Ming. They scrutinized him more closely, and the more they did, the more he resembled someone they recognized. Qi Shan, flustered, exclaimed, You're Su Ming. I thought you were supposed to be really fat. I am Su Ming, and I'm not fat anymore. I've slimmed down and am even thinner than you, so please refrain from calling me that. It's quite impolite, Su Ming warned Qi Shan coolly. Qi Shan's face flushed crimson. The problem was, he truly lacked the courage to confront Su Ming directly. Though Su Ming appeared gentle, his words carried an undeniable pressure. More crucially, Su Ming had been accepted into Royal Court Academy, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, his future was undoubtedly promising. Qi Shan felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of crossing paths with Su Ming again. Furthermore, he recognized that he had no justification in this matter. So he chose to remain silent. At that moment, Gu Ming gazed at Su Ming, feeling inexplicably nervous. After all, she had just spent a considerable time disparaging Lin Chuyu in front of him. She had a very vivid impression of Su Ming, especially given that he had been quite imposing during their initial encounter at the club. Fortunately, Su Ming did not seem inclined to pursue the matter. He simply offered them a faint smile before closing his eyes and returning to his music. Gu Ming and her friends fell silent, awkwardly sitting together as the entire carriage descended into tranquility. Time passed slowly as the train sped along its course. Meanwhile, in the enclosed driver's cabin, a middle-aged man with a beard and a face lined with wrinkles operated the train. Without the assistance of an intelligent system, the train conductor had to maintain constant vigilance, ready to respond promptly should any unusual situations arise. Captain Kalen, would you like to take a break? I can take over. A younger man in a train uniform suggested, no need. Just keep an eye on things for me, Kalen replied with a stern demeanor. All right, the assistant conductor conceded without further comment. Just then, the train's lights illuminated something, revealing a silver reflection. Kalen squinted, and in the harsh light, he vaguely discerned a creature resembling a blade. What on earth? Kerrang's expression changed dramatically as he hastily reached for the emergency brake button. Unfortunately, it was too late. The train was traveling at an excessive speed. Bang! The blade mosquito collided with the high-speed train in an instant. The larval form of the blade mosquito disintegrated immediately. Its razor-sharp edges sliced through the entire front of the train, along with Kerrang and the others, reducing them to mere fragments, blood splattering everywhere. Following that, the front of the high-speed train erupted into a massive explosion. Bang! The train triggered its emergency braking system. All the passengers in the carriage jolted violently, each one letting out terrified cries. The tremendous inertia propelled Gu Ming directly towards Su Ming. Startled, Su Ming swiftly caught Gu Ming. At that moment, her cheek collided against his chest. The passengers in the carriage were thrown into disarray. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the high-speed train gradually came to a halt under the influence of the emergency braking system. Ouch, that hurts. What on earth is happening? What a terrifying situation. One by one, the passengers scrambled up from the floor in sheer panic. Su Ming, too, felt a sharp pain in his chest from Gu Ming's impact, yet he gritted his teeth and inquired, "Are you all right?" At that moment, Gu Ming, still reeling from the shock, snapped back to reality upon hearing Su Ming's question. Realizing she was pressed against him, her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly stood up and replied, "I'm fine. Thank you. It's nothing," Su Ming responded succinctly, then stood up from his seat, his expression serious as he surveyed the surroundings. It seemed the train had collided with something. The walls of the carriage were visibly deformed. He then leaned closer to the sealed window to look outside. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the emergency lights along the sides, offering no other visible details. Su Ming's brow furrowed deeper. For some reason, he had an unsettling premonition. Jiu Ming, observing Su Ming's furrowed brow, felt a momentary daze. She scrutinized his features closely. He looked quite handsome after losing weight. Moreover, he held a residence permit from Sancheng and was generous, indicating a prosperous family background. His talent was undeniable, having gained admission to the Royal Academy. He truly seemed like a dragon among men, nearly perfect. Most importantly, when she had collided with Su Ming moments ago, he instinctively caught her. His broad chest felt like a sturdy harbor, shielding her from the storm and providing an infinite sense of security. The more Gu Ming thought about it, the more she found Su Ming admirable, certainly far superior to the peculiar individuals around her. "Jiu Ming, are you okay? Did you hit somewhere?" At that moment, Qishan approached, concerned. "I'm fine," Gu Ming replied coolly. Meanwhile, the female attendants in the carriage also made their way over, some using communication devices to contact the train conductor, while others began to calm the anxious passengers. "We sincerely apologize, dear passengers. An emergency situation has suddenly occurred. Is anyone injured? If so, please inform us immediately, and we will attend to your injuries urgently." After a brief period of fear and unease, many passengers began to express their outrage. "How could there be no injuries? My son has a head wound and is bleeding profusely." "Exactly. How are you operating this train? Are you trying to kill us? We will definitely file a complaint. Not just a complaint, but we demand compensation." In an instant, the carriage erupted into chaos, filled with accusatory voices. However, just then, the carriage lights abruptly went out, leaving only the dim emergency lights aglow, plunging the space into darkness. "What is going on? Why did the lights go out?" "The air conditioning has stopped working. It seems we've lost power. Everyone, please remain calm. We are trying to contact the train conductor as quickly as possible. Please don't panic," the attendants urged, striving to soothe the frightened crowd. Upon hearing this, Su Ming promptly sat back down, waiting silently. Yet before the attendants could reach the conductor, the temperature within the carriage began to soar, becoming stiflingly hot, the air thickening and leaving everyone feeling extremely uncomfortable. "It's so hot. It feels like we're going to suffocate. We can't stay on this train any longer. We have to get out. Yes, quickly, open the doors." The passengers could no longer endure the heat, each of them drenched in sweat, their breathing becoming rapid. "Everyone, please calm down. We are unsure of the situation outside. It could be dangerous to go out recklessly." The attendant wiped the sweat from her forehead, desperately trying to persuade them. While the danger outside was unknown, they were acutely aware that remaining inside the carriage would surely lead to suffocation. Exactly. Many students disregarded the warnings, and a few rushed to the carriage door. They pulled the emergency switch, but alas, it would not budge. It won't open. The door is deformed. Use the emergency hammer to break the window. Several students shouted. Su Ming observed them as they searched for the emergency hammer to break the window. Although the attendance warnings were valid, given the unclear situation, there could be dangers outside. However, he did not oppose breaking the window to escape. The carriage was too sealed, and with so many people, it could lead to serious issues. Furthermore, if there truly was a monster, the carriage would not withstand it. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the first window shattered, and a wave of heat rushed in. Quick, crawl out. One by one, the students scrambled through the opening. As more windows were smashed, Su Ming also made his way toward the broken window. Seeing Su Ming leave, Gu Ming immediately followed. Wait for me. Qi Shun and Lu Xiao, witnessing Gu Ming's departure, hurried to catch up. Soon, Su Ming and the others climbed out of the window, emerging into the dimly lit tunnel. The entire tunnel was arched, housing 2 tracks, with emergency walkways along either side. Everyone scrambled onto the emergency walkways. Look at the front of the train! A student exclaimed in shock. Su Ming gazed into the distance toward the front of the train, where flames blazed fiercely. He then proceeded along the emergency walkway towards the front. Gu Ming followed closely behind, with Qi Shun and Lu Xiao trailing after them. Before long, they reached the emergency walkway beside the front of the train, where many people had gathered, including Qin Feng and Yue Wei. Chapter 92. Rescue. A little love song for the Alliance leader. Extra chapter. 18th update. At this moment, Su Ming looked towards the front of the train, observing the burning wreckage, which appeared utterly mangled, as if it had collided with something. How brutal! The occupants of the train driver's cabin must have perished. Given this situation, survival was highly unlikely. Just as the crowd was engaged in discussion, Yue Wei scrutinized the area around the tracks and said to Qin Feng, "Look at the track. It seems there are shattered metal blades." "There shouldn't be metal blades in this tunnel," Qin Feng replied, puzzled. Hearing their conversation, Su Ming focused his attention and indeed noticed some glimmering metal shards scattered around the front of the train. Intrigued, he contemplated going down to examine one eye. In fact, he wasn't alone in this curiosity. Even Qin Feng and the others climbed down from the emergency walkway. However, just then, a shout halted them. "Do not approach. It's dangerous here." Su Ming and the others turned to see 2 security personnel rushing over with rifles in hand. Seeing this, Qin Feng and the others had no choice but to abandon their intentions. Su Ming shook his head, realizing it was futile. The security personnel were there to secure the scene. At that moment, Gu Ming, seeking to strike up a conversation, asked Su Ming, "Do you have any idea what the train collided with to cause such devastation?" "I'm uncertain. There are many possibilities, but the most likely scenario is that it collided with some kind of monster." Su Ming pondered for a moment before expressing his speculation. "A monster?" Gu Ming instinctively took a step back. Feeling a twinge of fear, Yu Ming, don't listen to his nonsense, always dragging monsters into everything. If there were truly a monster, there would definitely be bodies here. And even if there were, it wouldn't matter. "I am here to protect you," Qi Shun quickly interjected. Unfortunately, Gu Ming was hardly paying attention to Qi Shun's words. She turned to Su Ming and asked, "Does that mean it's very dangerous here?" "Not particularly. So far, I haven't seen any other monsters. It's likely just an isolated incident. We should focus on how to escape," Su Ming replied rationally. "Right, escaping is our priority. Where exactly are we?" "There should be emergency exits in the tunnel." Yu Ming fully agreed with Su Ming's assertion. Su Ming glanced at the tunnel walls, noting the painted signs, and said, "The tunnel walls have markings. We are at the JS 532 tunnel node. Approximately 1.2 kilometers from the nearest emergency exit point. 1.2 kilometers isn't far. We can definitely walk out." Gu Ming immediately responded, "No, we cannot go out." Su Ming firmly rejected Gu Ming's suggestion. "TCH, just because you say we can't go out, does that mean we should just sit here?" Qi Shun retorted mindlessly, increasingly annoyed by Su Ming, especially since Gu Ming was talking to him. "Qi Shun, be quiet." "Why can't Su Ming go out?" Gu Ming interrupted Qi Shun, asking Su Ming with a surprisingly gentle tone. If it were before, she would have mocked him long. "It's hot in the tunnel, isn't it?" "Yes, I'm already drenched in sweat," Gu Ming replied in agreement. "The surface outside is exceedingly hot, at least exceeding 60 degrees. Moreover, it is currently afternoon, the peak of the heat, and venturing outside would be akin to courting death." Yu Ming sighed in response. "Indeed, what shall we do now?" "Do not fret. The signal facilities within the tunnel remain intact, and the train staff are likely already in contact with rescue services." Furthermore, I have observed many passengers making calls as well. We simply need to wait patiently. You are quite astute, Ji Ming praised with a smile. Meanwhile, Qi Shan grew increasingly irked, yet he hesitated to openly mock Su Ming, opting instead to grumble under his breath. Humph, who doesn't he know it's hot outside? No need for you to point it out. Su Ming paid him no mind, standing quietly in place awaiting rescue. Although the tunnel is equipped with ventilation, it only circulates hot air. Thus, the temperature within the tunnel is at least 45 degrees. Time passed slowly, and Su Ming felt the heat intensifying. Sweat continuously seeped from his skin, soaking his clothes, yet he refrained from shedding them. The surrounding students were equally uncomfortable, with many of the boys removing their shirts to reveal their torsos. Some even striking poses to flaunt their muscles. As for the girls, many could no longer endure the heat, shedding their outer garments and revealing their fair skin and thighs. Ji Ming wiped the sweat from her forehead, hesitating momentarily before finally discarding her leather jacket, exposing a white tank top beneath, her alluring figure instantly on display. Su Ming, witnessing Gu Ming's action, promptly turned his head away. Ji Ming noticed Su Ming's chivalrous gesture and wore a mischievous smile. Qi Shan, observing Gu Ming's captivating form and her prominent curves, was immediately entranced, unable to avert his gaze. He could not suppress a gulp. At that moment, Gu Ming detected Qi Shan's unabashed stare and, feeling irate, exclaimed, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing. I wasn't looking." "Please don't be angry," Qi Shan stammered, hastily defending himself. Ji Ming ignored him and leaned closer to Su Ming, asking, "What is your phone number? It's rare that we are both studying in the same city. We should keep in touch when we have the chance." Su Ming was taken aback. It was surprising that Gu Ming would request his number, yet he was reluctant to provide it. Although this young lady seemed to harbor unknown intentions, Su Ming was well aware of her rather capricious temperament, prompting him to gently shake his head in refusal. "Perhaps it's best to let it be. In such a vast starry city, who knows when we might cross paths again? Well then, let us make it a plan. If we meet again, you shall give it to me." Gu Ming, slightly disheartened by Su Ming's rejection, did not give up. "All right," Su Ming, somewhat unexpectedly, agreed. At that moment, the students and passengers around them began to voice their complaints. "How much longer must we wait for rescue? We are nearly dying of heat. Indeed, I feel as though I might suffer from heat stroke any moment now. This efficiency is utterly unacceptable. Dear passengers, please bear with us. Help is on the way and should arrive shortly." A train attendant, drenched in sweat, parched and weary, attempted to soothe the crowd. Just as everyone's patience was waning, a bright light shone from the distant tunnel, accompanied by the sound of a train approaching. "A train is coming! Rescue has arrived!" The crowd erupted in excitement. Su Ming, filled with anticipation, turned his gaze toward the oncoming train. The train began to slow down and eventually came to a halt before them. Beep beep, the doors opened, and a soldier clad in exoskeleton armor charged down from the train. Leading the group was a sharp-eyed woman in a second-generation crimson metal exoskeleton named Yan Gang. Her commanding presence evident as she gestured decisively. Team 1, secure the crash site. Team 2, assess the damaged train. Teams 3 and 4, disperse to search and secure the tunnel. Chapter 93, Planet, a little love song for the leader. Extra chapter, yes, Captain. Soldiers in gray metal exoskeletons, armed with explosive rifles, responded with grim determination. They swiftly dispersed to fulfill their designated tasks. The multitude of passengers and students ceased their complaints upon witnessing the soldiers. Standing obediently, Su Ming regarded the soldiers with quiet admiration. Indeed, Starry City's rescue teams far surpassed those of the 13th District in every aspect. However, once all the soldiers had disembarked, a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored deep blue suit with a red bow tie, his hair meticulously styled and shoes polished to a shine, stepped down. He was followed by several subordinates in work attire. The middle-aged man raised his hand to press a portable amplification device pinned to his collar and sincerely addressed the crowd. "Esteemed passengers, I am Zhang Yi, a representative of the Federal Rail Department. I sincerely apologize for the distress caused to you all. We will take full responsibility for the medical expenses and lost wages of those injured in this incident. As for those who tragically lost their lives, the Rail Department will do its utmost to provide compensation and support." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, the simmering anger within the crowd dissipated somewhat. After all, there is a saying, One does not strike a smiling face. That moment, several students inquired, "When can we leave this place? It's unbearably hot." "You can leave immediately. This train is here to take you away. Please board at once. Our staff has prepared meals and refreshing drinks for you. Additionally, as a gesture of our apology, we will fully refund your ticket fares. The money will be returned to your cards. If you paid in cash, you can process the refund at the station upon arriving at Starry City." Zhang Yi hastily added, taking advantage of the situation. Upon hearing that they could leave immediately, the crowd had no interest in further conversation with Zhang Yi, clamoring to board the train. "Let us on quickly. We're melting. Please, be careful as you descend. Also, do not rush. Board in an orderly fashion. Rest assured, everyone will have a seat." Zhang Yi called out loudly. That moment, several staff members kindly stepped forward to guide the crowd onto the train, assisting those with mobility issues. Before long, Su Ming and the others successfully boarded the train. Su Ming found a seat by the window, and at that moment, he noticed Qin Feng and Yue passing by, taking seats not far in front of him. "Wow, it's Yue and Qin Feng. How did they become so beautiful and handsome? Alas, it's a pity that Yue didn't take off her outerwear during the heat in the tunnel." The students in the carriage murmured amongst themselves. "Humph," Gu Ming coldly scoffed upon seeing Yue seated nearby. Soon enough, everyone was on board, and the train doors slowly closed, setting off towards Starry City. That moment, staff members wheeled carts down the aisle, distributing steaming hot meals and chilled beverages free of charge, and everyone began to eat. Su Ming was not particularly hungry. He merely opened a drink and took a sip while quietly gazing out the window. Just then, an announcement echoed through the carriage. "Dear passengers, the train is about to ascend rapidly, which may cause slight tilting. Please refrain from moving in the aisles to avoid unnecessary injuries. We are about to surface. At last, we are emerging from underground. This is my first time on the surface. I am too." The students in the carriage were all quite excited. Su Ming was equally intrigued. Although he recalled having been to the surface before, he had never witnessed it firsthand. That moment, Qishan eagerly addressed Gu Ming. "Du Ming, we are about to reach the surface. Once we do, we will be quite close to Starry City, I know." Gu Ming replied disinterestedly. Her gaze remained fixated on Su Ming, growing increasingly fond of him as she noticed a unique aura emanating from him. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained oblivious to Gu Ming's attention, his focus steadfastly directed outside. The train, akin to an aerial tram, emerged from the underground. Blinding sunlight flooded in, causing everyone to squint instinctively, shielding their eyes with their hands. After a while, they gradually adjusted, turning their gaze outside to behold an expanse of red rocky terrain stretching infinitely before them. "Wow! It looks so magnificent!" Many students exclaimed in excitement. Su Ming was also captivated, observing the true world outside. The entire surface was composed of red rocks, devoid of any trace of greenery or water. Occasionally, violent sandstorms would whip up, and the train sped forward, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. This surface is exceedingly desolate. Where are all the people? There is nothing at all, not to mention people. There is even a single animal in sight. No way. Please raise your heads and look at the scrolling display at the front of the carriage. It indicates the temperature. Once you see it, you want to ask such questions. A student remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Ming lifted his head to glance at the display screen, which read, external temperature, 65 degrees, internal temperature, 24 degrees. Su Ming shook his head at the displayed temperature. If it is already 65 degrees outside, the surface temperature must surely exceed 80 degrees. Without specialized protective gear or exoskeleton armor, one would undoubtedly be scorched. Wow, that is incredibly hot. It feels as though one could cook a meal. Cooking might be a stretch, but frying an egg should pose no problem. Thankfully, the issue did not occur on the surface, indeed. However, the surface here is devoid of anything, and after a prolonged gaze, it becomes rather tedious, many students remarked in astonishment. After observing the barren landscape for a while, Su Ming too felt a sense of aesthetic fatigue, as the scenery along the way appeared almost monotonous. Just as he withdrew his gaze, he suddenly heard Yue, who was seated in front of him, exclaim in surprise, "Qin Feng, look quickly. It seems there is someone ahead. How is that possible? Is there someone outside?" Instantly, curiosity swept through the carriage as everyone leaned forward to look. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's interest was piqued. He pressed his forehead against the window to peer ahead. To his astonishment, He did indeed see a vague figure not far in the distance, as the train sped forward. The distance rapidly closed, allowing the crowd to gradually discern the silhouette. It was a man with coal-black skin, a shaved head, and dressed in athletic wear. Wow, he isn't wearing any protective gear, someone exclaimed. Incredible! This guy must be a second-generation new human, or perhaps even a third generation, indeed. Only a new human could withstand this temperature without any protection. Others gasped in awe. Chapter 94. City of Starlight, a little song for the Alliance Lord. An additional update, 20 updates, at this moment. Qin Feng also turned to Yue, saying, that person is remarkable. Even new humans find it difficult to run so effortlessly on the surface. He must be undergoing special training. Yes, I think so too. Yue agreed. Hey, handsome. At this time, several excited students in the carriage waved enthusiastically at the running man. The man also noticed the gestures and broke into a radiant smile, revealing his pearly white teeth as he waved back. Su Ming found this scene quite amusing. Just then, the announcement came over the intercom. Dear esteemed passengers, we are approaching the City of Starlight, and the train will be arriving shortly. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by unforeseen circumstances, and we wish you a pleasant journey ahead. Hearing this, Su Ming leaned against the window, gazing forward, as the train raced onward. He beheld a breathtaking sight. At the center of a vast plain in the distance stood a colossal metal pillar reaching up to the sky. Its surface encased in a layer of glass tubing, with a transparent membrane extending outward from the top, resembling a gigantic transparent umbrella. Beneath the umbrella was a massive bubble, surrounded by numerous smaller bubbles. And at each corner of the giant bubble, four other large bubbles, slightly smaller than the central one, were situated. The upper left bubble housed several prestigious academies. The upper right contained the Royal Court Academy, while adjacent to the Royal Court Academy was a dedicated interstellar airport and various training facilities. The lower left bubble comprised the industrial zone, and the lower right was designated for agriculture. As Su Ming gazed at the approaching City of Starlight, he found it immensely fascinating. The architect of this city truly possessed an imaginative mind, and his anticipation for the future life grew ever stronger. Before long, the high-speed train smoothly entered the City of Starlight, coming to a halt at the central station. The carriage doors slid open, and Su Ming stepped off the train with his luggage. His eyes scanned the spacious, brightly lit platform, bustling with a throng of travelers, while numerous holographic advertisements were displayed all around. Several elegantly dressed female staff members, exuding charisma, stood at various passageways, smiling as they directed the arriving passengers. As Su Ming observed the scene in a daze, he overheard some students beside him complaining to their companions, "Is this really the City of Starlight? I expected something much more sophisticated. It doesn't even compare to the City of the Sky." All right, keep your comments to a minimum. TCH, what a letdown. Su Ming smiled faintly. He was unsure how the City of Starlight compared to the City of the Sky, but surely it was better than the 13th district. Just as he prepared to exit the station, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and glanced at the screen, where a message had popped up. "Young master, I am at exit 7. All right, Su Ming simply replied, then followed the station's directional signs while pulling his luggage towards the exit. Su Ming, wait for me. At that moment, Gu Ming caught up with him. Dragging her suitcase, Su Ming halted, turned to her and asked curiously, "Is there something you need?" "Not really, I just want to exit together," Gu Ming replied with a smile. "Ji Ming, slow down." At that moment, Qi Shan and Lu Xiao also hurried over. Chiding Gu Ming, "You're moving too slowly," Gu Ming retorted haughtily. "You all should pick up the pace." Qi Shan and Lu Xiao exchanged helpless glances. They were already moving as fast as they could, but the sheer number of disembarking passengers made it challenging. "I'm heading out from exit 7. Are you all going there too?" Su Ming inquired. Just as Gu Ming was about to respond, Qi Shan, upon hearing Su Ming mention exit 7, joyfully exclaimed, "No, we're going to exit 1. Totally the opposite direction. Then let us part ways here. Perhaps we'll meet again." Su Ming politely bid farewell and continued towards exit 7. Gu Ming watched Su Ming's departing figure, wanting to call out to him but hesitating as the words caught in her throat. She couldn't think of an excuse. "Du Ming, let us hurry." "What do you want to eat later?" Qi Shan urged eagerly. "Eat? You can eat by yourself," Gu Ming snapped, pulling her suitcase straight towards exit 1. "Wait for me." Qi Shan quickly chased after her. Exit 7. Su Ming swiped his identity card to exit. As soon as he stepped out, He spotted Mr. Jiang Yu waiting for him. He hurried towards him, but Mr. Jiang did not recognize him at first and was scanning the crowd. Su Ming smiled wryly and approached Mr. Jiang, respectfully greeting him, "Teacher Jiang." Upon hearing Su Ming's greeting, Jiang Yu momentarily paused in surprise, then focused his gaze on Su Ming, scrutinizing him closely before exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that you, young master?" "Yes, teacher. It's been a year since we last met, and you've become so slender. It's quite unexpected. I've been exercising, and I didn't anticipate such remarkable results. Being slender is good. I almost didn't recognize you. I thought you hadn't disembarked. I apologize, teacher, for making you wait so long. The train encountered some issues and was delayed." Su Ming offered an apology. "No worries, but why didn't I see young Master Su Yuan?" Jiang Yu inquired, slightly surprised, as ordinarily, Su Yuan would accompany him. "My father suddenly fell ill yesterday, so he couldn't come with me." Su Ming explained on Su Yuan's behalf. Jiang Yu smiled slightly at Su Ming's words, replying, "I understand. There's no need for you to explain further, young master. I know very well his temperament. He clearly just doesn't want to return home and has concocted an excuse." Su Ming felt a bit awkward at this. "Well then, Teacher Jiang, you've been waiting for quite some time. You must be hungry. May I treat you to a meal? What do you like to eat?" "No need, young master. How can you say that? I owe my acceptance into the Royal Court Academy to your guidance, and I am truly grateful. While your acceptance into the Royal Court Academy is indeed due to my teachings, it is primarily a result of your own hard work, so there is no need to be overly courteous. Furthermore, there is no need to treat me to dinner. A feast has been prepared at home." Waiting for your return, Jiang Yu said with genuine warmth, clearly growing fond of Su Ming, not only for his intelligence but also for his politeness and composure. "All right," Su Ming replied, surprised that a feast had been arranged at home. "Young master, let us go. The car is parked in the underground parking lot." Jiang Yu then led Su Ming towards the underground garage. Chapter 95. Instructions. One update. Along the way, Su Ming curiously observed his surroundings. The facilities at the City of Starlight Station were entirely beyond the comparison of the 13th District. Aside from the lack of smart technology, everything else was top-notch. Moreover, the passengers he saw along the way were all impeccably dressed, providing a distinctly different visual experience to AT this time. Jiang Yu kindly said to Su Ming, "Young master, before we reach home, I have a few things to remind you about." "Please, go ahead," Su Ming responded promptly. "The old master has quite a temper and can be very irritable, but he is a good person, so if he scolds you or speaks harshly, do not retort. I understand that. Also, pay special attention to the old mistress, your uncles and cousins. Avoid any conflicts with them, even verbal disputes. It's best to remain polite, even if it's just on the surface." Jiang Yu continued to advise Su Ming. "I understand." Su Ming nodded in affirmation. To be honest, Su Ming's memories and feelings regarding the Su family were predominantly tied to the old master. Although the first lady was his grandmother, the only true grandmother he had, his father's mother, had already passed away. Thus, he wasn't particularly close to the others. Of course, the reason Su Yuan had been sent to the 13th District was partly due to his lack of ability, but a significant factor was also the death of his mother. With his grandmother's passing, Su Yuan lost a crucial pillar of support within the Su family. Certainly, if they are excessively unreasonable, you may certainly speak to the elder. Jiang Yu contemplated for a moment before adding. Indeed. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Su Ming followed Jiang Yu to the underground parking lot, where they approached a discreet black hover car. Jiang Yu opened the trunk, and Su Ming placed his luggage inside before taking a seat in the passenger seat. Once he fastened his seatbelt, he picked up his phone to send a message to his mother, assuring her of his safety. At that moment, Jiang Yu closed the trunk and returned to the driver's seat. After securing his seatbelt, he started the vehicle and drove towards the exit. Moments later, they emerged from the central station, arriving on the spacious roads of Starlight City. Su Ming gazed out of the window, marveling at this ancient city that had stood for thousands of years. Towering skyscrapers lined both sides of the road, constructed from the most advanced materials and techniques, exhibiting peculiar shapes, some resembling crystal pillars and others archways. The surfaces of these buildings displayed exquisite patterns, refracting brilliant rays of light under the sun's embrace. In addition, various flying vehicles zipped through the air at high speeds, some even darting swiftly beneath the aerial tracks. Meanwhile, at lower altitudes, uniquely designed airships floated, their massive frames displaying various high-definition advertisements and news. Noticing Su Ming's fascination with Starlight City, Zhang Yu smiled and remarked, "Before you boarded the train, you must have had a general view of Starlight City structure, right?" "Yes, it was quite peculiar," Su Ming replied. Starlight City is actually comprised of numerous Dorag spheres, which are essentially small zones. We are currently in the main urban area of Starlight City, specifically Zone A. This area is primarily administrative and commercial, hence the abundance of skyscrapers. Most of the powerful enterprises from the Federation, as well as those from other cities, Zone 16, and even extraterrestrial bodies, have established offices here. Sounds great, Su Ming nodded slightly. The central area, just beyond that, is the most prestigious commercial and residential district in Starlight City. The Su family resides in the G3 Villa district, which is a bit far, taking approximately an hour to reach. Additionally, the Royal Court Academy you will be attending is not located here but rather in the upper right corner of Starlight City, Zone B, which is also quite distant. Are the property prices high here? Su Ming inquired. Indeed, describing it as golden land would be an understatement. Just imagine, after thousands of years, a vast influx of population into such a small area. What a concept, Zhang Yu briefly explained. That makes sense, Su Ming nodded in understanding. As dusk fell in the G3 district, Stardust Villa area, Zhang Yu drove the black hovercar along the main road towards the Su family residence. Su Ming peered through the window, observing the expansive villas along the way, a wave of familiarity washing over him. If his memory served him right, they should be arriving soon. Suddenly, Su Ming noticed a series of 10-person red tables set up along the roadside, all occupied. "What are these?" Su Ming asked, somewhat astonished, glancing at Zhang Yu. "These are guests. We arrived a bit late, and they have already been seated," Zhang Yu responded with a smile. "Is such a grand affair necessary?" Su Ming exclaimed, taken aback. The tables were set up 200 to 300 meters away from the Su residence. Certainly, after all, this is a graduation banquet for the Royal Court Academy. While the Su family may not be the top-tier family in Starlight City, we are still a respectable family. Such grandeur is required, as it pertains to the family's reputation in Starlight City. Much is valued, and to establish oneself here, one must possess strength, connections, and face. Otherwise, progress becomes exceedingly difficult. Zhang Yu imparted his knowledge beyond the textbooks to Su Ming. "I understand, teacher," Su Ming replied humbly. At that moment, the guests on the street curiously gazed at the approaching hovercar, whispering about the identities of those inside. Most of the attendees recognized the Su family's license plate, speculating that the late arrival might be significant individuals. Soon after, Zhang Yu parked the car in the designated spot at the villa's entrance. Su Ming and Zhang Yu exited the vehicle, greeted promptly by 2 maids who rushed over. "Mr. Zhang, young master, you have arrived. The elder is waiting for you. Please take the young master's luggage inside," Zhang Yu instructed succinctly. "Yes, sir," the maids replied respectfully. Zhang Yu then led Su Ming towards the front door of the Su residence, where both sides were adorned with banquet tables. As they approached the entrance, the seated guests extended their greetings. "Mr. Zhang, who is this handsome young man beside you?" "Indeed, I've never seen him before. Mr. Tao, allow me to introduce this young man. He is Su Yuan's son, Su Ming, one of the 3 who have been accepted into the Royal Court Academy this time." Zhang Yu introduced with a smile. "Impressive, a promising young man with limitless potential," Mr. Tao praised enthusiastically. "Indeed." Zhang Yu then turned to Su Ming and said, "This is Mr. Tao, your 4th aunt's uncle, and also a relative." "Hello," Su Ming greeted politely. Good, Mr. Tao responded with a smile. "Please take a seat. I will escort him inside," Zhang Yu said courteously before leading Su Ming further in. Upon entering the inner courtyard, the guests seated along the way turned their gaze towards Zhang Yu and Su Ming, making their late arrival all the more conspicuous. Zhang Yu maintained his smile, introducing Su Ming to various relatives as they walked deeper into the villa. "This is your grandfather's distant cousin. That one is your mother's cousin." "Hello," Su Ming greeted each one with courtesy, noticing that the guests seated further and had either closer familial ties or higher social standing, indicating that seating arrangements held significance. Inside the villa's grand hall, numerous banquet tables were filled with guests, each table accompanied by a waitress adorned in equipaode. At the far end of the hall, a T-shaped stage, covered with a red carpet, had been erected. At the main table, which seated 50, sat Su Zhenqian at the head. To his right was a wrinkled, cold-eyed elderly woman with white hair, and to his left, a robust, square-faced middle-aged man with thick brows and a steady demeanor. These two were Su Jintian's wife, Zhou Xinyu, and his eldest son, Su Yao. In addition to his eldest son, the table also hosted his third son, Su Ying, fourth son, Su Dong, fifth son, Su Feilong, and seventh son, Su Hiwei, along with their wives and children. Su Zhentian had a total of 9 children, 6 sons and 3 daughters, all of whom had married outside the family. The married daughters had also been invited but could not sit at the main table. Relegated to the auxiliary tables nearby, the dining table, several exquisitely dressed noblewomen were engaged in idle chatter. What time is it? They still haven't arrived. Indeed, it's too slow. We are all waiting for them. By the way, how did the 9th son's son manage to get into the Royal Court Academy? It's truly unbelievable. I'm quite perplexed. I heard not long ago that he attempted to take his own life over a female classmate. Exactly. I'm also curious about how he managed to get accepted. If it weren't for this session being overseen by the Royal Court's own committee, I would suspect he had cheated. I share the same sentiment. As these noblewomen whispered among themselves, a portly young man with acne around his mouth, dressed in extravagant attire, complained while clutching his stomach. Where are they? I'm starving. Can't we just start without them? At that moment, Su Dong, noticing his younger brother's impatience, mustered the courage to speak to Su Zhentian. Father, shall we not wait any longer and start eating? The food is getting cold. Su Zhentian shot a glare at his 4th son, slamming his hand on the table and scolding, Damn it, I'm hosting a graduation banquet for Su Bin, Su Ming, and Su Lu, not for you. What are you whining about? Truly foolish. Su Dong immediately shrank back. Silenced. Enough, it's a joyous occasion. Refrain from scolding, and no matter how foolish, he is still your son. Zhou Xinyu calmly reminded. Upon hearing Zhou Xinyu's words, Su Zhentian found himself momentarily speechless, his anger quelled. Truth be told, if it weren't for the guests being present, he would have certainly dealt with this foolish son of his. This man had failed to properly educate his own child, even encouraging him to cheat, only to be caught red-handed, resulting in the loss of a 3rd-generation aircraft. Now, he had the audacity to suggest starting the meal early. Meanwhile, Su Ying and his brothers watched the scene unfold with amusement, showing no intention of coming to Su Dong's defense. Just then, a guest sitting near the entrance suddenly exclaimed, They're here, finally. Su Ming's cousins murmured among themselves. That moment, Zhang Yu escorted Su Ming into the hall, and the guests turned their attention towards him, many whispering, Which young master of the Su family is this? I've never seen him before. Seems to be the 9th son. Isn't the 9th son quite portly? I'm not sure. As Su Ming and Zhang Yu approached the main banquet table amidst the gazes and murmurs of the crowd, Su Zhentian looked at Su Ming, momentarily taken aback, struggling to recognize him. His memories of Su Ming lingered from several years ago, and in his mind, Su Ming was quite overweight. Su Yao and the others were equally astonished, not expecting the son of the 9th son to have grown into such a handsome young man. Greetings, grandfather and grandmother. Su Ming politely greeted Su Zhentian and Zhou Xinyu with a respectful bow. Old master, the young master has arrived, Zhang Yu said respectfully. At this moment, Su Zhentian returned to his senses and burst into hearty laughter. Haha, truly my dear grandson. It seems you took my words to heart and have indeed slimmed down. All thanks to your excellent guidance, grandfather, Su Ming replied with eloquence. Well said. By the way, where is your father? Why hasn't he come? Su Zhentian inquired, his mood exceptionally bright as he stood up. Grandfather, my father hasn't been feeling well lately. He caught a severe cold yesterday and is resting at home. Which is why I came alone, Su Ming quickly explained to Su Zhentian. Damn it, I told him long ago to exercise more, but he never listens. Never mind, today is a grand occasion. No need to bring him up. Su Zhentian said, dismissing the matter. You're right, grandfather, Su Ming replied obediently. Su Ming, Su Lu, Su Bin, come with me. Su Zhentian waved his hand grandly and strode towards the makeshift stage behind him. At that moment, a young man dressed in ordinary attire and wearing glasses, along with another youth clad in trendy designer wear adorned with a starry watch and a haughty demeanor, rose from the main table and ascended the stage. Following suit, Su Ming also stepped onto the platform, glancing at the two and feeling quite surprised. It turned out that the Su family had 2 individuals admitted to the Royal Academy this year. It seemed they had invested considerable effort in education. No wonder the Su family was thriving. Esteemed guests, I sincerely thank you for attending the Su family's graduation banquet. I am now honored to introduce 3 of our young talents. Su Bin, Su Ming and Su Liu. They achieved outstanding results in this year's city examinations and have been accepted into the Royal Academy, Su Zhentian bellowed, addressing everyone. Applause erupted throughout the hall, filled with enthusiastic congratulations. Congratulations, wishing you a bright future ahead. Su Zhentian raised his hand to signal for silence, and once the hall quieted, he addressed the attendees. All of you here are friends and relatives of the Su family. Well acquainted with my temperament, I am a man of my word. At the last graduation banquet, I declared that anyone who studies diligently and gains admission to the Royal Academy would be handsomely rewarded. Now, I announce that Su Ming and the others will each receive a red envelope containing 10 million federal coins as a congratulatory gift for their acceptance into the Royal Academy. Wow, 10 million. That's a considerable sum. Many guests began to discuss excitedly. Su Ming was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such lavish generosity from the Su family right off the bat. After years of saving, he barely had over 20 million to his name. As Su Zhentian's words concluded, 3 young women dressed in kipayos approached, each carrying a red tray with a check resting atop it. Take it, Su Zhentian cheerfully urged Su Ming and the others. Thank you, grandfather. They expressed their gratitude in unison. Su Zhentian nodded, and then boisterously addressed the guests. All right, the feast can now commence. Eat and drink to your heart's content, and do not hold back. To do so would mean you don't respect the Su family. Indeed. The guests responded enthusiastically. Afterward, Su Zhentian led Su Ming and the others back to the main table. My, how you've grown handsome, Su Ming. Zhao Ning has truly educated you well. Come, sit beside your aunt. I've saved a spot for you. A flamboyantly dressed matron adorned with red gemstone earrings and a burgundy gown said with a warm smile. Su Ming, recalling his vague memories, recognized the lady and courteously replied, Thank you, second aunt. Oh, it's not only your side that has space. I can make room here as well, his elder aunt interjected with a huff. Meanwhile, Su Yao and Su Ying cast their gazes upon Su Ming, their expressions not particularly warm, reflecting a subtle disdain. However, this was understandable. Su Ming's grandmother was Su Zhentian's final wife, who had once been greatly favored, leading the entire family to have a rather unfavorable view of her, and by extension, Su Ming. What's the fuss over a seat? Su Ming, you can sit wherever you like. Su Zhentian waved his hand irritably. All right then, I shall impose on my second aunt, Su Ming replied as he moved to sit beside her. At that moment, Su Zhentian picked up his chopsticks and announced to everyone, Let the feast begin. The guests at the table, hearing Su Zhentian's declaration, finally felt at ease to lift their chopsticks and partake in the meal. Su Ming, have some shrimp. Life in the 13th district must be tough. You probably haven't had such delicacies, his second aunt said, offering him a shrimp. Thank you, second aunt, but I can manage on my own, Su Ming replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, sensing the insincerity behind her overly eager demeanor. However, as the saying goes, even insincere pleasantries are still pleasantries, and one must comply. No need for formality among family. You should spend more time with your cousins, especially teaching your younger cousin how to study. He will have to take the city exam next year, his second aunt said with a smile. Her child, upon hearing his mother suggest getting closer to Su Ming, wore a look of disdain, clearly uninterested in associating with what they deemed a country bumpkin. Yet, they were wise enough not to voice their thoughts, knowing the old master was still present. At that moment, Su Zhentian raised his voice to address his grandchildren. Su Ming has just returned from the 13th district and will be attending the Royal Academy. You siblings should spend more time together, and you older brothers, take good care of your younger brother. Don't just laze about. Yes, grandfather, everyone replied hastily. Come now, family, let us raise a toast. Su Zhentian exclaimed, lifting a glass of liquor as he stood. Father, please sit. You shouldn't be the one standing, Su Ming and the others urged. Indeed, grandfather. They all rose, glasses in hand. Ha, family is family. Let us drink up, Su Zhentian joyfully declared. At that moment, the atmosphere at the main banquet table was filled with warmth and merriment, or at least that was how it appeared to the guests nearby. Su Ming and the others downed their drinks in unison. Following this, Su Zhentian moved to the adjacent banquet table to toast the guests, with the ever-attentive butler and Ku following closely behind with a drink in hand. As Su Zhentian began to entertain the guests, many attendees rose to toast Su Yao and the others at Su Ming's table, further enlivening the celebration. Several hours later, as the banquet began to wind down, guests with flushed faces rose to leave. The main table remained filled, with no one departing. At this moment, Tian, now slightly tipsy, returned to the main table and was met with Zhou Xianyu's cool demeanor. It's getting late. Perhaps it's time to disperse. All right, Tian, feeling a bit lightheaded, did not oppose. Old master, where will young master Su Ming be sleeping tonight? Zhang Yu asked with a smile. The others at the banquet table, including Su Yao, looked toward Zhang Yu, sensing a hint of intentionality in the question posed to the elder. Su Ming would surely have a guest room arranged for him. There was no need for such inquiries. He will sleep in Su Yuan's room. Is that room tidy? Su Tian replied without a second thought. Su Ming was slightly taken aback, surprised that his father's room was still preserved. Despite the size of the villa, the Su family was quite large, and it had become somewhat cramped. Typically, when his aunts visited, they would stay in guest rooms. Nevertheless, it was comforting to sleep in his father's room, as it felt less awkward. Although he was to report to the Royal Academy tomorrow, he would still be residing here for the month leading up to the official start of classes. This was also why Su Yuan was so unwilling to return, as spending a month in close proximity to the old master was more daunting than confinement in a small, dark room. It has already been tidied up. Butler Unku responded respectfully. Very well. Zhang Yu, please escort Su Ming to his room, Su Tian instructed with a wave of his hand. Certainly, young master, follow me, Zhang Yu said courteously to Su Ming. Thank you for your assistance, Su Ming replied as he rose to follow Zhang Yu. The two ascended the staircase to the third floor, walking down the corridor to the innermost room. Zhang Yu opened the door and smiled. Young master, please come in. Su Ming stepped inside, curiously surveying the room's layout. It was quite spacious, approximately over 80 square meters, nearly rivaling the size of an average family home. The room was spotless, with various Mecha and ship models displayed on the desk, all of which were limited editions from long ago. Chapter 98. High Hopes, a little love song for the Alliance leader. Additional update. 4 updates. Su Ming approached the writing desk and picked up a Mecha model, examining it with a slight smile, suggesting that his father had a fondness for such things in his youth. The young master was once quite enamored with this as a child. He originally applied for the Mecha department, but alas, it seems he lacks the aptitude, Zhang Yu remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Is that so? Su Ming replied with a chuckle. Young master, this is for you. Zhang Yu contemplated for a moment before handing Su Ming a personal business card. Upon receiving it, Su Ming glanced at the card, which bore the inscription, Thunderstar Interstellar Heavy Industry Group, Technical Development Director, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu then smiled and continued, I usually work at the main office of the Su family. If you need anything, feel free to come to the company to find me. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, Su Ming responded with deep respect. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking interrupted them. Come in, Su Ming said, somewhat surprised. Creak. The door swung open, and Butler Enk entered, offering a slight bow to Su Ming before politely saying, Young master, the master requests your presence in his study. Seeing this, Zhang Yu turned to Su Ming and said, Young master, the old master is looking for you. I shall take my leave. Teacher Zhang, please take care. Su Ming nodded slightly, then followed Butler Enk out. Moments later, Su Ming arrived at the door of the study with Enk. Enk opened the closed door and gestured for Su Ming to enter. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming stepped into the study. Inside, Su Tian was poring over a report, his brow furrowed in concentration. Grandfather, Su Ming called respectfully as he approached the desk. Hearing Su Ming's voice, Su Tian set down the document with a smile. Come here, Su Ming. Su Ming walked over to Su Tian's side and glanced at the summary report on the desk, only to discover it was a financial summary indicating losses. At the bottom of the table were 2 lines highlighted in red. Uncompensated payment to District 13 for 10 second-generation mechas. Raider. Uncompensated payment to the Royal Court Church for 1 third-generation mecha. Windchaser. Seeing these items, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The Su family's deficit this year was likely due to these 2 expenditures. The first was to cover for his father's mistakes, and the second was likely to shield family members as well. Truly, being the head of a family is no easy task. No wonder the old master is often irritable. When do you plan to go to school? Su Tian inquired, looking at Su Ming. I'll report tomorrow and may stay at school to familiarize myself with the environment, returning home when I have time. Su Ming replied succinctly. Very well, I recall you applied for the Mecha department. Correct? Yes. You must study diligently and never emulate your inept father. Understood. What a good grandson I have. Perhaps when you graduate, We could traverse the stars together and carve out our own domain, Sujin Tian said joyfully to Su Ming. Indeed. Observing Sujin Tian's exuberance, Su Ming felt a twinge of sentimentality. The old master may be aging, yet his ambition surpasses that of the younger generation. There's one more thing I must tell you. At the Royal Court Academy, focus on your studies and avoid causing trouble or bullying others. However, if someone dares to bully you, do not fear. We do not shy away from conflict as long as you are in the right. Your grandfather will support you. I understand, grandfather, Su Ming replied earnestly. Looking at his exceptional grandson, Sujin Tian sighed with a hint of regret. If only your father possessed half your talent and courage. Grandfather, every generation has its own fortunes. Although my father may lack in talent and success, he is content with his current life and quite happy, Su Ming said thoughtfully, delicately speaking well of his father to prevent Sujin Tian from growing increasingly irate and calling his father to reprimand him. Humph, of course he is content. I clean up the messes he leaves behind. Forget about him. The more I speak, the angrier I become, Sujin Tian said, irritation creeping into his voice as he thought of Su Yuan's cowardice. Grandfather, please calm down. All right, it's nothing. You should return to rest early. Very well. I shall take my leave. Su Ming turned awkwardly and departed. A few minutes later, Su Ming returned to his room, opened his suitcase, retrieved a change of clothes, and entered the bathroom for a quick wash. Not long after, he emerged in his pajamas and walked towards the window, preparing to draw the curtains and retire for the night. However, as he reached the window and gazed outside, he was momentarily transfixed. Above, the vast expanse of the cosmos was suffused with a deep, rich crimson hue, with twinkling stars piercing through the red atmosphere. Resembling burning jewels suspended in the sky, Su Ming was instantly captivated by the magnificent crimson starry sky. Feeling as though the very blood within him ignited with fervor. Time trickled by, and the night deepened. The next morning, a sleek black hover car sped along the expressway toward the Royal Court Academy. Su Ming sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window at the grand edifices whizzing by. Butler Inc., how far are we from the school? Not far now. We should arrive in about half an hour. If you feel weary, you may take a nap, and I will wake you as we approach, Butler Inc. offered politely to no need. The scenery outside is quite pleasant, Su Ming declined, continuing to admire the view. Today marked the day of enrollment at the Royal Court Academy. Su Lu, being an outsider, did not reside in the Su family villa and thus did not travel with them. As for Su Bin, he opted not to accompany Su Ming, having had his father, Su Ying, drive him away first. Consequently, Butler Inc. was left to escort Su Ming alone. However, Su Ming paid it no mind. He was not particularly interested in forming connections with them. As the hover car entered a tunnel, descending underground, Su Ming inquired, Butler Inc., will we reach the area of the Royal Court Academy after passing through this tunnel? Indeed. We have exited the main urban area. Each sector of the Dolag sphere is interconnected via underground tunnels. In the future, when you leave the Royal Court Academy, you will take this route as well, Butler Inc. explained patiently. Understood, Su Ming nodded. At that moment, sleek, futuristic flying vehicles zipped past the top and sides of the car at astonishing speeds, so rapid that Su Ming could barely discern their tail lights. Are they flying that fast without any issues? Su Ming asked, intrigued. Chapter 99. Mia, an additional update for the Alliance leader, Dongyu Lingyu, 5 updates, Young Master. This tunnel leads to the Royal Court Academy. Those who can study there are not only exceptional talents but also individuals of extraordinary status. This is merely routine. At the Royal Court Academy, sometimes turning a blind eye can be beneficial, Butler Inc. kindly advised Su Ming. After hearing this, Su Ming fell silent, choosing not to respond further. Half an hour later, the black hover car emerged from the tunnel, and the scenery transformed dramatically. In the distance, Su Ming beheld 2 towering humanoid stone statues, each about 300 meters high, holding books and swords, a sight both awe-inspiring and magnificent. Do you see those 2 statues? They are the guardian statues of the Royal Court Academy, crafted by the most renowned sculptor in federal history, Turinwa, who dedicated his life to their creation, symbolizing knowledge and strength. The grand entrance to the Royal Court Academy lies between these 2 statues. I can only escort you to the entrance, young master, Butler Inc. diligently informed Su Ming. Thank you for your assistance. Su Ming replied politely. You're welcome. Butler Inc. accelerated the vehicle toward the entrance. Shortly thereafter, the black hover car came to a stop at the Academy's grand entrance. The area was expansive, with the ground laid with neatly arranged black patterned stone bricks. Numerous vehicles were parked here, and many parents were reluctantly bidding farewell to their children. While gaining admission to the Royal Court Academy was a source of great pride for everyone, it also signified that from this moment on, they were no longer merely their parents' children. Su Ming stepped out of the car, and Butler Ank opened the trunk to retrieve Su Ming's luggage before bidding farewell. "Young master, I shall take my leave." "Take care on your journey," Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Butler Ank then drove off in the black hover car. Su Ming surveyed his surroundings and soon noticed that the entrance of the academy had set up various registration stations for new students, each marked with signs indicating their respective departments. Among them, the registration stations for the Mecha and Command departments were the most prominent, practically situated right at the entrance. These two registration stations attracted the largest crowds of students. Su Ming wheeled his suitcase directly toward the Mecha registration station, opting to join a line with relatively fewer people. It was undeniable that the students arriving here for registration exhibited commendable qualities. Although the crowd was considerable, it was remarkably orderly. Furthermore, Su Ming observed that the students queuing nearby generally had high visual appeal, with many being second-generation new humans, making Su Ming, an ordinary human, feel somewhat out of place. At that moment, a guidance teacher approached, offering Su Ming a tag and a pin. "Student, please write your name and department on this tag and affix it to your suitcase. We will deliver it to your dormitory." "Thank you." Su Ming took the label and inscribed Mecha Department Su Ming upon it, subsequently affixing it to his suitcase. The supervising teacher then grasped Su Ming's luggage and departed. Su Ming quietly joined the queue. And before long, it was his turn. He was greeted by a rather elderly male teacher, whose demeanor exuded warmth and kindness. "Please present your identification card," he requested. Su Ming handed over his ID card to the teacher before him. After scanning the card and retrieving the corresponding records and information, the teacher swiftly instructed an assistant to fetch a document. Upon opening the file, he extracted a beautifully crafted blue metallic student card and handed it to Su Ming. "Student Su Ming, you have been assigned to Class 23 of the first-year Mecha Department. This is your student card. Present this card upon entering the school, and then proceed to your right where you will find the class assembly point. Your teacher awaits you there." "Thank you," Su Ming replied. Taking the student card and turning to leave. As he walked towards the entrance, he scrutinized the card in his hand. The class system at the Royal Court Academy held significance. Aside from the special training classes, the top 3 classes of any major were designated as key classes. A higher ranking indicated better student performance, while the subsequent classes were considered ordinary. Therefore, Su Ming's assignment to Class 23, an ordinary class, was not unexpected, given that he had entered through his household registration. However, even ordinary classes comprised exceptionally talented students who were not necessarily inferior to those in the key classes. Before long, Su Ming arrived at the entrance of the Royal Court Academy, where a series of turnstiles stood. Entry and exit required card scanning. Should any issues arise during identification, an ear-piercing alarm would sound, alerting nearby security personnel. The primary purpose of these turnstiles was to prevent outsiders from entering, as each day, numerous visitors sought to explore the academy. In terms of safety, it was unlikely that one could find a place more secure than the Royal Court Academy, which not only housed the Royal Court Order but also boasted students and teachers of formidable combat prowess, including many retired heroes of the Federation. Su Ming successfully scanned his card and entered the academy. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by an elegantly designed white rock fountain, its central water column soaring over 100 meters high. He ventured to the right and soon encountered a series of prominent signs, each clearly displaying the names of various departmental classes, with somber-faced teachers in vintage, blue-striped attire standing beside them. Behind these teachers were groups of students arriving to report for duty, all exchanging friendly greetings, aware that they would be classmates for many years to come. Before long, Su Ming located the sign for Mecha Class 23. However, to his surprise, he noticed the absence of a teacher beside the class sign. Only a multitude of fellow students awaited. Without giving it much thought, Su Ming approached the class gathering point and found a spot near the front. The earlier arrivals cast curious glances at him. While several girls whispered among themselves, "Another classmate has arrived, and he is quite handsome. Indeed, he is quite attractive. I wonder what his name is. Are you taken with him? Should you go say hello?" "Don't be ridiculous. I am merely complimenting him." Su Ming noticed the girls' chatter, but paid it no mind, choosing instead to patiently await the arrival of their teacher. Time passed, and over 40 minutes slipped by. Students from other classes had gathered, their teachers having called roll and led them away. Only Su Ming's class stood alone, seemingly abandoned. What is going on? All the other classes have completed roll call and left. Why hasn't our teacher arrived? A fashionably dressed young man with golden hair and striking looks exclaimed, his brow furrowed. Yes, what is happening? Did the teacher forget us? A gentle-faced girl interjected. The students murmured amongst themselves, puzzled. Just then, a woman clad in a white blouse, a black skirt, and knee-high boots approached Su Ming and the others. She appeared rather inebriated, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue, holding a bottle of liquor in her left hand while carrying a bag in her right. Her presence suffused with the scent of alcohol. As Su Ming and the others anxiously awaited their teacher, they scanned the area, yet to no avail. Suddenly, the tipsy woman stood before them, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hello, students. I am your teacher, Mia." Su Ming was momentarily taken aback as he regarded the woman. She was indeed quite beautiful, with a mature and alluring visage, cascading golden waves of hair, and a striking figure that nearly strained the buttons of her blouse. Most notably, the top button was undone, revealing a pronounced cleavage. The classmates, upon hearing her introduction, immediately began to murmur. Who is she? Is she our teacher? Surely not. What kind of teacher arrives at school in such a state? The golden-haired boy remarked, his brow still furrowed. What a disgrace. How could someone so inebriated be a teacher? And she isn't even wearing proper teacher attire. Several female classmates chimed in, unable to contain their disapproval. Ah, the teacher's attire, you say? Just wait a moment, Mia said with a slight hiccup, before cheerfully opening the bag she carried and pulling out a vintage teacher's outfit. Su Ming and his classmates were left dumbfounded. Could this tipsy woman truly be their teacher? Before they could fully process the situation, she began to change right before them. Teacher, please don't change here, they exclaimed, shocked by her brazen behavior in a public space. Oh, don't be so tense. I'm merely draping it over myself. I'm not changing completely, Mia replied, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Upon seeing this, Su Ming and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts were racing from the unexpected turn of events. Mia casually draped the teacher's outfit over her shoulders, then pulled out a roll call sheet, slurring, "Let us begin the roll call. Zhang Tai." Silence fell over the group, with no one responding. Huh? Zhang Tai? Not here, Mia remarked, her tone lighthearted. I'm Zhang Yi, not Zhang Tai, a short, freckled boy with flaxen hair lamented. Oh, Zhang Yi, my mistake. Moving on to the next. Mia chuckled, marking a check beside the name before continuing down the list. She glanced at the names on the roll call. They appeared to blur before her eyes. Shaking her head, she squinted but still struggled to read the names. What on earth? These names are playing tricks on me. I can hardly see them. Could someone help me with the roll call? She complained. The students were left speechless. Su Ming sighed softly and raised his right hand. Teacher, I can do it. Mia looked up at him, asking, What is your name? Su Ming, he replied succinctly. With a smile, Mia handed him the roll call sheet and pen. I'll remember you. Go ahead. Su Ming took the sheet and swiftly began calling out names. Lai Yin, here, the golden-haired youth responded, suppressing his displeasure. Shi, present, the gentle-faced girl replied. Wu Shan, Mandy. Su Ming continued to call names, quickly completing the roll for all 49 classmates. Once finished, he returned the roll call sheet and pen to Mia, stating, Teacher, everyone is present. Well done, Mia exclaimed happily, accepting the sheet. At that moment, Lin, barely containing his irritation, asked, Teacher, now that everyone is here, what are we supposed to do next? Of course, we're going to have some fun, Mia declared enthusiastically, raising the bottle of liquor before the group. Su Ming felt a twitch of discomfort at her words, while the other students erupted in disbelief. Have fun? Aren't we here to report for duty? We just got here. Nothing has been explained. Upon hearing the incredulous questions from her students, Mia seemed to regain some clarity and cheerfully replied, Oh, right. I forgot. It's the orientation day. We can't go out to have fun. IVE had enough. I want to file a complaint. Lin could no longer hold back, standing up. In contrast to the seriousness and professionalism of teachers from other classes, they felt utterly unfortunate to have encountered a drunken instructor. This was simply intolerable. Upon hearing Yin's intent to file a complaint, Mia staggered over to him, leaning in closely. Lin took a deep breath, unwavering as he met her gaze. What are you going to complain about? No complaints allowed, she retorted, tapping him lightly on the head with the roll call sheet, her response utterly unreasonable. Lin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Come on, everyone follow me, Mia, disregarding anything Ryan had to say, waved her hand dismissively and spoke. Xu Ming and the others felt utterly helpless, but they could only follow Mia. She led the group away from the waiting area, strolling down the spacious path. Her words slightly slurred. I won't delve into the history and background of the Royal Court Academy. I'm sure you've heard more than enough about it already. If you're genuinely interested, go to the library and look it up yourselves. Upon hearing Mia's words, Xu Ming and the others exchanged glances, their initial excitement dampened significantly. They had poured their sweat and effort into reaching their dream school, brimming with various fantasies and expectations about the Royal Court Academy. Yet, the teacher's dismissive remark rendered her unwillingness to elaborate. However, Mia, oblivious to their disappointment, continued enthusiastically, let me share something interesting with you. Do you see the statues lining this path? Yes, Xu Ming and the others replied in unison. These are the effigies of past principals, although the craftsmanship is quite poor, especially the one on the right. It looks rather unsavory, with those beady eyes and a shifty expression. Mia began to critique the statues. Xu Ming and the others fell silent, refraining from responding to Mia's comments, for each statue represented a former principal of the Royal Court Academy, historical figures of great renown. The principal, she pointed out, had once held the esteemed position of vice chair of the Federal Assembly. Mia, undeterred by the sudden stillness, grew increasingly animated. Look at that statue over there, with its large nose and donkey-like face. At that moment, some upperclassmen passing by cast bewildered glances in their direction. Ryan and the others bowed their heads, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Mia guided them to a uniquely designed building. This structure resembled a bud about to bloom, constructed entirely from gleaming silver metal that shone brilliantly under the sun, with the words Comprehensive Building Number 1 clearly marked on its facade. Beneath Comprehensive Building Number 1, tables were set up, each displaying stacks of uniforms in various sizes. Teachers responsible for distribution stood beside them, while a rather stooped, stern-looking old man sat nearby. In front of the teachers were several archway-like instruments. In an orderly fashion, students were led by their respective teachers through these archways, which provided precise height measurements to determine the appropriate uniform sizes. After measuring, students would collect their uniforms from the respective teachers before heading into the changing rooms of Comprehensive Building Number 1. Move swiftly, the stooped old man commanded as he stood up to oversee the distribution of uniforms. Understood, Director Chin, the teachers replied promptly, not daring to slack off at a tea this moment. Mia took a swig from her bottle and casually instructed Xu Ming and the others, you can line up to collect your uniforms and change. Once you're done, come find me. Before Xu Ming and the others could react, Mia staggered forward, making her way directly to Director Chin's chair, where she plopped down unceremoniously and propped her legs up on the table. Instantly, students collecting uniforms and the distributing teachers were taken aback, staring at Mia in shock. Even Director Chin looked at her with a dark expression, but he refrained from scolding her, though his gaze was laden with disapproval. Who is that? One student whispered. She's dressed like a teacher. She must be one, right? I saw her leading a group of students just now. Who is so unfortunate to have that teacher? Xu Ming and the others kept their heads down, quietly collecting their uniforms. The process was rather swift, and soon Xu Ming had his uniform in hand. He entered the male changing room number 43 within Comprehensive Building Number 1. Inside, rows of electronic lockers awaited. Simply swiping a student card would open a compartment to stow away their outer garments for later retrieval. As Xu Ming unwrapped the plastic covering, he examined the Academy's uniform closely. The white top was crafted from a premium, soft fabric, tailored to fit impeccably, with a refined stand-up collar and slightly tapered sleeves. A star insignia adorned the chest, signifying its unique identity, while the trousers were straight and elongated. Made from equally high-quality material, Xu Ming couldn't help but admire the grandeur of the Royal Court Academy. This uniform must have cost a fortune. Without further thought, he quickly changed into the uniform, stowed away his clothes in the locker, and exited the changing room. Moments later, all of Xu Ming's companions were finally dressed, and it was then that Mia lazily rose from her seat and approached them. Teachers, we're all dressed. What's next? Let us go. I'll take you for some photographs, Mia yawned, the high alcohol content making her a bit drowsy. Photographs? We're taking pictures on the first day of school? And she and the others looked on in confusion. Come on, come on. Mia waved her bottle at them, leading the way without offering any explanations. The group could only follow her, perplexed. After some time, Mia guided Su Ming and the others to a solemn grand door located in the southeastern corner of the Royal Court Academy. This imposing entrance, constructed from heavy stone, stood tall and robust, exuding a profound sense of history. The top of the door arched gracefully, inscribed with the 4 characters, Eternal Resting Place, surrounded by intricately carved linear patterns. As Su Ming and the others beheld the name of the gate, an immediate sense of reverence washed over them. This place was the cemetery of the Royal Court Academy, where memorials were erected for graduates who had sacrificed their lives over the years, serving as a spiritual pillar for the institution. Mia, still somewhat intoxicated, approached the cemetery gate with Su Ming and the others. However, as they drew near, a burly guard captain clad in a crimson third-generation exoskeleton armor with thick brows and a stout build stepped forward to block Mia's path. Wait, Captain Jade, why are you stopping me? Mia asked, her demeanor far from serious. Captain Jade's gaze fell upon the bottle in Mia's hand, and he said sternly, Mia, this is a cemetery. Alcohol is not permitted inside. Oh, come on. I'm bringing this wine to honor those fallen comrades, Mia replied with a cheerful grin. Captain Jade raised an eyebrow, suppressing his anger. If anyone else had said that, I would believe them, but coming from you, who would take it seriously? Hand it over. Fine, I'll hand it over. Mia responded playfully, then proceeded to tilt the bottle back and gulp down half of it. Su Ming and the others stared in disbelief as Mia downed the liquor. Burp. Here you go. After finishing, she shoved the bottle into Captain Jade's hands. In an instant, Captain Jade erupted like a powder keg, his voice filled with fury. Mia, you've gone too far. At that moment, Jade's subordinates hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him, urging, Captain, calm down. You can't hit her. After all, she is a teacher at the academy. If you strike her, you might as well resign. Let go of me. I understand. Captain Jade fumed, stamping his foot in frustration. He couldn't comprehend how the academy could allow such a teacher to exist. It was simply disgraceful. Seeing Captain Jade finally calming down, the others slowly released their grip. Don't be angry. It's not a big deal, Mia chuckled, still a bit tipsy. Just go inside. Don't block my view. Captain Jade gritted his teeth. Mia waved her hand cheerfully and called to Su Ming and the others, Dear students, let us go. Su Ming and the others silently followed Mia inside, slowly becoming accustomed to her antics. Soon, they found themselves within the cemetery. An expansive area filled with rows upon rows of stone tombstones, leaving little space unoccupied. Su Ming and the others were deeply moved by the sight. How many lives must have been sacrificed? Mia, seemingly indifferent to the somber atmosphere, led them along the main path deeper into the cemetery. As they walked, Su Ming and the others scanned the tombstones flanking their sides, each adorned with black and white photographs, names, and epitaphs. With every youthful face they encountered, their hearts grew heavier. Each tombstone seemed to represent a life that had once thrived. After walking a while down the main path, it branched into numerous smaller paths leading to different areas of the cemetery. Su Ming noticed several figures clad in school uniforms, military attire, and exoskeleton armor, each holding paper flowers, traversing the various paths. However, they did not veer toward the smaller paths but continued along the main route. Moments later, Mia led Su Ming and the others to an open circular plaza, where the ground was laid with thick stones, with patches of moss sprouting in the cracks. At the center of the plaza stood 3 towering stone statues, each reaching a height of 100 meters. The statues on the left and right had their upper halves shattered, with fragments strewn about, while the central statue remained intact. Chapter 102. History, an extra chapter for the Alliance leader Dong Yulingyu. Third update, the statue before us depicts a strikingly handsome young man, masterfully sculpted by an artisan whose skills are nothing short of extraordinary. Not only is the likeness rendered with lifelike precision, but it also captures an extraordinary aura. As Su Ming and his companions gazed at the 3 colossal statues, an unspoken understanding prevailed among them, refraining from inquiries that might delve into the darker history of the Royal Court Academy. Anyone with even a cursory knowledge of the institution would be well aware of the circumstances surrounding these figures. These statues represent the founding principles of the Royal Court Academy. However, following a significant schism, 2 of the principals departed, taking a multitude of teachers with them to establish a new Royal Court Academy within the Dark Star Empire and the Celestial Divine Authority. Consequently, the 2 statues were shattered. Besides the central trio, the plaza is adorned with numerous smaller, vividly realistic statues, as well as a towering stone wall. At this moment, the spacious plaza buzzes with excitement, filled with students and teachers alike. Instructors guide their classes toward the statues, ascending the tiered iron framework, forming orderly lines for photographs. A male teacher, long-haired and exuding artistic flair, adjusts his camera and calls out, "The 6th student from the left in the 3rd row. Switch places with the student in front. Don't obstruct their face. Excellent, just like that. Maintain your expressions." Click. As the flash illuminates the scene, the photography instructor waves his hand in satisfaction. "Next class, dancers, we're here." Mia, slightly tipsy, steps forward with a beaming smile. Instantly, all eyes in the plaza turn to Mia and Su Ming. Daniel glances at the queue-jumping Mia and sighs resignedly. In an effort to prevent her from causing a scene, he simply gestures, "Come on, come on." Seeing Daniel acquiesce, Mia joyfully waves at Su Ming. "Su Ming, come here." Su Ming, feeling exasperated, approaches her. "Teacher, please arrange them on the tiered iron framework and line them up," Mia commands without hesitation. Su Ming can only comply, ushering his classmates to form a queue. Minutes later, once all students are lined up, Su Ming turns to Mia to report, "All set, teacher." "Well done," Mia replies with a cheerful smile. Just as Su Ming turns to return to the iron framework, Mia suddenly wraps her arm around his neck, pressing her body against him. Su Ming is taken aback, overwhelmed by the softness of her touch and the faint scent of bellflower. Mia, delighted, clings to Su Ming, posing with a V sign for Daniel, the photography teacher, and exclaims, "Quick, take the picture." "Yay!" Click. Daniel promptly presses the shutter, capturing the moment forever. "All right," Daniel addresses Mia and the others. "All done." Mia, still wrapped around Su Ming, joyfully announces to everyone, "Teacher, I can let go now." Su Ming, looking somewhat helpless, inquires, "Isn't it time to release me?" "Huh. The teacher just had a bit too much to drink. My legs are slightly unsteady." Mia replies nonchalantly, "Why is the first thing we do upon arriving at school to change into uniforms and take photographs? What's the significance?" "Isn't that something reserved for graduation?" Su Ming sighs. His curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Ryan and the others also turn to Mia, equally bewildered. "Because it's your memorial photo," Mia blurts out without a second thought. Su Ming and the others are left dumbfounded, incredulously responding, "Memorial photo? Really? Yes, yes, but don't dwell on it. It's no big deal." Mia reassures them with a grin. Su Ming, feeling utterly defeated, muses on the absurdity of the situation. How could a memorial photo be considered trivial? Yet, they have no choice but to accept this reality, as they know their teacher will not elaborate further. Thus, he inquires, "So, teacher, where do we go next?" "What do you mean, where to?" "The photos are taken. I'm off duty now." "You can do whatever you like," Mia replies cheerfully. "But teacher, who will guide us for the rest of the tour?" Angel and the others ask, somewhat lost, as other classes continue their tours after taking photographs. "The class leader will," Mia states casually. "Class leader? Who asked that?" "When did we have a class leader?" Ryan asks, frowning. The other students are equally perplexed, wondering when their class had acquired a leader. "Oh, it's him." Mia points decisively at Su Ming. "Me?" Su Ming is taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief. "Indeed. You're the class leader now. It's your responsibility," Mia says, patting Su Ming's shoulder with a casualness that belies the gravity of the situation. Su Ming feels utterly powerless to protest. He never expressed a desire to be class leader. He merely helped her take attendance. "Teacher, this is far too haphazard. Shouldn't we choose someone else?" "It's settled then. It's your duty now. I'm off." Mia dismisses him, swaying as she walks away. Left standing in a state of confusion, Su Ming feels utterly speechless. He thought his previous teacher, Tang Yin, was unreliable. Yet here he is at the Royal Court Academy, faced with an even more unpredictable instructor. At this moment, Ryan and the others look to Su Ming, who feels as if 1,000 expletives are racing through his mind. Having just arrived at the Royal Court Academy, he knows nothing and is ill-equipped to lead. However, Su Ming quickly gathers his composure and surveys his surroundings. He spots the students from Mecha Class 3 posing for pictures alongside a towering teacher, whose strong build, chiseled features, and penetrating gaze command respect. He then calmly addresses everyone. "Follow me." "All right." Ryan and the others nod in agreement. Although Su Ming's class is considered a regular one, the students admitted to the Royal Court Academy are all exceptionally talented. And thus, despite his random appointment as class leader, no one voices opposition or reluctance. Su Ming leads his classmates, trailing behind Mecha Class 3. The imposing teacher then addresses his students. "Do you know why we take photographs on the first day of school?" "Not really, Mr. Offam," they respond. "This photograph is not taken lightly. It holds special significance. Every senior has taken one upon their admission. Should you ever fall in battle, your image will be marked on this photo. If your entire class perishes, congratulations. You will be immortalized on the Academy's honor wall. I will now take you to see it." Mr. Offam guides the students to a stone wall adjacent to the plaza, where a collection of yellowed photographs is affixed.